Student Lin Momo, is this your contracted ghost spirit? It doesn't look scary at all. Is it actually strong or not? It's alright, I guess. It just occasionally slaughters gods, wipes out demons, and saves the world on the side. The story begins. So this is the world of the dead. Black fog shrouded the dim wasteland. A breeze drifted by, carrying a chill that pierced the soul. High above the sky, a purple sun hung overhead, bringing a trace of warmth to this desolate land. Lin Yin stood quietly on the wilderness. He still had not recovered from the despair of that instant of death. A moment ago, his heart had been pierced by sharp claws, and his head had been devoured by an aberration. And in the very next instant after losing consciousness, he had already arrived in this world. And the moment he stepped into this world, a voice in his subconscious told him that he was already dead. Now he was an undead. I'm dead. There were too many regrets in his heart, too much unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do now. What will happen to Momo? How will she, all alone, survive in this world overrun by demons and aberrations? The one he worried about most was his daughter, only 3 years old. Lin Yin and his wife, Chu Jiang, had both once been frontline combat members of the Liang Brigade under the Great Xia Spiritual Energy Bureau. Together, they slew demons and exterminated evil, handled aberrant incidents, and protected the safety of Liang City. Over the course of several years, they slowly went from comrades in arms to lovers, entered the hall of marriage together, and had the crystallization of their love. But happy times were always short-lived. When Chu Jiang was 10 months pregnant and about to give birth, the entire Liang Women and Children's Hospital was suddenly engulfed by a ghost domain. A 5th-rank ghost lord had launched a sneak attack at Chu Jiang when she was at her weakest. Lin Yin led the members of the Spiritual Energy Brigade to respond decisively and successfully destroy the ghost lord. But in that incident, Chu Jiang's body was still eroded by ghost energy, leaving behind a chronic affliction, and not long after giving birth to their daughter, she passed away. Lin Yin had no choice but to be both father and mother, raising his daughter by himself. Until just a moment ago, when he died in an S-rank aberrant incident. I really wanted to see what Momo would look like when she grew up. My wife and I both look pretty good, so when Momo grows up, she'll definitely be very beautiful. What a pity I won't get to see it. When a person dies, it is like a lamp going out. Everything turns to nothing. Wait. With aberrations descending upon the living world, all kinds of demons, monsters, and ghosts entering the human realm, and even ghost tamers who can communicate with the world of the dead existing, I might still have a chance to go back. A spark of hope ignited in Lin Yan's heart. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Death is not the end. Death is only the beginning. Congratulations, host, on binding to the ultimate undead system. At the same time, in the human world, Great Xia, Liang City, a funeral that was not particularly grand was being held. Mr. Lin Yin spent his entire life fighting aberrations, his entire life protecting the people of Liang. He was a true warrior. He was an unsung hero. Though he has fallen, his name and his deeds will be recorded in history and engraved in our hearts. Li Gang, chief captain of the Liang Spiritual Energy Brigade, recited the eulogy with a heavy heart. In the front row below, an incomparably beautiful young woman dressed in plain clothes was already weeping uncontrollably. In her hand, she was also holding onto a little girl as cute as a porcelain doll. Annie, why are you crying? The innocent little girl did not know what had happened. She only vaguely felt an emptiness in her heart, as if she had lost the most precious thing. What? I'm not. Chuyu hurriedly wiped away the tears on her face and forced a smile. A grain of sand just got into Auntie's eye. Huh? Does it hurt, Auntie? Momo can rub it for you. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. It's already better. Oh, the little girl looked around curiously. Auntie, what are they doing? Chuyu froze for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Not getting an answer, the little girl did not mind. Her thoughts jumped quickly. Auntie, where's Daddy? Why isn't he back yet? Normally at this time, Daddy would have already taken Momo to wash up all nice and clean and get ready for bed. Momo, the daddy. He's busy with work. He'll be busy for a very long time. For the next few days, can Momo stay with Auntie? Okay. No, I want Daddy. I want Daddy. You don't like Annie anymore? No, Momo likes Auntie. But, your daddy said he doesn't like naughty children. Momo's good. Momo is really good. Then Momo should be good and wait with Annie for Daddy to come back, okay? MHM, Momo will be good. Daddy has to come back early. You can't lose Momo. Momo is so good. After the funeral ended, Chuyu brought little Momo to the chief captain's office. Chuyu, you're here. Li Gang rose from his seat and took out 2 spiritual items, a sword and a milky white pearl. This is Lin Yan's. Ahem. Li Gang looked at the sleepy little girl in Chuyu's arms and gave a cough. This is what we found at the battle site. The soul-devouring sword and the holy soul pearl. The holy soul pearl? Chuyu looked puzzled. She only knew that Lin Yan's weapon was the soul-devouring sword. She did not know of the holy soul pearl's existence. Li Gang explained. The holy soul pearl was Chu Zhang's natal soul weapon. The reason she was able to break through to the 5th rank before Lin Yin was that the holy soul pearl contributed greatly. After Chu Zhang's sacrifice, the holy soul pearl was kept on Lin Yin at all times, until Chu Yu understood. So it was my sister's natal soul weapon. Li Gang placed the two spiritual items into Chu Yu's hands. I'm giving them to you. It could be considered returning them to their rightful owner. Chu Yu was stunned for a moment. As a spiritual energy user, of course, she knew the value of these two spiritual items. Captain Li, I'm afraid that's not appropriate. If you're worried that these spiritual items will draw covetous eyes, you can rest assured on that point. Li Gang raised a hand to interrupt Chu Yu. No one will know about this. I'll tell everyone that the soul-devouring sword has been sealed in the Spiritual Energy Brigade's treasure vault. As for the Holy Soul Pearl, no one even knows it exists. Chu Yu still shook her head. Captain Li, I've already decided to leave the Spiritual Energy Brigade. I probably won't have any use for these two treasures in the future. Leave. Li Gang looked at the little girl who had already fallen asleep. That's fine too. Children always need someone to take care of them. However, Chu Yu, you may have misunderstood what I meant. You don't know the effect of the Holy Soul Pearl. Its greatest use is nourishing the soul. As long as it is carried close to the body, the carrier's soul power will be nourished and strengthened. The younger the person, the greater the effect. He pointed at the little girl. You should know what that means for her. Chu Yu frowned, but I still haven't decided whether I want Momo to come into contact with all this. Both her sister and brother-in-law had died because of aberrations. She did not want Lin Momo to follow in her parents' footsteps. That's not up to you. Li Gang shook his head. As aberrant incidents keep breaking out, this can't be hidden forever. Great Xia's upper leadership has already decided to make all of this public and establish a systematic spiritual energy education system. When Lin Momo grows up, there will only be two kinds of people in this world. The superior ones who awaken spiritual energy and the inferior ones who cannot awaken it. Which kind do you want her to be? Don't forget, she is Lin Yin and Chu Zhang's daughter. Chu Yu hesitated for a moment, then finally said with firm eyes, Captain, I understand. Then she solemnly accepted the soul-devouring sword and the Holy Soul Pearl with both hands. Netherworld, Underworld, the world of the dead, system. Lin Yin looked inward and sure enough saw the system panel. Lin Yin. Rank, Ghost Wraith 2nd rank, 6 stars. A panel so simple it was a little crude. Wait, system. I remember I was a 5th rank sword spirit master. So why did I become 2nd rank after dying? The 5th rank and the 2nd rank. Don't be fooled by the fact that they were only 3 ranks apart. The real gap in combat power was more than 100-fold. Replying a host, before your death, your main combat power came from spirit energy in your body. Your soul power was not strong. After death, only your soul entered the underworld, so your combat power naturally dropped drastically. Alright, soul power really wasn't Lin Yan's strong point. On the contrary, his wife, Chu Jiang, as a 5th rank ghost tamer, had terrifyingly powerful soul power. A flash of inspiration struck Lin Yan's mind. System, when people die, do all their souls enter the underworld? Then did my wife also enter the underworld? So that means I can meet my wife here? System, do you know how to find my wife? Host, as the final destination for the dead within the 6 paths of reincarnation world, the underworld, or more precisely, the netherworld hell, connects to millions upon millions of worlds, big and small. Every day, the dead who enter the netherworld number in the trillions upon trillions. Trying to find someone in such a vast sea of undead is no different from looking for a needle in the ocean. I'm asking you for a method, not for the odds. Please explore the specific method of searching on your own. Don't be so stingy. Fine, if you won't say it, forget it. Alright, system. Now that I become a ghost, do I also have a chance to enter the living world? In the living world, the strange had revived, and all kinds of demons, monsters, and ghosts had descended upon humanity. There were also ghost tamers who communicated with the dead and commanded ghosts. Since his wife Chu Jiang was a ghost tamer, Lin Yin knew that a large portion of the ghosts contracted by ghost tamers came from the world of the dead. In theory, hosts can enter the human world. How do I get in? Please explore the specific method on your own. Lin Yin got mad. You won't say anything? Trash system. What use are you? Friendly reminder. Host still has an unclaimed beginner gift pack. There's even a beginner gift pack? Quick, open it. Ding, beginner gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations, host has obtained Book of Life and Death. Book of Life and Death. Is it the Book of Life and Death I know? An ancient book appeared in Lin Yan's palm. As it rose and fell, a terrifying power faintly pulsed from it. Book of Life and Death, a sacred artifact of the 6 paths, able to control all the dead in the world. Note, because the controller is too weak, the abilities of the Book of Life and Death have been infinitely weakened. Book of Life and Death, Lin Yin, weakened version. Ability 1, Absolute Devouring. When you face a ghost and your souls are laid bare before each other, you will ignore the difference in strength and absolutely devour the other party's soul. Ability 2, Enslavement. Can enslave without limit all dead beings who have already submitted. Ability 3, Detection. Detect dead beings within 1 kilometer. Directional detection, meaning inputting a specific target for detection, increases the range to a radius of 10 kilometers. Ability 4, Sacred Might. The controller can transcend the rules of the underworld and will not be suppressed by higher-ranked dead beings through rank. Ability 5, Space. The Book of Life and Death comes with its own space and can store all living and dead things. Note, storing living things requires the other party's consent. Not bad, not bad. It looked like this system wasn't completely useless after all. Lin Yin nodded in satisfaction, opened the Book of Life and Death, and activated its detection function. Directional detection, my wife, Chujiang. Directional detection activated successfully. Detection complete. No target matching the requirement was found within a radius of 10 kilometers. Didn't find her. Just as expected. System, how do I improve the abilities of the Book of Life and Death? When host's rank increases, the power of the Book of Life and Death will naturally increase as well, until all of its power is unlocked. Alright, that was also expected. How do I raise my rank? Increasing soul power can raise the rank of the dead. Be more specific. Increasing soul power can raise the rank of the dead. Fine. Given Lin Yan's understanding of ghosts, he naturally knew how ghosts advance. Ghosts fed on soul power. Specifically in the human world, the spiritual power of living beings, yin energy, yang energy, emotional force, and even life force were all nourishment for ghost evolution. So the advancement of the dead should be more or less the same. Although he was very unwilling to admit it, Lin Yin himself was now a ghost. Looks like I'll have to explore properly. Lin Yin looked around. Black mist swirled everywhere around him, making it impossible to see anything clearly, so he casually picked a direction and started exploring forward. Not long after moving ahead, Lin Yin discovered that the surrounding black mist actually contained rich soul power. This underworld really does suit the dead. Just by devouring the black mist casually, I can increase my soul power. Lin Yin made a rough estimate. At the current rate of soul power growth, going from the second rank to the third rank would take about 100 years. It sounded like a long time, but one had to know that the dead did not die. As long as he lived long enough, he would definitely become strong enough. An old ghost that had stayed in the underworld for 1,000 years, so long as it kept devouring black mist, even if it did absolutely nothing else, would at least be a 4th rank ghost general. As for a 10,000-year-old ghost, that would probably be a 5th rank ghost lord. 1st rank wandering soul, 2nd rank ghost wraith, 3rd rank ghost soldier, 4th rank ghost general, 5th rank ghost lord, 6th rank ghost master, 7th rank ghost king. Following that line of reasoning, those ghost kings that brought chaos to the human world and created S-rank supernatural incidents were all monsters that had lived for 1,000,000 years. No wonder they were so hard to kill. While absorbing the black mist, Lin Yin explored this wasteland. After walking for most of the day, he finally encountered his first undead. New here, the newcomer wore the attire of an ancient constable. He had a green face, long hair, and held a short blade in his hand. His voice came through spiritual power. It was not the language of Great Xia, but Lin Yin understood it instantly anyway. Yes. Lin Yin looked at the newcomer warily and cautiously tried to speak with his mind. No need to be nervous. The undead tugged at the corners of his mouth, trying his best to leave a smile on his stiff face. I'm a ghost constable. Ghost constable? Lin Yin looked toward the Book of Life and Death deep within his consciousness and activated detection. Constable Ghost Wraith, 2nd rank, level 9. Originally an unconscious wandering soul, after drifting for 1,000 years across the evil ghost wasteland, it finally awakened self-awareness. Because it had forgotten its past life and wore the clothing of a constable, it named itself Constable Ghost. It hunts on the wasteland year-round in hopes of finding itself again. It wasn't a ghost constable at all. He was lying to me. What was his goal? Lin Yin kept his expression unchanged and pretended to be delighted as he said. So, it's Lord Ghost Constable. I just died, and I was just wondering what to do. Constable Ghost nodded and said solemnly, Undead, now that you have died, do you still remember the things of your life before death? Lin Yin said, I don't remember. Constable Ghost said, that's normal. Only the important figures of the human world can retain their memories after death. Then he added, I am Lord Constable under Black and White Impermanence. I have come here precisely to lead you to the Hall of Rebirth in Blackwood City, where your deeds in life will be investigated and your good and evil judged. Come with me. Blackwood City, Hall of Rebirth. Looks like this fake ghost constable knew quite a lot. A thought flashed through Lin Yan's mind, and he hurriedly followed while asking, Lord Ghost Constable, where's Blackwood City? What is the Hall of Rebirth? What happens after good and evil are judged? Constable Ghost barked, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Once you get there, the judge will make the decision. Yes. Lin Yin did not argue either. He wanted to see what exactly this fake ghost constable was really up to. The two ghosts moved forward one in front of the other across the wasteland. After walking for a little over an hour, the sky gradually darkened. Lin Yin looked up and saw that the purple sun had already set behind the hills at some point. Hanging high in the sky now was a dark red crescent moon. It's dark. Rest for the night. We'll continue tomorrow. The Yamen ghost sat down cross-legged in the darkness ahead and said, At night, the Yin wind blows fiercely. It's not suitable for traveling. Fortunately, the density of soul mist also rises greatly. This is the perfect time for the dead to cultivate. Properly devour the soul mist and strengthen yourself, so the Yin wind doesn't scatter your soul. Lin Yin sensed it a little and indeed felt the biting cold grow several degrees harsher. At the same time, the concentration of soul power in heaven and earth had increased quite a bit. This fake ghost constable actually had such good intentions? Lin Yin was suspicious inside, but on the surface he respectfully replied, "Yes, Lord Ghost Constable." "Oh right, you still don't have a cultivation method, do you?" Lin Yin nodded. "No," the Yamen Ghost said. "You and I'm meeting could be considered fate. Today I'll pass a cultivation method on to you." "Really?" Lin Yin pretended to be pleasantly surprised, but the doubt in his heart only deepened. "Kid, come here." "Okay." Lin Yin walked in front of the Yamen Ghost. "Sit cross-legged and open your mind." Open my mind?" Lin Yin already had a faint guess in his heart. But with the Book of Life and Death in hand, once their souls faced each other bare and exposed, forget a mere fake ghost constable. Even if a ghost king came, he would still die in hatred. So he had nothing to fear and opened his mind. Seeing this, the Yamen Ghost revealed a delighted expression, and his soul power instantly invaded Lin Yan's soul sea. Their souls faced each other inside Lin Yan's soul sea. The Yamen Ghost held the offensive. His soul stood high above in the sky, shrouding Lin Yan's entire soul sea like dark clouds. As for Lin Yan's soul, without the protection of a body, it was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, standing alone in the center of the soul sea. Lin Yan looked up at the Yamen Ghost soul. If any other undead had their soul sea invaded like this, they would have already lost all initiative and might even be completely devoured by the other side. "Lord Ghost Constable, you wouldn't be planning to eat me, would you?" Lin Yan asked weakly. "Huh?" Thinking he had everything under control, the Yamen Ghost finally dropped the disguise. "Found out, did you?" "Too late. Kid, I've already entered your soul sea. Even if you want to regret it now, it's too late." The Yamen Ghost cackled and lunged at Lin Yan's soul with his gaping, bloody mouth. "Is that so?" Lin Yan sneered. "Absolute Devour, activate." In an instant, offense and defense reversed. A force of attraction, absolute and above all other power, enveloped the Yamen Ghost soul. How is that possible? The Yamen Ghost was terrified. He wanted to struggle, wanted to escape, but all struggle was futile. Before he could make any further reaction, the endless suction had already crushed his consciousness to pieces. His entire soul turned into nourishment of soul power and flowed into Lin Yan's soul sea. Comfortable, with his soul power replenished, Lin Yan felt completely refreshed from top to bottom. At the same time, the Yamen Ghost's few memory fragments all appeared in Lin Yan's mind. So that's how it is. By examining the Yamen Ghost's memory fragments, Lin Yan finally gained some understanding of this vast world of the dead. In the world of the dead, soul power was everything. Devouring soul power was the primary driving force of all undead. There were two kinds of soul power that could be devoured: living souls and dead souls. A living soul was the soul of the living, like Lin Yan, like the Yamen Ghost just now. A dead soul was any soul power without a conscious core, such as the soul mist permeating heaven and earth, soul coins condensed in a currency, or certain soul fruits, soul liquids, and the like that contained rich soul power. Living souls were more efficient to devour and also more delicious. So the more powerful the dead were, the more they liked devouring living souls. Of course, devouring living souls carried risk. When two souls faced each other, the one with the stronger soul and the one holding the offensive generally had the greater advantage. For example, when two undead had close levels of soul power, whoever invaded the other soul sea first would most likely devour the enemy. But when the gap in soul power was too large, say, a whole major realm apart, even if the lower-ranked one luckily invaded the higher-ranked soul sea, it would most likely be devoured in return. In the battle just now, because the Yamen Ghost's realm was a little higher than Lin Yan's, his soul was naturally somewhat larger than Lin Yan's as well. That was why, after successfully invading, he became so smug and careless. He had already used this method to devour quite a few undead, but unfortunately for him, he ran into Lin Yan. This Yamen Ghost was quite the talent too. Through trickery and scams alone, he forcibly devoured dozens of second-rank living souls. If he hadn't met me, he probably would have advanced to the third rank before long. Lin Yan sighed with emotion. In a world of the dead, between undead, most could not escape the relationship of devouring and being devoured. Every undead, when encountering others, had to be extremely cautious and guard their mind carefully. Here, other people were hell. Ding, congratulations host for discovering the survival law of the world of the dead. In the world of the dead, other people are hell. Devour. Within 10 days, devour 100 living souls. Mission reward: 10,000 years of soul power. A new mission. The reward is 10,000 years of soul power. Based on his previous estimate, 10,000 years of soul power. Wouldn't that mean directly entering the 5th rank? Lin Yan instantly felt full of motivation. Devour. I'm devouring right now. Book of Life and Death. Activate detection. Detect all undead within 1 kilometer. Undead found. Rank: first rank, 7 stars. Direction: front right. Distance: 600 meters. A first rank wandering soul? You'll do. Lin Yan charged toward the direction indicated by the Book of Life and Death. The dead did not grow tired, but intense movement consumed soul power. Especially at night, with gusts of yin wind blowing, the loss of soul power was worsened. Fortunately, the consumption was not too great and remained within an acceptable range. Lin Yin sprinted 600 meters and indeed found a first-rank wandering soul roaming inside a dark depression. Without another word, he raised a short blade and brought it down in one slash. The wandering soul did not have time to make any reaction before its head was already severed. Of course, even with its head cut off, it did not die. Its body groped its way over, trying to find its head. Lin Yin kicked the headless body away, then picked up the head to devour. Without the slightest obstruction, the delicious soul power turned into a gentle stream and flowed into Lin Yan's soul sea. Comfortable. Next one. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Mission, devour, 1 progress 99/100. In 3 days, Lin Yan had already devoured 99 living souls. Just one more, and I can complete the mission ahead of time. Lin Yan activated detection and quickly locked onto the next target. With the detection function of the Book of Life and Death, he could very easily search for and identify ghosts within a 1-kilometer radius. After 3 days of exploration, Lin Yin had already figured out his current state. Right now, he was in a soul body. Although it was only a soul body, the bodily organs had evolved into the state they had in life. These evolved limbs and body were, in essence, still extensions of soul power from his soul, but they could greatly increase his combat strength. With a body and limbs, Lin Yin could use weapons and even employ some of the martial techniques and battle skills he had mastered while alive. Compared to ghosts that only had a head or only had a naked soul exposed, the difference in combat power was naturally worlds apart. Lin Yin discovered that there were still countless naked souls drifting through this world without bodies. Most of them were muddle-headed and had not awakened self-awareness, much less any combat strength. It was just that devouring them yielded far less soul power than devouring souls with bodies. At the same time, the system did not classify them as living souls, so they could not increase mission progress. In addition, Lin Yin discovered that if his body was injured, he could use soul power to recover. But if he suffered major injuries, such as losing an arm, a leg, or even his head, recovery would be much slower, and he would temporarily lose most of his combat strength. So here, when dealing with ghosts of similar strength, it was often necessary to first fight fiercely, chop off their limbs or head, and only then devour them at ease. Lin Yan's 100th devouring target was a dead one at 2nd tier, 1 star. Over the past few days, Lin Yan had basically avoided targets that were too close to his own strength, because he had discovered that some cautious undead, when hunting prey of similar strength, would choose to shatter the other's soul and crush its consciousness first, then devour it. Lin Yan had the Book of Life and Death. When his soul devoured and was devoured by other dead souls, he was invincible. But if he ran into one that was strong but cowardly, one that insisted on killing him first before devouring him, then he would have to go through a hard battle. For Lin Yan, the soul power gained from devouring 1st tier and 2nd tier undead could only be considered scraps. The real big gain was the reward from the system mission. So when hunting, he still had to fight battles he was sure of. He should hunt low-tier undead as much as possible and raise his hunting efficiency. The 100th hunt did not stir up any waves. When Lin Yin launched a surprise attack in the posture of a hunter, that ghost creature, which had only barely reached the 2nd tier, was naturally subdued with ease. Devoured ghost entity, 2nd tier, 1 star. Your soul power has increased. Devouring mission completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the mission reward, 10,000 years of soul power. Along with the system prompt, countless streams of soul power poured into Lin Yan's soul, sea like all rivers flowing into the ocean. Lin Yan's soul surged at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2nd tier, 8 star. 2nd tier, 9 star. 3rd tier, 1 star. Until 5th tier, 3 star. His realm broke into the 5th tier, the Ghost Lord realm. The system panel changed accordingly. Lin Yan, rank, Ghost Lord, Ghost Domain, Life and Death Ghost Domain. Ghost Artifact, Book of Life and Death. Ghost skills were exclusive abilities that only ghost creatures above the 3rd tier could possess. Ghost Skill Nightwalker. In darkness, your abilities will be enhanced. Whether speed, strength, perception, or soul power, all will be strengthened. When you activate the Ghost Skill Nightwalker, you will merge into the darkness and become a Nightwalker. Your speed will increase tenfold. Your perception will increase tenfold. Your soul power consumption will decrease tenfold. When you attack or are attacked, you will exit the Nightwalker state. This is a divine skill for traveling. Lin Yin muttered to himself and looked at the next ability, the Ghost Domain. Any 5th tier ghost creature had a certain chance to awaken its own exclusive Ghost Domain. As expected, after Lin Yin reached the 5th tier, he indeed awakened a Ghost Domain. Life and Death Ghost Domain. Strength rank, S rank. Trait 1. Suppresses ghost creatures whose Ghost Domain rank is below S rank, making them unable to use their Ghost Domain. Trait 2. When the Life and Death Ghost Domain is deployed, your combat power doubles within this domain, while the combat power of all who enter is reduced by 50%. Trait 3. Within the life and death ghost domain, you can use the rule skill, Life and Death Duel. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Life and Death Duel. Designate a target and pull its soul into the devouring arena to engage in a devouring duel with your soul, deciding life and death. Note, this is a domain rule skill. Within this ghost domain, this rule skill cannot be evaded or exempted. Ghost domain range, 1 kilometer. This range is determined by the soul power strength of the ghost domain's master. Maximum duration of the ghost domain, 24 hours. This duration is determined by the soul power strength of the ghost domain's master. An S-rank ghost domain. Back when he was alive, Lin Yin had handled no fewer than 10 incidents of ghost domain descents, so he naturally knew that ghost domains were divided into different strength grades. Under normal circumstances, a 5th-tier ghost lord could at most use a B-rank ghost domain. Some weaker ghost lords could only use C-rank or D-rank ghost domains, or even have no ghost domain at all. A 6th-tier ghost master generally could at most have an A-rank ghost domain. As for an S-rank ghost domain, Lin Yin had only encountered one before. The ghost domain used by Ghost King he had encountered right before his death. The Six-Eyed Ghost King. Lin Yin recalled the despair he had felt when he was trapped in that S-rank ghost domain and facing the Six-Eyed Ghost King. You took my life. I'll remember this grudge. The Six-Eyed Ghost King was the strongest ghost creature Lin Yin had ever encountered. Aside from its own terrifying power, it also possessed an almost unsolvable S-rank ghost domain. Inside the Six-Eyed Ghost domain, every action of those who entered was constantly watched by the Ghost King. And once someone inside was stared at by a ghost eye, their movements would be restricted. Back then, Lin Yin had been stared at by 6 ghost eyes. His body had been almost unable to move, and he had watched helplessly as ghost claws pierced his heart and that bloody moss swallowed his head. If I ran into the Six-Eyed Ghost King again now, it wouldn't be like I had no power to resist at all. With an S-rank ghost domain, he could naturally contend against another S-rank ghost domain. Even if he could not suppress the other side, he could still protect himself and avoid falling into the other's ghost domain. If he encountered ghost creatures below S-rank, ghost creatures unable to use an S-rank ghost domain, including the vast majority of ghost lords, ghost masters, and a small portion of ghost kings, then Lin Yin was even absolutely confident he could crush them. The life and death ghost domain could pull ghost creatures below S-rank into the domain with 100% certainty. The rule skill life and death duel could drag a ghost creature's soul into the devouring arena and force it into a devouring duel of souls with Lin Yin. And the absolute devouring ability of the Book of Life and Death ensured that Lin Yin could absolutely devour all enemies. The life and death ghost domain and the Book of Life and Death could practically be called a perfect match. In addition, as Lin Yin's realm jumped from a 2nd-tier ghost straight into a 5th-tier ghost lord, the abilities of the Book of Life and Death also underwent some changes. The biggest change came from the increase in the range of the ability. The ordinary detection range increased from 1 kilometer to a radius of 1,000 kilometers, while directional detection increased from 10 kilometers to a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Book of Life and Death. Use directional detection on my wife, Chu Jian. Directional detection activated successfully. Detecting. Detection complete. No target matching the requirements was found within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Still nothing? A radius of 10,000 kilometers was an area of over 300 million square kilometers, almost equal to the surface area of a planet. And yet even within such a huge range, there was still no trace of his wife, Chu Jian. Looks like this world of the dead is bigger than I imagined. Lin Yin was very calm about this detection result. Since the Ghost Lord realm wasn't enough, then he would keep improving to the Ghost Master realm, the Ghost King realm, and even higher. As the detection range increased, as long as his wife was still in this world of the dead, he would find her sooner or later. Book of Life and Death. Activate ordinary detection. I want the information of all dead ones within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Found 1st-tier wandering soul, distance, 800 meters. Found 1st-tier wandering soul, distance, 1.1 kilometers. Found 2nd-tier ghost entity, distance, 1.2 kilometers. Found 5th-tier ghost lord, distance, 15 kilometers. Information flooded the screen. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, there were more ghost creatures than Lin Yin had imagined. And figures of 4th tier, 5th tier, 6th tier, and even 7th tier undead had started appearing. Now that his realm had entered the 5th tier, ordinary 1st tier, 2nd tier, and 3rd tier ghost creatures no longer caught Lin Yan's eye. Only 4th tier ghost generals, 5th tier ghost lords, and even 6th tier ghost masters had any value in being devoured. 600 kilometers ahead, there's actually a large gathering of high tier undead. What's going on? At this moment, the system's voice rang out frowny-faced sting. Undead Ghost City Blackwood City discovered. New mission has been issued. Mission, explore Blackwood City. Perhaps you will make an unexpected discovery. Mission reward, to be determined, depends on the extent of exploration. A new mission. The good news was that the system's mission rewards were usually quite generous. Even though the reward for this exploration mission wasn't stated clearly, if he completed it well, there would definitely be no shortage of rewards. The bad news was that this mission's settlement time was way too long. It would take a full 10 years. Didn't that mean that for the next 10 years, he wouldn't be able to obtain rewards through the system? Lin Yin felt a bit troubled. Forget it. Thinking too much was useless. He should just focus on completing the task in front of him. Anyway, he was an undead now, with an unlimited lifespan. 10 years would pass in the blink of an eye. With that thought, Lin Yin began to focus on the mission information. Explore Blackwood City? That fake ghost envoy had mentioned Blackwood City before, but from his memory fragments, Lin Yin learned that he had never actually been there. Blackwood City was the only ghost city on this evil ghost wasteland. As long as one had spent enough time here, one would more or less hear some bits and pieces about Blackwood City. This exploration mission is a long-term one. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yin already had a plan in mind. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. Before entering Blackwood City, I can completely devour more undead first and gather information about Blackwood City from their memory fragments. When I've gathered enough information, it won't be too late to enter the city. According to the information he had investigated through the Book of Life and Death, Blackwood City had Ghost King level undead, and there was more than one. Existences like that were still not something the current Lin Yin could handle. To be safe, he still needed to gather more information. Having made up his mind, Lin Yin used the ghost skill Nightwalker. His entire body turned into a streak of black light and shot toward Blackwood City. Before long, he arrived in front of his first target, a 5th rank Ghost Lord. An hour ago, 5th rank was still in existence. Lin Yin had to look up to, but now, he could handle it however he wanted. Lin Yin had no intention of wasting words with this Ghost Lord and directly unfolded his ghost domain. Shem, a ghost domain? Who is it? The Ghost Lord roared and tried to unfold his own ghost domain. However, his ghost domain was obviously not an S-rank ghost domain, so his attempt failed. The Ghost Lord instantly realized something, immediately panicked, and shouted, "My lord, spare me. I'm willing to submit." Submit? Taking a ghost underling? The enslavement function of the Book of Life and Death could indeed enslave undead that had already submitted, and there was no need to worry about betrayal. But unfortunately for him, Lin Yin had no such plan right now. He wanted to use this Ghost Lord to test out a new fighting method. Life and Death duel? Activate. Boom. High in the sky, a massive arena suddenly appeared. At the same instant, Lin Yan's soul left his body and appeared atop the arena. At the same time, the Ghost Lord's soul appeared as well. Absolute Devour. Activate. Boom. Before the Ghost Lord could make any reaction at all, endless suction had already torn his soul apart, turning it into the purest stream of soul power and merging it into Lin Yan's soul. The battle was over. He won very easily. After putting away the ghost domain, only a soulless ghost body remained at the scene, rapidly dissipating under the erosion of the Yin wind. Shem, there's something else. After the ghost body dissipated, several dark gold coins of different sizes were left on the ground. This is soul currency. Through what he had learned over the past few days, Lin Yin already knew that soul currency was the common currency of the undead world. It was just that he had only been hunting low-rank undead before, and none had dropped soul currency. Now, after killing this 5th-rank Ghost Lord, he had finally seen what soul currency actually looked like. Soul currency really does contain rich soul power. Lin Yin could already sense the soul power inside the soul currency. This Ghost Lord had dropped one 100 soul currency coin, one 10 soul denomination soul currency coin, and 5 1 soul denomination soul currency coin for Lin Yin, for a total of 115 soul currency. The soul power value of a 1st-rank, 1-star wandering soul was about equal to the soul power contained in 10 soul currency. From this, it could be inferred that a 2nd-rank ghost spirit was worth about 100 soul currency, and 3rd rank was worth 1,000 soul currency. By extension, 4th rank was worth 10,000, 5th rank 1 million, 6th rank 10 million, 7th rank 100 million. A 5th rank Ghost Lord with a net worth of 1 million only had a little over 100 in savings. What a poor ghost. Lin Yin packed away the soul currency and continued on his way. But that's fine. Kill a few more, and the money will naturally increase. 1 month later, Lin Yin appeared at the gates of Blackwood City. In truth, he had arrived in the Blackwood City region long ago. But in order to gather more information about Blackwood City and also save up more soul currency, he had spent the past month hunting nearby. 5th rank and 6th rank ghosts were not as densely packed as low rank ones. Even in the Blackwood City region, there weren't that many. After hunting for nearly a month, he had only devoured a little over 100 undead of those ranks. His realm had finally reached the level of a 6th rank Ghost Master. That gave him much greater confidence about entering Blackwood City. Also, by observing the memory fragments of those he had devoured, Lin Yin had already learned 7 or 8/10 of the general information about Blackwood City. After confirming that there would not be any major danger, he finally decided to enter the city. Anyone entering must pay 10,000 soul currency. The guard soldiers at the gate stopped Lin Yin. The 2 guards were not ghosts, but zombies. Through the memory fragments he had observed earlier, Lin Yin had learned a lot of common knowledge about the undead world. All spirits in the undead world were collectively called undead. The most common kind of undead were ghosts. Aside from those, there were also corpse-type undead. Zombies were the most common among the corpse types. In addition, there were also special undead, such as spirit monsters and rule-based anomalies. Lin Yin already knew that entering Blackwood City required paying soul currency, and one also had to leave a soul mark on the city gate. Leaving a soul mark would not cause harm to oneself. However, once someone created slaughter within the city, it would be detected by Blackwood City's Hall of Judgment, and that person's soul mark would appear in the Hall of Judgment's Judgment Bronze Mirror. The Judgment Bronze Mirror would rewind the scene of the battle and make a judgment, deciding whether the killer should be arrested, expelled, or even thrown into the 18 layers of hell. It was precisely because of the existence of this Hall of Judgment that the undead within enormous Blackwood City suppressed the greed in their hearts and lived in peace with one another. After paying 10,000 soul currency, Lin Yin stepped into the city. Upon entering, the first thing that came into view was a broad avenue. On both sides of the avenue stood all kinds of ancient-style buildings. If not for the fact that the street was filled with all kinds of bizarre-looking ghosts, Lin Yin would have almost thought he had arrived in an ancient city. Compared to the massive city itself, the buildings did not seem densely packed and even felt a bit sparse. Replacing them were all kinds of graveyards and even earthen mounds. Through browsing the memory fragments of various ghosts earlier, Lin Yin had already learned that these graveyards and earthen mounds were the ghosts' real estate in this city. Don't be fooled by how unimpressive graveyards and earthen mounds looked. Any ghost with property could be considered a rich ghost. As for poor ghosts, there wasn't even a place for them to stay in such an enormous city. Blackwood City did not allow poor ghosts to linger. Ghost soldiers would periodically drive away wandering undead. So the first thing Lin Yin did after entering the city was take over a place to stay. Yes, take over. Among the undead he had devoured before, there had been a 6th-rank ghost master. A 6th-rank ghost master could already be considered an influential figure in Blackwood City. So here, he had his own property, not some shabby graveyard or earthen mound, but a small courtyard residence. Now that ghost had entered Lin Yin's stomach, his property naturally had to be taken over as well. Already familiar with the route, Lin Yin quickly found that small courtyard. It was in a residential area in the city's southwest, not far from the city center. Lin Yin entered the courtyard, erased the soul power imprint left behind by the previous ghost master, and stamped it with his own soul power imprint. From this moment on, he could also be counted as one of those with a house. Of course, that still wasn't enough. He still had to go register at the City God Administrative Office. Only after completing the registration would he be recognized as a resident of Blackwood City. Lin Yin found the administration office. It was a rather imposing 3-story building. As soon as he stepped into the hall, a quite stunning-looking female ghost came up to greet him. The female ghost looked to be only around 20 years old. She was wearing a cheapao, and her figure was very well shaped. After being single for so long, even this female ghost looked delicate and pleasing to the eye. Lin Yin silently complained to himself. But the moment he thought that this female ghost might actually be some old monster hundreds or thousands of years old, he immediately dispelled the stray thoughts in his mind. "Sir, what kind of business would you like to handle?" the female ghost asked with a smile. To be fair, the service attitude was pretty good. It even gave Lin Yin the illusion that he had returned to the human world. "I want to register a property." "All right, property registration is this way, please." The female ghost led Lin Yin through the lobby and over to a machine. A self-service property registration machine? Ghost face recognition plus touch controls? Huh. Was the technology in the world of the dead this advanced? Lin Yin was dumbfounded. The female ghost logged into the machine, and her name and employee number appeared on it. Wei Xiaochun, employee number 8855. Welcome. Then Wei Xiaochun's fingers started tapping rapidly across the screen. "Sir, please input your soul power here. The system will automatically search for your property within the city." This smart? Lin Yin did as instructed. Soul power input successful. Searching. Property search complete. Number 88, Red Moon Residential Complex. Please confirm the property information and pay the corresponding handling fee. "Sir, your property is in Red Moon Residential Complex." Wei Xiaochun's mouth hung open slightly, her face full of surprise. That's one of the few luxury residential areas in our Blackwood City. That tiny, shabby courtyard counted as a luxury residence? Lin Yin was speechless, but then he thought about all the graves and mud huts visible throughout the city. In comparison, a small courtyard really could count as a luxury home. Let me check the registration handling fee for Red Moon Residential Complex. Wei Xiaochun flipped through the machine interface. "Found it, sir. The handling fee for registering your property at number 88, Red Moon Residential Complex, is 50,000 soul coins." Her large eyes curved into crescents, and her voice rose in pitch. It was obvious she was excited. The commission was probably not low. Lin Yan's heart ached. What a ripoff. After struggling for a whole month and finally saving up 70 or 80,000, it was almost all taken in one shot. "Where do I pay?" "Right this way, sir." After learning that Lin Yan lived in Red Moon Residential Complex, Wei Xiaochun's attitude clearly became even more enthusiastic. Sir, are you new to Blackwood City? Then you really came to the right place. Our Blackwood City is the #1 major city in the southwestern region of the Qingzhou realm. The Qingzhou realm? Huh? You don't know the Qingzhou realm? Wei Xiaochun stared at him with wide eyes in disbelief. Could it be that you just descended into the world of the dead? To become the new owner of a property in Red Moon Residential Complex, right after descending into the world of the dead. Wei Xiaochun's eyes shone with admiration. Sir, you must have been an unbelievably great existence while alive. This Wei Xiaochun was quick-witted. She had guessed quite a lot from just a few words. And she was clearly very knowledgeable, far more so than the ghosts outside. The Sixth Order Ghost Lord Lin Yin had devoured earlier had already existed in this world of the dead for more than 7,000 years. Because those 7,000 plus years of memories were far too many and too long, Lin Yin had no way of reading through all of them. He had only roughly skimmed some of the important information. But even so, he could still tell that the Ghost Lord was far less knowledgeable than the female ghost before him. Lin Yin quietly used the Book of Life and Death to investigate. Ghost General Wei Xiaochun, 4th Order 7-star, daughter of Blackwood City, Ghost King Wei Ting. Oh, so she was actually a native undead. There were two kinds of undead in the world of the dead. One kind was like Lin Yin, those who entered the world of the dead and became undead after dying. The other kind was like Wei Xiaochun, born from offspring produced by undead themselves. The latter were relatively rare, because only sufficiently powerful undead had a chance to produce descendants. Wei Xiaochun was the daughter of a ghost king. No wonder she was so knowledgeable. Miss Wei, it sounds like you're very familiar with Blackwood City. Of course. The moment Lin Yin asked, Wei Xiaochun immediately launched into an endless explanation. Our Blackwood City is the #1 ghost city in the southwestern region of the Qingzhou realm. Even in the entire Qingzhou territory, it can rank in the top 10. Blackwood City's greatest feature is that it's built on the Yongming River, a branch of the Yellow Springs. Because of the Yongming River, the concentration of soul power in Blackwood City is far higher than outside the city. Especially during flood season, the soul mist becomes so dense that it condenses in a soul rain, and that continuous soul rain lasts for a whole month. Living here for 1 month is worth 100 years of wandering outside. Many undead will practically bankrupt themselves just to buy a place to settle down in our Blackwood City. So the housing prices in Blackwood City are famously high. Lin Yin nodded. He deeply felt the same way about that. Forget the housing prices. Even the registration handling fee was absurdly high. Wei Xiaochun continued. There's also Yellow Springs water, another specialty of our Blackwood City. But Yellow Springs water is very precious and has always been controlled by important figures. Even if ordinary undead have money, they have nowhere to buy it. I've heard that some important figures even enter the Yongming River and use the power of reincarnation in the river to cultivate their ghost path. As they spoke, the two of them had already arrived at the payment area. A long line had formed there. Ghosts of all kinds of shapes were honestly standing in line, waiting to pay various fees. Fortunately, Wei Xiaochun seemed to have some special privilege. She directly brought Lin Yin into the VIP lane and successfully cut the line to make the payment. Once the payment was completed, Lin Yin's property was considered successfully registered. Miss Wei, after you get off work, can you take me to see the Yongming River? After hearing Wei Xiaochun's introduction, Lin Yin had become very interested in the Yongming River and the Yellow Springs water. He had a feeling that a large part of the exploration mission issued by the system would fall on this Yongming River. After work, there's no need to go through that much trouble. Wei Xiaochun gave a sly smile. We could just skip work. That works too. Lin Yin froze for a moment, but when he thought of her identity as the Ghost King's daughter, he immediately understood. This was a rich young lady out here experiencing life. But Wei Xiaochun suddenly thought of something. The Yongming River is controlled by Granny Hay, and the entrance fee for visiting isn't low. There's even an entrance fee? How much is it? I think it's 1 million. How much? 1 million? That's just the entrance fee for visiting. Wei Xiaochun nodded. That was last year's price. I don't know if it's gone up this year. It could still go up. Lin Yin went numb. 1 million. If he wanted to save up that many soul coins, he would have to struggle outside the city for several years. After all, outside the city, low-order undead practically had no savings, while high-order undead were few in number. Over the past month, Lin Yin had already cleaned out most of the 5th order and 6th order undead around Blackwood City. If he wanted to keep hunting, he would have to expand the range, which would definitely take even more time and effort. Oh, right. At this moment, Wei Xiaochun seemed to remember something. Granny Hay's Yongming Palace seems to always be recruiting. If you get into Yongming Palace, you'll have a chance to visit the Yongming River. Recruiting? What kind of recruitment is it? I'm not too sure about that. I only know it's work related to the Yongming River, and the pay is pretty good. The requirements are just quite high, and a lot of people who go apply get rejected. They're hiring, and I can go ask about it. Lin Yin smiled. Honestly, you really wouldn't know how poor you were until you entered the city. After paying the registration handling fee, Lin Yin was broke down to the point of jingling. If he could apply successfully and enter Yongming Palace, earning a salary while also exploring the Yoming River that actually seemed pretty good. An hour later, Big Brother Lin, ahead, is the territory of Yoming Palace. Wei Xiaochun brought Lin Yin to the front of a mountain gate. Standing at the foot of the mountain, they could vaguely see majestic buildings standing among the peaks. The scale of Yoming Palace was larger than Lin Yin had imagined. One had to know, this was inside Blackwood City. In Blackwood City, where every inch of land was worth a fortune, there was actually an entire mountain range, and that whole range belonged to Yoming Palace. The status of a master of Yoming Palace in Blackwood City was obvious just from that. Guarding the mountain gate was a squad of ghost generals. When they saw the two coming up the mountain, they did not question them much and let them pass directly. Looks like Wei Xiaochun's father's status isn't low either. Lin Yin muttered to himself. Thinking about it, that made sense. According to the Life and Death Register's investigation, there were only 5 ghost kings in all of Blackwood City, and Wei Xiaochun's father was one of them. And in the mountain before them, there was another ghost king in command. That should be the master of Yoming Palace, Black Granny. Big Brother Lin, that tallest mountain is called Black Mountain. Yoming Palace is built on the front side of Black Mountain, and Yoming River is on the backside. They say this entire mountain range is covered by Black Granny's eternal ghost domain. Once you step past the mountain gate, you're entering Black Granny's ghost domain. Lin Yin sensed it for a moment, and sure enough, he faintly felt a dark aura lingering around them. So he really had entered a ghost domain. Lin Yin understood. Black Granny's ghost domain was hidden extremely well. If Wei Xiaochun had not reminded him, he would have almost never noticed its existence. Lin Yin carefully sensed it and found that this was an S-rank ghost domain. At that moment, the space in front of the two of them twisted. Along with Wei Xiaochun's scream, the two of them were already standing inside a magnificent and luxurious palace. At the head of the palace sat a woman. She looked to be in her 30s or 40s, dressed in a black palace gown trimmed with gold. She looked noble and elegant, with a dignified bearing. Ghost King Blackwood Granny, 7th rank, 9 stars. Her true form is a black locust tree that became a ghost. City Lord of Blackwood City, master of Yoming Palace. Just as Lin Yin was using the Life and Death Register to investigate the woman before him, she was also observing him with a probing look. So Grandma made the move. You scared me half to death. Wei Xiaochun finally recovered and patted her chest with lingering fear. Black Granny smiled and said, You're the daughter of a ghost king, yet you're this timid? Sit down. Have some soul fruit to calm yourself. Soul fruit, Wei Xiaochun said in delight. Thank you, Grandma. As she spoke, she naturally sat down on a nearby chair, picked up a soul fruit, and started eating it. Oh right, Grandma, I brought Big Brother Lin here this time to apply for a job. Apply for a job? Blackwood Granny was slightly surprised and looked at Lin Yin. Lin Yin immediately cupped his hands and said, Junior Lin Yin greets Black Granny. Blackwood Granny nodded. Lin Yin, I can smell lingering Yang World aura on you. You haven't been dead for long, have you? Lin Yin nodded. Yes, I only died not long ago. Blackwood Granny said, You already have Ghost Lord Realm cultivation right after death. Your strength in life must have been far from ordinary. Did you retain your memories? Were you King class? Emperor class? Or even higher? I don't know. You didn't retain them? What a pity. Blackwood Granny sighed lightly, then continued, But it's not a problem. Most likely, your final battle before death was too brutal and damaged your divine soul, which is why you lost your memories. Once your realm recovers, your memories will naturally return little by little. Yes. While responding, Lin Yin was also pondering the information Blackwood Granny had revealed. It seemed that for a powerful expert to fall and turn into an undead was not some low probability event. And Blackwood Granny had already treated him as one of that kind. This misunderstanding was pretty good. It seemed Blackwood Granny thought highly of him, even though compared to her, his current self was still very weak. Blackwood Granny continued. What are your plans next? Will you stay in Blackwood City long term, or are you only passing through for a short while? Grandma, I already said it. Big Brother Lin came here to apply for a job. Wei Xiaochun shouted. Blackwood Granny smiled indulgently. You honestly, you believe whatever people tell you. When will you ever change that simple-minded nature of yours? Lin Yin, you say you came to apply for a job, but this old woman doesn't believe it. In life, you must have been a great figure who dominated one region. Even if you have no memories now, your soul has not changed. The nature carved deep into your soul naturally would not change either. I fear you are not someone who would easily submit yourself to others. Lin Yin thought for a moment, then smiled. As expected, nothing can escape Black Granny's sharp eyes. I heard Wei Xiaochun mention Yongming River and Yellow Springs water, and I became very curious. But right now, I don't have a single coin in my name, and I can't afford the ticket fee to visit Yongming River. Then I heard that the work here is related to Yongming River, so I wanted to come and give it a try. Of course, if Yongming Palace offers generous enough terms, I'm also willing to work here for a long time. After all, the past is already gone. The current me has no one to rely on and not a single coin in my name. I'm no longer who I was in life. That's true. Blackwood Granny nodded. A A newly born undead really does have a hard time surviving in the world of the dead without someone to guide them. Lin, do you know what kind of work I'm hiring for here? Please explain, Black Granny. I only hire for one kind of work here, collecting Yellow Springs water from Yoming River. It may sound simple, but in reality, it is filled with difficulties. There are 3 difficulties. First, Yellow Springs water contains the power of reincarnation. It can condense the divine soul, but can also cleanse the divine soul and make one lose oneself. We ghosts are soul bodies to begin with. Once we lose ourselves, our souls will scatter between heaven and earth. Yoming River has long been tainted by Yellow Springs water, so it too carries the power of reincarnation. Though it is not very concentrated, it still has the power to cleanse the divine soul. Second, although Yoming River is only a tributary of the Yellow Springs, reincarnation weirdnesses that wander the Yellow Springs sometimes stray into it. If you encounter one, it is 9 chances of death out of 10. Third, due to years of collection, the Yellow Springs water in the stretch of Yoming River near Blackwood City has nearly dried up. To collect enough Yellow Springs water, one must go deeper into Yoming River. Once you encounter hidden currents of the Yellow Springs, it is very likely that you will lose yourself in reincarnation. Of course, precisely because it is so difficult, the treatment I offer here is also very generous. As long as you successfully collect Yellow Springs water, each drop can be exchanged here for 10,000 soul coins. For those who accumulate and exchange 100 drops, there's an additional reward of soul fruit or a ghost artifact worth 1 million soul coins. For those who accumulate 1,000 drops, they will be granted the status of Outer Sect Elder of Yoming Palace and enjoy Outer Sect Elder treatment for 10,000 years. For those who accumulate 10,000 drops, they will be granted the honored status of Distinguished Guest Elder of Yoming Palace and enjoy Distinguished Guest Elder treatment for life. After Blackwood Granny finished her introduction, she quietly looked at Lin. Hiring people to collect Yellow Springs water was originally a matter of mutual consent. Although the danger was very high, because the treatment was generous, many people were still willing to take the risk. It was just that the threshold for entering Yoming River was not low. Any ordinary undead below the 4th rank, once they encountered Yellow Springs water, would instantly be tainted by the power of reincarnation and lose themselves. They had no qualifications to collect it at all. Only undead of the 5th rank and above had a chance to withstand the erosion of the power of reincarnation. Moreover, the stronger the talent and will of the undead, the greater their endurance would be. So for undead like Lin, who had been exceptionally powerful in life, Blackwood Granny thought very highly of him. Lin, you can go back and think about it for 3 days. When the red moon hangs high 3 days from now, that will be the next time the barrier of Yoming River opens. It won't be too late to give me your answer then. Of course, collecting Yellow Springs water is a dangerous job after all. You are Xiaochun's friend. Whether you're willing to do this job or not, you may still come here at that time and observe Yoming River up close. Yes, many thanks, Black Granny. Lin bid farewell to Granny He and Wei Xiaochun, then returned to his residence. System, do you have any way to solve the 3 problems of entering the Eternal Dark River and fishing up Yellow Springs water? Ding, a new side quest has been triggered. Please check it, host. Side quest. Refine the ghost body with Yellow Springs. Description. Yellow Springs water is the best catalyst for cultivating the samsara ghost body. By absorbing Yellow Springs water to cultivate, you will forge a powerful samsara ghost body. Side quest. 1. Enter the Eternal Dark River and fish up your first drop of Yellow Springs water. Reward. Cultivation art. Myriad tribulations undying samsara ghost body. Description. Once you begin cultivating the myriad tribulations undying samsara ghost body, the power of samsara will no longer erode your will. Instead, it will temper your soul, forge your ghost body, and become powerful nourishment for you. Side quest 2. Swallow Yellow Springs water and cultivate the first layer of the samsara ghost body. Reward. Ghost artifact, samsara flying shuttle. Description. When you cultivate the first layer of the samsara ghost body, you will be marked with the imprint of samsara. The samsara aberrations in the Yellow Springs River will regard you as one of their own and will not take the initiative to attack you. Description. When you cultivate the first layer of the samsara ghost body, your ghost body will become powerful, unafraid of the hidden Yellow Springs currents in the Eternal Dark River, and you will never lose yourself in samsara. Description. The ghost artifact Samsara Flying Shuttle can travel at extreme speed through the Eternal Dark River and even the Yellow Springs. Side quest. 3. Cultivate the complete Samsara ghost body. Description. Mastering laws is a necessary condition for becoming a ghost emperor. Countless ghost kings are firmly stuck because they cannot comprehend laws and are unable to step into the emperor realm. Oh, there's side quest too. The previous 10-year exploration mission had made Lin Yin think he would have no chance to obtain any more system missions or reward for the next 10 years. He hadn't expected there to be side quests too. And this side quest was actually a chain of 3 linked missions, each connected to the next, with every stage offering a pretty good reward. Especially the 3rd stage, whose reward was a lost seed. Lin Yin still wasn't very clear on the advancement path from Ghost King to Ghost Emperor, but based on the system's description, mastering laws would be an extremely crucial step. Looks like I've got one more reason to fish up Yellow Springs water. And this is a reason I have no choice but to go. Once he made up his mind, Lin Yin stopped dwelling on it. Just then, a long-lost wave of sleepiness struck him. Huh? Do ghosts need to sleep too? Or has my mind just been wound too tight lately, and my subconscious is making me rest? Half-dazed, Lin Yin returned to the bedroom and fell onto the bed, fast asleep. At that moment, a stretch of gloom spread through the surroundings, gradually covering Lin Yan's small courtyard. On the evil ghost wasteland, Lin Yin locked onto his 6th-rank ghost lord, then unleashed his ghost domain and devoured it within. In the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes was watching this place. Interesting. Lin Yin cleaned up the battlefield, but confusion lingered in his heart. Huh? Why does this scene feel so familiar? Like it happened before. Boom. A flash of lightning crossed Lin Yan's consciousness. I'm dreaming. This isn't right. He turned his gaze toward the system panel. Sure enough. Warning. You have fallen into an A-rank ghost domain, Nightmare Realm. Ghost Lord Nightmare. 6th rank, 5-star. A nightmare ghost born from dreams, fond of feeding on fear. HM? Nightmare? Lin Yin suddenly turned his head, only to see a pair of scarlet eyes in the darkness staring fixedly at him. Along with the laughter, the whole world began to twist. Withered trees, weeds, rocks, the earth, wind, the sky, and even the violet sun all transformed into ferocious ghost faces. Chilling, miserable laughter spread through heaven and earth, playing tricks. Lin Yin remained unmoved, only staring coldly at those scarlet eyes. Nightmare, you and I have no grudge between us. Why did you come after me? Oh, all the ghost faces opened their mouths, revealing savage fangs. You know me? Know me. Know me. The voice echoed across heaven and earth. A mere nightmare can only throw its weight around inside falsehood. If I do not fear you, what can you do to me? Hey. Interesting. The ghost faces laughed wildly. Boy, you are the most interesting undead I've ever encountered. I'll remember you. As those words fell, all the ghost faces froze, those scarlet eyes withdrew, and the entire dream began to dissipate. Lin Yin was about to wake from his sleep. Try to leave? With a thought from Lin Yin, the life and death ghost domain instantly spread out. My dream is not a place where you can come when you want and leave when you want. As he spoke, his right palm reached forward. His hand instantly expanded, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, grabbing the entire dream into his grasp. Along with it, he also seized a ghostly figure formed from a mass of black chi. In the center of that ghostly figure, a pair of scarlet eyes flickered. Nightmare. Lin Yin held the ghostly figure in his hand. Now, we can have a proper talk, right? Oh, Nightmare screamed, what are you? Why can you catch me? Why can you catch me? It struggled frantically. Let me go. Do you know who I am? If you offend me, you won't end well. Still acting tough? Lin Yin opened his mouth and gave a light inhale. The black shadow in his hand was immediately torn into 2 halves. The portion that was torn away was dragged by an irresistible suction force, flew into Lin Yan's mouth, and turned into the purest soul power. Haha, soul power mixed with fear really is more delicious. Lin Yin licked his lips, grinning viciously. Nightmare, now greatly shrunk, already had fear in its eyes. Don't kill me. I'm a ghost pet raised by Ghost King Li Wuqi. If you kill me, the Ghost King won't let you off. Ghost King Li Wuqi. A mere Ghost King. And you think he's worthy of threatening me with? Lin Yin sneered. Speak. Last chance. Why did you come after me? Being targeted by Nightmare on the very first day he arrived in Blackwood City did not feel good. Was someone deliberately targeting him? Or was it merely an accident? You better tell the truth. Otherwise, forget a Ghost King. Even if immortals came, they still wouldn't be able to save you. I'll talk. Nightmare was clearly frightened. I came after you because you carry the aura of the world of the living. I am Nightmare. Feeding on fear is my path of advancement. Unfortunately, this is the world of the dead, and the undead here are born lacking fear. So I long for the world of the living and am especially sensitive to any aura coming from it. So that was the reason. In just one day after entering the city, already 2 people had detected the aura of the living world on him. It seemed he really needed to find a way to get rid of it. Lin Yin pondered this, judging whether Nightmare was lying or hiding anything. Tell me about Ghost King Li Wuqi. Yes, sir. Master Li Wuqi is the Hall Master of Blackwood City's Judgment Hall, an underworld judge officially appointed by the Yin Court. He holds the highest power of judgment in Blackwood City and is the Ghost King whose status is second only to the City Lord in all of Blackwood City. Blackwood City's City Lord was Granny Blackwood. Lin Yin hadn't expected this Ghost King Li Wuqi to actually be the number 2 figure in Blackwood City. Lin Yin continued, how strong is he? Nightmare shook its head. I only know that Master is very strong. His ghost domain is an S-rank ghost domain. I know nothing else. Lin Yin asked again, why does Li Wuqi keep you? I am a nightmare cultivated by Master Li Wuqi from his own dreamscape, basically Master Shadow. Master once discovered a passage in the ruins realm that connects to the human world. He plans to send me into that human world so I can feed on the fear of the living and then advance into a ghost king. Once I successfully advance into a ghost king, Master will summon me back and fuse with me. At that time, we may be able to grasp the law of dreams and thus find the path to stepping into the Emperor rank. A passage in the ruins realm that connects to the human world? Tell me about that passage. I don't know about that. I didn't pay much attention to those matters, and Master didn't say much either. Useless trash. Ew. Nightmare was furious but didn't dare speak out. Lin Yin said, anything else you want to add? Nightmare said mournfully, I've told you everything I know. Lin Yin nodded. Then you could die now. You. Nightmare panicked. You going back on your word? Lin Yin grinned. I never said I would let you go. You. Nightmare screamed in fear. You can't kill me. I'm Master Shadow. If you kill me, Master will definitely find you. Before he could finish speaking, Nightmare's body had already been completely sucked into Lin Yan's mouth. I know too many of Li Wuqi's secrets. If I let you go back, he'll come looking for me the very next moment, right? Since we've already become mortal enemies, I might as well kill you now. If I kill you in my dream, then even for a ghost king, it'll be hard to find any trace, right? Smacking his lips, Lin Yin said this. The dream faded away, and Lin Yin woke from his sleep. Killing an enemy in a dream. I wonder if it'll be discovered. Lin Yin looked around. Everything was calm and peaceful. There wasn't the slightest trace of battle, or even any fluctuation at all. But this was the world of the dead. Some methods here were unfathomable to both gods and ghosts. Lin Yin didn't know whether Ghost King Li Wuqi had some special means to find him. Forget it. Thinking too much is useless. I'm a 6th rank ghost lord now, and I also have an S rank ghost domain helping me. If I really go up against a 7th rank ghost king, even if I can't beat him, I can still escape calmly. Before the enemy finds me, I can't expose any flaws myself. Lin Yin muttered to himself. At this moment, outside the window, the purple sun was gradually setting in the west. It was about to get dark. I actually slept for this long. In the city, most undead hid by day and came out by night. That made Lin Yin feel a little curious, because outside the city, the undead's activities didn't differ between day and night. Or rather, whether it was day or night, neither was particularly suitable for undead activity. During the day, the purple sun was very warm, but staying under it too long would scorch the soul. At night, the Yin wind was too biting. Those who were weak might even have their souls blown apart. Maybe the city walls blocked the Yin wind, making the undead more comfortable at night. Lin Yin guessed at the reason. Just then, a crisp voice suddenly called from outside the courtyard. Big Brother Lin, are you there? It was Wei Xiaochun's voice. Lin Yin pushed the door open. Big Brother Lin, are you free today? Today, Wei Xiaochun was wearing an ultra-short skirt. She hopped into the courtyard, and her long, pale leg were especially eye-catching. I'm free. Lin Yin smiled. That's great, Big Brother Lin. I'll take you to the ghost market. Ghost market? MHM. They sell everything in the ghost market. Big Brother Lin, you'll definitely have your eyes opened. Everything. MHM, everything. At this time, inside a luxurious detached residence. Hall Master, there has been no abnormal report from the Judgment Hall. None. The burly man in black robes stood with his back turned, quietly looking at a layout map of the city hanging on the wall. On the layout map, a line of bright red writing marked a name. Red Moon Residential Complex. You may leave. Yes, Hall Master. After the subordinate left, the man slowly turned around. Beneath the black robe was a face shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see his features clearly. Only a pair of eyes emitted a crimson glow. If Lin Yin saw those eyes, he would definitely recognize this person's identity at once. Ghost King Li Wuqi. Who exactly dared to make a move against Nightmare? Li Wuqi muttered in a deep voice. In Blackwood City, the only ones who can kill Nightmare are the other 4 Ghost Kings. And to kill Nightmare without making a sound, it had to be done in his dream. Only in a dream, in that ruins realm beyond the world of the dead, could someone kill Nightmare without me noticing in the slightest. But that still doesn't make sense. Nightmare may be stupid, but he's not stupid enough to dare enter the dreams of the 4 Ghost Kings. What exactly happened? Li Wuqi fell into deep thought. A long while later. Since I have no clues, then I'll personally go look for traces. Aura disappeared for the last time around Red Moon Residential Complex. I need to personally take a trip there. No matter who you are, I will definitely find you. Lin Yin and Wei Xiaochun walked down the street. The weather was nice, and the red moon hung high in the sky. Because of that, the street seemed a bit livelier than usual. As they walked, all kinds of monsters and freakish beings dazzled the eyes. By contrast, a handsome man and beautiful woman pair like Lin Yin and Wei Xiaochun looked completely out of place in this bizarre city. But Wei Xiaochun seemed long used to it. Along the way, she kept introducing the street scenes to Lin Yin. Occasionally, when they ran into some strange-looking spirit monster or ghost creature, she would explain its background too. It greatly broadened Lin Yan's horizons. When they passed certain soul food shops she liked, she would even buy some specialty soul food and insist that Lin Yan try it. The two walked and stopped along the way, and finally arrived at the ghost market. Once inside the ghost market, as expected, all kinds of stalls lined both sides of the street. There were stalls selling clothes, pants, and accessories, stalls selling soul fruits and soul food, stalls selling all kinds of ghost tools and soul tools, and even many strange and bizarre things with unknown uses. Handsome man, beautiful lady, come take a look. I have the most mysterious ritual vessels here, all from the living world. A skeleton draped in a green robe saw the two pass by his stall and immediately began shouting energetically. The living world? Lin Yin stopped in his tracks almost instinctively. He looked toward the skeleton stall. The stall wasn't big, only around 3 or 4 square meters. It was filled with all kinds of vessels, some containing soul power and some ordinary bronze wares. Seeing the two stop in front of the stall, the skeleton hurriedly greeted them warmly. Handsome man, beautiful lady, take a look. Freshly stocked ritual vessels, guaranteed authentic. Boss, tell me about that seal. Lin Yin casually pointed at a palm-sized square seal. From that seal, he smelled the aura of the living world. Earlier, both Granny Blackwood and Nightmare had said they smelled the aura of the living world on Lin Yin, but Lin Yin himself hadn't known what that aura was. Not until he saw this seal. It was giving off a certain faint, indescribable aura. But the instant he smelled it, Lin Yin understood at once in his heart. This was the aura of the living world. So this is the aura of the living world. Lin Yin glanced at Wei Xiaochun and found that she was holding the seal with a confused expression, examining it. Big brother Lin, is there something special about this seal? Clearly, she hadn't smelled the aura of the living world. Lin Yin didn't say it outright, and instead looked at the skeleton boss. Seeing that Lin Yin was interested in the seal, the skeleton boss immediately started praising it extravagantly. This seal is called the Great Qian Imperial Mountain Suppressing Seal. It's the imperial jade seal of the Great Qian realm in the living world, passed down for 50,000 years. If a destined person can activate the dragon soul inside it, they'll obtain the supreme inheritance of the Great Qian Empire. At the same time, this imperial mountain suppressing seal will become a supreme holy artifact of one side, suppressing the mountains and rivers of the world of the dead. The skeleton boss bragged so wildly that he almost made this seal sound like a peerless treasure, unmatched above heaven and below earth. At the side, Wei Xiaochun's eyes were shining as she listened, and she practically wanted to buy it on the spot. Lin Yin impatiently cut in, interrupting the skeleton boss's endless stream of words. Boss, just say it. How much? The skeleton boss raised one finger and glanced at Wei Xiaochun's expression. As an old hand who had been hanging around the ghost market for many years, although he couldn't see through Lin Yan's depth, he recognized Wei Xiaochun at a glance. In the ghost market, the old hands affectionately called her a little fat sheep. 1 million soul coins. Lin Yan, he was clearly treating him like a sucker. According to Granny Blackwood, whether it was a person or an object, as long as it came from the living world, it would carry some aura of the living world. After staying in the world of the dead for a long time, that aura of the living world would naturally slowly dissipate. Lin Yin couldn't see anything special about this seal. It was just that it happened to carry the aura of the living world, which meant it had been an object from the living world not long ago. That was why he wanted to buy it and study how to get rid of that aura sooner. Lin Yin also raised one finger. 100 soul coins. At the side, Wei Xiaochun was stunned by this exaggerated bargaining method. Handsome man, this is a supreme treasure from the human world. It's only fallen into slumber right now, waiting for its destined person. The skeleton boss still wanted to struggle and argued hard. Final price, 120 soul coins. Sell it if you want, and if not, we're leaving right now. Lin Yin spoke domineeringly and pulled Wei Xiaochun as if to get up and leave. Hey. Wait a moment. Handsome man, beautiful lady. Don't go, wait, sold. 120, it's sold. All right, deal. Lin Yin took out 120 soul coins. Money in one hand, goods in the other. Beside him, Wei Xiaochun was dumbfounded. After taking the seal, Lin Yin examined it a little. It really was just an ordinary seal carrying the aura of the living world. Wei Xiaochun, standing to the side, finally snapped out of it. She looked at Lin Yin with a face full of admiration. Big brother Lin, you're way too amazing. A treasure worth 1 million. And you haggled it down to 120. Lin Yin, what 1 million? A crappy seal like this was only worth a few dozen soul coins at most. Even though that skeleton boss had looked unwilling, for all anyone knew, he might have been crying on the outside while making a bloody profit of $100. Judging by how inexperienced this girl looked, she had probably been ripped off plenty of times in the ghost market over the past few years. Looking at the pure innocence all over Wei Xiaochun's face, Lin Yin decided not to shatter her illusion with the cruelty of reality. Big brother Lin, can you teach me the secret to bargaining? Whenever I buy things, those stall owners are always so hard to deal with. Wei Xiaochun complained indignantly. Lin Yin could not help asking, do you often buy things here? Not that often, Wei Xiaochun said a little embarrassed. My dad is afraid I'll waste money, so he only gives me 200,000 in allowance every year. It makes me have to save up money by working part-time, so I only get to visit the ghost market a few times a year. He only gave her 200,000 in allowance every year, and it still was not enough. Was that even something a human could say? Lin Yin had no strength to complain. Going by that tone, those yearly 200,000 had most likely all gone into the pockets of the profiteering bosses in the ghost market. Xiaochun, how old are you? Huh? Big brother Lin, why are you suddenly asking that? Wei Xiaochun's face turned red, and she spoke shyly. I just turned 20 this year. Good. She was only 20. Even at the absolute maximum, she had only been ripped off for 4 million. As for whether Wei Xiaochun could find any treasure here, Lin Yin had basically no hope. Just look at what kinds of ghosts were running stalls here. 3rd rank, 4th rank, even 2nd rank undead. These guys were lucky enough just to stay alive. What treasures could they possibly have? The two of them walked and browsed at the same time, arriving at a weapon shop. It was a fairly large weapon shop located in a bustling part of the ghost market. Boss, do you have swords? The moment she entered, Wei Xiaochun shouted carelessly. After finding out Lin Yin used a sword, she had insisted on bringing him in to take a look, saying there was a highly skilled swordsmith here. So, it's Miss Wei? Please have a seat. I'll go call Master Tai over. The shopkeeper had obviously recognized Wei Xiaochun's identity. He warmly greeted the two of them, then hurried away. A short while later, he came out from the back hall with a short, sturdy, big-bearded ghost. Ghost Lord Tai Dachui, 6th rank, 9 stars. In life, he was a blacksmith of the dwarf race in the spirit world. After death, he awakened ghost smithing skills and became a master craftsman with superb forging techniques. So he was actually a ghost with special smithing skills. Lin Yin looked at the appraisal result in the Book of Life and Death. He could confirm that Wei Xiaochun had not misjudged this one. Tai Dachui really was a master smith. Big brother Tai, I want to buy a sword. So, it's Miss Xiaochun, Tai Dachui said with a cheerful smile. What kind of sword do you want? Pick whatever you like. Big brother will give it to you at cost price. It's not for me, it's for my big brother Lin. Big brother Lin, what kind of sword do you use? Is there anything here you like? Just now, Lin Yin had already taken a rough look at the various weapons on display in the shop. The quality was very good. It was just that their ranks were not high, so they were not very useful to Lin Yin. Of course, he also did not have much money right now. Lin Yin shook his head and politely declined. Maybe next time. I'm not planning to buy a sword for now. HM? Young man, judging by your expression, you didn't fancy any of his swords here. Tai Dachui was a straightforward man. If you didn't like them, that's fine. As long as you can pay, I also take custom orders here. No matter what kind of sword you want, I can forge it for you. Custom. Lin Yin became interested. Can you forge a Ghost King level soul sword here? With Lin Yan's current combat style, as long as he opened the life and death ghost domain, anything below Ghost King level would be instantly killed. But against a Ghost King with an S-rank ghost domain, that move would not work so well. When that time came, it would depend on real combat skill. With Lin Yan's current strength, he was already able to use most of the sword techniques from his past life as a sword spirit master, but he was still lacking a good sword. A Ghost King level sword could raise his combat power quite a bit. A Ghost King level soul sword. Tai Dachui looked at Lin Yin in surprise, then gritted his teeth and said, yes, but it will take time. How long? At least 3 months. 3 months was not that long. How much? Tai Dachui thought for a moment, then looked at Wei Xiaochun. 10 million. That's the friendship price. And you have to pay in advance. I'll need to use that money to buy materials. Just the cost of 7th rank forging materials alone could already run to 10 million. Just the material cost is 10 million? Then, big brother Tai, wouldn't that mean you're not making any money? Wei Xiaochun asked in surprise. Tai Dachui nodded. If I forge this Ghost King sword, I'll definitely lose money. But I have a feeling that if I can successfully forge a Ghost King sword, I might be able to break through and enter the 7th rank Ghost King realm. The path of smithing? Lin Yin fell into thought and asked again, what if you fail? Fail! Tai Dachui's voice grew louder, seeming very angry that someone would question his forging skill. If the forging fails, I'll refund the full amount. Good. Master Tai, once I save up enough money, I'll come find you. In Lin Yan's plans, money was not a problem. Next, he would soon be entering the eternal Nether River to salvage Yellow Springs water. With the system's help, Lin Yin believed he could bring back 1,000 drops or even 10,000 drops of Yellow Springs water from the river. I'll wait for you. Tai Dachui nodded heavily. After leaving the weapon shop, the two of them continued strolling. At the same time, in Red Moon Residential Complex, a burly figure emerged from the shadows. I searched all through Red Moon Residential Complex and still found not the slightest trace of Nightmare's aura. So Nightmare really was killed inside a dream. Nightmare is a spirit that exists between the undead world and the ruins world. Conventional methods cannot kill Nightmare. Only by devouring it can it be dealt with silently. Nightmare was born from my own dream and naturally carries my soul aura. No matter who it is, swallowing Nightmare is equivalent to swallowing a fragment of my soul. Their soul will also be stained with my soul aura. The moment that person appears near me, I'll be able to sense it instantly. I searched all through Red Moon Residential Complex and found nothing at all. It seems this person already fled long ago. Li Wuchi pondered. I still have to focus on the 4 Ghost Kings. Only they have the power to kill Nightmare. They're the biggest suspects. I need to find a chance to get close to them and see who exactly is plotting against me. Li Wuchi was making plans. Perfect. 2 days from now is the day Blackwood Granny opens the barrier of the eternal Nether River. I can use that opportunity to make a trip to the banks of the eternal Nether River. The first thing is to rule out Blackwood Granny's suspicion. Otherwise, if the one striking from the shadows really is Blackwood Granny, then at least I'll know it in my heart and can flee Blackwood City as soon as possible, hopefully. It isn't her. Having made up his mind, Li Wuchi flashed away and disappeared into the darkness. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. During these 2 days, Lin Yin followed Wei Xiaochun all around Blackwood City. It felt like if not for the time limit, the system's explore mission could probably have been mostly completed too. On the evening of the 3rd day, the purple sun set and the red moon began to rise. Lin Yin and Wei Xiaochun arrived at Yongming Palace. Lin Yin, have you thought it over? Granny Blackwood asked. Granny, hey, I've already decided. I'll take part in the work of collecting yellow spring water. Good. Come with me. The two followed Granny Blackwood, passing through the mountain forest and heading toward the back of the mountain. The moment they crossed the mountaintop, they saw a long river coming from the void, stretching across the sky and plunging into the mountainside of Black Mountain. From the summit, it looked like a long sword stabbing straight into the mountain. This Yongming River was actually not connected to the earth at all. It came from a void and went back into the void. At the point where the river connected with the mountain stood a towering black scholar tree reaching into the clouds. Its canopy spread like a giant open umbrella, covering the entire Black Mountain. This is... Lin Yin stared at the towering tree in shock. Wei Xiaochun explained excitedly. That's Granny's true body. True body. Lin Yin had already guessed as much, but hearing Wei Xiaochun's explanation still made his heart tremble. Granny Blackwood was even more powerful than he had imagined. Compared to her, the 7th-rank Ghost King he had encountered before death was as immature as a child. If he hadn't seen the system's data on Granny Blackwood, Lin Yin would hardly have dared believe that such a powerful existence was still only a Ghost King. As if she had sensed Lin Yan's confusion, Granny Blackwood suddenly spoke. Lin Yin, you're curious about my strength, aren't you? Seeing Lin Yin nod, she continued. My realm is 7th rank, 9 stars, the peak of Ghost King. I'd already reached this realm 3,000 epochs ago. At that time, this place was still a barren wilderness. One day, I happened to pass by here and just happened to encounter a great upheaval of heaven and earth. A branch of the Yellow Springs, the Yongming River, changed course and passed through this land. After observing the Yongming River, I was greatly inspired, so I rooted myself beside it and devoted myself to cultivation and comprehension. Once I took root, 30 million years passed. How difficult is the path to becoming an emperor? I cultivated and comprehended for 30 million years. I had long since touched the threshold of becoming an emperor, yet I was always missing that final step and could not leap through. Thanks to the nourishment of the Yongming River, my strength has long surpassed that of ordinary Ghost Kings. Lin Yin nodded and said nothing. Granny Blackwood seemed to be speaking to him, yet also seemed to be reminiscing and sighing to herself. To attain the emperor's seat, one must comprehend the power of rules. But I became a ghost from Scholarwood. Compared to your human race, I was born lacking one soul and one spirit. That final step is far too difficult for me. There's no point in telling you all this now. When you grow stronger and awaken the memories of your previous life, perhaps then we'll finally have common ground. So that was it. Only after hearing Granny Blackwood's words did Lin Yin understand why she valued him so much. She had always mistakenly believed that he was an undead transformed from the death of an ultimate powerhouse, with immense potential and the chance to awaken his memories from before death at any time. Once he truly entered the Ghost Emperor realm, then to her, he would no longer be a junior, but someone of the same generation, someone she might even need to look up to. She might even be hoping that a Ghost Emperor expert could give her guidance and help her take that final step into the Emperor realm. But clearly, Granny Blackwood had misjudged him. Of course, Lin Yin had no intention of saying so. Though he was not some reincarnated Emperor-level powerhouse, he had the system with him, and the upcoming side mission had already shown him the road to becoming a Ghost Emperor. Becoming a Ghost Emperor seemed to be no difficult matter for him at all. Once I step into the Emperor realm, it wouldn't hurt to give Granny Blackwood a little guidance, Lin Yin muttered inwardly. Led by Granny Blackwood, the three of them arrived at the mountainside by the Yongming River. A huge translucent barrier covered the place, sealing off the Yongming River. But when they got closer, they could still vaguely sense overflowing waves of surging energy. At this time, more than 10 undead were already standing by the riverbank outside the barrier, all waiting for Granny Blackwood's arrival. These must be the people taking part in collecting yellow spring water this time, Lin Yin thought in realization. Just then, he suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd. No, to be exact, familiar eyes. They were a pair of scarlet eyes shining with bloodlight. Those were Nightmare's eyes. Could he be Ghost King Li Wuchi? Lin Yin quietly activated the detection of the Book of Life and Death. Sure enough, Ghost King Li Wuchi, 7th rank, 9 stars, Hall Master of the Judgment Hall in Blackwood City, an underworld judge officially appointed by the Yin Court. It really was Li Wuchi. Why was he here? Thoughts raced through Lin Yan's mind. But at a moment like this, making a rash escape would only look suspicious. He could only follow Granny Blackwood forward as if nothing were wrong. Hichem. In the crowd, Li Wuqi suddenly sensed the fluctuation of an attributed soul. He swept his gaze around and instantly locked onto Lin Yan. It's you? Then he strode forward and thrust out his palm, which transformed into a giant ghost claw that lunged at Lin Yan. Just as Lin Yan was about to unfold his ghost domain to fight back, Granny Blackwood gently brushed her hand through the air. Boom! Li Wuqi's ghost claw seemed to crash into a wall. It was blasted back by an immense force, and even his whole body was shaken into repeated retreat. Granny Blackwood shouted coldly, Li Wuqi, what are you doing? Granny Blackwood? Li Wuqi looked at Granny Blackwood in surprise, then at Lin Yan, and said in a low voice, Who is this kid? Granny Blackwood said, He is my guest, and at the same time, one of this batch's yellow spring water collectors. Then she added, Li Wuqi, answer me now. What are you doing? My guest. Li Wuqi chewed over those two words, evaluating Lin Yan's relationship with Granny Blackwood and guessing whether Granny Blackwood was the mastermind behind Nightmare's death. No matter what, since I've already made a move, I've exposed the fact that I could tell Nightmare died by this kid's hand. I might as well make things clear and see what Granny Blackwood has to say. With that thought, Li Wuqi said, Granny Blackwood, this kid killed my ghost pet. He killed your ghost pet? Do you have evidence? Evidence. Li Wuqi's expression froze. I can say for certain that this kid killed my ghost pet, so that means you have no evidence? Granny Blackwood snorted coldly. No evidence, and you still dared attack my guest? Li Wuqi, have I been inactive for too long, to the point that you think I can no longer wield a blade? As Granny Blackwood spoke, Li Wuqi suddenly recalled the terrifying scene of her making a move back then. His momentum weakened at once by several degrees. Gritting his teeth, he explained, Actually, my ghost pet was a nightmare I cultivated from my own dream. It was born carrying my soul information. This kid devoured the nightmare, and my soul aura is still lingering on him even now. Nightmare? Granny Blackwood seemed thoughtful. You're exploring dream rules? Yes. Granny Blackwood glanced at the silent Lin Yan and immediately knew Li Wuqi was not lying. She thought to herself that this Lin Yan really did have hidden methods. He had even been able to deal with a Ghost King's nightmare. She could not help but value him even more. But Li Wuqi was, after all, an underworld judge officially appointed by the Yin Court, and rumor had it that a ghost emperor stood behind him. Since he held the weaker position in reason, it would not be easy for her to openly show favoritism at this moment. So she said, Li Wuqi, it's better to resolve enmity than deepen it. Why not, for my sake, let this grievance end here between you. Yongming Palace will compensate your losses. In addition, I'll offer some yellow spring water as an apology. How about it? Seeing Granny Blackwood lower herself so much, Li Wuqi was even more shocked. He thought, Granny Blackwood values this kid so highly. I'm afraid I won't get another chance to make a move today. But this kid devoured the nightmare, so he must have seen countless secrets of mine. He absolutely cannot be left alive. Better to pretend to agree to reconciliation today. Then once this kid leaves Yongming Palace, I'll strike decisively and suppress him with thunderous force. Thinking this, Li Wuqi put on a helpless act and said, Since Granny Blackwood has already said so much, what else can I say? I'll do as Granny says and spare this kid this once. Granny Blackwood clapped her hands and laughed. Good. I'll remember this favor from Ghost King. Li Wuqi left. Everyone began handling the real business. Grandma Haima looked at everyone. Everyone, I'm very grateful that you could come today. This trip has a 9 in 10 chance of death. But at the same time, there is also immense fortune to be had. This riverside barrier opens every month on the 15th, when the red moon hangs in the sky. Whether you gain anything or not, you can return at any time. Also, every year in August is flood season. The Yongming River swells sharply, and the amount of Yellow Springs water in the river increases, but undercurrent from the Yellow Springs will also appear more frequently. Those who are not strong enough had best return before August. Do you all understand? Understood. Everyone answered in unison. This harvesting team entering the Yongming River had exactly 15 people, including Lin Yan. 10 were at the Ghost Lord realm, and 5 were at the Ghost Master realm. As for everything else, I've already told each of you separately before, so I won't repeat it here. Once I open the barrier, you may enter at any time. Yes. After all matters were explained, Grandma Haimu began using a secret art to undo the barrier seal. At this moment, Wei Xiaochun quietly moved closer. Big brother Lin, once you enter the Yongming River, you absolutely must be careful. Lin Yan nodded. Don't worry. I will. Big brother Lin, this is for you. Wei Xiaochun fumbled around and took out a jade talisman. This is a Ghost King talisman I specially asked my father for. It contains 3 Ghost King avatars. Each avatar has 80% of a Ghost King's battle power and can last for 10 minutes. You can activate it with soul power. If Big brother Lin runs into danger, activate this Ghost King talisman. That was thoughtful of you. Lin Yan accepted the Ghost King talisman, feeling a little moved inside. He had only known Wei Xiaochun for a few days. He had not expected her to think so much for his sake. After giving him the Ghost King talisman, Wei Xiaochun swung her fist hard. Big brother Lin, do your best. MHM. At this time, Grandma Haimu had also finished unsealing the barrier. In an instant, a surging wave of soul power mixed with the aura of reincarnation came rushing at them. What dense soul power! What terrifying reincarnation aura! Everyone exclaimed in amazement. Xiaochun, your realm is too low. You can't withstand the erosion of reincarnation power. With a wave of her hand, Grandma Haimu swept Wei Xiaochun behind her. Everyone, do as you please. With that, she drifted away. Everyone, let's enter the river, a pale-faced ghost said first as he leaped into the river. Seeing this, the others followed one after another. Lin Yan also followed the crowd and jumped into the river. The moment he entered the river, his body was instantly wrapped by river water containing dense soul power. What rich soul power! Lin Yan sighed in admiration. If not for the all-pervasive erosion of reincarnation power, this place would practically be a holy land for cultivation. But it was precisely because of the existence of reincarnation power that the Yongming River was not only unsuitable for cultivation, but also impossible to remain in for long periods. I need to speed up and find the first drop of Yellow Springs water. Once I find the first drop of Yellow Springs water, I'll be able to obtain the cultivation method for the Myriad Tribulation's undying reincarnation ghost body. Then I won't have to fear the erosion of this reincarnation power. Lin Yin looked at the other undead who had entered the river with him. They had already scattered in all directions, each searching on their own. According to what Grandma Haimu said, the upstream is safer, but it's also harder to collect Yellow Springs water there. Downstream is more dangerous, but the chance of finding Yellow Springs water is greater. Wealth is found amid danger. Lin Yin decisively chose to search downstream. At the very end of the Yongming River's downstream lay the Great Yellow Springs River. But according to rumor, the distance was extremely far. Even Ghost Kings would need the help of special ghost artifacts for a chance to reach it. As for ordinary undead, they would be eroded by reincarnation power and lose themselves before getting very far. Reaching the Yellow Springs was simply impossible. The Yongming River was deathly silent. Other than the surging river water, there was nothing else. Lin Yin traveled alone through that loneliness. In the blink of an eye, 15 days passed. I've gone half a month deep into the Yongming River, and I still haven't encountered anything. Lin Yan sighed. Lin Yan's divine soul had already truly begun to feel the erosion of reincarnation power. At this rate, I can go for at most another month. If I still gain nothing, I'll return immediately. After my divine soul recovers, I'll come again next time. Muttering to himself, Lin Yin quickened his pace. 2 more days passed. Suddenly, a long gray shadow streaked across the river and lunged at Lin Yin. A living thing. What is that? Lin Yin instinctively looked toward the Book of Life and Death. But the Book of Life and Death gave no prompt at all. No prompt meant it was something without self-awareness. As the gray shadow drew closer, Lin Yin finally saw what it looked like. It was a monster about 2 meters long, like a cross between a snake and a fish. It doesn't look very strong. It probably isn't one of the legendary reincarnation aberrations. Lin Yin made a quick judgment and slashed with his sword. This sword had been lent to Lin Yin by Grandma Haimu. It was not some powerful soul artifact, but fortunately, it was sharp enough. With just one strike, he cut the long snake's body in 2. Blood spread through the river water. Chem? It actually has a flesh and blood body. A flesh and blood body meant it was a living creature, not an undead. It should be some kind of native life form that lives in the Yongming River. Lin Yin tried to devour the long snake's soul power, and as expected, he succeeded. Chem? This long snake's soul power is a little special. It seems to contain some kind of power that can resist the erosion of reincarnation power to a certain extent. This discovery pleasantly surprised Lin Yin. This meant that as long as he killed enough of these long snakes, he could greatly extend the amount of time he could explore the Yongming River. Maybe there are other native life forms too, and all of them can resist the erosion of reincarnation power. Lin Yin speculated. He guessed that the Yongming River was not originally supposed to be such a dead, silent place. It had only become barren in the Blackwood City River region because it had been hunted and plundered by undead year after year. After all, that plundering had already continued for nearly 30 million years. Lin Yin continued onward. Sure enough, 3 days later, he encountered a second long snake. After that, he could hunt long snakes almost every day. Sometimes it was 1 or 2. Occasionally, when luck was good, he would kill more than 10 in a single day. And so, another month passed. On this day, Lin Yin suddenly discovered that the density of long snakes in the river had sharply increased. In just 1 day, he killed over 100. Did I find a nest of these long snakes? Lin Yin decisively fought toward the direction where the snake swarm was denser. Before long, he had gone deep to the riverbed. There on the riverbed, lush aquatic grass grew thickly. Beneath the grass, countless gray long snakes swam back and forth. At the center of the snake swarm was a pitch-black hole the size of a bull's mouth. Faintly, dense reincarnation power was coming from the hole. Such dense reincarnation power. It must be Yellow Springs water. Lin Yin was overjoyed. He charged toward the hole. The densely packed swarm of snakes immediately sensed the intruder's aura. All of them let out hissing sounds and rushed toward Lin Yan. Life and death ghost domain expand. The ghost domain spread out, covering the entire snake nest. At that moment, a white long snake appeared within Lin Yan's field of vision. What a powerful soul power fluctuation. This is a 7th tier, king level, ferocious beast. Life and death duel, activate. Boom. The man and the snake fell into the devouring arena. The life and death duel was a rule-based skill. Whether it was ghosts or ferocious beasts, once they entered Lin Yan's ghost domain, they would be unable to avoid the activation of the life and death duel. And once they entered the devouring arena, the only way out was to decide life and death through devouring each other. At that moment, Lin Yan was invincible. So even though the Snake King had 7th rank combat power, from the moment it entered Lin Yan's ghost domain, its ending was already set. After Lin Yan killed the Snake King, the remaining long snakes immediately lost all will to fight and scattered in every direction, trying to flee. Seeing this, Lin Yan casually released the ghost domain. Compared to hunting the snake swarm, he wanted more to see whether the dense power of reincarnation in the snake nest was really coming from yellow spring water. After releasing the ghost domain, the snake swarm fled in all directions, and very quickly all disappeared into the long river. Lin Yan arrived at the entrance of the snake nest and began digging with his sword. After digging down more than 100 meters, he finally found, at the bottom of the snake nest, a pool of orange-yellow liquid radiating dense power of reincarnation. As expected, it's yellow spring water. Judging by the amount, there should be more than 100 drops. Lin Yan was thrilled. After more than 2 months of searching, he had finally found yellow spring water. Obtained yellow spring water. Side mission 1 completed. Reward. Cultivation method, myriad tribulations, undying reincarnation, ghost body. As the system's voice sounded, a stream of information entered Lin Yan's consciousness. So that's how it is. Myriad tribulations, undying reincarnation, ghost body really is powerful. Understanding dawned on Lin Yan. He sat down cross-legged, swallowed the first drop of yellow spring water, and began cultivating the myriad tribulations, undying reincarnation, ghost body. When he stood up again, 10 days had already passed. In those 10 days, Lin Yan absorbed all the yellow spring water in his possession. Not only did he successfully begin cultivating the reincarnation ghost body, he even reached the 2nd layer. The yellow spring water is used up. This round of cultivation should come to an end too. After more than 2 months of exploration, I've finally got on the right track. But even 100 drops of yellow spring water only barely helped me enter the 2nd layer of the reincarnation ghost body. Looks like this exploration will take longer than I imagined. Lin Yan felt a bit emotional, but he was not impatient. As an undead, what he lacked least was time. With a flip of his hand, a 10-meter-long silver-gray shuttle boat appeared before him. This was the Ghost Artifact Reincarnation Flying Shuttle, the system reward for cultivating the 1st layer of the reincarnation ghost body. With it, Lin Yan's speed in the water would increase greatly. After cultivating the reincarnation ghost body, the power of reincarnation will no longer erode my soul, and the mysterious reincarnation anomalies in the yellow spring will also see me as one of their own. The entire Yongming River will be open and unobstructed to me. Maybe it's time to go see the legendary yellow spring. Lin Yan sat on the flying shuttle and sped downstream. The flying shuttle was extremely fast, and the river water it passed rapidly fell behind. In just 3 days, Lin Yan discovered the aura of a 2nd source of yellow spring water. It was a dozen or so drops of yellow spring water mixed into the current and drifting with the waves. There were no ferocious beasts guarding it, so obtaining it was quite easy. Another 5 days later, there was another pool of yellow spring water, guarded by a group of strange-looking fish. The leader of the fish monsters was a 6th rank ferocious beast. Lin Yan was also 6th rank. However, after cultivating the reincarnation ghost body, his combat power was no longer comparable to before. He did not even need to use his ghost domain before taking it down with ease. After that, he gained something almost every few days. When Lin Yan absorbed a full 1,000 drops of yellow spring water, the reincarnation ghost body finally stepped into the 3rd layer. 1st layer, 10 drops of yellow spring water. 2nd layer, 100 drops. 3rd layer, 1,000 drops. At this rate, by the 9th layer, wouldn't I need about 1,000,000 kilograms of yellow spring water? 1,000,000 kilograms. In other words, 1,000 tons. With such a massive amount, if he relied only on collecting at 10 drops and 100 drops at a time from the Yongming River, who knew how long that would take? Looks like I still have to go to the yellow spring. Lin Yan decided to increase the speed of the shuttle. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. The flying shuttle had already traveled more than 1,000,000 kilometers through the Yongming River, yet it still had not reached the yellow spring. The Yongming River was longer than imagined. Over that year, the reincarnation ghost body had already passed the 4th layer and entered the 5th. As his realm rose, the amount of yellow spring water required also increased exponentially. On this day, an obscure mental fluctuation suddenly came from ahead. Da Huang. Where is it? HM, someone's there. Lin Yan looked outside through the front mirror of the flying shuttle. Ahead, within the surging river, there was vaguely a tall figure rapidly approaching. That is, as it drew closer, Lin Yin felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. When the distance was less than 100 meters, he finally saw that figure clearly. It was a middle-aged man with disheveled hair, his upper body bare. A long sword pierced straight through his head. Several unknown chains of rules shot out from the long sword, tightly binding the man's body. The man ran through the Yongming River, and wherever his body passed, the river water retreated. Reincarnation anomaly? Lin Yan's pupils contracted slightly. He had heard Granny Haima mention reincarnation anomalies more than once in vague terms, always speaking of them with deep taboo. The moment Lin Yin saw the man's bizarre appearance, this guess immediately surfaced in his mind. He looked toward the life and death ledger. Dahuang lost soul, 9th rank, 9 stars. An undead who has lost himself. Because of an obsession in his heart, he has searched through the Yellow Spring for countless eras, only to find the road home. Peak 9th rank. Lin Yin was shocked. In the Ghost Advancement System, 7th rank was Ghost King, 8th rank was Ghost Emperor, and 9th rank was Yama. No wonder the pressure was so horrifying. It was actually a peak Yama-level existence. Dahuang, is it? The mental fluctuation came again. This time, it was much clearer. At some unknown point, the lost soul had already arrived beside the flying shuttle and was moving forward alongside it. His lifeless eyes, however, seemed to pierce through the shuttle's metal shell and lock firmly onto Lin Yin. In that instant, Lin Yin felt all the hair on his body stand on end. Faced with such a terrifying existence, Lin Yin did not dare make the slightest reckless move. Fortunately, the lost soul did not seem to have any ill intent. Right. I've already cultivated the reincarnation ghost body, and I carry the aura of reincarnation on me. This Dahuang lost soul is a reincarnation anomaly, so he probably sees me as one of his own. Thinking this, Lin Yin felt slightly more at ease, but he did not dare lower his guard in the slightest. He cautiously replied with his mind, I don't know where Dahuang is. As if he understood Lin Yan's words, a trace of fluctuation flashed through the lost soul's lifeless eyes. At the same moment, a sharp sword chi shot out from the long sword in the lost soul's head and stabbed into his body. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted. The entire stretch of water instantly boiled. The chains of rules binding the lost soul also emitted a dazzling light at the same time. Everything came quickly, and everything left just as quickly. Before Lin Yin could make any reaction, the lost soul's eyes lost their light again, and the whole stretch of water gradually calmed down. The lost soul followed alongside the flying shuttle, moving parallel to it. His eyes remained locked firmly on Lin Yin. Only this time, he no longer asked any questions. Lin Yin was getting creeped out by his stare. Even if he had no ill intent, that instant of eruption had been truly terrifying. Big brother, if you're looking for Dahuang, then keep searching for it. I don't know where Dahuang is. Following me is useless. Lin Yin tried to communicate, but this time he got no response. Big brother, I really don't know Dahuang. Following me is useless. Still no response. The lost soul seemed to have fixed on Lin Yin. No matter how Lin Yin explained, he remained glued to Lin Yan's side without leaving even a single step. At this moment, waves of reincarnation from the Yellow Springs water came from up ahead. As he moved forward, the Yellow Springs water appeared more and more frequently. It seemed he was getting closer and closer to the great Yellow Springs River. Lin Yin looked at the great wilderness lost soul, whose condition was stable, and gritted his teeth. What has to be faced still has to be faced. I just hope Big Brother Lost Soul doesn't do anything too extreme. Then he opened the shuttle and flew out. The lost soul said nothing and quietly followed at Lin Yan's side. That's good. Seeing that the lost soul was still as emotionally stable as ever, Lin Yin could not help but let out a sigh of relief. The Yellow Springs water ahead was inside the nest of some ferocious river beast. But before Lin Yin could make a move, he saw a large group of ferocious beasts resembling swordfish scatter and flee, vanishing in an instant. Lin Yin looked at the lost soul beside him and said with feeling, looks like even ferocious beasts are afraid of the weirdness of reincarnation. That was fine too. It would save him from some unnecessary fights, and the efficiency of searching for Yellow Springs water would also improve a lot. Just as Lin Yin was bringing the lost soul to wildly harvest Yellow Springs water in the eternal dark river, the human realm. Daxia Liang City, Liang No. 1 Elementary School. Today was the enrollment day for the new class of elementary school students. The campus was packed with people. All parents of new students, please line up with your children and proceed one by one for the entrance talent test. The loudspeaker continuously played announcements to maintain order. Ever since Daxiao revealed the existence of weirdness 3 years ago, the entire society had undergone tremendous change, especially the education system. All elementary and middle schools had added spirit energy classes. By high school, there were even specialized spirit energy schools. All students in spirit energy schools would take the spirit exam and attend spirit energy universities. Right now, the spirit energy education system had only just been established, and there were still not many spirit energy students. But in the foreseeable future, the number of students mastering spirit energy would see explosive growth. And the starting point of it all was the spirit energy talent test on the day children entered elementary school at the age of 6. The children lined up one after another under the guidance of their parents and took turns undergoing the talent test. Zhao Zixuan, attribute. Fire, soul power talent F rank, spirit energy talent G rank. Recommended for the regular class. Li Yuhan, attribute. Fire, soul power talent H rank, spirit energy talent E rank. Recommended for the regular class. Xia Shuquan, attribute. Water, soul power talent D rank, spirit energy talent rank. Recommended for the spirit energy class. Most children did not have outstanding talent and could only be assigned to regular classes. There were also a few whose talents were both above double E rank, and they would be recommended for the spirit energy class. Most of the children were still confused and did not understand the meaning of such class assignments. Only their parents knew that from this point on, they would walk completely different paths in life. Next, Lin Momo. As the testing teacher called the name, a little girl as delicate and adorable as a porcelain doll stepped onto the testing platform. You can do it, Momo. Chuyu pumped her fist from below the stage to cheer her on. MHM. Lin Momo nodded heavily and walked forward with a serious face. Compared to her clueless peers, she understood the meaning of this test much better. Come on, Lin Momo. You can definitely do it. She also encouraged herself in her heart. Don't be nervous. Seeing such an adorable little girl, the testing teacher's tones softened a little as well. Stand on the scanner, and your attribute talent will appear on the big screen. Yes, teacher. Lin Momo stepped onto the scanner. Before long, purple arcs of electricity lit up on the big screen. Attribute. Lightning. The testing teacher was slightly surprised. Lightning was a special attribute, and one with extremely strong killing power against weirdness. This kind of attribute was exceptionally rare. He began to look forward to Lin Momo's talent rank. On the big screen, the gauge representing soul power began to jump. H rank, G rank, C rank, B rank. The testing teacher had already stood up. Holding his breath, fists clenched tight, he stared fixedly at the big screen. By the time it reached B rank, the speed of the gauge's rise had not slowed at all. A rank, it was still rising. Finally, S rank. The testing teacher's eyes turned red. The scanner's testing upper limit was S rank. This scanner at Liang No. 1 Elementary School had been in use for 3 years. It had tested over 1,000 students, and this was the first time an S rank talent had appeared. It's not over yet. There's still the spirit energy test. The testing teacher forcefully suppressed his excitement and stared nervously at the big screen. At this moment, the gauge representing spirit energy rank also began to light up. HGF. It climbed all the way upward, unstoppable, until S rank, spirit energy talent S rank. The testing teacher practically shouted it out. Lin Momo, attribute. Lightning, soul power talent S rank, spirit energy talent S rank. Recommended for the spirit energy class. Even the way he looked at Lin Momo had completely changed. Student Lin Momo, my surname is Zhang. You can call me Teacher Zhang. From now on, I'll be your spirit energy class teacher. A double S rank talent. Let alone Liang No. 1 Elementary School. Even in all of Liang City, she would count as a heaven-defying genius. I, Zhang Qingze, have actually been fortunate enough to teach such an outstanding student. Teacher Zhang had already decided that when he got home today, he would definitely go through the spirit energy teaching materials properly. He had to lay the most solid foundation possible for the genius in front of him. Yes. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Lin Momo greeted him politely. Look at that. What a well-behaved child. The more Teacher Zhang looked at Lin Momo, the more pleasing she seemed. All right then, student Lin Momo, go home and get ready today. Formal classes will begin tomorrow. Yes, goodbye, Teacher Zhang. Chuyu took Lin Momo by the hand and headed home. Momo, you did great. The corners of Lin Momo's lips lifted slightly, but her tone remained calm. Not bad. I basically met expectations. You little brat. Give you an inch and you'll take a mile. Seeing Lin Momo's adorable act of clearly being only 6 years old, yet insisting on pretending to be a grown-up, Chuyu could not help but stretch out her evil hands toward her soft, chubby little cheeks. Auntie, don't pinch. I'll turn ugly. What do you mean, Annie? Call me Auntie properly. Auntie, don't pinch. That's more like it. Chuyu reluctantly withdrew her hands. Auntie, now that my talent has been tested and I know my attribute, when can I start cultivating? Chuyu thought for a moment and said, starting cultivation at the age of 6. It is a bit early, but with your mindset and talent, it's not impossible. Momo, are you sure you want to walk the path of a spirit energy user? Lin Momo nodded. MHM, can you tell Annie why? Lin Momo was silent for a moment before she finally said in a low voice. Because both my father and mother died at the hands of weirdness, and the Ghost King who killed my father is still ravaging the land of Daxia to this day. I have to become stronger and avenge my father and mother. Her words were full of determination, carrying a maturity far beyond her age. Hearing Lin Momo's words, Chuyu's heart trembled. A child of this age should have been in the most innocent and carefree time of life. But because both her parents had died, Lin Momo had learned hatred far too early. Heart aching for her, Chuyu picked Lin Momo up and said softly, all right, Annie promises you, from today on, I'll teach you the method of refining spirit energy. Lin Yin had been collecting Yellow Springs water in the Yongming River for 4 years now. The great wilderness, soul lost still, followed by his side. As for the soulless existence, Lin Yin had already completely gotten used to it. Not only did it not affect his collection efficiency, it actually helped him quite a bit instead. There was even one time when he barged into the nest of an 8th rank fierce beast. He didn't need to make a move at all. Just relying on the Solos' imposing aura alone was enough to scare that 8th rank fierce beast into fleeing in a panic. And as a bonus, it let Lin Yin obtain a huge pool of Yellow Springs water without any effort. The gains from nearly 4 years had made the cultivation of Lin Yan's samsara ghost body go exceptionally smoothly, and it had already entered the 7th layer. The 7th layer, only 2 layers away from the perfect 9th layer. But even though the gap was only 2 layers, the difference in Yellow Springs water required was more than 100-fold. Fortunately, as he got closer and closer to the Yellow Springs, the amount of Yellow Springs water also kept increasing. In addition, the enormous soul power contained within the Yellow Springs water also caused Lin Yan's realm to advance by leaps and bounds, reaching 6th rank 8 star, not far from the 7th rank Ghost King realm. On this day, the flying shuttle moved forward as usual. Suddenly, a vast river of samsara appeared before his eyes. The Yellow Springs had finally arrived. Lin Yin came before the Yellow Springs and observed this great river that ran through the netherworld underworld and was famous throughout the 3 realms. At the point where the Yongming River met the Yellow Springs, there was a clearly visible boundary line between them. Compared to the surging, majestic momentum of the Yellow Springs, the originally rather magnificent Yongming River became as ordinary as a creek. This samsara aura, even a 7th rank Ghost King wouldn't be able to withstand it for long, let alone an 8th rank Ghost Emperor. Lin Yin glanced at the soul lost beside him. Even this 9th rank existence had lost its sense of self due to the long-term erosion of the power of samsara. Fortunately, Lin Yin had already cultivated the samsara ghost body. Not only was the power of samsara harmless to him, it was actually the best nourishment for him. Let's go. We're entering the Yellow Springs. Lin Yin rode the flying shuttle into the Yellow Springs. The soul lost said nothing and followed closely behind. Once inside the Yellow Springs water became something he could obtain with ease. Almost every undercurrent carried a pool of Yellow Springs water. Aside from that, countless souls that had lost their sense of self drifted through the river, slowly merging completely into the great river of the Yellow Springs. To Lin Yin, this place was practically a natural holy land for cultivation. Except, while cultivating in the Yellow Springs, Lin Yin suddenly sensed a vague feeling of being watched. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to see a gigantic eyeball drifting in the Yellow Springs. From a distance, that eyeball was at least 100 meters in diameter. The sclera was grayish-white, and the pupil in the center was black like an abyss. As the eyeball drifted about, it looked around in all directions, occasionally shooting out divine light that annihilated the time and space it gazed upon. A samsara anomaly. Lin Yin grew wary inside. This was the second samsara anomaly he had encountered, and it was terrifyingly strong. He looked toward the book of life and death. Eye of destruction contains the power of destruction. It was originally the right eye of some unspeakable existence. After long-term erosion by the Yellow Springs, it has transformed into a samsara anomaly. You are regarded as one of its kind and will not be attacked by it. An unspeakable existence. Lin Yin was shocked inside. There were actually such powerful existences in this world. Fortunately, Lin Yin carried the aura of samsara, so the Eye of Destruction regarded him as one of its own kind. The Eye of Destruction's gaze swept over Lin Yin and the other one. Then it drifted away. After this little episode, Lin Yin continued cultivating. Over the following period, 2 more samsara anomalies passed by. Fortunately, they also did not take the initiative to attack. In just 1 year, Lin Yin absorbed nearly 100 tons of Yellow Springs water, and his samsara ghost body successfully entered the 8th layer. At the same time, there was an extra surprise. As he devoured a massive amount of soul power, Lin Yan's realm also broke through in one go, successfully entering the 7th rank, the Ghost King realm. V become a Ghost King. After achieving Ghost King, whether it was his ghost techniques, ghost domain, or the Book of Life and Death, all of them underwent some changes. Ghost technique, Shadow Monarch, evolved from the ghost technique, Shadow Walker. In darkness, your abilities will be greatly enhanced. Whether speed, strength, perception, or soul power, all will be greatly increased. When you use the ghost technique Night Walker, you will merge into the darkness and transform into a Night Walker. Speed increases tenfold, perception increases tenfold, soul power consumption decreases tenfold, and this state will not end because of battle. At first glance, the changes did not seem that great, but thinking carefully about it before, it had only been a movement technique. Once battle began, he would exit the Night Walker state. Now, however, it had already become a combat technique, and a combat technique that increased combat power tenfold. The difference could not be called small. Then there was the ghost domain, life and death ghost domain. Strength rank, S rank. Trait 1. Suppresses ghost beings whose ghost domain rank is lower than S rank, making them unable to use their ghost domains. Trait 2. When the life and death ghost domain is deployed within this ghost domain, your combat power increases threefold, while the combat power of all who enter is reduced by 70%. Trait 3. Within the life and death ghost domain, you can use the rule technique, Life and Death Duel, with a cooldown of 20 minutes. Life and Death Duel. Designate a target and force its divine soul into the devouring arena to engage in a devouring duel with your divine soul, deciding life and death. Note, this is a ghost domain rule technique. Within this ghost domain, this rule technique cannot be avoided or exempted. Ghost domain range, 10 kilometers. This range is determined by the ghost domain master's soul power strength. Maximum ghost domain duration, 72 hours. This duration is determined by the ghost domain master's soul power strength. All attributes have been comprehensively improved. Finally, the Book of Life and Death had also been upgraded, especially its detection ability. The range of ordinary detection had increased to 100,000 kilometers, while directed detection had reached a full 1,000,000 kilometers. After this journey through the Yellow Springs, Lin Yin deeply understood just how vast the netherworld underworld was. The dead world where he currently was probably only a small part of the netherworld underworld. As for finding his wife, Chu Jiang, he no longer had the same confidence he did at the beginning. But it did not matter. He believed that as long as he became strong enough, the entire netherworld underworld would no longer remain mysterious. Continue cultivating. Lin Yin steadied his emotions and continued cultivating. On this day, a sudden disturbance came from the Book of Life and Death's built-in space. Ever since obtaining the Book of Life and Death, Lin Yin had stored all his personal belongings in its built-in space. Of course, he did not really have many valuable things. Among them was the seal he had picked up from the ghost market. The disturbance inside the Book of Life and Death was coming from that seal. Lin Yin took out the seal. At this moment, waves of light were radiating from it. Vaguely, there even seemed to be a faint voice coming from it. What's going on? Lin Yin looked at the seal. Did I really buy a treasure by accident? What had looked like a rather ordinary seal back then was now revealing a somewhat mysterious aura. Lin Yin carefully sensed it and vaguely felt that this seal seemed to be guiding him in a certain direction. Where is it trying to lead me? Lin Yin muttered to himself. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that the soul lost, who had never shown anything unusual all this time, was now staring fixedly at the seal, some kind of message revealed in its eyes. This was the first time Lin Yin had seen emotion in the Soullow's eyes. Lin Yin understood it. It was a deep longing. Big brother soul lost. Do you want me to take you to the place the seal is pointing to? The soul lost did not answer, but the longing in its eyes grew even stronger, to the point that the light of the rule chains binding its body became brighter and brighter. All right, then let's go take a look. Just in time, I also want to see what secrets this seal is hiding. Lin Yin entered the flying shuttle and traveled through the Yellow Springs in the direction guided by the seal. Lin Yin discovered that within the Yellow Springs, both time and space were chaotic. Sometimes he was clearly moving forward, yet suddenly appeared behind where he had been. Sometimes he clearly felt that he had traveled for a long time, yet the surrounding river, fierce beasts, and even strange beings seemed frozen, moving only in tiny increments. And sometimes, certain existences would suddenly appear and disappear at extremely high speed. But on closer sensing, it was not that those things were extremely fast or slow. It was that they existed in different flows of time. In short, within the Yellow Springs, for any two independent individuals without causal connection, their time and space would not be the same either. Besides the rules of time and the rules of space, there are also the rules of causality, the rules of life, and the rules of cycle. It all seems like a grand hodgepodge, building reincarnation together. A trace of understanding rose in Lin Yan's heart. If he had not cultivated the reincarnation ghost body, he might have long since lost his direction in the chaotic currents of reincarnation within the Yellow Springs. This was a wondrous journey. It seems I've already touched upon the opportunity to comprehend the rule of reincarnation. A flash of lightning passed through his mind, and all kinds of inspiration surged in. So this is reincarnation. It seemed like 1 second had passed, and yet it also seemed like countless ages had gone by. Lin Yin suddenly woke from that mysterious state of enlightenment. He spread open his palm, and a bright sphere of light appeared above it. Inside the sphere, endless power of reincarnation rippled. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the rule of reincarnation. Comprehension level, beginner. I've comprehended the rule of reincarnation. Lin Yin remained calm inside. When he had finished cultivating the reincarnation ghost body, he had already known in his heart that he was only missing an opportunity before comprehending the rule of reincarnation. Now, this journey through the Yellow Springs was exactly that opportunity. System. Now that I've already comprehended the rule of reincarnation, shouldn't the reward for the third side quest be changed to? Ding. Detected that the host has comprehended the rule of reincarnation. The system mission reward has changed. The new reward has been generated. Please check. Lin Yin looked at the mission panel. Side quest 3. Cultivate the reincarnation ghost body. Reward, Reincarnation Rule, Dao Fruit. Description, devouring the Reincarnation Rule, Dao Fruit, can greatly increase comprehension of the rule of reincarnation. Reincarnation Rule, Dao Fruit. Lin Yin nodded. A reward given by the system was surely not bad. After finishing his cultivation, Lin Yin looked at the seal placed on the flying shuttle's control platform. At this moment, the seal had become even brighter, and the fluctuations coming from it had grown even stronger. Finally, the flying shuttle stopped above a stone wall at the bottom of the river. The destination pointed to by the seal had been reached. Lin Yin flew out of the shuttle and arrived in front of the stone wall. At this moment, the soul-lost one had already arrived at the stone wall ahead of him. He stood motionless, seeming to be pondering something. So that's it. It's the aura of the Yang world. When the flying shuttle had approached, Lin Yin had already sensed a familiar aura. Only after standing before the stone wall could he finally confirm that the same aura of the Yang world carried by the seal was also on the wall. The aura of the Yang world seemed to be the bond connecting them. The information Lin Yin had sensed before, and the faint voice he had heard, had all come from here. Lin Yin sent his spiritual power toward the stone wall. Boom! His consciousness suddenly entered a vast region. Lin Yin saw the surrounding environment clearly. A vast world. His consciousness was high in the sky, overlooking the land below. Down there was a massive city. At the center of the city stood a large altar. Millions upon millions of people were prostrating themselves around the altar. On the altar, a man in a sacrificial robe pattern with dragon designs was reciting a mournful proclamation. Ancestors, heroic spirits of the great wilderness who have passed away over countless ages. The erosion of the apocalypse has already broken through Heaven's Gate Pass. The countless people of the great wilderness are being slaughtered. I offer my body and blood as the current human emperor of the great wilderness in sacrifice, calling for the return of the ancestral heroic spirits. The world is about to be destroyed by the apocalypse. Please save us. With that cry, the thoughts of countless people turned into letters of distress, breaking through the world barrier, crossing space-time and reincarnation, and sending a final desperate cry toward the world of the dead. Lin Yan's consciousness withdrew from the stone wall, and he let out a long breath of turbid air. It was actually the final cry for help sent out by a world on the verge of destruction. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do to help. Wait, Lin Yan remembered a key piece of information. The Great Wilderness? The Great Wilderness. Lin Yin looked toward the Great Wilderness, Soul-Lost One. At this moment, the Great Wilderness, Soul-Lost One, was already streaming with tears. He kept murmuring over and over, Great Wilderness, Great Wilderness. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Suddenly, a sharp gleam flashed through his eyes. It was the gaze of restored clarity. At the same time, the long sword embedded in his skull erupted with its most dazzling brilliance. Countless chains of laws burst out from the sword, turning into sharp arrows that pierced into the soul-lost one's body. At that moment, the soul-lost one moved. His body suddenly swelled, snapping apart the chains of laws wrapped around him. Then he raised his hand and grabbed the sword hilt. With a furious shout, he pulled the long sword out of his skull. The moment it was pulled free, the sword's brilliance instantly dimmed, and all the chains of laws disappeared as well. Everything returned to calm. The Great Wilderness, Soul-Lost One returned to his normal form, holding the long sword in his hand. It looked like not much had changed, but now there was already light in his eyes. Lin Yin instinctively looked toward the Book of Life and Death. Guxing, a heroic spirit who found himself again within reincarnation. In life, he was the first human emperor of the Great Wilderness. So he was actually the first human emperor of the Great Wilderness. No wonder his obsession with the Great Wilderness had run so deep. Lin Yin sighed inwardly. Thank you. Guxing's voice rang out. Before Lin Yin could reply, Guxing had already walked to the stone wall and made a slash with his hand. A passage 1 person tall immediately appeared in the stone wall. Then he stepped into the passage. The passage in the stone wall closed right after. Before it completely closed, however, a long sword suddenly flew out from the passage and landed in front of Lin Yin. It was the precious sword that had previously been embedded in Guxing's skull. Big brother Soul-Lost One gave me this precious sword. Lin Yin instantly understood Guxing's meaning. He picked up the sword. Information about the sword in his hand immediately flowed into his mind. At the same time, the system sent a prompt. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the divine artifact. Jinjia. Jinjia's sword. Ancient divine artifact. Trait. Indestructible. This sword cannot be damaged. Trait. Divine edge. This sword can cut through anything. Trait. Tribulation suppression. 9 strands of heavenly tribulation power are sealed within the sword. Each strand unsealed increases its power further. Description. The original owner's imprint on the Jinjia sword was long since erased by Guxing. A spiritual refinement sacrifice is enough to make the divine sword acknowledge its master. The divine sword, Jinjia. Big brother Soul-Lost One really gave me a huge gift. Holding the long sword, Lin Yin immediately began refining it. Since all obstacles on it had already been erased, the refinement process went exceptionally smoothly. Before long, He had successfully refined it, and Lin Yin immediately felt the intimate connection established between himself and the Jinjia sword. It was as if the sword in his hand had already become a part of his body. What a fine sword. Lin Yin lightly swung the sword. The surging great river of the Yellow Springs was immediately split open with a massive gap. One sword strike severed the river. After obtaining the divine sword, Lin Yin no longer went deeper into the Yellow Springs. Big Brother Shahun's had already left. He had no idea whether, if he encountered another reincarnation aberration later, the other party would still be this polite. Next, I just need to steadily cultivate the reincarnation ghost body to the 9th level. While devouring Yellow Springs water to cultivate, Lin Yin controlled the flying shuttle to turn around and head back. At the same time, he was also thinking over what had just happened. I wonder where the great wilderness world is. It actually ran into an apocalyptic crisis. Lin Yin did not know what an apocalypse was. But one thing was certain. An apocalypse was very hard to deal with. When his consciousness had descended into the great wilderness world earlier, in that hurried glance, Lin Yin had already sensed several hundred 7th rank auras. With such a powerful lineup, they had actually been forced by the apocalypse to the point of needing a blood sacrifice to call for help. I wonder if I'll ever get another chance to see Big Brother Shahun's again. Lin Yin looked at the unremarkable seal. The remaining aura of the living world on it had already been completely exhausted in this incident, and it had become nothing more than an ordinary stone. It seems the aura of the living world is the bond linking the world of the dead and the human world. Lin Yin made his guess. This kind of connection is very weak, almost impossible to establish. Only when certain specific conditions are met will the connection be triggered. For example, large-scale rituals, or the passage to the living world on the stone wall, and so on. They should all be indispensable conditions. I remember Ming Yin once said that Ghost King Li Wuqi had also discovered a passage to the living world in the ruins world. I wonder if it's the same kind of passage as the one in the Yellow Springs. If I get the chance, I can look through Li Wuqi's memories. Looks like there was now one more reason to kill Li Wuqi. His trip through the Yellow Springs had only lasted a few years, but Lin Yan's strength had already undergone a qualitative leap. If he faced Li Wuqi again, he believed he could crush him with ease. Li Wuqi has to be dealt with sooner or later. The time limit for the system's exploration mission is already more than halfway over. I still have to take the system's mission seriously. I need to speed up my cultivation. Time always passed quickly during cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had gone by. In the great Yellow Springs River, a heroic figure was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. Shouldn't boom? A vast reincarnation aura, carrying endless might, spread in all directions. The reincarnation ghost body is complete. Lin Yin opened his eyes. They were filled with confidence. Only after truly forging the reincarnation ghost body could one understand just how powerful it was. Before this, his body had only been evolved from soul power, belonging to the frailest kind of soul body. But the reincarnation ghost body was one of the most powerful constitutions in heaven and earth. There is already an essential difference between the two. Lin Yin looked at the system panel. Congratulations, host, for cultivating the 9th level of the reincarnation ghost body. Reincarnation ghost body. A ghost body evolved from reincarnation. Trait: undying. If consciousness does not extinguish, the ghost body will not perish. Note: as long as consciousness is not erased, even if the ghost body is annihilated, it can be reborn from the void. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reincarnation rule, Dao Fruit. Rule Dao Fruit. Lin Yin looked at the mysterious fruit in his hand, hovering between reality and illusion, and swallowed it in one bite. Boom! The rule of reincarnation erupted within his body, washing through every minute particle of his body and soul. Reincarnation, reincarnation. So that's how it is. Layer upon layer of insight regarding the rule of reincarnation surfaced in his heart. Lin Yin once again fell into a state of enlightenment. 1 month later, Lin Yin. Rank: Ghost King. Physique: Reincarnation Ghost Body. Rule: Rule of Reincarnation, Minor Mastery. Ghost Domain: Life and Death Ghost Domain. Ghost Artifacts: Book of Life and Death. Tribulation Suppressing Sword. Lin Yin looked at the values on the system panel. Time to go back. Blackwood City. The night of the full moon on the 15th was also the day the eternal Ming River barrier opened. Grandma Blackwood brought Wei Xiaochun to the bank of the eternal Ming River. More than a dozen undead were already waiting there. It's time to open the eternal Ming River barrier again. Grandma Blackwood glanced at Wei Xiaochun beside her and could not help sighing inwardly. I wonder if that Lin Yin has already perished in the Yellow Springs. Ever since Lin Yin had entered the eternal Ming River, every time the barrier opened afterward, Wei Xiaochun would arrive on time. Counting it up, it had already been 8 years. 8 years was neither especially long nor especially short. For ordinary undead, if they entered the eternal Ming River and did not return for 8 years, then they most likely would never come back. But this girl, Wei Xiaochun, was convinced that Lin Yin was still alive. Her reason was that the Ghost King talisman she had given Lin Yin had never been activated, which meant Lin Yin had not encountered danger. To that, Grandma Blackwood could only shake her head. How could this girl understand the dangers of the eternal Ming River? Some life and death crises simply gave no time to react, let alone activate some Ghost King talisman. Of course, she could not be certain that Lin Yin had definitely met with misfortune either. In Blackwood City's long history, there had also been undead who entered the river and did not return for several years, or even several decades. Of course, those were all low-probability cases. After Grandma Blackwood finished introducing all the basic information to the undead, she opened the barrier, as usual. Suddenly, waves surged across the great, eternal Ming River. Vaguely, a tall figure stepped out from the end of space-time at the far end of the eternal Ming River, treading on the river and walking across the waves. The churning river water seemed to come alive, swirling around that figure in cheerful excitement. The figure walked forward step by step. A terrifying pressure, carrying endless power of reincarnation, seemed as if it would crush this whole world. What a terrifying aura everyone unconsciously swallowed. The tall figure drew closer and closer, and at last stepped along the river into this stretch of heaven and earth where Blackwood City was located. Boom! A vast wave of energy swept toward them head-on. That figure was not huge, yet it gave people the illusion that it was about to crush this world and space-time. So strong, the undead could almost no longer suppress the urge in their hearts to submit. They were all 5th rank or even 6th rank undead, already considered powerful figures in Blackwood City. But in front of this figure, they actually felt as tiny as ants. Some undead had even been crushed down by that unmatched aura, humbly prostrating themselves on the ground. Even those still standing could not stop trembling. Who are you? Grandma Blackwood's expression turned grave as she shielded Wei Xiaochun behind her. This was a Ghost King. Grandma Blackwood made the judgment in her heart. But she had lived for nearly 50 million years, yet had never seen such a powerful Ghost King. She even had the feeling that if they fought, she would not be this person's match. That left her feeling incredulous. Since coming to the Eternal Ming River and building Blackwood City, 30 million years had passed. In all those years, no Ghost King had ever been qualified to become her opponent, let alone defeat her. That figure walked over step by step. Its appearance gradually became clear. Him? Grandma Blackwood let out a soft sound of surprise. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Lin Yin? She greeted him, somewhat uncertain. From the other side came a bright laugh. Grandma Blackwood, long time no see. And Xiaochun too, long time no see. With that laughter, the terrifying pressure vanished in an instant. The energy fluctuations around Lin Yin also disappeared at that moment. He stepped across the waves. His handsome figure, paired with that spring breeze-like smile, made him look like a graceful young noble who had just entered the martial world, elegant and detached from the mundane. Lin Yin, it really is you. Granny Haimu's eyes widened in shock, no longer carrying her usual graceful composure. Big brother Lin, you're back. The moment Wei Xiaochun saw that Lin Yin had returned, she immediately jumped out from behind Granny Haimu and waved while bouncing up and down. There was a smile on her face, yet tears glimmered at the corners of her eyes. I'm back. Lin Yin leaped onto the riverbank, his posture straight and his eyes shining with divine light. Lin Yin, you've become stronger. Granny Haimu stared at Lin Yin, wanting to see through him. But the current Lin Yin seemed to be covered in a layer of mist from head to toe, making it impossible to gauge his depth at all. It seems your trip to the Yongming River brought you quite a harvest. I guess so. Lin Yin answered casually. His eyes held incomparable confidence. Before entering the Yongming River, Granny Haimu had looked like a towering mountain in his eyes, lofty and unreachable. But at this very moment, he could easily see her depth. Granny Haimu's soul power reserves were extremely abundant, more than 6 times higher than an ordinary 9-star 7th-tier Ghost King. In other words, her soul power reserves were already nearly comparable to a 3rd-star 8th-tier Ghost Emperor. But in high-level battles, soul power was no longer the key. Body, laws, and skills would all directly determine combat strength. And in all of those aspects, Lin Yin was not weaker than Granny Haimu, especially the first two. In terms of body, Lin Yin possessed the strongest samsara ghost body in heaven and earth. Although Granny Haimu's true form, the divine tree, had been nourished by the Yongming River for 30 million years, it was still more than 1 level inferior to the samsara ghost body. As for laws, Lin Yin had mastered the complete law of samsara and had already stepped into the minor mastery realm. Compared to Granny Haimu, the gap was even greater. Lin Yin judged that in a life and death battle, Granny Haimu was no longer his match. In the entire Haimu city, there was no longer anyone stronger than him. Big brother Lin, I knew you'd definitely be fine. Wei Xiaochun bounced over. Her big eyes looked at Lin Yin, her smile blooming like a flower. Lin Yin smiled and nodded. Of course. He saw immense worry and concern in Wei Xiaochun's eyes, and his heart warmed. Granny Haimu smiled and said, Lin Yin, judging from this, your trip must have been a full harvest. Why not come into the hall so we can talk in detail? All right. With Wei Xiaochun, Lin Yin followed Granny Haimu and flew toward Yoming Palace. Only after the backs of the three had completely disappeared did the undead finally shakily get to their feet. So strong. Which Ghost King was that? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Unless you want trouble. Right. Everyone, there's no point guessing. Let's head into the river too. Okay, Yoming Palace. Lin Yin, how were your gains? Granny Haimu got straight to the point. I gained a little. Lin Yin did not waste words either and spread open his palm. A sphere of orange-yellow liquid rich with the power of laws appeared in his hand. Yellow Springs water. Because of Lin Yan's control, all the power of samsara had been confined within the liquid. But Granny Haimu still recognized Yellow Springs water at a glance. So much of it? Lin Yan nodded. Not more, not less. Exactly 10,000 drops. In truth, the space that came with the Book of Life and Death was very large. So Lin Yan had brought back quite a lot of Yellow Springs water. But for now, he did not plan to take out too much. Yellow Springs water contained large amounts of soul power and the power of samsara, making it highly useful for both his cultivation and his comprehension of the law of samsara. 10,000 drops of Yellow Springs water amounted to only a little over 10 kilograms. This amount was just right for exchanging into soul coins. 10,000 drops. Even after Lin Yin confirmed the number, Granny Haimu still could not help taking a sharp breath. Over the past nearly 10 million years, as the Yellow Springs water in the Haimu City section of the Yoming River had been harvested on a massive scale, it had already been a very long time since anyone could collect this much Yellow Springs water in one go. Good, good, good. Granny Haimu could not help clapping. Lin Yin, are you going to exchange all 10,000 drops of this Yellow Springs water? Of course. According to the conditions Granny Haimu had proposed before, 10,000 drops of Yellow Springs water could be exchanged for 100 million soul coins. At the same time, Lin Yin would also receive the honored guest elder treatment of Yoming Palace. This deal was very worthwhile for Lin Yin. Good. Granny Haimu impatiently accepted the Yellow Springs water, then called over a palace-dressed young girl. Qingzhu, from now on, Lin Yin is one of our Yoming Palace's guest elders. Take him to the treasury to collect 100 million soul coins. Then let him get familiar with Yoming Palace. Remember, as a guest elder, Elder Lin Yan's status in Yoming Palace is second only to mine. Yes, Granny. The girl, Qingzhu, bent and saluted. Elder Lin, please come with me. All right. Wei Xiaochun followed along and volunteered eagerly. Big brother Lin, I'll show you around Yoming Palace. Then she looked at Granny Haimu. Granny, can I take Big brother Lin around for a look? Granny Haimu smiled kindly and said, of course. After saying goodbye to Granny Haimu, Lin Yin and Wei Xiaochun, led by the young girl Qingzhu, arrived at the treasury. Big brother Lin, the Yoming Palace treasury was built up by Granny over tens of millions of years. There are quite a few good things inside. What's in there? Lin Yin asked casually. Wei Xiaochun was unable to answer for a moment. With her knowledge and realm, she could not recognize many treasures at all. Qingzhu, however, covered her mouth and smiled lightly. Elder Lin, you're a guest elder, so you have the right to freely enter and leave the treasury. However, if you take a fancy to some treasure, you will need to exchange for it with soul coins or Yellow Springs water. I see. Lin Yin nodded to show he understood. If he had the time, he could specifically study the things inside the treasury and see whether there was anything he needed. Elder Lin, now that you are a guest elder, according to Yoming Palace's rules, you may choose one personal maid to serve you. Qingzhu looked at Lin Yin, her gaze carrying hope. HM? There's even that kind of treatment. Lin Yin looked at the girl and had already guessed some of what she was thinking. You want to be my personal maid? MHM. Elder Lin, I understand a lot, and I can do a lot of work too. I can help you understand Yoming Palace more quickly, and I can also help you do many things. A personal maid? Qingzhu, 3rd star 5th tier. Originally an ordinary spirit bamboo on Black Mountain. She developed spiritual intelligence 30,000 years ago and was enlightened into becoming a spirit by Granny Haimu. That works too. Lin Yin looked at Qingzhu's description in the Book of Life and Death. Having a maid seemed pretty good too. Really? That's great. Qingzhu cheered happily. Wei Xiaochun, however, looked a little unhappy and stood to the side, pouting in silent frustration. The soul coin collection went very smoothly. There were exactly 100 soul coins with a denomination of 1 million each, every single one containing abundant soul power. One 1 million soul coin is roughly equivalent to the total soul power of a high-stage 5th-tier Ghost Lord. 100 million soul coins are roughly equivalent to the soul power of an early-stage 7th-tier Ghost King. Lin Yin made a rough estimate. If he used them for devouring, then devouring about 100 billion soul coins would probably allow him to advance from the early stage of Ghost King to the peak of Ghost King. Judging by the exchange rate between Yellow Springs water and soul coins offered by Yoming Palace, that would be a little over 10 tons of Yellow Springs water. If he only compared the soul power absorption efficiency of the two, then using soul coins was obviously more worthwhile. However, aside from containing soul power, the most crucial use of Yellow Springs water was that it could be used to comprehend the power of the law of samsara. So for now, Lin Yin had no plans to exchange them for soul coins. Qingzhu, as a guest elder, What other benefits do I have? Young master, in terms of material benefits, a guest elder can be assigned a separate palace and also receives an annual stipend of 1 million soul coins. As for other treatment, it is mostly in terms of authority. For example, a guest elder may freely enter and leave the treasury, the library, and may also enter the Yongming River at any time. Apart from Granny Haimu's Haima Hall, you may freely enter and leave the entire Yongming Palace. The library? Take me to the library for a look. Lin Yin was very interested in the books of the undead world. Yes, young master. The library collection in Yongming Palace was extremely rich. Lin Yin browsed through all kinds of books and stayed there for a whole month. As for Wei Xiaochun, she had only accompanied Lin Yin in reading for 3 days before crying out that she had a headache, then decisively slipped away. Through extensive reading, Lin Yin gained a comprehensive understanding of common knowledge about the world of the dead. The world of the dead he was currently in belonged to a part of the great world of the Nether Underworld. The Nether Underworld was the Earth realm among the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man, and it was further divided into the upper, middle, and lower worlds. The upper world of the underworld was where the Ing Court was located, ruling over the entire Nether Underworld. The middle world of the underworld was the world of the dead, also called the world of the dead. Lin Yin was currently in the Qingzhou region of the world of the dead. The world of the dead had 3,000 ghost provinces, and Qingzhou was one of them. There were also many strange and perilous places such as Evil Dog Ridge, Golden Rooster Mountain, the Netherblood Sea, and so on. Even a legendary Yama could not fully set foot across the entire world of the dead. The lower world of the underworld was where the famous 18 levels of hell and the 6 paths of reincarnation were located. The entire Nether Underworld was the final resting place for the dead from millions upon millions of different mortal worlds, and its scale was even more vast than Lin Yin had imagined. Qingzhou alone received the dead from 99 mortal worlds. Among these 99 mortal worlds was the Great Xiao world, where Lin Yin had lived before his death. In addition, Lin Yin also gained a deeper understanding of how undead realms advanced. Wandering soul, ghostly apparition, ghost soldier, ghost general, ghost lord, ghost master, ghost king, ghost emperor, Yama. Before Ghost Master, the advancement of undead realms was simply the accumulation of soul power. But from Ghost Master to Ghost King, aside from needing enough soul power accumulation, one also needed a Ghost King opportunity. Every undead had a specific Ghost King opportunity, and most of them were not easy. Therefore, in the world of the dead, those below Ghost Master were as numerous as hairs on an ox, while the number of Ghost Kings dropped sharply. As for Lin Yan's own path to Ghost King, he was somewhat confused. It seemed to be because of the system, or perhaps because of his reincarnation ghost body, or maybe because he had consumed a large amount of Yellow Springs water. In any case, he had not felt any bottleneck at the time and had broken through to the Ghost King realm with ease. After Ghost King, the conditions for advancement became even harsher. To advance from Ghost King to Ghost Emperor, one needed to grasp the power of rules. The power of rules was profound and mysterious. Ordinary undead found it difficult to comprehend thoroughly. Even someone as strong as Granny Haimu had already remained at the peak Ghost King realm for more than 30 million years, yet still could not enter the Ghost Emperor realm. And Ghost Emperor was not the end point of realm advancement. Above it, there was still Yama. As for Yama, the information in the books was vague and imprecise. They only vaguely mentioned that going from Ghost Emperor to Yama was a process of ascending to godhood. Achieving Yama was an elevation of the very essence of undead life. From undead, ascending the ranks to become a god. Ascend to godhood? Lin Yin felt puzzled inside. I wonder how one ascends to godhood. He knew that even Yama was not the end of cultivation. That soulless one from before awakening self-awareness, had already been in existence at the peak of 9th rank, 9-star Yama. After awakening self-awareness, he had naturally surpassed the Yama realm and stepped into an even higher realm. What a pity I can't ask Big Brother Soulless One about it. Lin Yin felt a little regretful. Although they had not really spoken much, Lin Yin knew Big Brother Soulless One was still quite kind. Unfortunately, his great desolation world seemed about to be destroyed by the apocalypse. Who knew whether they would have another chance to meet in the future? A month later, Lin Yin came out of the library pavilion. The maidservant Qingzhu was still waiting outside the building. Young master, you're out. Lin Yin nodded and casually condensed a Ghost King talisman. Take this Ghost King talisman. If something comes up, I'll send you a message through it. Usually, just go do your own things. You don't need to keep following me all the time. Yes, young master. Qingzhu accepted the Ghost King talisman. Young master, during this month you spent in the library pavilion, seeing your sister Xiaochun came several times. But after hearing that you were still reading, she left again. Got it. Looks like Wei Xiaochun really was quite idle. He had heard that she had already taken Granny Haimu as her master. Now it seemed that even after becoming a disciple, she still had not been cultivating properly. But thinking of her background, as long as the 2 Ghost Kings did not fall, she would probably spend her whole life carefree and without worry. Is Xiaochun in Yongming Palace right now? Lin Yin asked. She is. Senior sister Xiaochun usually lives in Granny's Haima Hall. She lives together with Granny Haimu? Take me there to have a look. Yes, young master. Qingzhu led Lin Yin along with practiced familiarity, and they quickly arrived before a palace no smaller in scale than Yongming Palace. This was Granny Haimu's residence. Haimu Hall. State your name and purpose. At this moment, a patrol squad was passing in front of Haimu Hall. Qingzhu hurried forward. Captain, this is Elder Lin, the newly appointed guest elder. He has come to see senior sister Wei Xiaoqian. Please pass on a message. So it's Elder Lin. The guard captain could not help glancing at Lin Yin a few more times. Please wait a moment. With that, she went inside to report. Lin Yin noticed that Yongming Palace had quite a number of disciples and servants, and most of them were female ghosts and female zombies. That guard captain, just now, was a 6th-rank female ghost. As for the 10-person guard squad, half were female ghosts and half were female zombies. Not long after the female ghost captain went inside, she returned. Elder Lin, Granny invites you inside. Granny Haimu is looking for me? Lin Yin was somewhat puzzled. All right, lead the way. Lin Yin followed the female ghost captain into the hall. The moment he entered, it felt as if heaven and earth had shifted. When he came back to his senses, Lin Yin found himself already standing within a locust tree forest shrouded in clouds and mist. There's actually another world inside this Haimu Hall. Lin Yin was inwardly astonished as he moved through the forest with the female ghost captain. Before long, they arrived by a small pond. A huge lotus flower floated on the pond. Wei Xiaoqian was sitting on the lotus with her eyes closed, cultivating. Meanwhile, Granny Haimu was leisurely reading in a small pavilion by the pond. Elder Lin Yin is here. Come over and sit for a bit. Seeing Lin Yin come over, Granny Haimu lightly waved her hand. On the ground beside the pavilion, a small sapling immediately began to grow rapidly, bending one branch over and forming a wooden stool inside the pavilion. Yes, Granny Haimu. Looking at Granny Haimu's methods, Lin Yin found them rather wondrous. It seemed to be an application of rule-based techniques. Granny Haimu, Xiaoqian, I'm helping her break through to the 5th rank, Granny Haimu explained. Then a trace of helplessness flashed across her face. This girl is far too unmotivated. She has a huge amount of resources at her disposal. Yet after more than 20 years, she's still only 4th rank. Wei Xiaoqian should be 28 this year. As one of the dead, she only needed to consume and refine soul power to advance. And yet, with the resources of 2 ghost kings at her disposal, she still had not broken through into the 5th rank even now. That really was hard to justify. Lin Yin looked toward the lotus pond. Inside the lotus pond, soul power was dense, and rules circulated within it. It seemed somewhat extraordinary. Noticing Lin Yan's gaze, Granny Haimu explained, this pond water was formed from Yellow Springs water that I had absorbed the power of reincarnation into. No wonder it felt somewhat familiar. Lin Yin understood. Granny Haimu, are you comprehending the rule of reincarnation? Yes, and not entirely. Granny Haimu said, the rule of reincarnation is far too mysterious. I once tried comprehending it for 10 million years, yet could not gain anything at all. The direction I'm focusing on now is the rule of life, which has been stripped out from the rule of reincarnation. The rule of life? Lin Yin understood. He had already comprehended the rule of reincarnation and knew that it was formed from the fusion of rules such as time, space, life, causality, and cycles. Granny Haimu could not comprehend the complex rule of reincarnation, so she chose to study the rule of life separately. Lin Yin looked around and discovered that this whole pocket world was covered in dense life force. It seemed Granny Haimu's research into the rule of life had gone very deep. Unfortunately, it was still just a little lacking. Elder Lin, do you have any advice regarding the world within my hall? Guidance? I wouldn't dare. Lin Yin shook his head. Granny Haimu smiled and said, why wouldn't you dare? Elder Lin, I can tell that not only have you already entered the 7th rank Ghost King realm, your strength is also extremely formidable. I imagine you already have quite an impressive understanding of the power of laws. In this Haimu city, others might not be qualified to guide me, but you, Elder Lin, are absolutely qualified. She looked at Lin Yin, her gaze blazing. Elder Lin, you've recovered your memories, haven't you? I can sense a trace of an indescribable, unclear aura from you. If my guess is right, that should be the power of laws. Seeing that Granny Haimu had noticed something, Lin Yin no longer hid it. He nodded, then spread open his palm, and a chain of law extended out from it. This as Granny Haimu felt a power from Lin Yan's palm that made her heart tremble, yet also felt strangely familiar. The law of reincarnation? Lin Yin nodded and withdrew his hand. It is indeed the law of reincarnation. This Granny Haimu was dumbfounded. She had thought Lin Yin would inherit the insights from his previous life and grasp some common law power. But she had never imagined that Lin Yin would actually be able to grasp the law of reincarnation. The law of reincarnation. She had rooted herself by the Yongming River for 30 million years, absorbing its waters every day and enduring the washing of reincarnation power. Yet she still could not glimpse the secrets of reincarnation. She could only settle for the next best thing and choose to comprehend the law of life contained within the law of reincarnation. Even so, even now, she still had not been able to fully comprehend it. And yet Lin Yin had actually so easily grasped the very thing she had dreamed of, but could never obtain. Could it be that he had achieved all this just from a mere few years' journey through the Yongming River? This almost overturned Granny Haimu's entire understanding. She took a deep breath and said with emotion, I have comprehended the law of reincarnation for tens of millions of years and gained nothing. Even with just one branch within the law of reincarnation, I still haven't been able to fully understand it to this day. I never thought that you, Elder Lin, would already have mastered the law of reincarnation in just a few short years. Her words were filled with endless envy. That's right, Elder Lin's memories from your previous life must have played the key role. May I ask what realm you were in during your previous life, Elder Lin? Emperor rank? Or the legendary God rank? Emperor rank? God rank? From Granny Haimu's words, Lin Yin had already formed a guess in his heart. It seemed that the cultivation system of the living world corresponded to cultivation in the underworld. Emperor rank in the living world corresponded to Ghost Emperor. God rank in the living world corresponded to Yama. This also matched what had been described in the book, that the cultivation from Ghost Emperor to Yama was a process of ascending to godhood. Thinking of this, Lin Yin answered, I recovered a small part of it. As expected, Granny Haimu's eyes lit up. She stood up excitedly, cupped her fists in salute, and said solemnly, I ask fellow Taoists to give me some guidance. Haimu will be endlessly grateful. I wouldn't dare call it guidance. Lin Yin returned the salute with cupped fists. I haven't recovered much of my memory either, and I also have many questions that need Granny Hei's answers. We'll be resolving each other's doubts and verifying things together. Yes, Granny Haimu sat down. At this moment, she already completely regarded Lin Yin as a senior she needed to look up to. Lin Yin looked at the locust-wood forest around them. Granny Hei, don't you think your world inside this hall is missing something? Missing what? Granny Haimu sat upright. Lin Yin had already grasped the law of reincarnation, and Granny Haimu's law of life had been comprehended from the law of reincarnation. So Lin Yin instantly saw the flaw. He pointed around them. This place is full of the aura of life, yet it lacks vitality. What do you mean? Life does not only have the undead, it also has the living. Your power of life, Granny Hei, comes from reincarnation. It only reflects the law of life of the underworld, but lacks the more dazzling and colorful law of life that comes from the living world. With just one sentence, Lin Yin pointed out the flaw in the life power Granny Hei had comprehended. So that's how it is. Granny Hei had already studied the law of life quite deeply. But as an undead, the natural limitations of her life had left her trapped in fog, unable to see through it. Now, with just one sentence from Lin Yin, it was like a ray of sunlight piercing through the fog in her heart. Elder Lin, great kindness cannot be thanked with words. I will forever remember your kindness in enlightening me. You're too polite. At this moment, I have some inspiration in my heart and need to enter seclusion to comprehend it carefully. Please forgive me for being unable to continue accompanying you. Go ahead. Granny Haimu bowed once more. I'm going into seclusion for a few days. After I come out, I'll find Elder Lin and continue our talk. All right. Xiaochun's cultivation should be nearing its end. She'll probably wake up soon. When she wakes up, I'll have to trouble Elder Lin to let her know that I've gone into seclusion and will come see her again in a few days. All right. As she spoke, Granny Haimu had already hurriedly left. Lin Yin waited for a while in the pavilion, and sure enough, he soon saw Wei Xiaochun slowly awaken from cultivation. Huh? Big brother Lin, why are you here? Where's Granny Hei? When Wei Xiaochun saw Lin Yin, she happily jumped off the lotus flower. Granny Hei went into seclusion. She said she'll come find you again in a few days. Really? Wei Xiaochun's eyes lit up. I can finally relax for a few days. Lin Yin, come on. I'll take you around the ghost market. Really? That's great. Lin Yin was now carrying a huge fortune, so it was the perfect time to splurge a little. More importantly, he wanted to look for objects that carried the aura of the living world. Through the seal from the great wilderness world before, Lin Yin had already learned that the aura of the living world was actually a key for connecting to the corresponding living world. It was just that this living world aura would slowly dissipate over time. Once the aura of the living world was completely gone, then its connecting property would also be lost. Lin Yin wanted to collect them and properly study this living world aura. Perhaps through them, he could find a way to connect to the living world. As they talked, the two of them left Yongming Palace together and headed toward the ghost market. At the same time, inside a certain luxurious private estate, report. A message has come from the scouts outside Yongming Palace. Yongming Palace. Ghost King Li Wuqi's red pupils flickered. Presented. Yes, a black talisman floated before Li Wuqi and formed a line of text in the air. Lin Yin has left Yongming Palace together with the daughter of Ghost King Wei Ting. Lin Yin. Li Wuqi narrowed his eyes, his voice cold and sinister. He finally came out. Lin Yin and Wei Xiaochun strolled along the streets, stopping here and there, and finally entered the ghost market. It was as lively as ever here. Take a look. Come take a look. Fine ghost artifacts. Clearance sale. New to you on shop grand opening. Newly made burial clothes, jewelry, and utensils, all only 2 soul coins. A great tomb from the living world has fallen into evil ghost abyss. Newly unearthed burial objects have appeared. Everyone come take a look. All kinds of hawking rang endlessly in their ears. As for the goods, they were hard to describe. Lin Yin carried a huge fortune, yet felt like he had nowhere to spend it. After wandering around for the entire day, he had only collected a few dozen objects carrying the aura of the living world, and had spent less than 100,000. After finishing their tour of the ghost market, the two entered the dwarf ghost lord's weapon shop once again. Miss Xiaochun and Mr. Lin, you're here. The moment he saw them, Tai Dachui immediately came over. Even after 8 years, he still remembered Lin Yin. Master Tai, long time no see. Yes, long time no see. Tai Dachui looked at Lin Yin, his gaze burning hot. Ever since they last parted, he had been thinking about his agreement with Lin Yin. He had been looking forward to Lin Yan's arrival day and night. And that wait lasted 8 years. For him, forging a 7th rank Ghost King weapon was not just work, but also an opportunity for him to advance into the Ghost King realm. If he really could have scraped together the material costs of over 10 million, he would not have waited so stubbornly for Lin Yin. He would have started the furnace long ago. Mr. Lin, this time you came here because you decided to forge the Ghost King sword. Tai Dachui's eyes were full of hope. Yes. Lin Yin nodded and casually took out 10 soul coins with a denomination of 1 million each. This is the purchase fee we agreed on before. Exactly 10 million. Tai Dachui was breathing heavily as he carefully accepted the soul coins with both hands. Good. Mr. Lin, don't worry. I'll definitely do my utmost to forge the Ghost King sword for you. Seeing how excited Tai Dachui was, Lin Yin seriously doubted whether he really had the confidence to forge the Ghost King sword properly. So he could not help but remind him, Master Tai, don't forget. According to our previous agreement, if the forging fails, you'll need to compensate the full amount. Tai Dachui quickly replied, don't worry. When Tai Dachui, speak, my word is as good as iron. I absolutely won't go back on it. But inwardly, he was thinking, let's forge it first. With my ability, how could I possibly fail? Seeing Tai Dachui speak with such certainty, Lin Yin did not say anything more. He described all the design requirements for the Ghost King sword he needed, one by one. Mr. Lin, don't worry. In 3 months, I will definitely present the Ghost King sword on time. Good, then I'll await the good news. In fact, Lin Yin already had a top-tier weapon, the tribulation-suppressing sword given to him by Gu Xing, the Lost Soul One, back in Huangquan. However, because the origin of the tribulation-suppressing sword was mysterious, there might be immense karma behind it. So Lin Yin had already decided that the tribulation-suppressing sword would be his final trump card. Only in a life-and-death battle would he draw the tribulation-suppressing sword. As for normal times, he needed another treasured sword by his side. A Ghost King-level sword should be enough for now. After settling the matter of forging the Ghost King sword, Lin Yin and Wei Xiaochun left Tai Dachui's weapon shop. The two of them headed toward Yongming Palace. When they passed through a secluded alley, the surroundings suddenly fell deathly silent. Everything around them disappeared in an instant, and the two appeared in a dark and profound space. Ah! Wei Xiaochun screamed, her voice trembling. Big brother Lin, what happened? Lin Yin raised his head and looked into the deep distance. A ghost domain. As he spoke, he unfolded his own ghost domain. As the ghost domain spread out, 2 invisible forces collided in front of him, squeezing and tearing at each other. An S-rank ghost domain. Lin Yin understood in an instant. Only an S-rank ghost domain could contend against his own S-rank life and death ghost domain. Which Ghost King is it? Why not show yourself? Following Lin Yan's question, a cold and eerie voice rang out. Lin Yin, can't you guess who I am? Ghost King Li Wuqi. It is indeed this king. As the words fell, a figure dressed in a black robe walked out from the darkness. His entire body was wrapped in black mist. Only a pair of scarlet eyes gave off a devouring glow. Lin Yin, you finally came out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Li Wuqi looked at Lin Yin as if staring at prey waiting to be slaughtered. Is that so? Lin Yin looked at Li Wuqi calmly. If this had been 8 years ago, he might indeed have been unable to confront Li Wuqi head-on. But now, the Ghost King before his eyes was nothing more than a clown to him. I know you've always wanted to kill me. Lin Yin spoke indifferently. Because I know many of your secrets. Whether it was because of Lin Yan's words, or because of his indifferent attitude, Lin Yin successfully angered Li Wuqi. He said no more. With a cold snort, a great seal materialized in his hand and smashed toward Lin Yin. Peak Ghost King? That's all. Lin Yin swung his fist and smashed upward with a punch. Boom! Fist and seal collided, and the roaring energy raged outward in all directions. But below, Wei Xiaochun, who was covered by Lin Yan's ghost domain, was not affected in the slightest. At this moment, she was completely stunned. Big Brother Lin, directly clashing with Ghost King Li Wuqi? Big Brother Lin is so strong. As she murmured, her face was full of shock. After that one strike, Li Wuqi was shaken back by the endless force, his body retreating again and again. Fear flickered in his eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He screamed. You're a Ghost King? No. A ghost king absolutely can't be this strong. You're a ghost emperor? How is that possible? How could you be a ghost emperor? Who exactly are you? Liwuki Shota. Just one collision had completely thrown him into chaos. Lin Yin stepped forward and swung his fist straight at Liwuchi. To kill you, I need to be a ghost emperor? Who do you think you are? Lin Yan's realm was 7th rank, 5-star. In terms of realm, he was several minor levels below Liwuchi's 7th rank, 9-star, and his soul power was naturally several times weaker as well. But aside from that, Lin Yin had cultivated the reincarnation ghost body, making his body countless times stronger than Liwuchi's. He had also mastered the rule of reincarnation, so every attack carried the power of rules. Liwuchi, who had not comprehended the power of rules, had no power at all to resist that rule erosion. The two were simply not opponents on the same level. Boom! Another punch slammed into the Great Seal and directly sent it flying. Against Liwuchi, Lin Yin did not need to use any skills or methods at all. Just the simplest punches were enough to beat him until he had no power to fight back. How was that possible? Liwuchi panicked. He kept throwing out all kinds of ghost weapons, hoping to stop Lin Yan's advance. Boom, boom, boom. No matter what kind of ghost weapon it was, none of them could stop Lin Yan's steps. Some were knocked flying, while others were blasted apart on the spot. So strong. Below, Wei Xiaochun watched as Lin Yan, like a war god, advanced step by step toward Ghost King Liwuchi. Endless admiration rose in her eyes. Even if father came, he probably couldn't do this much. Her father, Ghost King Wei Ting, was also a major powerhouse in Blackwood City. Yet even he had said that if he faced Liwuchi, the two would only be evenly matched. From that, it was clear that Big Brother Lin's strength was already far above the various Ghost Kings of Blackwood City. Perhaps only Granny Hay could fight Big Brother Lin. Thinking of this, the tension in her heart had already completely disappeared, and she could not help shouting loudly, "Go! Big Brother Lin!" At this moment, Lin Yin had already fought his way right in front of Liwuchi. He raised his iron fist. Boom! One punch smashed into Liwuchi's body. Liwuchi's ghost body shattered instantly under the bombardment of endless fist force. The ghost domain dispersed, and heaven and earth returned to clarity. A breeze passed by, and the surroundings fell silent. Big Brother Lin, is Ghost King Liwuchi dead? Wei Xiaochun could not help asking. No. Lin Yan's gaze turned toward a majestic hall in the distance. But I'll kill him very soon. As he spoke, he rose into the air and rushed toward the hall. Lin Yan, I am a netherworld judge appointed by the Yin Court. How dare you kill me? The moment Lin Yan arrived above the great hall, he saw Liwuchi's projection appear over it. In the projection, he wore a judge's robe, held a gavel block, and sat high above in the hall. What is there to not dare? Lin Yan smashed the phantom with one punch and charged downward to kill. At that moment, the great hall ahead suddenly rose from the ground, transformed into a giant seal, and pressed down toward Lin Yan. Only then did Lin Yan clearly see that on the hall's plaque were the three large characters. Judgment Hall. Boom! His punch slammed into the Judgment Hall, and violent energy raged from the tip of his fist. A streak of golden light rippled across the Judgment Hall, dissolving the destructive energy into nothing. The Judgment Hall seemed to be an extraordinary ghost artifact. Seated inside the hall, Liwuchi's combat strength had actually risen drastically. Ha! Lin Yan, I'm a netherworld judge. As long as I sit within the Judgment Hall, I am protected by the divine authority of the Yin Court. What can you do to me? Sitting in the hall, Liwuchi laughed wildly in arrogance. Is that so? Lin Yan sneered and swung his fist over again. Liwuchi, do you think hiding inside the Judgment Hall will keep you safe? Today, I will kill you for sure. Boom, boom, boom. The bombardment came without pause. I want to see just how long your turtle shell can hold out. One man and one hall collided in the sky. Below, the entire Blackwood City was trembling. What happened? Countless undead stopped in place and looked up. It's a battle. Someone is fighting. With fluctuations this terrifying, it has to be a Ghost King level battle. So strong. I can't even withstand the aftershocks of the fight. Amid the chaos, three figures shot into the sky from different areas of Blackwood City and flew toward the battlefield. Wei Ting, what happened? It's Liwuchi. He's fighting someone inside the Judgment Hall. As for the exact situation, I don't know. Where's Bride Huaying? Does she know what happened? I arrived the latest. So how would I know? Pretend I didn't ask. The three were the other three Ghost Kings of Blackwood City. Hall Master Wei Ting of the Hall of Rebirth. General Tiger Face, Guardian of the Gate of Hell. And Bride Huaying, the Ghost King of the Ruthless Tomb. The three quickly arrived at the edge of the battlefield. What they saw was a young man wildly bombarding the Judgment Hall with iron fists. Hiss, that really is the Judgment Hall? Just what kind of figure is that? He's actually suppressing Liwuchi, who's holding the Judgment Hall. To this extent. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Suddenly, Hall Master Wei Ting let out a soft cry of surprise. It's him. Wei Ting, you know him? It's actually him. Wei Ting still looked completely disbelieving. Damn it. Hurry up and say it. Who is he? Stop keeping us in suspense. General Tiger Face roared. Bride Huaying also leaned toward Wei Ting with a delicate sway. Come on, Hall Master Wei. Tell us already, I'll say it. Wei Ting flashed away and pulled some distance between them. This person is a friend of my daughter's. Wei Ting sensed the presence of the Ghost King talisman he had given away on Lin Yan, and combined with his daughter's past descriptions, he quickly guessed Lin Yan's identity. He had only heard Wei Xiaochun say before that her friend was very powerful and had been an important figure in life. He never imagined he would be this powerful. Ghost King Li Wuqi, a peak Ghost King, also serving as a netherworld judge and seated in the Judgment Hall. Any one of those identities alone was enough to make the world of the dead tremble 3 times over. And with all 3 identities stacked together, he was practically invincible below the Emperor level. Yet such an existence was being crushed by Lin Yan. He did not dare imagine just how strong Lin Yan truly was. Your daughter's friend? General Tigerface looked stunned. He knew Wei Ting had a daughter, but a little thing like that had never been worth his attention. Who would have thought she had befriended such a powerful existence? At the side, Bride Huaying's beautiful eyes flickered as she said in a soft, coy voice, "So he's little sister Xiaochun's friend. Handsome and powerful too. Big sister likes him." Looking at the female ghost beside him, striking flirtatious poses, Wei Ting snorted coldly. "Put away your crooked thoughts. This guy is not someone easy to deal with. Don't provoke him and end up suffering the backlash yourself." As he spoke, the battle above grew even fiercer. Every collision erupted with power beyond the Ghost King realm. Even the 3 Ghost Kings could not move one step closer. At that moment, Li Wuqi's frenzied voice rang in the ears of the 3. "Haha, Lin Yan, you can't kill me. Just you wait. Once today passes, I will definitely cut apart your ghost body and devour your soul." So his name is Lin Yan? The 3 silently memorized it. Then they heard the young man's calm, indifferent voice. "Li Wuqi, for a dignified Ghost King, all you can do is act like a turtle and show off with your mouth. I'd actually like to know, even if today passes, what can you do to target me? Keep hiding in your shell and barking like a dog." The 2 cursed each other while continuing to exchange blows. The Judgment Hall is really strong. General Tigerface stared at the battlefield, his eyes full of envy. Ghost King Li Wuqi's battle strength was clearly far inferior to that young man's. Yet by relying on the Judgment Hall's protection, he remained in an undefeated position. The strength of the Judgment Hall was obvious from this alone. Blackwood City had 2 divine artifacts. One was the Judgment Hall, and the other was the Hall of Rebirth. Both came from the Yin Court and were projections in the world of the dead of the legendary ancient supreme treasures, the Judgment Hall and the Hall of Rebirth, across the various cities. Only judges of judgment and judges of rebirth appointed by the Yin Court had the right to wield them. One authority was in Li Wuqi's hands, and the other was in Wei Ting's hands. No matter how strong the Judgment Hall is, it still needs a strong enough wielder. Wei Ting spoke calmly. "Li Wuqi won't last much longer." The other 2 Ghost Kings did not understand. Wei Ting explained. "Lin Yan's fist force carries the power of reincarnation law. Every strike is also a form of infiltration into the Judgment Hall. The fact that the Judgment Hall can withstand such a fierce offensive is already its limit. It simply cannot block the infiltration of law power. Li Wuqi's comprehension of laws is too low. He hasn't noticed this at all. After another 100 punches, that reincarnation law will complete its erosion of the interior of the hall. Law power." The 2 Ghost Kings were envious. To go from Ghost King to Ghost Emperor, one had to comprehend law power. All 5 great Ghost Kings of Blackwood City, including the strongest Blackwood Granny, had been stopped at this barrier and could not break into the Emperor realm. Who would have thought this guy, who had appeared out of nowhere, was not only terrifyingly strong in combat, but had even grasped law power? Wei Ting praised. "Although what I comprehend is not reincarnation law, I've ventured into the eternal dark river many times, so I can be considered fairly knowledgeable about the power of reincarnation law as well. Lin Yan's level of law comprehension is probably not low. A monster this stunningly gifted. Who knows where he came from? I'm afraid it won't take 10,000 years before our Blackwood City produces a Ghost Emperor." Ghost Emperor. General Tigerface and Bride Huaying were instantly filled with reverence. While they were speaking, the battlefield changed again. Unknowingly, Lin Yan had already thrown 100 punches, and his reincarnation law power had finally eroded the Judgment Hall. Then they saw his figure flash and vanish into the air. At the same time, a terrified voice came from inside the Judgment Hall. "Lin Yan, how did you get in here? How is that possible?" Boom, boom, boom. Violent sounds of impact rang out from inside the hall. Very soon, the Judgment Hall returned to silence, standing quietly in the vault of heaven. Ghost King Li Wuqi is finished. The 3 looked at one another, not daring to approach. Inside the Hall of Judgment, Lin Yan devoured Li Wuqi's soul, then began going through his memories. As a Ghost King, Li Wuqi's memories were extremely complicated. After spending a long time sorting through them, Lin Yan finally saw what he wanted to see. Dream rules the Ruins realm, so that's how it is. Ghost King Li Wuqi held many secrets, but Lin Yan had no interest in them. The only thing he cared about was the passage within the Ruins realm that the Nightmare had mentioned before, the one that could connect to the world of the living. By reading Li Wuqi's memories, Lin Yan finally caught a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg of the mysterious Ruins realm. The ruins realm was a true illusory realm that transcended the three realms of heaven, earth, and man. At the same time, it was closely linked to all three. The dream world was the ruins realm's projection within the three realms. Because the ruins realm connected all three realms, even while in the netherworld of the dead, it was still possible to use certain methods to communicate with the world of the living through the ruins realm. The common mortal phenomenon of ancestors appearing in dreams was achieved through the ruins realm. If I can master a way to enter the ruins realm, I'll have a chance to contact the living world. Lin Yin muttered to himself. He thought of his daughter. When Lin Yin died back then, his daughter had only been 3 years old. So many years had passed. He had no idea whether she had been living well. According to the methods in Li Wuqi's memories, if I want to send a dream to my descendants, I first need to find, within the ruins realm, the passage leading to the living world where they are. As long as I enter the ruins realm projection corresponding to that target living world, I'll have a chance to enter my descendants' dream. The souls of family members are naturally drawn to each other. As long as I find the location of the great Xiao world, it should be easy for me to enter my daughter's dream. At that thought, Lin Yan's heart surged with excitement. When I get back, I'll immediately begin researching dream rules and master a way to enter the ruins realm as soon as possible. After finishing Li Wuqi's memories, Lin Yan turned his gaze toward a bronze mirror in the center of the Hall of Judgment. The Judgment Bronze Mirror was the core of the Hall of Judgment. It was connected to the city of Blackwood City and could reflect everything within the city. At this moment, a line of text was displayed on the mirror. Frowny face, Ghost King Lin Yin killed Underworld Judge Li Wuqi in the Hall of Judgment. Through Li Wuqi's memories, Lin Yin knew that this Judgment Bronze Mirror was linked to the higher-level Judgment Bronze Mirror. The moment this line appeared, the Hall of Judgment in Qingzhou might already have a ghost emperor who knew what had happened here. And the crime of killing an underworld judge had already fallen onto Lin Yan's head. But Lin Yan did not care too much. In the world of the dead, it was very common for undead to kill one another. Even ghost officials and judges appointed by the underworld often got killed. Kill a judge, and you strip him of his authority and become the new judge. As long as the ghost city did not fall into chaos, the higher-ups generally would not interfere much. That was exactly what Lin Yan intended to do. He pressed his hand onto the bronze mirror and infused it with soul power. Then another line of text appeared on the mirror. Frowny face, Ghost King Lin Yin has gained a recognition of the Hall of Judgment and become the judge of Blackwood City. Along with that line, a vast amount of information poured from the bronze mirror into Lin Yan's mind. And Lin Yan also came to understand the authority and duties of his position as judge of the Hall of Judgment. The judgment judge of Blackwood City was responsible for overseeing all undead within the entire city. As long as an undead violated the judicial laws of the underworld court, the judge had the authority to detain it and pronounce sentence. For lighter offenses, imprisonment or expulsion. For serious offenses, send them to the gate of hell and cast them into the 18 layers of hell. At the same time, the judgment judge was also a divine office officially granted by the underworld court. As long as order remained stable in the ghost city under his jurisdiction and the ghost path prospered, the judgment judge could continuously receive rewards of Yin virtue. With every portion of Yin virtue obtained, his authority would grow heavier by another degree. And if enough Yin virtue was gathered, one could even use it to ignite divine fire and become Yama, the path to godhood. Lin Yin understood at once. In the underworld, ascending to godhood through an official position granted by the underworld court was the most common path. In all of Blackwood City, there were 2 positions officially granted by the underworld court. One was the judgment judge of the Hall of Judgment. The other was the rebirth judge of the Hall of Rebirth. The Hall of Judgment governed the dead. The Hall of Rebirth governed the living. To be more specific, the Hall of Judgment monitored the conduct of undead after death. Once they violated the laws of the underworld court, they had to face judgment. The Hall of Rebirth, on the other hand, investigated the deeds of undead during life and judged their good and evil. However, for unknown reasons, the Hall of Rebirth had already lost its function. It could not even investigate what an undead had done while alive. The Hall of Rebirth existed in name only. Because of this, the status of the judgment judge had surpassed that of the rebirth judge, becoming the only office in Blackwood City that possessed the authority of judgment. Now, Lin Yin had become the judgment judge of Blackwood City. His status had risen drastically, making him the number 2 figure in Blackwood City. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Host has become the judgment judge of Blackwood City. To the host, the entire Blackwood City will no longer hold any secrets. Mission: Explore has ended ahead of schedule. Mission completion rate: 100%. The exploration mission actually ended early. The mission duration had originally been 10 years. Now 8 years had already passed. Counting the time, the difference was not that great. Still, since it had ended early and the completion rate was 100%, the rewards should probably be pretty good. A moment later, congratulations, host, for completing the mission Explore. You have received the following rewards. Reward 1, 10 million years of soul power, Ghost Emperor level. Reward 3, cultivation method, ancient nether scripture. Along with the system prompt, a vast and mighty wave of soul power like an endless sea surged into Lin Yan's divine soul. His realm also skyrocketed accordingly. 7th rank, 5 stars, 6 stars, 7 stars. Boom! With an earth-shaking roar inside his divine soul, his entire soul sea churned violently. 8th rank, 1 star. 10 million years of soul power allowed Lin Yan to successfully break into the 8th rank emperor level. At the same time, the power of reincarnation rule surged out from his consciousness, merging into his divine soul and transforming his ghost body. After a long while, Lin Yan opened his eyes. Ghost Emperor realm. I've made it. He felt stronger than ever before. Emperor level really is a threshold. After stepping into Emperor level, when he looked back at King level, there were no longer any secrets left. If he faced Li Wuqi again now, even with the protection of the Hall of Judgment, Lin Yan could destroy him with a flick of a finger. Even Blackwood Granny, who possessed more than 30 million years of soul power, now seemed nothing special. Lin Yan looked at the system panel. Lin Yan. Rank. Ghost Emperor. 8th rank. 1 star. Physique. Reincarnation. Ghost body. Rule. Reincarnation rule. Minor mastery. Ghost domain. Life and death ghost domain. Ghost artifacts. Book of Life and Death. Calamity suppressing sword. Originally, 10 million years of soul power should have been enough to let Lin Yan enter 8th rank. 2 stars. However, after his realm reached the peak of 8th rank, 1 star, it stopped rising further. Lin Yan knew the reason. He still had not stepped onto the path to godhood. His realm had hit a bottleneck. Still, reaching 8th rank was already enough to satisfy Lin Yan. Aside from his realm, his other abilities had also improved greatly, especially the Life and Death Ghost Domain, which had risen from S rank to SS rank. Life and Death Ghost Domain, Power rank, SS rank. Trait 1. Suppresses all ghost entities whose ghost domains are below SS rank, preventing their ghost domains from being used. Trait 2. When the Life and Death Ghost Domain is deployed, your combat power within it increases by 5 times, while the combat power of all entrants is reduced by 80%. Trait 3. Within the Life and Death Ghost Domain, you may use the rule skill, Life and Death Duel, with a cooldown time of 10 minutes. Life and Death Duel. Designate a target and force its divine soul into the devouring arena, where its divine soul will engage in a devouring duel with yours to determine life or death. Note, this is a Ghost Domain rule skill. Within this Ghost Domain, this rule skill cannot be evaded and cannot be exempted. Ghost Domain range. 100 kilometers. This range is determined by the soul power strength of the Ghost Domain's master. Maximum Ghost Domain duration. 7 days. This time is determined by the soul power strength of the Ghost Domain's master. In other words, if Lin Yan wished, then against a Ghost King, there was no need to fight at all. He could simply unfold the SS rank Life and Death Ghost Domain and devour the Ghost King in an instant. Of course, a single Ghost King only possessed somewhere between 1 million and 10 million years of soul power. And since devouring efficiency was not 100%, swallowing one Ghost King would only increase his soul power by roughly several 100,000 to several million years. After entering the Ghost Emperor realm, devouring soul power was no longer the key. Finding a suitable path to godhood and using it to climb into the 9th rank Yama realm, that was the true path of advancement, ascend to godhood. After entering the Emperor tier, Lin Yan had no choice but to seriously consider this issue. He had already grasped one path to godhood. That was to rely on the authority granted by the Yin Court through the office of Judgment Officer, sit in the Hall of Judgment, judge criminals, accumulate Yin virtue, break through minor realm bottlenecks, and ultimately ignite divine fire. But this path was very, very slow. Li Wuqi had served as a judgment officer for tens of millions of years. Yet the Yin virtue he accumulated still was not enough for even 1/10 of igniting divine fire. Although Lin Yan had devoured Li Wuqi's soul, he could not obtain the Yin virtue Li Wuqi had saved up. In other words, Yin virtue could only be accumulated slowly by carrying out one's official duties. This speed was far too slow, not to mention ascending to the position of Yama. Even breaking through the bottleneck of the 8th tier, 2nd star stage would require tens of millions of years of Yin virtue accumulation. This is not a good path. Lin Yan muttered to himself, I have the system. I still need to rely more on the system. Lin Yan looked toward the system. System. How do I ascend to godhood? There was no response. No new mission was issued either. Forget it. I'll accept all the rewards from this mission first. Based on past experience, missions released by the system always required specific conditions to trigger. Clearly, some condition had not been met yet. Lin Yan had no clue about this. He took out the rule, Tao fruit of reincarnation, and swallowed it in one bite. His comprehension of the rule of reincarnation erupted once more in his heart. After contemplating it for a long time, he finally absorbed it completely. Although his understanding of the rule of reincarnation was still only at the minor success stage, Lin Yan could feel his own progress. But reaching major success would not be easy. He would probably need to consume several more rule Tao fruits before he had a chance. Then came the ancient nether scripture. Its contents had already been fully imprinted into Lin Yan's mind. The ancient nether scripture was an orthodox cultivation technique for undead beings. After cultivating it, not only could it greatly increase the efficiency of devouring soul power, it could also refine soul power, greatly boosting combat strength. After 3 days of secluded cultivation, Lin Yan successfully mastered the first layer of the ancient nether scripture. After carefully feeling it out, he already understood the improvement the ancient nether scripture brought to himself. Devouring efficiency doubled. Soul power solidity doubled. Conventional combat strength also doubled. With his realm currently stuck, cultivating the ancient nether scripture had become the most important way for Lin Yan to improve his combat strength. Cultivating the ancient nether scripture is a long process, so there's no rush for now. It's about time I leave seclusion and meet the other Ghost Kings of Blackwood City. The 3 Ghost Kings were still standing guard outside the Hall of Judgment. Without Lin Yan's summons, they did not dare enter rashly. With a flash, Lin Yan arrived outside the hall. "Greetings, Judgment Officer." The 3 spoke in unison and saluted. Previously, Lin Yan had been able to completely overpower Li Wuqi, who sat in the Hall of Judgment, so his combat strength had already far surpassed the 3 of them. Not to mention that at this very moment, Lin Yan had already become the new master of the Hall of Judgment, and his combat strength had probably risen greatly again. Therefore, the 3 gave Lin Yan more than enough respect. Lin Yan nodded. "I am Lin Yan. Greetings to the 3 Ghost Kings." Through Li Wuqi's memories, Lin Yan already knew the identities of the 3. He swept his gaze over them and saw through their realms a glance. The Hall Master of the Hall of Rebirth, Wei Ting, also Wei Xiaochun's father, was a peak 7th tier, 9-star Ghost King. The Hellgate Guardian, General Tiger Face, was also 7th tier, 9th star. The 2 of them were both veteran Ghost Kings, and both had background in the Yin Court. As for the 3rd, the Ghost King of the Heartless Tomb, Bride Huaying, was a newly advanced Ghost King, only at 7th tier, 2nd star. At the same time, she had no Yin Court background. However, Lin Yan sensed something unusual about her. This bride Huaying actually carries a dense aura of the Yang world. That was very unusual. Lin Yan subconsciously looked toward the Book of Life and Death. Ghost King Bride Huaying, 7th tier, 2nd star, Ghost King of the Heartless Tomb in Blackwood City. At the same time, she assigned a contract with a ghost tamer from the Yang world and is the latter's contracted ghost spirit. A contracted ghost spirit of a ghost tamer? Lin Yan was stunned. He had not expected to encounter a contracted ghost spirit here, and a Ghost King level 1 at that. He gave Bride Huaying a deep look. It seemed that in the future, he would need to properly seek her guidance on matters related to contracts with the Yang world. Congratulations to Ghost King Lin on becoming Blackwood City's new Judgment Officer. The 3 cupped their hands in congratulations. Then they continued. Now that Ghost King Lin has entered Blackwood City's management ranks, how about going together to meet Granny Blackwood? That works too. Lin Yan agreed. The 4 of them traveled through the air together, and before long they arrived at Eternal Abyss Palace. The moment they stepped through the mountain gate, they startled Granny Blackwood out of her cultivation. Granny Blackwood instantly appeared before them. "So, it's the 3 Ghost Kings and Elder Lin?" Granny Blackwood stared at Lin Yan in shock. "Elder Lin, you broke through again?" If before, while inside Granny Blackwood's ghost domain, she had still been able to vaguely sense Lin Yan's realm, then now, as Lin Yan stood before her, he was as unfathomable as a black abyss. "Elder Lin?" The 3 Ghost Kings were stunned. "So Granny Blackwood knows Ghost King Lin." "What?" Granny Blackwood was also puzzled by the 3 Ghost Kings' attitude, and looked at Lin Yan in confusion. Lin Yan smiled and explained, "I killed Li Wuqi and became the Judgment Officer of the Hall of Judgment, so the 3 Ghost Kings brought me to meet Granny Blackwood." "What?" Granny Blackwood was shocked. "You killed Li Wuqi." One had to know that Li Wuqi was truly Blackwood City's number 2 figure. If he hid inside the Hall of Judgment, then even Granny Blackwood would not be able to take him down. She had not expected Lin Yan to be this strong. "Elder Lin, forgive my boldness, but what realm are you actually in?" "My realm." Lin Yan slightly released the aura of an emperor. Boom! The 4 Ghost Kings, including Granny Blackwood, only felt an incomparably terrifying aura radiating from Lin Yan, one they could not possibly resist. It made them instinctively tremble in the depths of their souls, almost forcing them to kneel and submit. "Emperor, tier, Ghost Emperor." The shock in their hearts was beyond measure. The one standing before them was actually a Ghost Emperor. Lin Yan withdrew his aura. The pressure on the 4 instantly vanished, but they still could not help bowing and kneeling. "Greetings, Ghost Emperor." Lin Yan calmly accepted their salute. Hierarchy among undead was strict, and the higher the rank, the more so. Lin Yan was a Ghost Emperor, so the 4 Ghost Kings were naturally willing to submit. The reason he revealed his Ghost Emperor realm to them was so that when he acted in Blackwood City in the future, he would not be constrained by these Ghost Kings. Though with his strength, he could easily kill all 4 of them. But Lin Yan was not a bloodthirsty person. Since they had no grudge against each other, he naturally would not casually make a move on them. Moreover, Lin Yan was now Blackwood City's Judgment Officer, and he still needed the assistance of these Ghost Kings to govern Blackwood City well, so that he could continuously reap in virtue. Lin Yin looked at the four. I am a Ghost Emperor and also Blackwood City's Judgment Officer. I hope all of you can assist me in governing Blackwood City well and make the Ghost Path flourish here. The four Ghost Kings said, we respectfully obey the Ghost Emperor's decree. Lin Yin said, also, although I'm a Ghost Emperor, I have not been in the Netherworld Underworld for long, and I still have many questions about this place. As we work together in the future, I hope all of you will not hesitate to offer guidance. The four Ghost Kings said, naturally. Lin Yin looked at Granny Blackwood. Granny Blackwood, are you still collecting Yellow Springs water? Granny Blackwood hurriedly answered, yes, Elder Lin. Ghost Emperor, you should still call me Elder Lin. Yes, I still have quite a bit of Yellow Springs water in my hands. However many soul coins you have, I'll exchange some more with you. Granny Blackwood thought for a moment. I still have around 10 billion soul coins, but how could I possibly accept your Yellow Springs water, Elder Lin? If you need soul coins, just come and take them directly. Lin Yin waved his hand. One matter is one matter. You and I trade fairly and each take what we need. Yes, from the Ghost Emperor realm to the Yama realm is the process of ascending to godhood. But the absorption of soul power will not stop either. Moreover, as one's realm rises, the amount of soul power required reaches an oceanic level. The soul power contained in 10 billion soul coins may not be much, but little by little, it adds up. If you accumulate it slowly, you can always improve little by little. It is still better than standing still. Everyone, I have one more question. Please go ahead. Do you all know about the path to godhood? The path to godhood. Several people subconsciously looked toward Granny Haimu. In fact, they had all heard something about the path to godhood, but if asked to explain it in detail, none of them could really say much. After all, their current focus was on finding a way to break through to the Emperor realm. As for the road beyond the Emperor realm, it was still too far away. And Granny Haimu was the most knowledgeable Ghost King in Haimu City. She had even wandered the undead world continent for countless eras before Haimu City was ever established. If anyone knew the most about the path to godhood, then without question, it should be Granny Haimu. Seeing everyone look at her, Granny Haimu organized her thoughts and said, as for the path to godhood, I once heard an Imperial Realm close friend mention it. But that close friend of mine was also cultivating while exploring, so much of it was only speculation. My close friend said that in the undead world, there is only one path to godhood, and that is to fulfill the official duties of the Een Court and accumulate Een virtue. As for this path, Elder Lin presumably already knows about it. Lin Yin nodded. Yes. Granny Haimu continued. As for the remaining paths, they are all in the Yang world. The Yang world? Yes, that is what my close friend said. For that reason, he even deliberately used some method to secretly cross into the Yang world. From that point on, we lost contact. Calculating the time, it has already been 20 million years. I have no idea whether that close friend of mine succeeded in ascending to godhood. After Granny Haimu finished speaking, Lin Yin fell into thought. It seems that if I want to find the answer, I need to make a trip to the Yang world. Granny Haimu, do you know the method your close friend used to enter the Yang world? Granny Haimu shook her head. That was his secret. I do not know. I see. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yin looked at Bride Huaying. Bride Huaying, could you explain the method of contracting a ghost tamer? Bride Huaying froze for a moment, then quickly spoke cautiously. Ghost Emperor, you know that I am a contracted ghost spirit of a ghost tamer from the Yang world? Lin Yin nodded. What? You are actually a contracted ghost spirit. Granny Haimu, Wei Ting, and General Tigerface all looked shocked. No wonder your advancement speed is so fast. Clearly, none of them had known Bride Huaying's secret. Since Lin Yin had already exposed it, Bride Huaying knew there was no point hiding it anymore. So she said, Ghost Emperor, and all of you Ghost Kings, what I am about to say involves a Ghost Emperor. Please decide whether or not you wish to be entangled in this karma. Another Ghost Emperor? Lin Yin naturally was not afraid of other Ghost Emperors, so he remained unmoved. The other three Ghost Kings looked at each other, but in the end, none of them chose to leave. Seeing that no one intended to leave, Bride Huaying continued. This matter began 300 years ago. 300 years ago, I was originally an ordinary woman on Qingyuan continent in the Yang world. For certain reasons, I died full of grievance on my wedding night. My resentment gathered, and I remained in the Yang world as a ghost bride. At that time, a ghost emperor happened to be creating a spirit realm on Qingyuan continent. I was chosen by that ghost emperor and recruited to become a gatekeeping ghost spirit of the spirit realm. He even specially created a stage for me, underworld marriage. In the spirit realm, I followed the rules set by the ghost emperor and screened and eliminated those attempting the challenge. On one occasion, because of a certain coincidence, I was contracted by one of the challengers and became his contracted ghost spirit. After that, I guarded the spirit realm stage while also fighting alongside the ghost tamer, and my realm rose very quickly. In just a little over 200 years, I had already broken through into the Ghost King realm. After entering the Ghost King realm, I no longer met the conditions for being a gatekeeping ghost spirit of the spirit realm, so that ghost emperor sent me to the undead world. After that, I came to Haimu City and settled down here. However, my ghost spirit contract with the ghost tamer was never terminated. He can still summon me back to fight at any time. So that is how it was. Everyone was amazed. They had not expected that this seemingly unremarkable bride Hua Ying had such a bizarre past. Which ghost emperor was it? What exactly is this spirit realm he established in the Yang world? What is its purpose? Lin Yin pressed. Bride Hua Ying frowned. That ghost emperor was very mysterious. He never revealed his name to me, and he never even showed me his true form, so I do not know his identity. As for the spirit realm, it is similar to an independent ghost domain with specific rules. Challengers enter the spirit realm and attempt its stages under the restrictions of those rules. Every time they pass a stage, they receive a corresponding reward. I once heard another gatekeeping ghost spirit in the spirit realm mention that the ghost emperor had signed a contract with the experts of that Yang world. He used the spirit realm to help that Yang world select talent, and in exchange, he would obtain the souls of those who were eliminated. As for that ghost emperor, Yang world souls seemed to have some other use for him besides being delicious, so that is how it was. Lin Yin fell into thought. This ghost emperor who created the spirit realm, as well as Granny Haimu's close ghost emperor friend, were both plotting something in the Yang world. It seemed that, just as that ghost emperor friend had said, the vast majority of the paths to godhood were in the Yang world. And what about the ghost spirit contract? Lin Yin continued asking. Bride Hua Ying answered everything she knew. On Qingyuan continent, where I live before my death, humans and ghosts coexist. They fight each other, but they also cooperate. A ghost tamer is a kind of spiritual profession that can control contracted ghost spirits in battle. The conditions for signing a contract are extremely harsh. First, the ghost tamer must have sufficiently powerful soul power and must also master the method of contract formation. Then, there must be a platform for both sides to establish contact and communicate for the contract. Every so often, Qingyuan continent organizes a contract ceremony, and a contract ceremony is a very good communication platform. However, this point is not absolute. Back then, the contract between my ghost tamer and me was completed under special circumstances. The third point, and also the most important, is that the ghost tamer and the ghost spirit must have matching souls. This point is the hardest to achieve. Many humans who choose to become ghost tamers are unable to successfully contract a ghost spirit even by the end of their lives, precisely because they cannot find a ghost spirit whose soul matches theirs. After completing the contract, the ghost tamer and the contracted ghost spirit become the closest of partners. They fight together and grow together. Because humans improve their realms very quickly, after forming a contract, it also becomes easier for ghost spirits to raise their realms. Ghost Emperor, the living world, spirit realm, ghost tamer. Lin Yin processed the information the Flower Shadow Bride had revealed and vaguely felt that he had grasped some kind of key point. Most paths to godhood are in the living world. But getting to the living world isn't easy. Some ghost emperors have special smuggling methods. Or perhaps ghost spirits that become a ghost tamer's contracted ghost can also be summoned into the living world. But then again, I am a ghost emperor lording over one region with my might. In the entire living world, who would even be qualified to become my ghost tamer? At that thought, a soft, sweet, adorable figure suddenly flashed through Lin Yan's mind. His daughter, Lin Momo. Lin Momo was Lin Yan's only attachment in the living world. Even after being dead for many years, that attachment had not weakened in the slightest. If anything, it had only grown stronger. I wonder how Momo has been all these years. Has anyone bullied her? At that moment, the system's mind suddenly made a sound. Host has found the key clue to ascending to godhood. The path to godhood lies in the living world. Find a way to communicate with your daughter Lin Momo. Have her participate in the Ghost Tamer contract ritual and form a contract with her to become her contracted ghost spirit. Note, your soul is naturally in perfect harmony with your daughter Lin Momo's. When she participates in the Ghost Tamer contract ritual, your souls will resonate across the separation of yin and yang. Mission reward. Method of ascending to godhood. The system's appearance had, it could be said, solved Lin Yan's urgent problem. It seemed his guess had been correct. The path to godhood really was in the living world. It was just that with the worlds of yin and yang separated, getting to the living world was no easy matter. The method the system gave was a contract. Once the contract is completed, I can naturally be summoned into the living world. Being contracted by his daughter was exactly what Lin Yan wanted. If the contract succeeds, wouldn't that mean I can see Momo and protect her too? At that thought, Lin Yan's heart burned with excitement. He said goodbye to the 4 Ghost Kings and returned alone to the residence assigned to him by Yongming Palace. Qingzhu, I'm going into seclusion. If Wei Xiaochun comes looking for me, tell her I'll contact her after I come out. Yes, young master. After giving a few simple instructions, Lin Yan entered seclusion. The key to the task the system gave me is still finding a way to communicate with my daughter. My daughter is in the living world, in the great Xiao world, and I am in the underworld, in the undead world. How can I contact her? Lin Yan pondered for a moment and already had an answer in his heart. Dream visitation. If this had been before killing Li Wuqi, he truly would have had no clue. But now, he had seen Li Wuqi's memories. He knew that through the ruins realm, one could contact the living world in dreams. First, I need to fully comprehend the laws of dreams. Only by fully comprehending the laws of dreams can I enter the ruins realm. That Li Wuqi may not have fully comprehended the laws of dreams, but he still had quite a bit of research on them. And he even created a nightmare, hoping to rely on it to fully comprehend those dream laws. Who would have thought it would all benefit me in the end? Lin Yin had not only devoured Li Wuqi, but also devoured the nightmare. Both of their insights regarding the laws of dreams were now displayed in his mind, especially those related to the nightmare. The nightmare had originally been born from dreams. It was a kind of spirit that existed between the world of the dead and the ruins realm. Its unique insights had, along with being devoured by Lin Yin, become Lin Yan's own insights. On top of that, Lin Yin was now already a ghost emperor who had comprehended laws. For him to comprehend a new law now was like a middle school student doing elementary school problems. His perspective was already completely different. Because of this, Lin Yin believed he would definitely succeed in fully comprehending the laws of dreams. As long as I fully comprehend the laws of dreams, I'll be able to enter the ruins realm with ease. I originally came from the Great Xia world. Even now, traces of the living world's aura from the Great Xia world still remain on me. The aura of the living world is the key to connecting the worlds of Yin and Yang. Once I reach the ruins realm, I can easily sense the direction of the Great Xia world. At that point, I'll be able to enter my daughter's dream. After planning everything out, Lin Yin began comprehending the laws of dreams. The living world. Great Xia, June 10th. Today was Great Xia's Unified Spiritual Energy High School Entrance Examination Day. The Spiritual Energy Entrance Exam was an important milestone in a spiritual energy student's path of study and cultivation. Their exam results would determine whether or not they could continue walking the path of spiritual energy. Those with outstanding results would be admitted into the spiritual energy high schools in their respective regions and continue down the road of spiritual energy cultivation. As for those eliminated, they would from then on have nothing to do with spiritual energy and could only become ordinary people. Liang Examination Grounds. The examinees had already assembled and were waiting for the test to begin. Momo, I'm a little nervous. The short-haired girl with a bit of baby fat clasped her hands tightly together, lifting her head from time to look at the large clock in the center of the examination square. Relax, it's just the entrance exam. Lin Momo casually patted Zhou Lingwan's little hand. 14-year-old Lin Momo had completely inherited all of her parents' best features. Her facial features were delicate, her skin was white as snow, and her long hair was tied in a ponytail, black and silky smooth. She stood there casually, yet unconsciously drew the gazes of the boys around her. Most of the boys acted as if they weren't paying attention, but they kept secretly casting admiring looks her way. Lin Momo had long since grown used to this. What made her outstanding among her peers was far more than just her appearance. As a student in the spiritual energy class of Liang No. 1 Junior High School, her academic grades had always ranked near the top, even compared to the students in the regular academic classes. As for her spiritual energy grades, ever since she awakened in elementary school as a lightning element thunder controller, her spiritual energy results had no longer been compared with those of her classmates who were still laying foundations and studying spiritual energy theory. Even now, the vast majority of spiritual energy class students who had finished junior high and were about to take the entrance exam still had not awakened a spiritual energy profession. And Lin Momo had also never made a move in front of her classmates. As for how strong she really was, perhaps only the teachers knew. The staff maintaining order at the examination grounds were said to be teachers from Liang Spiritual Energy High School. In the entire city of Liang, there was only one vocational spiritual energy high school, and that was Liang Spiritual Energy High School. Liang Spiritual Energy High School might only be a high school, but its scale was even larger than some universities. The number of enrolled students alone exceeded 20,000, and it was still increasing year by year. It was said that this year's enrollment target had already been set at around 8,000. The Liang Spiritual Energy Entrance Exam was meant to select 8,000 outstanding students from nearly 50,000 examinees in Liang and admit them into Liang Spiritual Energy High School. The acceptance rate was less than 1 in 5. Even that acceptance rate was thanks to the enormous size of Liang Spiritual Energy High School. Even across all of Great Xia, it was already considered quite high. It was said that in some cities of Great Xia, with a shortage of teaching resources, the acceptance rate for the Spiritual Energy Entrance Exam was as low as 1 in 8, or even 1 in 10. Whether in scale or strength, Liang Spiritual Energy High School was enough to rank in the top 5 in the entirety of Lichuan province. Students, there are still 30 minutes before the examination passage opens. I will once again read out the basic information and important notes for this exam. The voice of the person in charge of the examination grounds was transmitted into the examinee's ears through the loudspeaker. Half an hour later, the exam passageways will open. At that time, all examinees, please line up and enter in order. Each person's exam site will be a single-player supernatural instance, and the assessment time is 12 hours. The assessment mission will be issued inside the instance. If you encounter mortal danger, the exam instance will automatically activate and send you out of the exam site. Being sent out of the exam site means the assessment is over. After all examinees have finished their assessments, we will score your performance. Those ranked in the top 8,000 by score will pass the admissions assessment and be admitted to Liang's Psychic Energy High School. In addition, for the sake of fairness and justice, this high school entrance exam will be live streamed in its entirety. Every individual instance will be broadcast live on the high school entrance exam network. All examinees' performances will also be displayed before all the citizens of Great Xia. Students, please make sure to perform well. As the chief person in charge of the exam site explained, time passed by second after second. The hands of the large clock in the square pointed to 8 o'clock. The assessment time had arrived. In the center of the square, a huge instance passage appeared right on time. The examinees lined up and entered one after another. Lin Momo also moved forward with the line and entered the instance. As the scene before her eyes shifted, she had already appeared inside a dim little temple. At the same time, a semi-transparent dialogue box appeared before her eyes. As the exam begins, you have arrived in a broken-down little mountain village. Beginner instance. Mountain village curse has begun. Background. Deep within the mountains, there is a small mountain village where dozens of mountain folk live an isolated life, cut off from the world. Until one day, a group of college students barged in and discovered that this tiny mountain village was actually overrun with the supernatural. Mission issued. You are currently inside the mountain god temple outside the village. Please leave the mountain god temple as soon as possible and meet up with the college students. Please note, at this moment, a one-star wandering soul is drifting outside the temple gate. Please use the knowledge or abilities you have learned to deal with this wandering soul. This one-star wandering soul patrols the mountain god temple once every hour. You must find a way to deal with it within 1 hour. 1 star, the lowest tier, wandering soul. Lin Momo did not hesitate and walked straight out of the small temple. At this time in Great Xia, as the high school entrance exam began, countless spectators squeezed into the exam network live stream rooms. Here we go, eating popcorn. Watching the kids get bullied into tears by the supernatural is way too entertaining. Does the person above have to be that twisted? Praying for the junior boys and girls. Hope my kid passes the assessment smoothly. Praying. What instance is it this year? Any big shot care to explain? It just started. Hard to tell anything yet. The Department of Education really does have some tricks. More than 10 sessions of psychic energy entrance exams, and no year has ever repeated. Obviously, which of the previous exam instances wasn't brought into the classroom and analyzed over and over? Only by making every assessment different can they truly test the student's real level. Even though we don't know the question this year, it'll most likely be about the same format as previous years. Bro above, elaborate, sure. First, there'll be a small crisis, probably a 1-star wandering soul. As everyone knows, a 1-star wandering soul doesn't have much lethality. As long as the examinees use the knowledge they learned in class and find the proper ghost-removing tools in the corresponding environment, they can easily get rid of it. Looking at the environment, it's a small temple, so the corresponding ghost-removing tools should be incense, ash, a divine statue, willow branches, and the like. The examinees just need to find the corresponding tools and bravely face the supernatural. And they'll most likely pass this stage. This stage tests how solid their fundamentals are. In previous years, the pass rate was about 70%. Doesn't sound that hard. How did nearly half get eliminated? Easy for you to say. Why don't you try facing a ghost alone? It'd be impressive enough if you didn't piss yourself from fear. You think you'd still be able to respond calmly? Right. The entrance exam is actually pretty hard, and it's said to get harder every year. Even though the examinees are all psychic energy students, most of them still haven't awakened a psychic energy class. To put bluntly, they're just ordinary people. Extra. The first eliminated examinee has already appeared from the Modu exam site. Time used, 1 minute and 18 seconds. Modu really does produce talent. Ahem, we have a lot of examinees in Modu, so naturally we also have a lot of weirdos. But if we're talking true heavenly geniuses, you still have to look at Modu and the capital. Extra. The first examinee to clear the first stage has also appeared from Jinling. He's a flame psychic energy class user. He already destroyed the wandering soul and met up with a group of college students outside a small mountain village. Small mountain village? College students? I think I know what instance this is. What instance? What? Hurry up and say it. Horror legend. Mountain village curse. Hiss. Inside the instance. Lin Momo came to the temple gate and, sure enough, saw a long-haired female, ghost wandering not far away. She gently raised her hand. Boom. A bolt of purple lightning appeared out of nowhere and struck the female ghost. The female ghost did not even have the slightest reaction before she was vaporized by the violent energy. It's been a long time since I fought such a weak supernatural creature. Lin Momo muttered to herself. Ever since awakening her psychic energy class, her little Aunt Shu, you had taken her everywhere to search for traces of the supernatural, tempering her through battle as she grew. The current Lin Momo had already reached the realm of 3rd tier, 9 stars, only 1 step away from the 4th tier. In the psychic energy world, realms from 0 tier to 7th tier are, respectively, 0 tier mortal realm unawakened, 1st tier awakened, 2nd tier transcendent, 3rd tier soldier rank, 4th tier general rank, 5th tier monarch rank, 6th tier overlord, 7th tier king realm. Among them, starting from the 1st tier, each tier is further divided from 1 star to 9 stars, for a total of 9 levels. Most middle school students are unawakened 0 tier. What they come into contact with in class is basically all 1st tier wandering souls. A 1st tier 1-star wandering soul is the weakest, while high star wandering souls like 1st tier 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star ones are almost impossible to shake. As for 2nd tier specters, even the weakest 2nd tier 1-star one is a terrifying existence beyond their imagination. Of course, that's not to say all middle school students are this weak. For example, Lin Momo's classmate and good friend Zhou Lingwan is a 2nd tier psychic energy user. Zhou Lingwan's talent is double A grade, and her father is a 6th tier psychic energy user. With talent and resources, her cultivation naturally went smoothly. She awakened her psychic energy class early and advanced to the 2nd tier. Aside from Lin Momo, Zhou Lingwan is the 2nd strongest in their class. Of course, if one looked across all of Liang, all of Lichuan province, or even all of Great Xia, then even Lin Momo might not be the most top-tier heavenly genius. In the capital, there is the son of a 7th tier king realm powerhouse who is in the same generation as Lin Momo. Having just turned 15, he had already broken through into the 5th tier and was hailed as the strongest middle school student in Great Xia. And heavenly geniuses at his level are not rare if one looks across all of Great Xia. The supernatural descended upon Great Xia beginning 20 years ago, and Great Xia's strongest generation also began rising from that era. Most of their descendants are no older than 20. These newcomers have been deliberately cultivated since birth, including resources, heavenly treasures, proper guidance, and so on. They were born with golden keys in their mouths. By today, some are in middle school, some are in high school, and all have begun to display extraordinary talent far beyond their peers. This new generation is known as the strongest generation. The high school entrance exam is meant to select elites and geniuses, but heavenly geniuses are obviously not included in that category. Without exception, they were just like Lin Momo, easily dealing with the wandering soul of the first stage, then meeting up with the college students set up by the instance. After Lin Momo dealt with the wandering souls outside the mountain god temple, she indeed saw a small mountain village not far away in the hollow between the hills, faintly visible through the forest. Lin Momo headed toward the mountain village and soon ran into a group of young people. 3 men and 2 women, 5 people in total. They were fully equipped with mountain climbing and exploration gear, laughing and joking as they came down the forest path. Little sister, are you here to explore the small mountain village too? Want to come with us? The one speaking was the flat-headed young man in the lead, about 6'3", tall and sturdy. Sure, Lin Momo said, little sister, my name is Dazhuang. My name is Xiaomei. My name is Xiaoming. Everyone calls me Glasses. My name is Tsuehua. The group immediately accepted Lin Momo's joining and enthusiastically introduced themselves. Lin Momo. It was said that every high school entrance exam dungeon had a real strange incident as its prototype. The Mountain Village Grudge dungeon should have been adapted from a strange incident that happened in a small mountain village. These 5 college students should have once truly existed. But obviously, their names couldn't possibly have been this random. After the dungeon's magical alteration, these college students had not only lost their original names, but also illogically accepted the addition of a complete stranger like Lin Momo. As if Lin Momo had originally been a member of their exploration team. The college students were very enthusiastic. Before Lin Momo had even said much, they had already explained the general ins and outs of the matter. They were all first-year students from the same university. Because they were interested in supernatural events, they had formed a club together for exploring paranormal phenomena. One day, Dazhuang suddenly saw a post online saying that a supernatural incident had occurred in an unnamed small mountain village deep within E Mountain. When he opened the map and searched, he actually found such a small mountain village, so they took advantage of summer vacation to come explore the deep mountains together. Also, through talking with them, Lin Momo learned the background time of this dungeon, 2025. Daxia calendar year 2025 was precisely the first year of the Strange Revival. Lin Momo silently remembered this point in time. According to the records of strange history, most of the strange incidents that broke out in the first year of the Strange Era were below C rank, and the strange entities involved were generally no higher than 3rd tier. In other words, in this Mountain Village Grudge dungeon, there should not be any 4th tier or higher strange entities. After making that assessment, Lin Momo already had confidence in her heart. In previous years' high school entrance exam dungeons, there were generally 2 ways to clear them. The first was to blend into the dungeon's plot, then follow the clues inside the dungeon to find the strange entity's killing logic, and under the restrictions of the corresponding rules, survive or counterkill it. The second was to use a realm advantage to violently crush every strange entity in the dungeon. To take the second route, the prerequisite was that the challenger's realm and strength had to be higher than the strange entities. Lin Momo's class was Thunder Controller, and her realm was 3rd tier, 9 stars. As a lightning-type spiritual energy user, the most effective against strange entities, Lin Momo almost always exterminated third-tier strange entities with overwhelming force, and she had even achieved a record of independently killing a fourth-tier strange entity by fighting above her level. So she quickly made up her mind and decided to choose the simpler and more straightforward second method of clearing the dungeon. The group chatted as they walked, and soon arrived at the small mountain village. In front of a small courtyard at the village entrance, an old man was reclining sideways on a lounge chair, smoking a dry tobacco pipe. When he saw them, a wary look appeared in his eyes. "Where did you little kids come from?" Dajwang stepped forward. "Grandpa, we came to the mountains for an adventure. We saw there was a village here, so we came over to take a look. Little kids, go back to wherever you came from. You're not welcome here." The old man did not look friendly. The college students looked at each other. None of them had expected the villagers to react like this. At that moment, Lin Momo suddenly spoke. "Grandpa, is this place haunted?" Before Lin Momo had even finished speaking, the old man suddenly sat upright, a trace of fear flashing across his face as he growled in a low voice. "What are you saying? Don't talk nonsense." "Grandpa, to be honest, I'm a ghost-catching celestial master. I came here today because I saw that this place was overflowing with resentment, and I was afraid an evil ghost was causing trouble." As she spoke, Lin Momo waved her hand. Boom! A streak of lightning shot from her fingertips and blasted into the grass, not far away, smashing a deep pit into the ground. Everyone was startled by the sudden bolt of lightning. As for the old man, he reacted even worse. He was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. A real ghost-catching celestial master. Lin Momo remained calm and unconcerned. "Now you can let us into the village, right? Please, come in." At that moment, a new mission also appeared in the mission box. Mission: please investigate the strange incident in the mountain village, and within the limits of your own ability, choose either survival or extermination of the strange entity. The dungeon had only issued a new mission, without any other hints. It seemed everything would have to be figured out by herself. Lin Momo led the group and followed the old man into the village. The college students were extremely excited. "Student Lin Momo, was that lightning technique really a celestial master spell? Are you really a celestial master? Are there really ghosts in this world? So paranormal events really do exist?" They kept asking question after question. "Of course ghosts exist, and there are ghosts in this village." Lin Momo answered patiently. The characters in the dungeon were all virtual, similar to NPCs in a game, but relatively speaking, they were much smarter than game NPCs. If she wanted to follow the plot set by the dungeon, she still could not ignore their existence. With Lin Momo's answers, the group quickly accepted the setting that ghosts existed in this world. The old man led the group to a 3-story brick building. This 3-story brick house could be considered the most luxurious building in the mountain village. "This is the village chief's home. I'll go call him out." With that, he pushed the door open and went inside. After a short while, he came out with a somewhat chubby middle-aged man. "Village chief, this is the young celestial master skilled in thunder arts," the old man said, pointing at Lin Momo. Hello. The village chief immediately came out to greet them warmly. "Esteemed celestial masters, would you like to come inside for a cup of tea?" Lin Momo waved her hand. "Village chief, there's no need for tea. Please tell us about the supernatural incident in the village instead." All right. The village chief began to explain. It turned out that this small mountain village had begun experiencing frequent strange incidents starting half a year ago. First, people began disappearing, then some started dying mysterious deaths. Later, people heard the mournful sound of a woman crying at night. At first, quite a few villagers went outside to check, and quite a few of them also died in the darkness. There were also some who went out to investigate and returned safely, but when questioned, they knew nothing and could not explain what had happened. Until recently, the mournful crying of a woman would be heard in the mountain village almost every night. But no one dared go out to investigate anymore. The households in the village that could move away had already done so. Only the village chief's family remained, along with more than 20 households of elderly people unwilling to leave. After listening to the village chief's explanation, Dezhuang proposed with a hint of excitement. "How about we spend the night here?" "Sure." Glasses pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose bridge and agreed with great interest. Xiaoming didn't say anything. Instead, the two girls started backing out. Xiaomei hesitantly said, "How about we just go back?" Suehua also nodded repeatedly. "At first I was kind of curious about ghosts, but now I'm completely not curious anymore. This place is seriously creepy. Let's just go back, okay?" As she spoke, she rubbed the goosebumps on her arm. "No way." Dazhuang panicked. "We're already here, and we're about to see a ghost. How can we leave now?" "I don't care. I don't want to stay in this damn place for even one more second. I'm going back." Xiaomei refused to give an inch. Seeing the two arguing, Xiaoming stepped in to smooth things over. "How about this? I'll go back with Xiaomei. If you don't want to leave, you can stay here for the night." Suehua immediately raised her hand. "I'm going back too." And so, the little adventure team split up. Lin Momo watched everything thoughtfully, wondering which direction the plot would go. After Xiaoming, Xiaomei, and Suehua left, the village chief looked at the sun gradually sinking westward. "It's getting dark soon. I'll go make some dinner. Want to eat together? You can make do and stay at my house for the night." Okay, thanks, village chief. It was getting dark. That ghost might come out very soon. At this moment outside the instance, in the high school entrance exam live stream rooms, every examinee had their own dedicated live broadcast screen. Lin Momo was the first in Liang City to deal with a one-star wandering spirit, so her live stream room attracted quite a few curious onlookers from Liang. Especially after she used lightning arts, the number of viewers in the room shot past 10,000. Little Lin Momo is really calm. She's got the bearing of a spirit energy master. The plot's only just started. Can't really tell much yet. This junior is so pretty. Which school is she from? I think she's from number 1 middle school. I've heard of her. She's a little genius. Obviously, awakening a spirit energy class in middle school, and it's even a lightning type 1. She's definitely a top young prodigy. Someone like her doesn't even need to take the high school entrance exam. She could just get specially recruited. No need for you to worry about that. I already heard from my teacher. The high school entrance exam hasn't even started yet, and 2 instructors from key classes in the Spell Academy already got into a fight over this junior. Key class in the Spell Academy? Isn't that the legendary prodigy class? No way. Reserved for the prodigy class in advance. You guys have no idea. This junior is insanely strong. At only 14 years old, she's already a 3rd rank lightning controller. With strength like that, if she went to take the Spirit Energy College entrance exam right now, she could get into a pretty good Spirit Energy University. 14 years old and 3rd rank? What am I supposed to do when I'm 18 and only barely 2nd rank? Strong. Bro above, let's talk about the plot instead. Can anyone tell me why the adventure team split up? I know. There's someone in Shijiang City progressing fast, and they've already reached the next part of the plot. After the team split up, Xiaomei and the others hadn't gone far before they got targeted by the ghost, and Xiaoming was the first to get killed. How'd he die? Tell us in detail. His head got twisted 180 degrees. Terrifying. Lin Momo's side is almost there too. Xiaomei and the others are about to run into the ghost very soon. The barrage of comments was still flying by when, in the live stream screen, a sharp scream suddenly rang out. What was that sound? Lin Momo, Dazhuang, and Glasses exchanged a look and immediately realized it was Xiaomei and the others. Something had happened. Everyone instinctively looked toward the western sky. At some unknown point, the sun had already set. Let's go. That ghost thing has appeared. Dazhuang breathed heavily in excitement. Lin Momo glanced at him. Dazhuang's mental state seemed a little abnormal. It looked like a sign of awakening a spirit energy class. Could it be that Dazhuang survived this supernatural incident? Lin Momo secretly guessed. If he awakened a spirit energy class in the first year of the supernatural era, then as long as he didn't die, he should become a top-tier powerhouse 20 years later. The 3 left the village. As for the village chief and the old man, they naturally refused to come no matter what. Very soon, they saw Xiaomei's group of 3 at the end of the forest path outside the village. To be exact, it was 2 people and 1 corpse. Xiaoming was already dead. He lay stiffly on the ground. No, his body was lying face down, but his head had twisted 180 degrees in a bizarre angle. His face was ferocious, eyes wide open, as if he had seen something incomparably horrifying before dying. Xiaomei and Twa sat collapsed on the ground, sobbing quietly, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Xiaomei, Twa, what happened? Are you 2 okay? Dazhuang patted them on the back. Seeing Lin Momo's group of 3 arrive, the 2 finally calmed down a little. A ghost. It was a ghost. Xiaomei's voice trembled softly. What ghost? What did it look like? What happened? Why is Xiaoming dead? I don't know. Xiaomei spoke in broken fragments. After we left the village, we started walking out of the mountain. The mountain path was very narrow. I was in front, Suihua was in the middle, and Xiaoming was at the very back. As we walked, Xiaoming suddenly said, Do you hear a woman crying? Suihua and I said, No, and Xiaoming said, Oh, then maybe I heard wrong. After walking a bit more, Xiaoming said again, You really don't hear anything? It sounds like a woman's voice saying, I died such a miserable death. What Xiaoming said was so creepy that we urged him to walk faster and get out of this ghostly place sooner. Not long after, Xiaoming suddenly shouted, Who's calling my name? Then we heard the sound of him falling. When we turned back, he was already dead. After Xiaomei finished speaking, everyone fell silent. The ghost had come, but they knew nothing about it. Glasses analyzed. The sound of a woman crying means this should be the ghost the village chief mentioned from the mountain village. But why could only he hear the sound while you couldn't? I have 2 guesses. First, this female ghost only kills men, not women. Just now, the village chief didn't say whether the people who died in the village were men or women. We can go back and ask. Second, Xiaoming was walking at the back. His position might be the factor that triggered the ghost encounter. Or maybe my guesses are wrong, and there's another factor we didn't notice. He looked at everyone. How about we try simulating it? Simulating. Run into the ghost again. The 2 girls shook their heads like rattles. Dazhuang stepped forward. I'll do it. I'm a man, and I'll walk at the back. If I run into the ghost, that means Glasses' analysis is correct. Then we can figure out whether the main factor is the first point or the second. Lin Momo glanced at Dazhuang and complained inwardly. You really aren't afraid of death. But considering they were all NPCs, she didn't say anything more. Everyone lined up in a row and walked toward the back of the village. As they walked, Dezhuang suddenly spoke, his voice excited with a trace of fear. I hear it, the female ghost crying. Do you guys hear it? Everyone listened carefully, but heard nothing. Glasses asked, Dezhuang, are you okay? Dezhuang answered, I'm fine. It's just that the crying sounds like it's getting closer and closer. It's saying something like, I died such a miserable death. Damn, she's calling my name. Feels like she's right behind me. Dezhuang suddenly cried out. Everyone's hair stood on end. Don't turn around. Glasses suddenly shouted. Huh, don't turn around. Glasses said, I've read some ghost stories before, and one of them had this kind of head-twisting ghost. It'll call you from behind. If you turn around, it'll twist your head off, just like what happened to Xiaoming. Damn, what do we do now? Lin Momo didn't hear any sound, and when she used her spiritual perception, she didn't sense anything unusual either. She tried to turn her head, but behind Dezhuang there was nothing at all. This should be some kind of strange entity that operates under certain rules. Lin Momo analyzed. Only by triggering the rules will you run into a ghost. And each time, this strange entity can only attack one target. Other than the person it has locked onto, no one else can sense its existence. After thinking for a moment, she said, LL, try walking in the back. Lin Momo walked behind Dezhuang. Huh, the sound disappeared. Dezhuang cried out in surprise. Then he let out a long breath. Damn, that was exciting. My heart's still pounding like crazy. As expected, a sharp glint flashed through Glass's eyes. If you don't turn around, you won't trigger the condition to be killed. The group continued toward the mountain village. At that moment, Lin Momo suddenly spoke. I heard it. The female ghost sobbing, shrill and miserable, rang by her ear. Holy shit, it's here again. Everyone's hearts tightened. Glasses quickly stressed, turn around. Lin Momo didn't turn around, but that didn't mean she did nothing. She quietly raised her hand, lightning arts gathering in her palm. Then she waved her hand. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of lightning bolts as thick as bowls fell from the sky and exploded in the mountain forest behind them. Lin Momo heard a miserable scream. Then, the ghostly crying stopped abruptly. The sound disappeared. Was it dead, or had it run away? The others had heard the explosions too, and all stopped walking. When they turned around, what they saw was a stretch of scorched black forest ruins. The ground was full of craters of varying depths, and arcs of electricity ran across the burnt earth. So strong. Livestream chat. Holy shit, holy shit. This is absurd. Fierce. You've blinded my dog eyes. I kneel in worship. The lightning empress has truly descended. I submit. The barrage flooded the screen. Lin Momo is terrifyingly strong. Is this the power of a lightning element class holder? To the person above, it's not all lightning element class holders. It's just Lin Momo, 3rd rank. The destructive power is that terrifying? Quick explanation. An ordinary person can't reach 1st rank even if they train to the limit. Only by awakening spiritual power can they become 1st rank, starting from 1st rank 1 star. You have to cross 9 consecutive steps before breaking through into 2nd rank. From 2nd rank to 3rd rank, you also have to break through 9 stages. A 3rd rank spiritual power user is already a mainstay of the spiritual power world. You tell me whether 3rd rank is strong or not. Strong. Terrifyingly strong. Lin Momo, the strongest prodigy of this generation in Liang. Definitely. Forget Liang. Even in the entire Lizhou province, you won't find many this strong. Exactly. Liang Spiritual Power Middle School. The current year's spiritual power instructors were packed into a lecture hall. Their students were about to take the Spiritual Power College entrance exam, and accordingly, they were also about to welcome the next batch of new students. Those new students would be selected through this middle school entrance exam. So they had gathered together to assess the quality of this year's new students. On the large screen in the lecture hall were live streams of the exams of dozens of Liang City's best middle school students. When they saw Lin Momo use chaotic lightning flash and destroy a whole section of forest, the entire lecture hall erupted. Strong. A great reputation really isn't undeserved. Lin Momo truly is a proud daughter of heaven. Amazing, amazing, this destructive power. This reserve of spiritual power. This lightning control technique. Among Liang's middle school students this year, she's enough to make the top 10. Top 10? I think at least top 5. I heard she's about to break through to 4th rank. Once she enters 4th rank, she'll have a chance to reach the top 3. This Lin Momo, I want her for Key Class A of my spell academy. None of you better try to steal her from me. Wang Bin, who the hell do you think you are? Lin Momo should enter Key Class B of my spell academy. Stop misleading the young. Misleading the young? Say that clearly to my face. I'm talking about you. Not convinced? Then let's fight. Then let's fight. Who's afraid of who? The other teachers. Those two had a small fight every 3 days and a big fight every 5. Everyone was used to it. Inside the instance dungeon. Classmate Lin Momo, did you kill that female ghost? Probably not. Lin Momo sounded a little uncertain. My lightning arts did injure it, but because I was casting with my back turned, I didn't hit it completely. It was probably wounded and fled. That female ghost wasn't very strong, at least not to Lin Momo, but was very cautious. The instant Lin Momo used her lightning arts, it had already started fleeing. So although it had been struck by the sweep of lightning, it hadn't been killed. Everyone quickly asked, what do we do next? Lin Momo's performance just now had already won them over, so naturally they had started taking her thoughts seriously. After being injured, it'll most likely return to its lair to lie low. As long as we find its lair, I can easily kill it. This was the behavioral logic of most strange entities as described in textbooks. The others were confused. Liar, Lin Momo explained, places like graveyards, corpse burial grounds, the place where it died, or areas of extreme energy. Dazhuang scratched his head. Who would know that? Beside him, glasses pushed up the glasses on his nose, wisdom shining in his eyes. We don't know, but maybe someone does. Who? The village chief. The village chief's house. The group stared at the village chief with predatory eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. Cold sweat beaded on the village chief's forehead, but he still refused to speak. Glasses spoke in a sinister tone. Village chief, you'd better think this through. We'll leave after tonight. When that time comes, no one will help you get rid of the ghost. This little mountain village, and your whole family, will probably have their necks twisted by that evil ghost sooner or later. The village chief looked at the others, then at Lin Momo. Little celestial master, can you really kill that ghost thing? Lin Momo nodded. As long as I know where it's hiding, killing it will be effortless. As she spoke, lightning appeared in her palm, flashing with a dazzling glow. The village chief pondered for a long time before finally speaking. Sigh, it's all karmic grievance. In the past, quite a few young women died in our village. Quite a few. Our village is remote, poor, and backward. It was hard for the young men to find wives. To continue the family line, they had no choice but to buy wives from traffickers. If they met someone with a gentle temperament, things were fine. But if they met someone strong-willed, then deaths were unavoidable. Everyone was furious and shocked. Human trafficking? And organized crime at that? What kind of village chief are you? The village chief defended himself quietly. That was all a very long time ago. Over the past several decades, as society developed and young people left to work, everyone had opportunities, so this kind of thing never happened again. Dazhuang shouted angrily. No wonder wrong spirits are here to claim lives. I'd say you people deserve it. You village chief ought to die too, letting something like that happen. The village chief said, back then I wasn't the village chief yet, and I had no power over such matters. After I took office, nothing like this ever happened in the village again. I'll believe you for now. Do you know that female ghost's identity? What's her name? Where did she die? And where is she buried? The village chief shook his head, then nodded again. I don't know her identity, but I do know where she was buried. Back then, the village believed that girls who would rather kill themselves than submit to the village weren't worthy of burial. So their bodies were all dumped in Black Dog Gully behind the village. Fuck, are you people even human? You wouldn't even give them a proper burial after they died. Dazhuang abruptly stood up, raising his fist and glaring furiously at the village chief. Even the girls were full of indignation. Seeing this, the village chief dropped to his knees with a thud. I know I was wrong. The people in the village all know they were wrong too. I know the village is haunted because of the wrongs we committed in the past, so I've stayed in the village all this time, and I often go to Black Dog Gully to offer sacrifices. Lin Momo said coldly, Village chief, take us to Black Dog Gully. By the time the village chief led the group to Haiga Gully, it was already completely dark. The deep mountain ravine didn't show a single trace of light. Standing before the gully, Lin Momo felt a dense wave of resentment rushing straight at her. It really is here. She had already sensed the eerie aura. It wasn't a single individual, but a collective form from the resentment of countless girls who had died unjustly. An eerie entity gathered from resentment. Right beneath the ravine, it was staring at her gloomily. Begin. Lin Momo raised her hand. A violent aura spread through the sky. You once suffered injustice, but you have also slaughtered the living. The human world is not a place where you should remain. Go on your way properly. Lin Momo murmured. Thunderous energy as vast as the ocean rippled around her body. Sea of thunder judgment. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning poured down like wildly dancing dragons, and the blinding radiance lit up the entire sky. The mountain village vengeful spirit has been exterminated. The assessment has been completed ahead of schedule. You are about to be sent out of the instance. The live stream exploded. Holy shit, I'm convinced. I bow and worship. Terrifying as hell. This girl has the bearing of a great emperor. Can someone tell me if this is real? Is there really a third-rank Esper this strong? I've seen a lot, but someone who can unleash an attack this terrifying the third-rank realm. Only Lin Momo, seriously, ridiculously strong. At the same time, Liang Middle School. 2 instructors from the key class of the Law Academy were already fighting hand-to-hand with their shirts off. Around them were teachers eating melon and sighing in amazement. I have to say, Lin Momo's talent is truly outstanding. With a third-rank body, bursting out an attack at the high 4th-rank level. She really is astonishingly gifted. Spell-type Espers are already good at large-scale spirit abilities, and she just happens to have the lightning element, known as the strongest in offense. If she grows up, TSK. Before, people were saying Lin Momo ranked in the top 5 among this year's middle school students. But if you ask me, even those 3 freshmen at the 4th rank might not necessarily be her match. Exactly. Realm is realm. Combat power is combat power. Those three freshmen are benefiting from powerful backgrounds. If we're really talking talent, they're probably a notch below Lin Momo. Once she gets to high school, her shortcomings in resources and background will gradually be made up for. By then, she'll probably shine even brighter than she does now. Even brighter? Shake all a great xia. Why not? It really gets me excited just thinking about it. What a pity such a good seedling fell into the hands of those two bastards, Old Wong and Old Lee. Tell me about it. Didn't you see? They got serious this time. They're beating each other's dog brains out. Old Wong, Old Lee, if hand-to-hand isn't satisfying enough, why not head to the martial field and throw in spirit abilities and weapons too? Somewhere, a combat squad had just finished dealing with an S-rank Eerie incident. Today's the high school entrance exam day. High school entrance exam? Is that rare? Aren't you a forever single dog? You don't even have kids, so why do you care? Let alone the high school entrance exam. Even the college entrance exam is just kids playing house. What's so interesting about it? But this year is different. How is it different? This year's high school entrance exam question is Mountain Village Resentment Curse. Fuck. Why is it this one? Those old scholars didn't screw me over, did they? No idea whether they did. But your name really is hilarious. What name? Fuck. Are they idiots? Giving me such an idiotic name. Not gonna lie, I think it fits pretty well. Get lost. Let me see your phone. What for? I want to see what your name is. No need. I'm called Glasses. Glasses? Ha. How they know your college nickname? Probably guessed. But it's not bad. Even though I'm not nearsighted anymore, I still quite like that nickname. Maybe I should change it. How about I go by Glasses from now on? If you change your name to Glasses, doesn't that mean I'd have to change mine to Dajwang? That'd be pretty good. Get lost. Remember this. My honor title is Mad Blade King, Lu Meng. Not as good as Dajwang. Get the hell out. Lin Momo came out of the instance. Quite a few examinees had already come out onto the plaza. Unlike Lin Momo, most of them had been kicked out by the instance after encountering life-threatening danger inside. Only Lin Momo had come out because she cleared it ahead of schedule. The students were all waiting in the plaza for the final scores to be released. When they saw Lin Momo, every one of them revealed looks of envy and admiration. Lin Momo's performance in the instance had long since been broadcast on the giant screen in the plaza. But intimidated by Lin Momo's powerful aura, no one dared to come up and strike up conversation. Lin Momo walked straight out of the plaza. Clearing ahead of schedule meant a perfect score, so she didn't need to wait for the final result. Chuyu had already been waiting outside the plaza for a long time. The moment she saw Lin Momo come out, she immediately shouted loudly, "Lin Momo, over here, you did amazing. First perfect score in the Liang exam district. Auntie, can you keep it down a little?" Lin Momo blushed a little. Being watched by so many people was one thing, but her aunt was loudly announcing it too, as if she wanted the whole world to know. Keep it down for what? A perfect score on the high school entrance exam. This is a huge matter that brings glory to the family. Why shouldn't we celebrate? We should celebrate. Lin Momo grabbed Chuyu. Let's go home and celebrate. Hey, don't walk so fast. The final rankings haven't been announced yet. Chuyu protested, but Lin Momo dragged her along with even more force. The two of them finally returned to the car after some pulling and tugging. Chuyu reluctantly sat down in the driver's seat, still muttering, "Seriously, at a moment this glorious, you actually left early." Lin Momo clearly didn't want to keep talking about this with her aunt, so she changed the subject. "Auntie, do you know the real incident this Mountain Village Resentment Curse instance was based on?" Chuyu pulled out her phone. "Here, look at this. I just checked. The prototype of Mountain Village Resentment Curse was an Eerie incident that happened 20 years ago." Lin Momo asked curiously, "How did it end?" Chuyu looked through her phone. Out of that group of college students, 3 died. Only Dajwang and Glasses escaped, and it said both of them awakened spirit abilities. Oh, there's more after that. 1 year later, Dajwang and Glasses returned to the small mountain village and destroyed that Eerie entity. When they went back, the village was already completely empty. No one knew whether the villagers had fled or been killed by the Eerie entity. Lin Momo fell into thought. In just 1 year, Dajwang and Glasses had the strength to kill that third-rank resentful spirit. Chuyu pointed at the phone. "It's from official records, so it probably shouldn't be wrong." Then she sighed emotionally. "Looks like Dajwang and Glasses were very talented too. I wonder if they survived until now." "Auntie, if they did survive until now, what level would they be?" Chuyu thought for a moment. "At least 6th rank, I'd say. Maybe they might even have a place among Great Xia's 7th rank thrones." 7th rank. When she got home, Chuyu kicked off her high heels, casually tossed her coat onto the sofa, then ran toward the study in her slippers with slap, slap, slap sounds. "Auntie," Lin Momo called out, "what are we having for dinner? Want to celebrate?" "Hot pot." Chuyu's voice came from the study. Then, "I'll place the order, and get another bottle of red wine. Red Rose brand. I'm happy today, so no matter what, I've got to have a couple sips." "Got it." Lin Momo felt helpless. Other than her figure, her Annie was like a child in every way. She took out her phone and skillfully started ordering takeout. As for Chuyu, she had already turned on the computer and started browsing online. Since Lin Momo had cleared the high school entrance exam instance in less than 5 hours by now, The exam's overall progress had only just reached halfway, but that did not affect the exam's explosive popularity in the slightest. Just like in previous years, by the time the exam was halfway through, the geniuses had more or less all finished clearing it. One breathtaking battle scene after another started spreading across the internet. Some bored netizen even specifically compiled a post titled, "The Top 10 Most Shocking Famous Scenes of This Year's High School Entrance Exam." Chuyu clicked in and immediately saw footage of Lin Momo using Sea of Thunder Judgment to wipe out the weird entity in the 5th rank spot. My Momo is only ranked 5th? I want to see just what the top 4 are capable of. Chuyu clicked on the first video. In the footage, a delicate-looking boy was flying high in the sky, looking down over a mountain village. Flying through the air? 5th rank. Then he raised a hand and cast a spell. Violent fire energy spread through the air. Meteor fire descends. The boy's voice was not loud, but it was vigorous and forceful. In an instant, countless gigantic flaming rocks fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The entire mountain village, including Haigu Gully behind the mountain, was completely covered by the meteoric fire. The indiscriminate attack flattened the entire valley. The college students, the villagers, and the weird entities were all wiped out in a single strike. Chuyu frowned. Even if it's an instance, launching a direct, indiscriminate attack to clear out the weird entities at the fastest speed, this kid is ruthless. But reaching 5th rank at such a young age, his talent is pretty good. The scrolling comments under the video said all kinds of things. Most of them were praise, but some called him vicious too. Also, Chuyu learned some information from the comments. This boy was an orphan. Both of his parents had died in a weird incident, while he himself had been born during that same weird incident. He was discovered and adopted by a top expert, then carefully raised and educated. An orphan? That was the same background as Momo. Most orphans matured early, and with a top expert raising him, no wonder he could perform like this at such a young age. Not bad. Let's look at the second one. 10 videos, 10 examinees, 3 at 5th rank, 6 at 4th rank, and only Lin Momo was at 3rd rank. Their performances were all remarkable. They truly deserve the title of the top 10 most shocking famous scenes of the high school entrance exam. But Chuyu still noticed something odd. That kid from the capital who's called Great Xia's #1 middle school student isn't on the list? She searched a bit and quickly found the capital kid's video, so that's how it is. This kid didn't use his full strength at all. After entering the instance, he just headed straight for Haigu Gully and casually killed that weird entity. He made it look too easy, and the battle scene was too small, so naturally he couldn't make the shocking scenes ranking. But in terms of strength, he really is pretty strong. Chuyu went back to the earlier post and started admiring Lin Momo's valiant figure again. What's this person saying? He says Momo is only 3rd rank. Her combat strength isn't enough, and she's not qualified to be on this list. Hey, now you've set off my temper. Chuyu rolled up her sleeves. Just watch me roast you so hard, even your own mother won't recognize you. Auntie, the takeout's here. Oh, got it. Start the fire and get cooking first. I'll be right there. In Chuyu's response, there was still the crackling sound of rapid keyboard tapping. Lin Momo. As the hot pot broth came to a boil, Chuyu had no choice but to temporarily pause her war of words with the keyboard warriors. Still not fully satisfied, she came over to the dining table. On the table, all the ingredients had already been prepared. Even the red wine had already been opened. Auntie, are you taking care of me? Or, am I taking care of you? Lin Momo could not even find the energy to complain. Chuyu laughed awkwardly. Same thing, same thing. Eat, the food's ready, hurry and eat. Momo, try this lettuce. It's really fresh and sweet. And this lamb, it's pretty tender. This wine is good too. Want a sip? Auntie, I'm still underage. Oh, right. You drink juice, drink juice. After eating and drinking her fill, Chuyu finally remembered the important matter. All right, 2 days ago, teachers from 2 key classes in the Law Academy at Liang Spiritual Energy High School called. They meant to invite you to enroll in their classes. Key classes in the Law Academy. You probably don't know much about it yet, right? I'll explain. At Liang Spiritual Energy High School, people in our spiritual energy world generally call it Liang High School. Liang High School has 3 major academies: the Martial Academy, the Law Academy, and the Soul Academy. The Martial Academy recruits students who awaken physical spiritual energy attributes like strength, agility, constitution, and so on, or who awaken weapon-type spiritual energy like sword spirit masters, saber spirit masters, and the like, as well as most unawakened mortal realm students. It mainly teaches martial cultivation. The Law Academy recruits students who awaken law-type spiritual energy classes, or who have law-type talent and are inclined to awaken law-type classes. What mainly teaches is also law-type cultivation. The common 5-element classes in your lightning-type class all belong to the law type and fall under the Law Academy. The Soul Academy recruits students who awaken soul-type spiritual energy classes, or who have soul-type talent and are inclined to awaken soul-type classes. Common ones like ghost tamers, beast tamers, and spiritual telekinetics all belong to the soul type. Since most middle school students are unawakened and in the mortal realm, generally speaking, the Martial Academy has the most incoming students, followed by the Law Academy, and then the Soul Academy. The Martial Academy and the Law Academy have key classes, elite classes, and regular classes. The Soul Academy has fewer students, so it only has regular classes. The ones who contacted me this time were the mentors of the two key classes in the Law Academy, Class A and Class B. I looked into it. The key classes of Leon High School's Law Academy are called the Genius Classes, and they have a pretty good reputation. Although one is called Class A and the other Class B, in reality their status and resources are equal, and their teaching strength is about the same. The mentor of Class A is Wang Bin, a 5th-rank fire controller, and the mentor of Class B is Liu, a 5th-rank water controller. The two are about evenly matched in strength. So which class you want to join depends on your own wishes. Okay, Lin Momo nodded. As for which class she would join, she was not particularly conflicted. Her auntie had already made it very clear. There was no obvious superiority or inferiority between the two classes. As long as she could improve her strength, it was the same no matter where she went. Night. Lin Momo returned to her room and began refining spiritual energy. Her realm had been stuck at 3rd rank, 9 stars for quite a while now. Recently, in her cultivation, she could already clearly feel the spiritual energy shackles inside her body loosening. Presumably, it would not be long before she could break through the shackles and enter the 4th rank. Work hard. Try to break through to the 4th rank before entering high school. Lin Momo secretly clenched her fist and entered cultivation. For hours later, the spiritual energy completed a full circulation through the meridians in her body. Night cultivation complete. Time to take a shower, then sleep. Lin Momo was full of energy. As she passed by her aunt's room, she happened to hear her angrily cursing at her teammates. No need to say it. She had definitely lost again while gaming. Thinking of her aunt's awful gaming skills, Lin Momo could not help silently mourning for her teammates for 3 seconds. After taking a shower, she lay down on the bed. Tonight, sleepiness seemed to come especially strongly. Momo, Momo. In her hazy state, it seemed there was a gentle voice calling out to her. Lin Momo struggled to open her eyes. What she saw was a familiar face, one that had appeared in her dreams countless times before. Lin Momo cried out happily, then threw herself into her father's arms without thinking. Her father gently stroked her face. Today, her father's image was exceptionally clear. It was as if he had truly appeared right before her. That real sensation made Lin Momo unable to tell whether this was reality or a dream. Momo, you've grown up. Her father murmured softly, his eyes full of tenderness. Dad, I missed you. Lin Momo's eyes were misty with tears. Feeling her father's warm embrace, she experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Suddenly, a cracking roar came from the sky. Only then did Lin Momo realize that she was actually standing in the wilderness. Looking up, she saw that the sky had split open into an enormous crack. Then, a gigantic palm, so huge it nearly blotted out the sky and sun, came attacking from beyond the heavens. At the same time, an explosive shout like rolling thunder came from beyond the heavens. What ghostly fiend dares trespass into the territory of Great Xia? Lin Yin raised his head, 2 divine beams shooting from his eyes. A domain guardian? As the giant palm descended, the tearing of the sky grew worse and worse, and the entire dream world seemed like it could collapse at any moment. Lin Yin gently let go of Lin Momo, then shot into the sky. His body rapidly expanded as he threw a punch toward the heavens. At the same time, a long sword was gently delivered before Lin Momo. Along with it came Lin Yan's words. Momo, go participate in the Ghost Controller contract ceremony. Dad will wait for your call in the world of the dead. Dad, don't go. Don't leave Momo behind. Lin Momo cried out in tears. That familiar scene of parting had replayed countless times in her dreams. Only this time, it was especially clear. At this moment, the collision above the heavens had already happened. Boom. The giant palm and the iron fist slammed into each other. With that loud blast, the dream world shattered along with it. Lin Momo woke from the dream. Lin Momo suddenly sat upright. She looked around. A familiar bedroom. So, it was a dream. Only then did she realize that her face was already covered in tears. What a real dream. She recalled her father's face and embrace in the dream. It had felt so real that it did not seem like a dream at all. Suddenly, she sensed a trace of an unusual fluctuation. Turning her head to look, she saw an exquisite, ancient long sword lying quietly by the bedside. A sword? Dad's sword. She reached out to touch it, but her hand passed through the sword without the slightest obstruction. The long sword was clearly there, yet it also seemed not to exist. Could it be just a projection? Lin Momo could feel a certain deep and mysterious fluctuation coming from the sword. Even if I can't touch it, I can feel that this sword truly exists. Lin Momo muttered to herself. It must be Dad. He used this sword to remind me that the dream just now was not merely a dream. She recalled everything from the dream. Dad wants me to participate in the Ghost Controller contract ceremony. He'll wait for my call in the world of the dead. Right. It has to be that. Even after reaching the world of the dead, Dad must still be some towering big shot. He wants me to contract him so he can return to the world of the living and protect me. Thinking that even in the world of the dead, her father was still thinking of her. Lin Momo felt a wave of warmth in her heart. Even though they were separated by life and death, her father would always be the person closest to her. Lin Momo looked at the long sword. Suddenly, she vaguely sensed that the sword's fluctuation was slowly weakening. It seemed some kind of power was gradually erasing the sword's existence. Lin Momo panicked. She tried all kinds of methods, but none of them allowed her to touch the sword. Auntie! Auntie! Lin Momo hurriedly called for Chuyu. What is it? Wearing loose pajamas, Chuyu came into Lin Momo's bedroom. Judging by her energetic state, she obviously had not gone to sleep yet. Auntie, look. Chuyu looked at the long sword. Where did this sword come from? It's pretty beautiful. As she spoke, she reached out to take it. As expected, her hand also passed straight through the long sword. A projection? A law of fluctuation? This sword really exists. Could it be that this sword doesn't exist in our space-time? Chuyu frowned, her expression more serious than ever before. Momo, come over here to Annie. Only after shielding Lin Momo's body did Chuyu carefully question her. Momo, where did this sword come from? Lin Momo answered truthfully. Auntie, I just had a dream. In the dream, I saw my dad. He gave me this sword, and then when I woke up, the sword appeared here. Brother-in-law. Chuyu was slightly dazed. A dream message? She looked at the sword, then at Lin Momo. Did your father say anything to you in the dream? Lin Momo nodded. He told me to participate in the Ghost Controller contract ceremony. He said he would wait for my call in the world of the dead. The Ghost Controller contract ceremony. Chuyu's brows knitted tightly. Ghost spirit contracts, all random? Can they actually be designated? This matter had already gone beyond her understanding. At this moment, the long sword by the bedside grew fainter and fainter, until it completely disappeared. As if it had never appeared at all. Chuyu stared at the long sword until there was nothing there. Only after a long while did she speak. Momo, this matter has already gone beyond my understanding. I can't make a judgment. What do you think yourself? Lin Momo took a deep breath. Auntie, I want to walk the path of a ghost controller. Are you sure? I'm sure. Momo, you need to understand that you've already awakened the spiritual energy class of Thunder Controller. If you continue down this path, a smooth road definitely lies ahead. But if you choose the Ghost Controller class, you'll need to start from scratch. If you fail the contract ceremony, you'll waste an entire year for nothing. If you lose a year during high school, you'll be left far behind by people your age. Auntie, I know, but I believe in my own judgment. Chuyu looked at Lin Momo's determined gaze and sighed. Since that's the case, Auntie supports you. Also, what happened tonight must absolutely not be mentioned to anyone. The next morning, Lin Momo returned to school. The high school entrance exam results were already out. As the first full score examinee at the Liang test site, Lin Momo sat firmly at the very top of the rankings, just as expected. All examinees ranked within the top 10,000 in score had to fill out their application forms. Since there was only one spiritual energy high school in the entire city of Liang, namely Liang Spiritual Energy High School, filling out the application mainly meant choosing a major. In other words, choosing a cultivation path. Generally speaking, students who had awakened a spiritual energy class already had their cultivation path determined. Only those who had not awakened, yet needed to choose their future cultivation direction. But after thinking it over all night yesterday, Lin Momo had already made up her mind. She was going to choose a different cultivation path. On the application form, she solemnly wrote down her target major, Soul Academy, Ghost Tamer class. The application form filled out in the morning had already been delivered to Liang High School by the afternoon. Have all 10,000 application forms been collected? They have. Then let's get started. The quota has already come down. This year's admission slots will fluctuate between 8,000 and 8,500. Everyone do a good job screening and assigning classes. Got it. There were 3 screening teams. The Martial Path team, the Magic Academy team, and the Soul Academy team. The Martial Path team received the most application forms, a full 6,000. Next was the Magic Academy team, which also had 3,500. Only the Soul Academy team had the fewest, with only about 500. As a result, the Soul Academy team had the lightest workload and the highest efficiency. A teacher from the Soul Academy team opened one application form. Lin Momo. What Lin Momo? Lin Momo was this year's brightest rising star in the Liang High School entrance exam. The moment her name was mentioned, the teachers were instinctively drawn to it. Lin Momo. Entrance exam rank. First, Soul Power Talent. S. Spiritual Energy Talent. S. Spiritual Energy Class. Thunder Control. 3rd rank. 9 stars. Soul Class. 0 rank. Not awakened. That's right, it's Lin Momo, the first place Lin Momo. Why would her application form be in the Soul Academy? All the reviewing teachers gathered around. What's going on? See for yourselves. Lin Momo's application form was passed over. It really is Lin Momo's application form. Why is her target major the Ghost Tamer class? Isn't she a Thunder Controller? What's going on? Did she fill out wrong? The teachers were all a little baffled. Among them, the 2 teachers from the Magic Academy's key classes were the most agitated. What is Lin Momo doing? She's a genius of the magic path. So what does it mean for her to apply to the Ghost Tamer class? Teacher Wang Bin of Key Class A kept flipping through the application form over and over. Teacher Lee from Key Class B was so worked up he kept shouting, "Ridiculous! Ridiculous! Filling out an application isn't a joke. What is student Lin Momo doing? Where's her family? Are they not keeping an eye on this? No, I have to go ask in person. What if she filled it out wrong?" Wang Bin grabbed Lin Momo's application form and moved to head out. "I'm going too." Liu followed right behind him. The two of them had already fought several times over Lin Momo these past 2 days. Who would have thought that in the end, Lin Momo would actually choose the soul path? It felt like their base had been stolen. It was as bad as it could possibly feel. "Wang Bin, Liu, are you two trying to poach right in front of me?" The one who spoke was a young woman with neat short hair. She looked to be only in her 20s, but her presence was no weaker than any teacher present. She was Morong Wu, the teacher of the new Ghost Tamer class in the Soul Academy. "Teacher Morong, that's not what I mean. But you know too, Lin Momo's talent is clearly in the magic path. She's a third-rank thunder controller. It's obviously abnormal for her to apply to the soul path. I need to go ask just in case there's been some mix-up," Wang Bin quickly explained. Liu also nodded. Right, absolutely no intention of poaching. We just want to ask about the situation." "In that case, it's fine to go ask," Morong Wu said. "As Lin Momo's future mentor, I'll go with you. No objections, right?" "Of course. As it should be." The three teachers left their work alone, got into a car, and drove toward the home address written on Lin Momo's application form. It only took half an hour for them to arrive at Jinyuan Residential Complex. They rang the doorbell, and the one who opened the door was a stunningly beautiful young woman. She should be Lin Momo's Aunt Chuyu. The three had previously looked through Lin Momo's family information and knew that she was an orphan raised by her aunt. "Hello, we're teachers from Liang High School. First year Key, Class A mentor from the Magic Academy, Wang Bin. First year Key Class B mentor from the Magic Academy, Liu. First year Ghost Tamer class mentor from the Soul Academy, Morong Wu. So you're teachers from Liang High School. Please come in." Chuyu welcomed the teachers into the house. The moment the three teachers entered, they immediately saw Lin Momo sitting on the balcony reading. What a good child, still studying hard even during break. The three became even more satisfied with Lin Momo. "Momo, the teachers came to see you." "Oh, coming." Lin Momo put away her book. Morong Wu had sharp eyes and caught a glimpse of the book cover, Basic Ghost Tamer, and instantly felt much more at ease. "Teachers, would you like some coffee?" Chuyu wanted to make tea, only to realize they had only coffee at home. Ahem, there's no need for coffee or anything. Let's just get to the point. Wang Bin got straight to it. "Here's the situation. We've already received student Lin Momo's enrollment application form. The target major on the form is Soul Academy, Ghost Tamer class. We came to ask whether it was filled out wrong." "Teacher, it wasn't filled out wrong." Lin Momo answered cleanly and decisively, leaving Wang Bin and Liu not knowing how to continue. Wang Bin grew anxious. "Lin Momo, you need to think this through carefully. Your spiritual energy class is the Magic Path Thunder Controller. You should apply to the Magic Academy. And of course, with your scores, you would definitely enter a key class in the Magic Academy." Lin Momo nodded. "Teacher, I know, but I want to become a Ghost Tamer, so I applied to the Ghost Tamer class." "No, student Lin, you may not understand. You haven't awakened the Ghost Tamer class. Even if you go to the Ghost Tamer class, you still might not be able to become a Ghost Tamer." "Teacher, I know. Student Lin, you're already a 3rd rank, 9-star lightning spiritual energy user, almost at the 4th rank, and your thunder talent is very high. Your actual combat strength is enough to rank in the top 5 among people your age in Lyon. If you choose Ghost Tamer, everything starts from 0. How is that any different from digging your own grave?" Both teachers were anxious now, and their tone had grown heavier. Lin Momo's refusal to budge made them so angry they were almost coughing up blood. "Ahem, let me say something." Morong Wu spoke up. "Student Lin Momo's soul power talent is very high, and her soul power reserve are also very abundant. Choosing the Ghost Tamer major wouldn't exactly mean starting from 0. Wang Bin choked back in frustration. "Teacher Morong, why are you adding to the chaos?" Morong Wu was speechless. "Teacher Wang, get this straight. Student Lin Momo has her heart set on the Ghost Tamer major. You're the ones causing trouble for me." Liu immediately said, "Teacher Morong, you should know that this trip isn't for selfish reasons. We're doing this for Lin Momo's future. That's exactly why I've let you try to poach right under my nose. So, you also admit that the Magic Academy is the better choice for student Lin Momo?" "Not necessarily. Student Lin Momo's soul power talent and spiritual energy talent are both S rank. There's no higher or lower between them. There's a saying, interest is the best teacher. If student Lin Momo truly prefers the Ghost Tamer major, then it would be better to make the choice early. She's still young. Everything is still in time. You're gonna piss me off to death." Morong Wu was taking on 2 against 1, and the 3 of them were arguing fiercely. Lin Momo felt a little helpless. She knew that making a choice like this would definitely invite criticism. She had not expected several teachers to come so quickly, nor to be so firm in their attitude. But she had her own reasons. She believed her father would never harm her, and no one could change her decision. "3 teachers, please stop arguing. I know you all mean well for me, but I've already made up my mind to walk the path of a Ghost Tamer. I won't change it. You? The arguing stopped abruptly. Still unwilling to give up, Wang Bin looked at Chuyu. Parent of Lin Momo, you should know our intentions are all for her own good. Won't you help persuade her? Chuyu smiled and shook her head. This teacher, I'm sorry. My Momo has always had strong opinions since she was little. I won't interfere with her decision. All right, one last question, student Lin Momo. Can I know why you insist on giving up the broad and promising path of the magic system to choose a harder road with an unknown future instead? Lin Momo was at a loss for words and didn't know how to answer. At that moment, Chuyu spoke up to help her out. Momo's late mother was a 5th-tier ghost tamer. I think Momo may want to walk the road her mother once walked. I see. Wang Bin nodded. Perhaps this was the obsession of Lin Momo, an orphan. I understand. He looked somewhat dispirited. Since this is student Lin Momo's choice, it wouldn't be right for us to forcefully interfere. Teacher Lee, let's go. All right. The two teachers got up to take their leave, but Murong Wu showed no intention of moving. Clearly, she still had things to say. When the two reached the door, Wang Bin paused, then suddenly turned back. Student Lin Momo, if you change your mind, you can come find me anytime. You're still young. Even if you take a few detours, it doesn't matter. Teacher Wang, what do you mean? Murong Wu was furious. Wang Bin looked at her. Teacher Murong, you should know how difficult the path of a ghost tamer is. Don't worry. Under my guidance, Lin Momo will absolutely not be buried. I hope so. Wang Bin and Liu left, but Murong Wu stayed behind. Student Momo, let's formally get acquainted. My name is Murong Wu, a 5th-tier ghost tamer. For the next 3 years, I'll be your mentor. Hello, Teacher Murong. Lin Momo had a sweet appearance, a good personality, and such outstanding talent. The more Murong Wu looked at her, the more she liked her. Student Momo, since you've already decided to walk the path of a ghost tamer, how about I give you your first lesson today and help you begin your new cultivation path as soon as possible? Yes, thank you, teacher. Student Momo, how much do you know about the profession of ghost tamer? Not much. What I know about ghost tamers mostly comes from class. MHM. Then I'll start from the beginning. Ghost tamers mainly cultivate soul power. Once your soul power reaches the standard, you can apply to participate in the ghost tamer contract ritual. If you successfully contract a ghost spirit, that means you have successfully awakened the ghost tamer profession. If the contract fails, then the awakening fails. In principle, everyone only gets one chance to participate in the contract ritual. So the path of a ghost tamer carries a great deal of uncertainty. Lin Momo raised her hand. Teacher, I have a question. Go ahead. What happens if the contract fails? If the contract fails, you can only switch to cultivating another profession. Teacher, what causes a contract to fail? There are many reasons for failure. The contractor's soul power might be insufficient. There might be no compatible ghost spirit. Something might go wrong during the ritual, or the matched ghost spirit might backlash. There are all kinds of ways for it to fail. The success rate is generally only around 10%. 10%. In other words, among the students who chose the path of a ghost tamer, only 10% would ultimately succeed in becoming true ghost tamers. Lin Momo understood. No wonder the two mentors from the Magic Academy had strongly opposed her taking this path. Murong Wu continued. Besides participating in the contract ritual, ghost tamers have other ways to contract ghost spirits as well, but those require special conditions and are exceptional cases, so I won't go into them here. Let's continue with the academy-style path of a ghost tamer. If you want to participate in the contract ritual, the first thing you need to do is cultivate soul power. And this will also be our main cultivation task for the next 3 years. When your soul power value reaches 500, you may not have a clear sense of it, but a regular high-stage, 3rd-tier magic-type spiritual energy user has a soul power value of about 500. If we compare it to the supernatural, then the soul power of 1st-tier 9-star to 2nd-tier ghosts is roughly between 400 and 500. Student Momo, here the soul power values of 3rd-tier spiritual energy users and 1st-tier ghosts are roughly comparable. Can you understand that? Lin Momo nodded. I can. A 3rd-tier spiritual energy user is judged as 3rd-tier based on overall physique, spiritual energy, and soul power. If only soul power is evaluated, then they're only around the level of 1st-tier to 2nd-tier ghosts. That's right. A soul power value of 500 is already the level of a regular high-stage, 3rd-tier magic-type user. Yet it is only the soul power threshold for a ghost tamer. Only after reaching this value do you barely qualify to apply for the contract ritual. If the contract succeeds, then you become a 1st-tier ghost tamer. Great Xia organizes one contract ritual every year. Based on my analysis, your soul power value should be above 500. In theory, you can sign up right now and apply to participate in next year's contract ritual. However, everyone only has one chance to take part in the contract ritual. To be safe, you still need to make thorough preparations, and the higher your soul power value, the better. The higher your soul power value, the greater your chance of contracting a powerful ghost spirit, and the smaller the possibility of suffering backlash. On the other hand, if you participate in the contract ritual as soon as your soul power just reaches 500, then even if you succeed, you most likely won't contract a powerful ghost spirit, and there's also the danger of being backlashed by the ghost spirit. Backlash, that's right. Ghost tamers keep company with the supernatural. It is the most dangerous profession. Most supernatural beings are evil and powerful and not easy to subdue. If the ghost tamer is not strong enough, then the supernatural being will have a chance to break free of the contract's restraints and devour its ghost tamer. At this point, Muron Wu paused, waiting for Lin Momo to digest the information she had just given. A moment later, she continued, "Student Momo, everything I just told you concerns the many difficulties of becoming a ghost tamer. You may be wondering, if the requirements to become a ghost tamer are so harsh, why does Great Xia still spend a massive amount of resources every year to organize the contract ritual? I'll tell you the answer. Because ghost tamers are powerful enough." Muron Wu's eyes shone with confidence. Ghost tamers can control ghost spirits across major realms. And by crossing realms here, I don't mean minor stages. I mean major realms. A first-tier ghost tamer can control a second-tier ghost spirit in battle. A second-tier ghost tamer can control a third-tier ghost spirit. A sixth-tier ghost tamer can control a seventh-tier ghost king. In theory, a seventh-tier ghost tamer can control an eighth-tier ghost emperor. In Great Xia, we have quite a few seventh-tier king realm powerhouses. Unfortunately, we still do not have a seventh-tier ghost tamer. But a sixth-tier ghost tamer already has combat power equivalent to the seventh-tier king realm of other professions, and in status, they stand as equals. Ghost tamers are born able to fight above their tier. Lin Momo murmured, "I didn't expect ghost tamers to be this powerful." Muron Wu nodded. "Your teacher, me, am a 5th rank ghost tamer at about the same cultivation level as the other teachers. But in this school, whenever the other teachers meet me, they're always very polite. This is the dignity that strength brings." As she spoke, Muron Wu waved a hand and summoned a little girl ghost. "This is my contracted ghost spirit, Tong Tong. She's currently at 5th rank, 9 stars. A contracted ghost spirit's realm rises very quickly. It won't be long before she advances to 6th rank. I'm a 5th rank, 5-star ghost tamer, so Tong Tong's advancement limit is 6th rank, 5 stars. Once she advances to 6th rank, I'll be the #1 expert in our Lyon High School." Muron Wu introduced her contracted ghost spirit. Ghost spirit Tong Tong's gray-white eyes looked toward Lin Momo. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, revealing a stiff smile. She actually looked pretty friendly. "Student Momo, the path of a ghost tamer is difficult, but it also has limitless prospects." "Yes, teacher. That's the basic situation for ghost tamers. Do you have any other questions?" Lin Momo thought for a moment and asked, "Teacher, my soul power value is around 500. According to what you said, if the contract succeeds, I would become a 1st-rank ghost tamer. Then is it possible for me to contract an extremely powerful ghost spirit?" Muron Wu shook her head. "No. A 1st-rank ghost tamer can at most contract a 2nd-rank Eerie. After the contract succeeds, you will fight together and grow together. When your contracted ghost spirit is very powerful, you must also be powerful enough. So that's how it is, Student Momo. Since you've chosen the path of a ghost tamer, your primary goal is to cultivate soul power. The soul power threshold for every realm of a ghost tamer is very high. If you want to achieve something on the path of a ghost tamer, then you must stop spiritual energy cultivation and focus entirely on soul power. Soul power is the key. Completely stop spiritual energy cultivation." Lin Momo murmured, then quickly made up her mind. "Yes, teacher. Starting today, all my time will be used only for cultivating soul power." MHM. Muron Wu was very satisfied with Lin Momo's attitude. For someone like Lin Momo, who had switched over from another profession, it was very hard to make up her mind to completely cut off spiritual energy cultivation. But there was a saying, if you try to grasp too much, none of it will be refined. Some geniuses wanted to cultivate both soul power and spiritual energy at the same time, but in the end both were often delayed. After thinking about it, she added, because becoming a ghost tamer carries a lot of uncertainty, many people think about leaving themselves a backup plan. They think that if they fail to contract, they can switch back to a spiritual energy profession. People like that, who hesitate and can't move forward with complete determination, usually find it very hard to succeed in the contract. Since you've chosen this path, then give it everything you've got. Whether you succeed or fail, the contract ritual will naturally reveal the answer. "Yes, teacher. There's still 2 months before high school starts. After school begins, I'll help you test your soul power, then specifically arrange a study plan for you. If conditions allow, I'll help you sign up for next year's contract ritual." "Yes, teacher." After explaining everything, Muron Wu also left behind a set of soul power cultivation methods. Then she said goodbye and left. "In 2 months, I'll test my soul power. Maybe next year, I'll be able to participate in the contract ritual. When that time comes, I'll be able to see Dad." Thinking of this, Lin Momo was filled with motivation. Go, work hard. Netherworld, Underworld, World of the Dead. Blackwood City. On this day, a decree suddenly shot out from Yongming Palace. "This is a Ghost Emperor decree." Wherever the decree passed, all undead knelt and kowed out. The natural suppression of rank made it impossible for them to raise even the slightest thought of disobedience. In a daze, they felt as though something had been added to their minds. But when they tried to recall it carefully, They could not remember exactly what it was. They only knew that the Ghost Emperor decree had been issued. If it were ever triggered in the future, they would have to obey and carry it out 100%. Inside the city, the four Ghost Kings also received the decree. They all flew out from their own residences and landed before the palace where Lin Yin was in seclusion. Lin Yin walked out from the hall. The four Ghost Kings immediately bowed. "Greetings, Ghost Emperor. You may rise. The Ghost Emperor has issued a decree. May we know what your command is?" They had also received the decree Lin Yin had issued, but likewise did not know its contents. Lin Yin said, "My decree bears the aura imprint of my descendants in the living world. It orders all Eries who receive the decree not to harm my descendants. If one day you encounter my descendants in the living world, the decree will activate on its own. At that time, you need only act according to it." So that's how it is. The four Ghost Kings all let out sighs of relief. They had all been worried that the Ghost Emperor decree would assign some difficult task, but now it seemed they had been worrying for nothing. Since they're the Ghost Emperor's descendants, they should naturally be looked after. Right, we'll definitely take care of them. "Ghost Emperor, are your descendants on Qingyuan continent? If they are, I can go look for them right now." The one speaking was the Flower Shadow Bride. She was a contracted ghost spirit of a ghost tamer on Qingyuan continent and could enter Qingyuan continent at any time. There is no need to pay too much attention. Lin Yin said, "If you encounter them, the decree will activate naturally." Yes. While Lin Yin was speaking with the four Ghost Kings, his Ghost Emperor decree had already crossed the mountains and rivers of the Netherlands and flown toward the entire territory of Qingzhou. Throughout Qingzhou, every undead below the Ghost Emperor level knelt and kowtowed, accepting the decree. Suddenly, from various parts of Qingzhou, several powerful auras rose up, their gazes crossing through the void and falling upon Lin Yin's location. They were Ghost Emperors. Lin Yin stepped into the sky and met the gazes coming from all directions. "Greetings, fellow Taoists." Lin Yin observed slightly. There were a total of 8 Ghost Emperors. 4 of them came from 4 ghost cities, while the other 4 came from 4 hidden locations. So, it's a newly advanced Ghost Emperor. Just after becoming a Ghost Emperor, you already issued a Ghost Emperor decree across all of Qingzhou. What imposing prestige from a new Ghost Emperor. The source of that gaze was an enormous ghostly figure with a bull's head and human body. "May I ask how I should address you?" Lin Yin looked toward the bull Ghost Emperor. Even across distant time and space, he could still sense the terrifying power contained within him. "Niu Ben, also known as the Bull Demon Ghost Emperor. My respects, Bull Demon Ghost Emperor." From this Bull Demon Ghost Emperor, Lin Yin sensed a dense divine path aura. It seemed he had already walked a long distance on the road to godhood. As for exactly how strong the other party was in battle, that was difficult to judge. Perhaps only a fight would tell. Seeing Lin Yan's calm attitude, the Bull Demon Ghost Emperor's tone also softened somewhat. "New Ghost Emperor, sending your Ghost Emperor decree onto my territory. Isn't that crossing the line a bit?" Lin Yin explained. "As a newly advanced Ghost Emperor, I do not know the rules between emperors. If I have offended anyone, I ask all of you to forgive me." The laughter came from another Ghost Emperor. That Ghost Emperor had one body, but 2 heads. The ha-ha came from the male head, while the hee-hee came from the female head. The 2 heads spoke together in 2 different voices. As the saying goes, those who do not know are not to blame. "Bull Demon, Qingzhou finally produced a newcomer with great difficulty. He looks so gentle and weak, so don't scare him." Weak? The moment he advanced to Ghost Emperor, he issued a decree to all of Qingzhou. This new Ghost Emperor is probably acting so boldly because he has something to rely on. The one speaking was a non-humanoid Erie. Its body was a not quite round sphere covered with countless eyes and countless mouths, with a deep crimson blood mist spreading all over it. Disgusting thing. "Since when was it your turn to speak here?" The Bull Demon Ghost Emperor looked at the spherical Erie with disgust. The spherical Erie screamed. "Bullhead, sooner or later, I'll eat you." The bull and a monster started arguing, and very quickly the attention of the Ghost Emperors was drawn away. Lin Yin silently watched all of this. It seemed that the Ghost Emperors did not get along. At this time, a burly, bearded man spoke up. "New Ghost Emperor, your name is Lin Yin, right?" His words immediately pulled everyone's attention back. "And you are?" "My name is Lu Hong. I am a judge of the Qingzhou Tribunal Hall. I already learned about what happened at the Blackwood City Tribunal Hall through the Judgment Bronze Mirror." Lin Yin looked at him and quietly waited for what came next. "Don't misunderstand. I have no intention of coming here to question your crimes." Lu Hong explained. "Although Li Wuqi was once my subordinate, he provoked you, and being killed by you was his own fault. I will not pursue this matter any further. From now on, just continue being your Blackwood City Tribunal judge in peace. Also, among Qingzhou's 99 tribunal judges, you are the 2nd Ghost Emperor. If you are willing, then from now on, you will be the 2nd Hall Master of the Qingzhou Tribunal Hall." Lin Yin nodded. "All right." Sure enough, the Qingzhou Tribunal Hall was no longer going to pursue the matter of him killing Li Wuqi. This was within Lin Yan's expectations. To put it bluntly, strength decided everything. If he were still only at the Ghost King realm, then even if Lu Hong did not pursue the matter, he definitely would not have had this attitude. So, he's a tribunal judge. Congratulations to the tribunal hall for gaining another great general. The Ghost Emperors all echoed in agreement. Lu Hong spoke again. Ghost Emperor Lin, aside from confirming your identity, there is one more thing I want to ask about in this meeting. Please go ahead. It's about the Ghost Emperor decree you issued just now. What exactly was its content? Normally, since we are all in the same realm, we should not pry into such matters. However, every Ghost Emperor has his own territory, and your Ghost Emperor decree was issued toward all of Qingzhou. That truly crossed the boundary. Lin Yin cupped his fists. My apologies. I did not know the rules and overstepped. My decree was an order issued to all undead below the Emperor realm. No undead may harm my descendants in the mortal world. This decree will activate when they encounter my descendants. So that's how it is. I see now. It's nothing major. Protecting one's descendants is what we deceased should do in the first place. Several human ghost emperors nodded one after another to show their understanding. The several non-human ghost emperors also said nothing, which counted as acceptance. In that case, I, Old Ox, have no problem with it. I'll be leaving first. I'm leaving too. I shall also take my leave. Ghost Emperor Lin, we shall meet again another day. Now that the Ghost Emperors had clarified the contents of Lin Yan's decree, they no longer lingered and departed one after another. Farewell, everyone. Lin Yan said goodbye to the Ghost Emperors. When he returned to Black Mountain, several Ghost Kings were still waiting where they had been. Everyone, if there is nothing else, then you may disperse. Yes, we take our leave. The Ghost Kings departed, and Lin Yan returned to the secret chamber. He began reviewing this trip to the Ruins Realm. The trip to the Ruins Realm went fairly smoothly. Not only did I successfully enter Momo's dream, I also completed the transmission of information. Thinking of his daughter, a faint smile appeared on Lin Yan's face. Momo has grown up, and she's becoming more and more beautiful. Although they had only met in a dream, Lin Yan could feel his daughter's intense longing and dependence on him. Momo, once you become a ghost tamer, we father and daughter will be reunited. Lin Yan looked forward to the future. After going once into Great Xia's dream world, Lin Yan had gathered a great deal of information about Great Xia. In less than 10 years, the changes in the world of Great Xia could truly be described as earth-shaking. First of all, there were more cultivators, and they had become stronger as well. Back when Lin Yan died, the highest realm in Great Xia had only been the 6th rank. But from this brief glimpse, he had seen quite a few 7th rank King Realm experts. There was even an Imperial rank World Guardian. Although that World Guardian was only Imperial rank, with the world-suppressing sacred artifact in hand and the support of Great Xia's world power, his combat strength had already far surpassed the 8th rank. That forced Lin Yan to avoid his edge and withdraw from Great Xia's dream world. Back then, cultivators had been few in number, hidden in the shadows, silently protecting the world. But now, cultivation had become a norm. Even middle school students were already exposed to cultivation knowledge early on, absorbing spiritual energy and tempering their bodies in hopes of awakening a spiritual profession as soon as possible. His daughter Momo had actually become a little expert who was about to enter the 4th rank. Thinking back to those years when Lin Yan and Chu Jiang died, both of them had only been 5th rank cultivators. As expected of our daughter, Lin Yan smiled in relief. It's a pity I can't go see her often. Ever since the last time he had broken into Great Xia's dream world through the Ruins Realm and been discovered, Great Xia's World Guardian had been keeping the dream world under extremely tight guard. World Guardian, just you wait. Lin Yan hated him so much that he gritted his teeth, but for the time being, there was nothing he could do to him. Even though it was precisely because of his existence that the world of Great Xia had been able to hold the line amid the tide of eerie invasions, and in that sense he had indirectly protected his daughter's safety. But blocking him from meeting his daughter made this hatred deeper than the sea. I'll wait a while first. Once this wave of attention passes, I'll find another chance to secretly go see Momo. The current Great Xia was not safe. Although King Realm cultivators kept appearing, and there were even 8th rank Imperial Realm powerhouses standing guard, the eerie invasion was still accelerating. Great Xia's territory was also continuously falling. Lin Yan was extremely worried about his daughter's safety. He only hated that he could not descend to her side immediately, very soon. Once Momo participates in the contract ceremony, I'll be able to go over. It was precisely out of concern for his daughter that Lin Yan had been willing to offend so many Ghost Emperors just to issue a Ghost Emperor decree across all of Qingzhou. With this decree, at the very least, all undead leaving the Qingzhou region in the future would not harm his daughter when they encountered her. When Lin Yan came out of seclusion again, it was already 10 days later. The moment he came out, he saw that Blackwood Granny had long been waiting outside. Blackwood Granny, is something the matter? Elder Lin, there is something I wish to ask for your help with. What is it? Please take a look, Elder Lin. Blackwood Granny took out a scroll from her robe. She spread open her palm, and the scroll slowly unfolded, transforming into a small world that enveloped the two of them. Lin Yan looked around and discovered that he was already in a barren mountain forest. Not far ahead stood a small mountain manor. Inside the manor, several women dressed in palace attire walked out gracefully, turned sideways, curtsied, and said, Greetings, Granny. Greetings, Elder Lin. They were all female ghosts from the Eternal Underworld Palace, and Lin Yin was quite familiar with several of their faces. Behind the manor stood an old scholar tree, faintly carrying Blackwood Granny's soul aura. This is a spirit realm, Blackwood Granny explained. After Elder Lin's guidance last time, I already understood the shortcomings in the life law I had comprehended. Then, through the Flower Shadow Bride, I contacted the Ghost Emperor behind her in exchange for the method of creating a spirit realm. And so I created this spirit realm. I plan to cast this spirit realm into the mortal world, and through it observe the lives and souls of mortal beings, thereby perfecting the life law I have comprehended. Lin Yin grew thoughtful. Interesting. Black Granny, that old scholar tree behind the temple is your soul avatar, right? You want to use it to devour the lives and souls of mortals, and thereby comprehend the complete life law. Blackwood Granny nodded. Yes. The powerhouses of the mortal world probably won't let you do as you please so easily. I already consulted others about that point. Blackwood Granny explained. The great worlds of the mortal realm seem to be going through apocalyptic catastrophes. Every world is encountering a different form of apocalypse. Casting our spirit realms will indeed cause killing. But as long as we carry out equal value or even above value exchanges, then to the mortal worlds, it is not necessarily unacceptable. Explain in detail. Alright, through Grandma Haimu's explanation, Lin Yin finally learned the whole story. It turned out that the great worlds of the living were, for unknown reasons, suffering from some kind of apocalyptic catastrophe. That made Lin Yin think of the strange invasion the great Xiao world had encountered. Perhaps that was also one form of the apocalyptic catastrophe. Because of the existence of these apocalyptic disasters, all the worlds were filled with suffering and death. In order to nurture more newcomers, the powerhouses of the living worlds did not mind powerful undead casting spirit realms into their worlds. The undead cast spirit realms to harvest the souls and living world power they needed. In exchange, the spirit realms had to give those who cleared them sufficiently generous rewards. This exchange had to be fair enough, and even required offering excessive rewards. To sum it up, for the living world, spirit realms were trading lives for resources. For the undead, they were trading resources for lives. Grandma Haimu had lived for tens of millions of years and had accumulated countless resources. To her, as long as it could help her break through into the Emperor realm, using up a bit of resources was nothing at all. So after obtaining the method to create a spirit realm, she immediately started building one and completed it yesterday. Because of Grandma Haimu's limited abilities, the spirit realm she created was a low-level spirit realm, restricted to human use between 14 and 18 years old. At the same time, in order for the target living world to accept it more easily, she set the spirit realm's difficulty fairly low, but its rewards extremely rich. In addition, she had also set up dozens of different scenes and storylines to be acted out and carried out by the female ghosts placed inside the spirit realm. What do you need me to do? Lin Yin asked. Grandma Haimu gave a bitter smile. Although I created the spirit realm, I have no way to cast it into a living world. How do you cast it? First, you need to find a passage to the living world. Then you use the power of rules to wrap the spirit realm and send it into the living world. As for passages to the living world, I do know a few. But this power of rules, through Grandma Haimu's explanation, Lin Yin had already seen through the cause and effect of everything. Grandma Haimu had not mastered the complete power of the rule of life, so she could not send the spirit realm into the living world. But for Lin Yin, who had mastered two kinds of rule power, it was an easy task. I can help with this, but I have 3 conditions. Please go ahead. First, I want to designate the target world where the spirit realm will be cast. That's not a problem. For this condition, Grandma Haimu agreed almost without hesitation. Her goal was to use the spirit realm to devour living beings from the living world. As for which world it was in, she did not care. Second, I need to slightly modify the spirit realm's rules. Grandma Haimu hesitated a little, then agreed. That's fine too, but try not to make the rules too difficult, or the living world may reject it. Naturally. Third, I want you to help me bring something along. Bring something? That's even less of a problem. Good. Give me the spirit realm, and I'll help you send it into the living world today. Grandma Haimu stored the spirit realm into the painting, rolled it into a scroll, and handed it to Lin Yin. Wait for my good news. Lin Yin accepted the scroll and returned to the secret chamber. Several hours later, Lin Yin finished modifying the spirit realm, then activated the rule of dreams and entered the ruins world. Following the route with ease, he arrived at the passage where the great Xia dream world was located. The moment he entered, a giant palm came smashing at him head on. Demon, you still dare come back? Your sister. Lin Yin threw a punch to meet it. Boom. After knocking the other side back, Lin Yin quickly shouted, hold on. I'm not here to fight. I have a spirit realm here that I want to cast into your world. A spirit realm? Another evil ghost coveting the souls of the human race. The domain guardian spat in disdain. Not even going to look at the contents? Lin Yin tossed the scroll over. The domain guardian snorted coldly, took the spirit realm and used his divine sense to inspect it. After roughly scanning through it, he looked at Lin Yen suspiciously. How should I address you, sir? Lin Yen thought for a moment. You can call me the Samsara Ghost Emperor. Samsara Ghost Emperor. The rewards in your spirit realm are quite generous. Could it be a trap? If there's a trap or not, can't you see for yourself? Besides, with your strength, even if there really were a trap, wouldn't wiping out this spirit realm be a matter of minutes? That's true. The domain guardian carefully inspected again. Samsara Ghost Emperor, Great Xia accepts your spirit realm. Let's make the rules clear first. 1. Your spirit realm is a beginner-level spirit realm. It only allows young people from 14 to 18 years old to enter. Correspondingly, the ghosts inside the spirit realm cannot include any 5th rank or higher existences. 2. The spirit realm opens once a week, and each time it summons 100 people to enter. Among those selected, we want 5 designated slots. 3. The ghost inside the spirit realm must strictly obey the rules you set for the spirit realm. 4. Clear rewards must be issued immediately and must not be withheld. 5. As for the 5th, that's all I can think of for now. If there's anything else, I'll add it at any time. No problem, Lin Yen answered very straightforwardly. Anyway, this was Grandma Haimu's spirit realm. Whether it made gains or suffered expenses had little to do with Lin Yen. The domain guardian looked at Lin Yen with some suspicion, wondering if he had asked for too little. That didn't seem right either. The ghost emperors from before had never been this easy to talk to. Could there be a trap? But after thinking for a long time, he still could not find any loopholes. Only after careful consideration did he finally confirm. All right, deal. Give me the spirit realm. I'll cast it for you. You can leave now. Lin Yen glanced at the dream world below. Since I'm already here, how about letting me go down and take a look around? Get lost. Before the words had even finished, the giant palm had already slapped over. Damn it. No martial virtue at all. Cursing nonstop, Lin Yen withdrew from the ruins world. The living world. Xiaoyu withdrew from the ruins world and returned to the great Xiao world. This Samsara Ghost Emperor sneaking around like that doesn't seem like a good ghost. And his strength really is terrifying. I'm holding the Xia cauldron and have the world's power backing me. Yet I still couldn't take him down. Xiaoyu was cursing too. Good thing that ghost didn't invade the real world. Otherwise, the whole great Xia would probably be turned upside down. Damn it, every single ghost emperor likes coming to great Xia under all kinds of excuses. What exactly are they after? This spirit realm, with such loose conditions and such generous rewards, is practically giving away money. Is there some hidden scheme in it or not? Damn, my head hurts. I'm only suited for fighting and killing, not for using my brain. As he spoke, he made a phone call. Strategist, get over here now. What is it? Another spirit realm showed up. It feels fishy. Come study it. All right. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a cyan long robe came flying through the air on a longsword. Strategist, come take a look. A spirit realm? Yeah, a spirit realm. What level? Beginner level. Fine, I'll take a look. The middle-aged man opened the scroll and stepped inside. After a while, he slowly walked back out from the scroll. Xiaoyu was no longer surprised by this. So, is there a trap? The middle-aged man looked puzzled. A trap? What trap? This spirit realm is pretty good. The difficulty isn't high, and the rewards aren't low. It's perfect for newcomers to explore. The ghost who created this spirit realm is probably a good ghost. A good ghost. Xiaoyu was stunned. What the hell kind of ghost is that? On September 1st, Liang Spiritual Energy High School officially opened for the new term. Lin Momo said goodbye to her aunt and stepped onto campus. It was the start of school season, and youthful, sunny figures could be seen everywhere on campus. Hey look, that junior girl is so pretty. Where? Let me see. That's her. Ooh, you know her. You all don't know her? This year's middle school entrance exam top scorer. First middle school beauty, Lin Momo. So, it's her. I heard she's also a 3rd rank lightning controller. That awesome. What do you mean? That's old news. I heard something explosive. What news? Hurry up and say it. Asked this junior girl Lin Momo. She didn't choose the Magic Academy. She switched to the soul type ghost taming class instead. No way. Absolutely true. You know my aunt is a teacher in the Magic Academy. She said herself. Is this Lin Momo stupid or something? A 3rd rank spiritual profession, and she just gave it up like that? And it was even the strongest lightning type. No idea what she's thinking. Ruining her own future. Who knows? Not just us. Even the teachers can't understand it. They're all shaking their heads and saying it's a pity. Such a great future, ruined just like that. Look, she really went into the Soul Academy building. What a pity. A generation's genius. She's going to fall before she even rises. What are you sighing for? It's someone else's business. We could just watch the drama. Better worry about our own stuff. True enough. Come on, let's go register. There were no walls without cracks in the world. The news that Lin Momo had given up her 3rd rank profession and switched to the soul type ghost taming class had already spread throughout the campus. From the moment she stepped onto campus, gossip and rumors had constantly drifted into her ears. Lin Momo frowned slightly, but she didn't argue. She had her own choice, and she wouldn't waver because of other people's words. When she entered the classroom, The originally noisy room suddenly fell silent, then immediately filled with whispers again. So she's Lin Momo, this year's middle school entrance exam top scorer. Why would she come study in our class? The voices came to her ears in fragments. Lin Momo remained unmoved. She took out her textbook and began reviewing the knowledge she had learned over the summer vacation. At that moment, a thin and frail-looking girl in the front row turned around and carefully greeted her. Hello, my name is Sushi. Lin Momo smiled. Hello, my name is Lin Momo. Nice to meet you. Lin Momo, are you really this year's middle school entrance exam top scorer? Sushi asked softly. Lin Momo explained, you can't really say I'm the top scorer because as far as I know, there were 7 perfect scores in our Liang city this year. But if we're talking about ranking, then I am indeed first because I completed my assessment the earliest. Really? You're amazing. Admiration shone in Sushi's eyes. Lin Momo, they're all talking about you and saying you picked the wrong cultivation major, but I don't think they're right. Lin Momo's eyes lit up. Ever since stepping onto campus, all she had heard were words denying her. This was the first time a classmate had stood on her side. Suyuvavit had feast. The ghost tamer profession is really strong, stronger than any other profession. Choosing ghost tamer definitely can't be wrong. Lin Momo nodded. I think so too. By the way, Sushi, are you a ghost tamer? Lin Momo could feel that Sushi's soul power was very dense, unlike an ordinary person's. Sushi didn't hide it. She brought out the stuffed rabbit in her arms. This is my contracted ghost spirit, Little Rabbit. Then she said to the stuffed rabbit, Little Rabbit, she's my new classmate, Lin Momo. The stuffed rabbit's red eyes flickered, as if it were greeting Lin Momo. Oh, so that's your ghost spirit. Lin Momo found it very novel. After studying for an entire summer vacation, she had gained a decent understanding of the ghost tamer profession. As far as she knew, most of the ghost tamers' contracted ghost spirits were humanoid ghost spirits. It wasn't that other ghost spirits couldn't be contracted, but that the souls of humanoid ghost spirits were easier to fit with humans. Little Rabbit isn't just my ghost spirit. She's also my good friend. Sushi told Lin Momo the story of herself and Little Rabbit. As it turned out, Little Rabbit had originally just been an ordinary stuffed toy. She had accompanied Sushi as she grew up, until one day, when a ghost domain descended, Little Rabbit suddenly awakened spiritually. Not only did she keep Sushi alive in the ghost domain until rescue arrived, she also became Sushi's contracted ghost spirit. A ghost spirit contracted under special conditions. Lin Momo understood at once. As they talked, the class bell rang. The teacher, Moronwoo, walked into the classroom. She glanced at Lin Momo sitting in her seat, nodded slightly, and then walked onto the podium. Hello, students. My name is Moronwoo. For the next 3 years, I will be your class mentor and also the only teacher for ghost taming lessons. For the first class, let's get a baseline. We could do a soul power test for everyone. When your name is called, come up one by one for testing. LL begin now. Soul power testing. Lin Momo felt a slight sense of anticipation. During these past 2 months, she had worked very hard. Almost all of her free time had been spent refining soul power. Now, it was time to test the results of her cultivation. The students went up one after another to test their soul power. Most of the values were between 200 and 400. This soul power level was actually quite good, already comparable to 2nd rank and 3rd rank magic type spiritual energy users. But in the soul system, it was clearly still lacking. 4 soul type professions. The soul power threshold for 1st rank was 500, and above that, each major rank increased by 10 times. But they had only just enrolled, so they still had a lot of room for improvement. Yin Fu, soul power value, 650. The one being tested was a tall boy, and his soul power value above 600 made the other students look over. Next, Sushi. Yes, teacher. Holding Little Rabbit, Sushi walked onto the podium. To be nervous. Focus and use your mind to lock onto the soul power detector on the podium. Moronwoo encouraged her softly. If Lin Momo hadn't unexpectedly come to the ghost taming class, then student Su, she would have been the one she thought most highly of. Yes, teacher. Sushi locked onto the soul power detector, and the numbers on it kept jumping. Sushi, soul power value, 5,350. A wave of exclamations rose from the students. Moronwoo also nodded slightly. A soul power value above 5,000, and she had already completed a ghost spirit contract, a genuine 2nd rank ghost tamer. That strength was quite good, and she could tell that the little rabbit in Sushi's hands had actually already reached the 4th rank. It was only because of Sushi's soul power limits that it could only display 3rd rank strength. Of course, for a student who had just entered high school, 3rd rank was already very strong. Not every student was as heaven-defying as Lin Momo. Next, Lin Momo. Yes, teacher. Lin Momo felt slightly nervous. She walked onto the podium, focused her attention, and locked onto the soul power detector. The value on the detector kept rising. Lin Momo, soul power value, 1,900. Another wave of shocked cries broke out. Moronwoo was even more surprised. She knew very well that 2 months ago, Lin Momo's soul power value had only been a little over 500. She hadn't expected that after just 2 months, the increase would be this huge. Student Lin Momo, very good. Classmates, do you know what soul power is? Yes. Soul power is the power of the soul. The students gave the standard textbook answer. That's right. Wu nodded. But starting today, we're going to give it a fuller explanation. The soul is the carrier of each individual's self-awareness. Its power has many forms of expression: willpower, spiritual power, telekinetic power, mental power, and so on. We collectively refer to all of them as soul power. Among them, willpower and mental power are related to personal experience. They grow only through the trials of life and cannot be improved through cultivation. So when we cultivate soul power, what we mainly train is spiritual power and telekinetic power. Spiritual power and telekinetic power are essentially not that different. Their difference lies in how they manifest. When spiritual power is released outward and controls other objects, causing them to gain kinetic energy, we call that force telekinetic power, also known as telekinesis. A large portion of students in the soul type major are unable to contract ghost spirits or beast spirits. Those students usually specialize in telekinesis in the later stages and become telekinetic masters. So in our ghost taming class, while learning contract methods and ghost taming techniques, we will also learn telekinetic object control techniques. Wu taught on the stage, and the students listened very seriously. Very soon, the first class ended. Lin Momo, please come to the office for a moment. Wu called Lin Momo away alone. Teacher. Lin Momo arrived at the office. Besides Wu, several teachers from the cultural studies classes were also there. When they saw Lin Momo, they greeted her warmly. So you're Lin Momo. I heard your cultural studies grades are quite good. Lin Momo, cultivation is important, but you can't fall behind in academics either. Enlightening the mind, nurturing virtue, and cultivating oneself. Not a single one can be missing. Yes, teacher. Lin Momo answered respectfully. Wu waved her hand. All right, I still have important business here. Lin Momo is a student in our class, so there will be plenty of time for everyone to get to know her later. Wu pulled Lin Momo in front of her. Lin Momo, your soul power has been growing very quickly. I assume these 2 months of summer vacation have been quite fulfilling for you. Yes. Very good. In today's soul power test, your soul power was already close to 1,000. Your soul power already fully meets the contract standard. I've decided to register you for next year's Ghost Tamer contract ceremony. Yes, teacher. Lin Momo was delighted. She hoped to attend the contract ceremony as soon as possible. Next year's contract ceremony will be in May. There are still 7 months left from now. For the next 7 months, you need to focus on studying contract methods and ghost taming techniques and strive to master them skillfully before next May. Yes, teacher. All right, the next class is starting. Go to class. The morning schedule was packed, and very soon it was noon. Lin Momo and she went to the cafeteria to eat. Huh? Momo. Lin Momo looked in the direction of the voice and saw a short-haired girl with chubby baby fat on her face running over while carrying a lunchbox. Lingwan, come eat with us. MHM. Zhou Lingwan sat down. Momo, why didn't you come to the law academy? She muttered. Our whole class has been talking about you. Lin Momo ate her meal as she said, I switched to training as a ghost tamer. I know, Zhou Lingwan said. I'm just wondering why you didn't come to the law academy. Our homeroom teacher, Teacher Wang, was still talking about it today, saying he hoped you'd come to your senses soon. Lingwan, becoming a ghost tamer was my decision. It won't change. All right, Zhou Lingwan didn't dwell on it either. She was just disappointed that she wouldn't be able to go to school with Lin Momo anymore. Oh, right, Momo, did you hear? A new spirit realm has appeared recently. What new spirit realm? Great Xia had quite a few instances, spirit realms, and ghost domains. Although all 3 were related to the supernatural, there were still major differences. Instances were the most common and also the safest. It was said that all instances were created by researchers of Great Xia's Spiritual Energy Bureau. They took one supernatural incident after another that had once occurred and turned them into instances, letting adventurers enter them to clear challenges. While tempering themselves, they could also obtain certain rewards, like the previous middle school entrance exam instance, Curse of the Mountain Village, that had been a beginner instance. Of course, even the least dangerous instances could still kill people. The previous entrance exam instance had been specially processed, which was why examinees facing mortal danger had been kicked out of the instance midway through. More dangerous than instances were spirit realms. Spirit realms were very similar to instances, but they held far greater unknowns and dangers. And nearly every spirit realm had an extremely high death rate. However, there was one point. The rewards in spirit realms were far richer than those in instances. As for ghost domains, they were actually supernatural incidents currently taking place, and they involved at least 5th-tier supernatural evil causing harm. Although Great Xia's spiritual energy world had quite a few experts, supernatural outbreaks descended over large areas, and ghost domains emerged one after another. Even the strong could only do their best to wipe them out and protect the safety of the people as much as possible. If ordinary people entered a ghost domain, it was almost certain death. Even if one made it through a ghost domain, there would be no extra reward. No one wanted to encounter a ghost domain. The ways of entering the 3 were also different. Entry into instances was controllable, with specific methods for opening and entering them. Entry into spirit realms was uncontrollable. They opened according to a pattern and randomly conscripted players to enter. As for ghost domains, they were completely random. Whoever ran into one was just unlucky. It's a spirit realm called Blackwood Illusion Realm. It appeared more than a month ago. It opens once every week, and each time it opens, it randomly conscripts 100 players to enter. Zhou Lingwan recited the details, as if listing treasures from memory. This spirit realm has live streams. Every time it opened before, I went to watch the live stream. Lin Momo asked curiously, "What's so special about this spirit realm?" MHM. Zhou Lingwan shoveled a mouthful of food in her mouth, then began speaking animatedly. First of all, this spirit realm has very few stages, only 2 stages. And its difficulty is also very low. In the first few openings, the death rate was all below 50%. A 50% death rate. Lin Momo nodded. It really wasn't considered high, at least compared to other spirit realms. Also, its player conscription is completely random. In other words, it doesn't just conscript spiritual energy users. Even ordinary people can be conscripted too. Considering that ordinary people are generally much worse at dealing with the supernatural, the actual clear rate for spiritual energy users is even higher, even close to 80%. An 80% clear rate was already close to the clear rate of easy instances. And also, the rewards in this spirit realm are unusually generous. Several rounds of players have already participated in this spirit realm, and many who cleared it have revealed their rewards. Those who clear it get at least 1,000 soul coins as a reward. Soul coins, currency from the underworld, containing absorbable soul power. On the black market, 1 soul coin has been hyped up to 1,000 yuan. One opening of the Blackwood Illusion Realm directly creates dozens of millionaires. And on top of that, it said that someone once even obtained the legendary soul fruit. That's a truly priceless heavenly treasure you can only encounter by luck and never seek by desire. And soul fruit too. Lin Momo was tempted. Something like soul fruit was said to come from the underworld and contain pure soul power. The soul power in soul coins could be absorbed, but the absorption efficiency was not high. Even for ghost tamers who specialize in soul power, their absorption efficiency for soul coins was only about 10%. But soul fruit, anyone who ate it could reach an absorption rate of over 50%. Legend had it that eating 1 soul fruit could raise your soul power value by at least 500 points. Zhou Lingwan sighed. Too bad the recruitment for the spirit realm is completely random. Out of the entire Great Xia's population of over 10 billion, 100 people are randomly summoned. The odds are even lower than winning the lottery. It is low, Lin Momo agreed. For something with odds this low, hearing about it was enough. But Zhou Lingwan obviously did not think that way. She counted on her fingers. If I calculate the time, the next opening of the Blackwood Phantom Realm Spirit Realm should be tonight at 12 o'clock. I wonder if I'll have a chance to be selected this time. It'd be great if I got picked. Lin Momo was speechless. Great Xia is so huge. How could something like this possibly fall on your head so easily? That's not necessarily true. Zhou Lingwan spoke with complete confidence. Every player who got selected thought exactly what you're thinking before they were chosen. All right. Lin Momo had no strength to refute her. She should just stay grounded and do every single thing she needed to do right now. As she ate, she thought that. Just then, a line of text suddenly appeared before her eyes. You have been recruited by the Spirit Realm Blackwood Phantom Realm as a player in the next round. Please prepare yourself. Spirit Realm opening countdown. 12 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Wait, you were right. Lin Momo confirmed the flashing subtitles before her eyes. Maybe I really am that 1 in 100 million lucky one. After confirming that she had been selected as a Spirit Realm player, Lin Momo immediately went to find her teacher, Murong Wu. What? You were recruited by Blackwood Phantom Realm. Murong Wu's face was full of disbelief. A Spirit Realm recruitment, something that only seemed to exist online, had actually fallen onto her student. And it was even her favorite student. Calm down. Don't panic. Murong Wu took a deep breath. Let me first look up information on Blackwood Phantom Realm. Murong Wu turned on her computer and started checking the information. She had 2 sources of information. One came from the education system, which contained the most complete data on all kinds of instances, spirit realms, and ghost domains. The other was the internet, especially for a newly emerged spirit realm like Blackwood Phantom Realm. Even though the information online was messy, it still had fresh first-hand materials. This Blackwood Phantom Realm spirit realm actually seems pretty good. The clear rate is quite high, and the rewards are generous. Unfortunately, the plot changes every time this spirit realm opens, so there isn't any specific guide. But that's fine. The previous plot records still have great reference value. How about this, student Momo? Don't go to class this afternoon. Stay here and carefully go through the information. It might help you on your upcoming spirit realm trip. Yes, teacher. At the same time, in the underworld's realm of the dead, Blackwood City, Lin Yin and Granny Blackwood sat in a secret chamber, looking at a huge soul mirror. Elder Lin, the 7th spirit realm recruitment has already begun. Following your instructions, I've already sent the recruitment notice to the little girl named Lin Momo. Lin Yin nodded. Proceed according to plan. Yes, Granny Blackwood, through this spirit realm, you've already harvested several hundred lives from the Yang world, haven't you? How does it feel? Granny Blackwood was glowing with health. Lives from the Yang world are indeed different from lives in the underworld. My comprehension has already begun to take shape. I imagine it won't be long before I can completely grasp the law of life. It seems Granny Blackwood isn't far from the Ghost Emperor realm. I still have to thank Elder Lin for your guidance. Granny Blackwood cupped her hands, then added, Elder Lin, during this spirit realm harvest, I also discovered certain mysteries about godhood. They may be of help to you. Oh, tell me. The lives and souls of the Yang world contain Yang power. When I devoured the first soul from the Yang world, I could clearly feel that my soul had gained something different. That feeling was a bit like the fusion of Yin and Yang. It seems to be greatly beneficial to ghost path cultivation. Combined with the earlier exchange with the Ghost Emperor behind the Flower Shadow Bride, I vaguely suspect that for undead like us, ascending to godhood may be the process of absorbing Yang power, completing the defects in life, and achieving a leap in life itself. Completing the defects in life, achieving a leap in life, Lin Yin fell into thought. Undead, as lives of the underworld, were incomplete beings by nature, and Yang power happened to be able to complete the missing parts within undead life. Makes sense. Lin Yin nodded. Perhaps that was exactly why the path to godhood lay in the Yang world. At that moment, the system in his mind, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly made a sound frowny-faced congratulations, host, for discovering the mystery of godhood. Reward, 1 strand of Yang power. Description, absorbing the strand of Yang power will let you take the first step toward godhood. Effect, the first bottleneck of the 8th rank will no longer exist. As long as your soul power is sufficient, you can enter 8th rank, 2nd star. So there's an unexpected gain, too. Lin Yin put away the Yang power. His accumulated soul power had already nearly reached 8th rank, 3rd star. It was only because of the cultivation bottleneck that he had been stuck at 8th rank, 1st star. As long as he absorbed the strand of Yang power, he would be able to break through into 8th rank, 2nd star. So it seems the main task of the 8th rank is to gather Yang power. Lin Yin understood and once again turned his gaze toward the soul mirror. There was no rush when it came to cultivation. Right now, the most important thing was to ensure that this run of the spirit realm operated without the slightest mistake. At night, when Lin Momo returned home, the first thing she did was tell her aunt that she had been recruited by a spirit realm. The Blackwood Phantom Realm Spirit Realm? Chuyu frowned. For all these years, every one of Lin Momo's adventures had taken place under her secret protection. But entering a spirit realm would completely remove Lin Momo from her control. She immediately looked up the information on the Blackwood Phantom Realm Spirit Realm. From a look of it, this was a spirit realm with a high pass rate and rich rewards. But if there was a clear rate, that meant there was also a death rate. That made her uneasy. Momo, remember this. After entering the spirit realm, observe more and think more. Responding correctly is very important. Sometimes strength alone can't decide everything. Yes, Aunt. And also, this Blackwood Phantom Realm is a multiplayer spirit realm. You need to learn how to hide your true abilities, learn to cooperate with others, and make use of other people's strength. And also, every spirit realm has its own rules. Those rules absolutely cannot be violated. And also, if you run into danger, preserving your life is the first priority. You absolutely must not act recklessly. And also, people's hearts are hard to predict. Besides the strange entities, you also need to stay wary of the people around you. Chuyu kept instructing her, afraid she might leave something out. Aunt, Teacher Murong has already emphasized all of that. I'll remember it. Good. As long as you remember. Although Chuyu was worried, she did not have any especially good solution. A young eagle had to grow up eventually. One day, it would have to leave shelter and soar through its own sky. 12 o'clock at night. As the countdown in her eyes hit 0, Lin Momo's body was pulled by some mysterious force into an unknown space. At the same time online, time's up, a new round of Blackwood Phantom Realm has opened. There's a visual now. The live stream is starting. Hurry and see which lucky people got picked. Lucky people? Come on, don't joke around. This spirit realm may be simple, but it still has a 50% death rate. That's already pretty good. As long as you clear it, you'll get rich overnight. Stop arguing and watch the stream. What style is it this time, huh? Looks like urban ruins. Urban ruins? And there seem to be some humanoid monsters too. Interesting. 100 players appeared in various corners of a desolate city ruin. When Lin Momo came back to her senses, she found herself already in an alley off a street. Prompt subtitles from the spirit realm appeared before her eyes. Welcome to the spirit realm Blackwood Phantom Realm. This spirit realm has a total of 2 stages. You're currently in the first stage. First stage, surviving the apocalypse. In this world, an apocalypse known as the biohazard crisis has destroyed everything. Monsters known as zombies have occupied the entire world. In the ruins, survival has become the top priority. All players, please make your way to the survivor gathering point as quickly as possible. Gloria Supermarket. Those who successfully reach the gathering point will smoothly pass the first stage. Mission, surviving the apocalypse, activated. Surviving the apocalypse? Lin Momo looked over her equipment. A backpack, a battle saber, and a paper city map. The map marked her current location, as well as the location of Gloria's supermarket. Her destination doesn't look very close. According to the map, she was at the edge of the city, while Gloria's supermarket was in the city center. Holding her battle saber, Lin Momo advanced toward the city center. On the street, scattered zombies were wandering around. The moment they saw a living person like Lin Momo, they immediately let out hoarse roars and came toward her with stiff steps. Please note, zombies are covered in virus from head to toe. Once you're scratched or bitten, you'll be infected. Reminder 1. A zombie's weak point is its head. Splitting open its skull will kill it in one strike. Reminder 2. Lightning arts are the bane of zombies. Using lightning arts can easily kill zombies. Zombies? They don't look very strong. Although Lin Momo was a magic-type class holder, her body wasn't weak either. At the very least, dealing with these slow-moving zombies was more than easy enough. As one zombie drew near, her hand rose and fell, and with a single slash, she split the zombie's skull in two. They really were pretty weak. The sounds of battle quickly attracted the attention of nearby zombies. They all started walking toward Lin Momo's location. Zombies may be weak, but it looks like there are quite a lot of them. Lin Momo looked ahead. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but the ruins of towering buildings. Maybe this used to be a major metropolis with a population in the tens of millions. If that's the case, then there may be tens of millions of zombies wandering this city. The mission is to reach the survivor gathering point. There's no need to get bogged down in a drawn-out fight. Looks like I should change strategies. If I can avoid fighting, I should avoid it as much as possible. After dealing with the nearby zombies, Lin Momo decisively changed her strategy and moved toward her destination in as stealthy a way as possible. Livestream chat. Biohazard crisis? I like this theme. What biohazard crisis? Someone explain to the guy above. Haven't you people watched movies or read novels? This was a very popular fantasy theme before the weird invasion. Basically, people get infected by a virus and turn into zombies. Then the zombies spread the virus by attacking humans and eventually wipe out humanity. I see. This spirit realm is kind of interesting. The zombies look pretty weak. They're even weaker than first-tier weirds. Hey, don't underestimate zombies. A single zombie is weak, but if they gather into a zombie sea, even third-tier or fourth-tier powerhouses would get worn to death alive. Got it. Zombies win through numbers, right? To deal with this scenario, players need to avoid combat as much as possible instead of charging wildly through the city. Wonder how many players will realize that. Looks like the players who entered the spirit realm this time are pretty average. Most of them are ordinary people. They're class holders too. I recognize one. Which one? That pretty little girl. She was this year's top scorer on the Lyon High School entrance exam. Seriously? She looks all soft and delicate, and she's that fierce. Just watch. She's a third-tier lightning controller, crazy strong. Huh. Someone got surrounded by zombies, right in the direction that little sister is heading. Let's see if she saves them. Inside the spirit realm, Lin Momo heard shouting coming from ahead from half a street away. She stealthily moved over in the direction of the sound and saw 5 people fleeing in all directions while being surrounded and chased by a group of zombies. 3 men and 2 women. Judging by their clothes, they were probably players too. Lin Momo didn't think much about it. She rushed over, cast lightning arts on her battle saber, and then cut down the zombies one by one, quickly dealing with nearly 100 of them. Thank you. Seeing that the crisis had temporarily been resolved, the 5 people immediately collapsed to the ground and gasped for breath. They were all ordinary people. Being able to survive while being surrounded and chased by dozens, even nearly 100 zombies, was already no easy feat. You're amazing, miss. A fashionably dressed girl moved over, cupping her face with both hands, her expression full of admiration. Thank you for saving us. You're welcome. Lin Momo waved her hand and prepared to continue onward. Miss, where are you going? The fashionable girl hurriedly followed after her. To do the mission. Lin Momo looked at her strangely. Didn't you get the mission? Yes. The mission tells us to go to Gloria's supermarket. Do you have the same mission too? Yes. Little sister, can you take us with you? The few of them looked at Lin Momo with hopeful expressions. Lin Momo felt a little troubled. If it were just her alone, crossing this city wouldn't be difficult at all. But bringing along 5 ordinary people would definitely make things much harder. Miss, we're all ordinary people. We only wanted to live safely and peacefully, but who would have thought we'd be summoned by this spirit realm? You absolutely can't leave us behind. If you leave us behind, there's no way we'll be able to leave this spirit realm alive. As the girl spoke, tears streamed down her face. The others also looked at Lin Momo with pleading expressions. Then, all right, you can follow me. I'll take you to Gloria's supermarket. Lin Momo's heart softened, and she decided to let them travel with her. The Dead Realm, Blackwood City. Lin Yin and Granny Blackwood watched everything happening in the spirit realm. Granny Blackwood sighed with emotion. That little girl named Lin Momo is too kind. Lin Yin nodded. Human nature is originally good. Momo is still young and hasn't experienced the dangers of the human heart, so it's only natural that she's kind. Granny Blackwood said, the first stage of the spirit realm originally wouldn't have been difficult for Lin Momo, but bringing along 5 deadweights will definitely make it harder. It still won't be enough to stump her. Lin Yin looked completely certain, but I specifically designed this stage not to let her just breeze through it. There's another setup. You'll know in a bit. Lin Momo brought 5 people with her. As expected, she could no longer sneak around so easily. As they moved forward, they ran into more and more zombies. Fortunately, Lin Momo was strong enough, and after getting through their initial panic, the others also started picking up weapons and helping out. Because of that, the group was not trapped by the zombies. As they fought their way forward, the 6 of them gradually became more familiar with each other. The fashionably dressed girl was called Su Yin, and the other girl was called Lin Na. The 3 boys were named Qian Hua, Qin Chang, and Xie Junyi. They were all high school students from all over the country. Classmate Lin Momo, another huge group of zombies, is coming. Speed up and break through. After fighting for so long, Lin Momo felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her body. Lin Na, how far is it to Hui Huang supermarket? Lin Na looked at the map. The straight line distance is still about 1 kilometer. Good, let's kill our way over there. Lin Momo slashed out with one blade. Lightning flashed, blasting open a gap dozens of meters long through the zombie horde in front of her. Kill. The others roared and charged forward with Lin Momo. In the middle of the battle, a line of text flashed before Lin Momo's eyes. Frowny face, you killed a mutated zombie, triggering super drop rate. You obtained a special item, Second Life. Second Life. When you die in the spirit realm, you'll be revived. Second Life? I can revive. A trace of doubt flashed through Lin Momo's mind. Before she had time to think more about it, another huge wave of zombies had already surrounded them. Kill. Livestream chat. Little sis is so strong. Starting today, she's my idol, as expected of the top scorer on the high school entrance exam. The lightning element is so strong. It's basically the nemesis of zombies. Sigh, she's too kind. She originally could have cleared this stage easily. How should I put it? Kindness is a virtue. If it were you, you'd also hope that when you were caught in a life or death crisis, a kind little angel-like savior like her would appear. She just hasn't experienced how dangerous people's hearts can be. After going through more, she'll know kindness isn't really a good trait. Isn't that how everyone comes through it? In this world overrun by the bizarre, good people don't live long. I hope she can grow up quickly. Sigh, I both want her to grow up quickly and don't want her to be hurt too early by the evil in people's hearts. So conflicted. 2 hours passed. The group of 6 finally finished that not-so-long 1-kilometer journey. By the later stage of the battle, the spirit energy inside Lin Momo's body was almost exhausted, and her physical strength had also reached its limit. She had practically endured it through sheer willpower alone. Look, it's Hui Wong's supermarket. We're here. Once we cross the plaza, we'll be there. Everyone's morale surged. The plaza was packed densely with zombies, but they had already come this far. What were these zombies worth? Lin Momo led everyone, cutting through the plaza and fighting all the way to the entrance of Hui Huang supermarket. The door is locked? The main entrance of Hui Huang supermarket was tightly locked shut with 2 big locks. Is anyone inside? No one answered. Move aside. I'll split this door open. Lin Momo raised her blade and slashed down with all her strength. Boom! A loud bang rang out, but the door did not budge at all. The alloy steel door was unusually sturdy, and as a spell-type spirit user, strength was not Lin Momo's specialty. Around them, zombies crowded in from all directions. The boys were almost unable to hold on. What do we do? Everyone was anxious. At that moment, Lina suddenly pointed above the giant supermarket sign behind them and shouted, Look, the floor-to-ceiling window on the 3rd floor is broken. Can we go in directly from there? The supermarket sign was huge and blocked the 2nd floor windows. Above the sign was the 3rd floor floor-to-ceiling window, and at this moment, the glass there was shattered. We can climb. Everyone saw that a long festive banner hanging down from the 4th floor happened to pass by the broken window on the 3rd floor. We can climb up along the advertising banner. That's right. The banner is wide enough. It can definitely support one person's weight. Everyone saw hope. Lin Momo looked at the 3rd floor window, then glanced around before making a decision. You go up first. I'll cover the rear. Everyone looked at each other, then nodded. Okay. First went the 2 girls. Their movements were a little clumsy, but driven by their desire to survive, both of them managed to climb up to the 3rd floor smoothly. Next came the 3 boys. Their climb also went smoothly. After all 5 of them had finished climbing, Lin Momo slashed apart the zombies surrounding her, then leaped up, jumped onto the advertising banner, and slowly climbed upward. Even though her stamina was nearly exhausted, her physical capabilities were still far above the others. She also climbed up to the 3rd floor without any trouble. Classmate Lin Momo, reach your hand over. Suyin stood on the windowsill and reached out to welcome Lin Momo. Okay. Lin Momo stepped onto the windowsill with 1 foot while reaching out for Suyan's hand. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Just as Lin Momo was about to grab Suyan's wrist suddenly twisted, avoiding Lin Momo's hand. Then she exerted force with both hands and gave Lin Momo a fierce shove. Lin Momo had nowhere to brace herself, and her body uncontrollably fell backward. Why? Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Time rewound to 5 minutes earlier. Suyan was the first to climb up to the 3rd floor. At that moment, glowing words flashed before her eyes. Frowny face, special mission. Push Lin Momo down. Special mission. Push Lin Momo down. Special mission. Push Lin Momo down. A special mission? A trace of hesitation flashed through Su Yan's eyes, but it was quickly covered by ruthlessness. The reward for a special mission should be very generous, right? She quickly made her calculations in her heart. At this point, Lin Momo was already at the end of her rope. When she climbed up to the third floor, that would definitely be the moment when her mind was most relaxed. At that time, as long as she seized the right moment, she could easily push her down. That was Su Yan's plan, and that was exactly what she did. The operation went very smoothly. Lin Momo, already exhausted and completely unguarded, had no time at all to make any response when faced with Su Yan's sudden attack. She very easily pushed Lin Momo off the building. After pushing Lin Momo down, Su Yan had not even had time to feel happy before she suddenly felt a chill run down her back. She abruptly turned around, only to see that the 4 teammates from before were holding blades and staring at her like tigers eyeing their prey. What she didn't know was that the same line of text was also in front of the 4 teammates' eyes frowny face. Su Yan attacked her teammate with murderous intent. Her crime is unforgivable. Special mission triggered. Kill Su Yan. Reward. After clearing the spirit realm, your clearance reward will be doubled. Su Yan had no time to speak before she saw a flash of blade light. She only felt the world spin around her. In a daze, she finally realized that her head had already left her body and was falling toward the zombie horde below. She opened her mouth, desperately wanting to say something, but nothing came out. The 4 looked at Su Yan's severed head and body, then exchanged glances. They all understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Su Yan attacked her teammate with murderous intent. Her crime is unforgivable. She deserved to die. Qin Chong said. The others nodded, right? At that moment, white light lit up around their bodies. Mission, survive the apocalypse, complete. Entering the second stage. They did not notice that Lin Momo's body below also lit up with a ray of white light. You were pushed off the 3rd floor by Su Yan. You fell into the zombie horde. You have died. Ding, special item triggered second life. You have successfully revived. Because you have already stepped into Hui Huang's supermarket. Mission, survive the apocalypse, complete. You are about to enter the second stage. Livestream chat. Holy shit. Why? What happened? Why did that Su Yan try to kill Lin Momo? Maybe out of jealousy? She's just an ordinary person, while Lin Momo is a powerful esper. She dresses fashionably, but looks plain, while Lin Momo is stunning. Right, the first stage of the spirit realm has already been cleared. Once the second stage starts, they'll become competitors. So getting rid of the strongest rival early is pretty reasonable, right? Doesn't she know there's a live stream? So what if there is? The authorities have long stated that killing in the spirit realm isn't against the law. Isn't she afraid of being condemned? When you can barely save your own life, who cares about condemnation? True, maybe she doesn't even know there's a live stream. Then why did the others suddenly kill Su Yan? They said it themselves. Su Yan stabbed her teammate in the back, a truly heinous crime. Besides, in the next stage, they're competitors with Su Yan too, so striking first is the smart move. Makes sense. Look, Lin Momo entered the second stage. She's okay. That's great, right? The moment she stepped onto the 3rd floor of Gloria's supermarket, she had already cleared the first stage, so naturally the zombies stopped attacking her. Makes sense. Lin Momo's physical abilities are tough. Just falling from the 3rd floor wouldn't be a big deal at all. No matter what, it's really great that she's okay. That was close. Even after entering the second stage, Lin Momo was still shaken. If I didn't have the special item Second Life, I would have died completely, right there in the spirit realm. But why did Su Yan suddenly attack and try to kill me? We had no grudge against each other. Could it be jealousy? Anyone said that jealousy can make people lose their reason. Because of how outstanding I am, it's very possible for narrow-minded people to hate me for no reason. She warned me more than once that I absolutely had to be careful of petty people. I never thought she'd be right about all of it. My kindness not only wasn't repaid, it was answered with betrayal. Even though I was lucky enough to revive, I won't have that kind of luck next time. Lin Momo, after this lesson, you absolutely have to remember it well. I don't have to be a bad person, but I absolutely must never be some pathetic bleeding heart fool either. Lin Momo's emotions would not settle. This incident had hit her far too hard. This world was crueler than she had imagined. Just as she was reflecting, the glowing words on the mission panel before her suddenly began to appear. Frowny face, second stage. Fierce Ghost Academy. Activated. All players will be assigned different missions. After completing the designated mission, they will receive a rating. The rating for this round will be combined with performance in the first stage to determine the player's final clear reward in this spirit realm. Notice, this stage is the final stage of this spirit realm. Please do your utmost to clear it. Notice, too, at least 40% of players will be eliminated this round. Those unable to complete their mission, or those with lower mission ratings, will become elimination targets. Elimination means death. An individual mission. Lin Momo was puzzled. At that moment, the pitch-black surroundings began to change. The scene kept forming, and she found herself in an empty classroom. Aside from her, the classroom was filled with a class of ghost students around 10 years old. Player Lin Momo, your mission has been updated. You must participate in Fierce Ghost Classroom and learn 2 soul arts. Your learning progress in soul arts will determine your mission rating. If you fail to learn even 1 soul art, it will be considered mission failure, and you will become food for the ghost students. Notice, this Fierce Ghost Classroom exists in an enclosed space, so don't even think about escaping. The ghost teacher and ghost students in the classroom are also in a damage immune state, so don't think about wiping them out. Learning. Lin Momo sat down in her seat. The ghost students played and messed around beside her, no different from a real classroom. At that moment, the ghost teacher walked in holding a textbook. The classroom immediately fell silent. Students, in today's soul arts class, we will be learning 2 eye techniques. The ghost teacher was a young man with a cold, stern face. He strode quickly onto the podium, his gaze sweeping over Lin Momo in her seat. Lin Momo faintly felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen this ghost teacher somewhere before. She shook her head, throwing that strange thought out of her mind. The ghost teacher turned and wrote 2 terms on the blackboard: frowny face, eye technique, samsara tribulation light. Eye technique, nightmare realm. As everyone knows, for our ghost race, soul power is not only the foundation of life, but also the source of strength. So our ghost ancestors created combat arts based on soul power. We call them soul arts. Eye techniques are one branch of soul arts. Hide soul arts within the eyes, release them through the gaze, and kill with a look. This is what eye techniques are. The ghost teacher spoke fluently and at length. Lin Momo listened in fascination, completely forgetting that she was still inside a spirit realm stage. So soul power can be used in this kind of combat style too. Compared to the ghost race, humanity's methods of using soul power seemed crude. For martial masters and spell-type espers, soul power was only a support in battle. Even in soul-type paths, the uses were singular. Ghost tamers used soul power to control ghosts through contracts. Beast tamers used soul power to control beasts through contracts. Telekinetics used soul power to move objects. Compared to soul arts and eye techniques, these uses seemed one-dimensional. On the podium, the ghost teacher continued teaching. Eye technique. Samsara tribulation light is an eye technique that contains the power of reincarnation. Not only can it attack an enemy's body, it can also directly attack the enemy's soul. At higher levels, it can even strip away time itself. Eye technique. Nightmare realm is an eye technique that contains the power of dreams. After it is cast, it can drag the enemy into the nightmare realm and damage their soul. At higher levels, it can create real damage inside illusions, and can even directly take the enemy's life within the illusion, killing without a trace. Next, we will begin analyzing these 2 great eye techniques and learn them step by step. Livestream Sha. Interesting. Everyone got different missions. The funniest one is that guy named Wei Hai. He got a toilet cleaning mission. He has to clean every toilet in the entire school from start to finish, and the fierce ghosts have to be satisfied too. I'm dying here. The worst one is the person investigating the female student's falling death. He's an unawakened, ordinary person, yet he has to face all kinds of intimidation and torment from a 3rd-tier female ghost. That guy's probably done for. That female ghost is toying with him. His mind is about to break. Miserable. 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 The few people doing odd jobs in the cafeteria have it bad too. Not only are the ones eating all demons and ghosts, but the things being served at the tables are all kinds of organs too. It's scary enough to kill you, and they still have to serve with a smile. The one working as a lab assistant is hard to watch too. There are explosions everywhere, and he's already numb from it, but the ghost mentor still says he's clumsy. The easiest one should be that guy playing basketball, right? He's a top player on his school's basketball team. Playing against a bunch of trash ghost students should be an easy stomp for him. Hard to say. What if the ghost students get mad from losing, turn hostile, and decide to eat him? Probably not, right? Didn't they say weird beings still have to follow rules in how they act? Let's hope so. Everyone, what's going on with Lin Momo's mission? Go in class? No idea. She probably has to learn some kind of knowledge and then compete with the ghost students. The information is blocked. We can't hear what's being taught in class. None of the missions in this stage are easy. For all we know, student Lin Momo might be suffering through a sea of homework right now. Terrifying. You enter the spirit realm and still have to do homework. The mission is in progress. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Just woke up, came over to take a look right away. The 2nd stage mission has already been going on for a day. It should be about to end. The death rate in the 2nd stage is a bit high. Quite a few players have already died. Has anyone done the math? I did. In the 1st stage, Doomsday Survival, 13 died and 87 survived. In the 2nd stage, Fierce Ghost Academy, 38 have died so far and 49 are left. About right. In the previous few Blackwood Illusion Realm Spirit Realms, the overall death rate was around 50%, but this time the difficulty seems a bit higher. Let's wait and see. It's about to settle soon. Maybe a few more will still be eliminated. Fierce Ghost Classroom. A whole day of studying left Lin Momo a little tired, yet also a little excited. It was a very contradictory feeling. Pupil technique, Samsara Tribulation Light, and pupil technique, Nightmare Realm, sounded profound and mysterious, but when she actually learned them, they did not seem all that difficult. While studying, Lin Momo felt as if she had divine help. Her mind was active, and inspiration kept bursting forth in her head. Even though the knowledge points were extremely complicated, she could sort out the logic with just a little thought. When she encountered difficult parts, a few pointers from a ghost teacher were enough for her to grasp them at once. Lin Momo had always been familiar with this feeling. This was the state of a top student learning new knowledge. But what she was learning now was incomparably complex pupil techniques. Lin Momo could not explain it, but just by relying on a single day, she had mastered these two major pupil techniques. Pupil technique, samsara, tribulation light. Lin Momo tried using the pupil technique she had just mastered. A terrifying white beam shot out from her left eye. Suddenly, cracking sounds of shattering came from ahead. It was as if the entire space-time of the spirit realm could not withstand this terrifying power and might shatter at any moment. It's this strong? It actually seems like it could pierce through this entire space-time. Lin Momo's face turned pale. At that moment, the ghost teacher suddenly raised his hand. As his arm lifted, the entire space-time instantly stabilized again. The white beam also vanished into nothingness at that very moment. What a terrifying samsara tribulation light. Lin Momo patted her chest, still shaken. If the ghost teacher had not acted, the entire spirit realm space would probably have been pierced through. What she did not know was that the live stream outside the spirit realm was completely unaware of what had happened in the classroom. The ghost teacher had used immense means to block out everything happening here. How about trying the other pupil technique too? Seeing that the ghost teacher remained unmoved, Lin Momo could clearly tell that he was tacitly allowing her to use these two pupil techniques. Pupil technique, nightmare realm. An illusionary space appeared along with the gaze of her right eye. With a thought from Lin Momo, her body had already entered this miraculous illusionary space. After arriving here, Lin Momo felt that she had become the ruler. Everything here was under her control. What a powerful nightmare realm. These two pupil techniques are both so amazing. Lin Momo came out of the nightmare realm and returned to the classroom. Her eyes were full of excitement. I never thought that in this spirit realm, I'd actually be able to learn such powerful pupil techniques. She looked at the mysterious ghost teacher and always felt that all of this was his arrangement. At that moment, the task panel's light screen appeared before her once again. Player Lin Momo has preliminarily mastered. Pupil technique, samsara tribulation light, preliminarily mastered. Pupil technique, nightmare realm. Mission, fierce ghost classroom, complete. Your spirit realm adventure this time has ended. You are about to enter the settlement space. Underworld of the dead. Blackwood City, secret chamber. Elder Lin, your care for Lin Momo can truly be called wholehearted. Granny Blackwood had already vaguely guessed the relationship between Lin Yin and Lin Momo. Elder Lin, don't worry. Regarding Lin Momo and the world of the living, I absolutely won't reveal anything to anyone. Then many thanks, Granny Hey, Lin Yin said, cupping his fists. Granny Blackwood hurriedly stood up and returned the gesture. Elder Lin, you flatter me. If not for your tremendous help, I still don't know how many detours I would have taken on my path to 8th rank cultivation. Compared to the help you gave me, what does my little repayment even count for? Lin Yin nodded. We're helping each other and supporting each other. Granny Blackwood said, this time in the spirit realm, my comprehension of the rule of life has improved quite a bit again. Once this spirit realm ends, I'll be going into seclusion to break through into the 8th rank Emperor realm. Congratulations. Elder Lin, great kindness needs no thanks. If there's ever anything you need me to do in the future, just say the word. I won't stand on ceremony. The two of them looked toward the soul mirror. Inside the spirit realm, Lin Momo had already mastered the two major pupil techniques and arrived at the settlement space. There, Lin Yin had something carefully prepared for Lin Momo. Elder Lin, I have a question. Go ahead. If I'm not mistaken, these two major pupil techniques are Emperor Tier Soul arts infused with the power of rules. Emperor Tier Soul arts are something low-rank soul masters simply cannot comprehend. So why is it that this girl Lin Momo was able to learn them so easily? Perhaps it's because she's extraordinarily gifted. Lin Yin did not explain much. In truth, in order to create Emperor Tier Soul arts that Lin Momo could master, Lin Yin had gone to enormous lengths. He controlled the two major rules of samsara and dreams, so creating Emperor Tier Soul arts containing those two rules was not difficult. What was difficult was how to let Lin Momo master them. The gap between Emperor Tier and Lin Momo's first-rank soul power was unimaginably vast, not to mention the complex soul power formulas and the massive amount of soul power required to cast them. Just the profound power of rules alone was absolutely not something a low-rank soul master could comprehend. The only solution was to add a medium and alter the method by which the power of rules in the soul arts was released. Lin Yin recalled the eye of destruction he had encountered in the Yellow Springs, and recalled that terrifying light of destruction. In an instant, inspiration burst forth, and he thought of a solution. He transformed the two soul arts into pupil techniques and engraved all of the power of rules into the pupil techniques. That way, Lin Momo would not need to understand the power of rules. She would only need to imitate the form, and she would have a chance to learn these two major pupil techniques. Next, in order to let Lin Momo learn them smoothly, Lin Yin altered the spirit realm and injected a wisp of his own soul power into it. Then, In this fierce ghost classroom, he manifested the avatar known as the ghost teacher and personally appeared to guide her. He also fused that wisp of his soul power into Lin Momo's soul. This fusion was temporary. Once Lin Momo left the spirit realm, the fusion would be undone. But that was enough. Because Lin Yan's soul and Lin Momo's soul were naturally perfectly compatible, this brief fusion took place silently and without a trace. Lin Momo noticed nothing unusual at all. After fusing with Lin Yan's soul power, comprehending the two major pupil techniques created by Lin Yan naturally became effortless. It was also precisely because Lin Yan's soul power had been fused into her that the samsara tribulation light Lin Momo had just released was so terrifying, enough to shake the entire spirit realm. Once Lin Momo left the spirit realm and the fusion was undone, the power of the two major pupil techniques would also drop by a large margin. Naturally, the consumption of soul power would also be greatly reduced. That actually suited her current self even better. Moreover, as her soul power and realm increased, the two major pupil techniques would continue to grow stronger until they could unleash Emperor Tier power. Now that Momo has mastered the two major pupil techniques, she could be considered to have some means of self-protection. The huge weight in Lin Yan's heart finally eased somewhat. Next, I just need to wait peacefully for Momo to take part in the contract ceremony. Of course, I still have a lot of preparation work to do as well. Settlement space. This was a hidden space, not broadcast to the outside world. Any rewards the players obtained in the spirit realm would also not be known by outsiders. After Lin Momo cleared the second stage, she came here. She appeared in front of a huge old scholar tree. Looking around, dense fog swirled everywhere. Other than this old scholar tree, there was nothing else to be seen. Lin Momo was curiously observing the old scholar tree. At that moment, a transparent dialogue box appeared before her eyes. Player Lin Momo, you have cleared the spirit realm Blackwood Illusion Realm. Performance rating 100. You have received the following rewards: soul coins. 1 million. Note: soul coins can be absorbed, but the efficiency is low. It is recommended to store them in your soul sea, where they may prove very useful in certain situations. Top grade soul fruit. 10. Note: consuming each top grade soul fruit increases soul power by 10,000. Caution: consuming too many in a short period may cause unstable soul power. It is recommended to consume and absorb one every month. Spirit artifacts, ghost artifacts, pink hairpin, light-chasing little leather shoes, teddy bear doll. Note: after recognizing an owner, spirit artifacts and ghost artifacts can be stored in the soul sea. Spirit artifact, pink hairpin, comes with a defensive shield. After activation, it can resist 3 attacks at the 7th rank and below. Spirit artifact, light-chasing little leather shoes. After putting them on, speed increases by 100%. When sprinting at full power, movement speed increases by 500%. Ghost artifact, teddy bear doll, can summon the doll Big Black Bear to fight doll Big Black Bear. The combat form of the teddy bear doll, combat power at the 5th rank, ultimate move, Berserk Black Bear Fist. Reward settlement complete. You will now leave the spirit realm. Then a flash of white light passed before Lin Momo's eyes, and she appeared at home. And back. Lin Momo instinctively looked inward. The soul coins, soul fruit, spirit artifacts, and ghost artifact rewarded by the spirit realm were all lying quietly in her soul sea. What generous rewards! Before she even had time to sigh in amazement, Chuyi had already come running out of the study with hurried footsteps. How is it? You're not hurt, are you? She grabbed Lin Momo and looked her up and down. Auntie, I'm fine. That's good that you're fine. Good that you're fine. The heart she had been holding in suspense finally settled. Quick, tell Annie what happened in the spirit realm. In fact, the moment Lin Momo was transported into the spirit realm, Chu had logged onto the Spirit Realm livestream website and kept constant watch on everything happening to Lin Momo inside. But there were still many details she wasn't clear on. Lin Momo began to tell her everything, from the end of the world survival of the first stage to the fierce ghost classroom of the second stage. She recounted every detail without leaving anything out. Although Chuyu already knew Lin Momo had returned safely, she still couldn't help crying out in alarm when she heard the dangerous parts. Especially when she heard that Lin Momo had been pushed off the building by Su Yan for no reason. She wished she could grab a blade and go chop someone immediately. But she had watched the live stream and knew Su Yan had already been killed by the others, which counted as getting what she deserved. Then, when she heard that Lin Momo had learned 2 powerful eye techniques in the fierce ghost classroom, she was even more astonished. The spirit realm even teaches eye techniques? Chuyu hurriedly asked Lin Momo to demonstrate them. Lin Momo nodded. As she spoke, she walked to the window, raised her head, and looked at the sky. Samsara, tribulation light. A beam of white light shot out from Lin Momo's left eye and disappeared into the heavens. This time, the power of the Samsara tribulation light was far weaker than it had been in the spirit realm. Lin Momo had already expected that. When she left the spirit realm, she could clearly feel that her soul state had dropped tremendously. How should she put it? In the fierce ghost classroom inside the spirit realm, she had seemed to become a superhuman form. She hadn't noticed it at the time. It was only after she returned to reality and fell back to her normal state that she suddenly realized it. As for this, She could only attribute it to the wondrous nature of the spirit realm. Lin Momo released the samsara tribulation light, and Chuyu carefully sensed it. Only after a while did she praise, "Impressive. It actually has the attack power of the 4th rank. 1st rank soul power, yet it erupts with 4th rank combat strength. This eye technique wouldn't happen to be a legendary forbidden art, would it?" "Forbidden art?" Lin Momo asked in confusion. A forbidden art is a combat skill that consumes your own origin to activate. Although it's powerful, it's a skill that harms both others and yourself. "But Auntie, I don't feel any discomfort at all. Even soul power consumption feels normal. I can recover it just by resting." "Not a forbidden art? Then could it be a very high-ranked soul art?" Chuyu guessed. High-ranked soul art. Seeing Lin Momo's confusion, Chuyu explained, combat skills include martial techniques, spirit energy techniques, and soul arts. Martial techniques are the most common and the most widely spread. All kinds of fist arts, sword arts, blade arts, and the like all belong to martial techniques. Spirit energy techniques are combat skills used by spirit energy professionals in combination with spirit energy. For example, the various lightning arts you learned before are spirit energy techniques. Soul arts are the most mysterious. They're the closely guarded secrets of some top experts of the soul path. Every type of combat skill has rank distinctions. The lowest is 1st rank, and the highest is 7th rank. The chaotic lightning flash you mastered earlier belongs to a 3rd rank lightning type spirit energy technique, while Sea of Lightning Judgment is 4th rank. After Chuyu explained it like this, Lin Momo understood. Anything above the 5th rank is considered high rank. Logically speaking, the higher the rank of a combat skill, the higher the requirements for learning and using it. Chuyu continued speaking. For a spirit energy technique with such low casting requirements like your eye technique to have such great power, I've truly never seen one before. I don't even dare imagine how terrifying the power of this eye technique will be once your soul power realm rises. Is it really that amazing? Lin Momo's little face was flushed red with excitement. She knew the samsara tribulation light was strong, but it wasn't until she heard her Annie's confirmation that she could finally be certain she had mastered an extraordinary skill. "Auntie, there's also an illusion eye technique." "Let me see." Lin Momo circulated her soul power. Nightmare realm. An illusory world spread out from her right eye and shrouded Chuyu. "Oh, interesting." Chuyu didn't resist, and her body was pulled into an illusion space. "Auntie, in here, it feels like I control everything." Chuyu nodded in admiration. "Momo, the stability of a nightmare realm is probably close to the 5th rank. It can only trap enemies below the 5th rank, but it can't trap enemies at the 5th rank or above." As she spoke, she flashed out of the nightmare realm. Overall, it's also a soul art with 4th rank intensity. Of course, when your soul power increases, the power of this nightmare realm will also rise accordingly. Overall, both eye techniques are very strong. Seeing Lin Momo learn 2 such powerful eye techniques in the spirit realm, Chuyu's face was glowing. She was even happier than if she had learned them herself. "Momo, let Annie remind you of one thing. These 2 eye techniques are very strong, so strong that even I can't judge their value. But precisely because they're too strong, they're worrying. You should know that soul arts have always been the privilege of top soul path experts, not to mention high-rank soul arts with power this great. They may attract malicious scrutiny and greed. Momo, remember this. Unless it's absolutely necessary, you must never use these 2 eye techniques in front of others." "Yes, Auntie." Lin Momo turned solemn. As for the evil in human nature, she had experienced it deeply on this trip through the spirit realm. "Annie, this time in the spirit realm, I got quite a few rewards too." As Lin Momo spoke, she took out all the rewards in one go. "Chem? Soul coins? This many?" Chuyu was surprised. "And soul fruits? The soul power is so dense. High-quality soul fruits? A full 10 of them." Chuyu was shocked. "What? There are even spirit artifacts and ghost artifacts. And 3 of them." Chuyu was numb. "Auntie, that's a lot of rewards, right?" "A lot? It's way more than that. It's outrageously generous." Chuyu counted through them one by one. "If I didn't know you so well, I'd really suspect you were a relative of the spirit realm's owner." Is it really that exaggerated?" "Exaggerated?" Chuyu listed the items one by one. The soul coin rewards other people get from spirit realms range from a few hundred to over 1,000, maybe a few thousand at most. But you got 1 million right away. And soul fruits. If other people get even 1 ordinary soul fruit from a spirit realm, it's like a pie falling from the sky. But you got 10 high-quality soul fruits, just like that. And spirit artifacts and ghost artifacts. Those are treasures that only appear in intermediate or even high-level spirit realms. Yet from a low-level spirit realm, you directly got 3 of them, and their grades aren't low either. The more Chuyu spoke, the more unreal it felt. She couldn't help pinching her own thigh to make sure she wasn't dreaming. "All right." Lin Momo stuck out her tongue. She didn't know why she had gotten so many rewards either. Could she really be a relative of the spirit realm's owner? She took a deep breath. After marveling for a while, she began helping Lin Momo plan how to use these treasures. Soul coins have many uses. They're a common currency in both the yin and yang worlds, so keep them for now. You might need them in the future. "Yes, Auntie." The spirit realm told me the same thing. Soul fruits can be eaten. They can greatly increase soul power and don't have many side effects. I just don't know whether eating too many at once would have any impact. Auntie, the spirit realm suggested I eat one every month. One per month? Alright, we'll do it that way. And these 2 spirit artifacts and 1 ghost artifact, they're quite good. They can greatly increase your combat strength. The pink hairpin is a defensive spirit artifact. You can wear it all the time. The light chaser little leather shoes are a support spirit artifact. You can usually keep them in your soul sea and put them on during battle. And the little bear doll can be carried with you too. Okay, I'll listen to you, Annie. Right, these 3 spirit and ghost artifacts haven't acknowledged an owner yet, have they? They're ownerless treasures. As long as you channel soul power into them, you can bind them. Lin Momo did as she was told, and soon bound the 3 treasures. After binding them, she could clearly sense the existence of all 3, as if they had become a part of her body. With a thought, the 3 items appeared on her. With another thought, they immediately returned to her soul sea. Including these 3 treasures, Lin Momo now had 4 treasures in her soul sea. The remaining one was the Holy Soul Pearl she had worn since childhood. It was a keepsake left behind by her parents, and Lin Momo had always kept it carefully. Lin Momo could feel that the Holy Soul Pearl was a spirit artifact no lower in rank than these 3 treasures. After playing with them for a while, Lin Momo turned her gaze to the top-grade spirit fruits. Auntie, want to try too? No need. Chuyu smiled and shook her head. What kind of soul fruit haven't I eaten before? Besides, these soul fruits are very useful for your cultivation, but not very useful to me. We should make the best use of them. Hurry and eat one. Let Annie evaluate how effective these soul fruits are. Okay. Lin Momo picked up a peach-like soul fruit and bit into it. Juice burst out, filling her mouth with fragrance. It was delicious. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly finished the soul fruit. In an instant, countless strands of soul power surged into her soul sea. It felt incredibly comfortable. In just a short while, the size of her soul sea expanded 5-fold. After a long time, Lin Momo opened her eyes, feeling refreshed and more clear-headed than ever, her spirit stronger than it had ever been before. How is it? Chuyu hurriedly asked. Auntie, my soul sea expanded 5 times. Lin Momo looked excited. Based on my previous soul power estimate, my soul power value should be around 12,000 points now. Chuyu nodded. 1 soul fruit increased it by 10,000 soul power, as expected of a high-quality soul fruit. Momo, your current soul power has already reached 2nd rank, 2nd star. In class before, the teacher had already taught them how soul power was divided at each realm for soul masters. Generally speaking, a 1st rank, 1st star soul master had a soul power value of 500. After that, every increase of 500 soul power raised a minor realm by 1 star. At 2nd rank, the soul power value reached 5,000. After that, every increase of 5,000 soul power raised a minor realm by 1 star. Based on this, even if she ate all 10 soul fruits and increased her soul power by 100,000, she would only reach 3rd rank, 2nd star. That might not sound like much, but one had to know that a 3rd rank spirit energy profession user was already considered a mainstay in the spirit energy world, not to mention an even stronger 3rd rank ghost tamer. At that moment, Lin Momo was eager to participate in the contract ceremony as soon as possible. Right, Momo? Your instructor Moron was also very worried when you entered the spirit realm. Now that you're out, hurry and let her know you're safe. And if she asks about what happened inside the spirit realm, don't reveal anything about learning the 2-eye techniques. Also, if she asks about the spirit realm rewards, just say you got 10,000 soul coins and 1 soul fruit. That reward is already exaggerated enough. Lin Momo nodded, then called Muron Wu. Student Momo, that's wonderful. You finally called. Muron Wu's relieved voice came from the other end of the phone. Teacher, I came out of the spirit realm safely. Quickly tell your teacher about what happened in the spirit realm. Okay. Lin Momo briefly told Muron Wu part of what had happened in the spirit realm, and as Chuyu had instructed, she concealed quite a lot. What? After eating that soul fruit, your soul power increased by 10,000. The matter of her soul power increasing drastically in a short time couldn't be hidden, so Lin Momo decided to tell Muron Wu early. Student Momo, do you need a rest right now? Can you come to school today? It was still morning. If not for the spirit realm, it would be school time. Lin Momo checked her mental state and felt extremely good, so she agreed. Teacher, I'll go to school this afternoon after lunch. Good. I'll wait for you at school. The call ended. Chuyu suddenly cried out, I forgot to cook. Lin Momo, Andy, if I remember right, you don't usually make lunch anyway. On weekdays you order takeout, and on weekends you take me out to eat. Chuyu did not have a regular job. Instead, she ran a strange studio. After Lin Momo went to school, she would take on small jobs dealing with strange incidents. The work was easy, and it paid quite well, so their financial situation was fairly comfortable. Is that so? Chuyu laughed. What do you want to eat? Annie will take you out to a restaurant. In the afternoon, Lin Momo arrived at school. Muron had already been waiting for quite a while. She first fussed over Lin Momo with concern and asked in detail about what had happened inside the spirit realm. After that, she took out a soul power detector and confirmed that Lin Momo's soul power had indeed reached a little over 12,000 points. Then she brought Lin Momo to the martial training ground. It was currently class time, and many classes were having martial arts lessons on the training ground. Fortunately, the training ground was spacious enough, so it did not feel crowded. Murong Wu brought Lin Momo to an open area on the training ground, where they met a new teacher. Let me introduce him. This is teacher Feng Bing from the second-year telekinesis class. Teacher Feng was a tall, thin young man wearing a pair of sunglasses, looking pretty cool. When he saw Lin Momo arrive, he gave a slight nod. Student Lin Momo, from today onward, I will be your telekinesis teacher. There is no telekinesis class in first year. Murong Wu explained, I specially invited teacher Feng over from the upper grades for you. Every day, he'll set aside 1 hour to teach you how to master telekinesis. Yes, hello, teacher Feng. Feng Bing nodded. Student Lin Momo, from now on, your telekinesis class will be held here on the training ground. The time will be set as the first class every afternoon, which is right now. Your other classes will need to make way for telekinesis class. In addition, during this time, every Monday and Wednesday, I have my own classes. I'll arrange those classes to be held on the training ground, and when that time comes, you'll attend class together with the second-year telekinesis class. Any objections to the above arrangement? Although he was asking, his tone left no room for doubt. It was obvious this was a very strict teacher. Lin Momo quickly said, no objections. Good, then now we begin the first lesson. First of all, the reason the telekinesis class is only established starting from second year is because the threshold is high. To cultivate telekinesis, your soul power needs to be above 5,000. You already meet that standard. You may have doubts. You're in the ghost taming class, so why do you need to learn telekinesis? Let me tell you this. Before a contract is successfully formed, telekinetically controlling objects is almost the only attack method for the overwhelming majority of ghost tamers. Even after contracting a ghost spirit, telekinetic object control is still an excellent auxiliary combat method. I know you are also a third-rank lightning element spirit energy user. But as long as you walk the soul path, your spirit energy profession will eventually fail to keep up with your soul path progress. Only telekinetic object control will remain an important combat method that stays with you throughout your entire cultivation career. Now, I will begin demonstrating telekinetic object control, as well as the art of telekinetic weapon control. From that day on, Lin Momo's study and cultivation began to get on the right track. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. On this day in class, students, that concludes all the content of the contract technique. You need to fully master the contract technique and use it proficiently. Only then can you successfully contract a ghost spirit during the contract ritual. Murong Wu was teaching from the podium. At that moment, a sharp alarm suddenly rang out. Well, the alarm continued for 1 minute before stopping. This is an eerie alert. Nothing happened, right? I've only heard it twice in my whole life, during eerie drills, but this time it doesn't seem like a drill. The students whispered among themselves. Murong Wu raised a hand, signaling the students to quiet down. I'll go ask about the situation. You all study on your own in the classroom first. She hurried away. It was not until half an hour later, when class was almost over, that she returned. Students, the higher-ups have issued the latest instructions. As she spoke, she took out a paper document and began reading. Recently, a large-scale eerie incident has occurred in the southern region of Great Xia. Some areas of Lichuan province have also been affected, which is why the siren warning was sounded. However, please rest assured, citizens. The Great Xia Spirit Energy Bureau has already sent specialists to the disaster area to deal with the eerie incident. All citizens of Luoyang City are asked not to leave the city defense perimeter in the near future. Citizens are also asked not to panic. Luoyang City is protected by the Spirit Energy Corps and will absolutely not allow eeriness to invade. All daily life and order within Luoyang City's defense perimeter will remain as usual. After Murong Wu finished reading the document, she said, Students, it's fine. Everything will continue as usual. Yes, after school. At lunch, Lin Momo sat together with Zhou Lingwan and Su Shi. Momo, something huge happened. Zhou Lingwan looked all mysterious. Lin Momo asked curiously, what happened? Zhou Lingwan lowered her voice. You both heard the alarm this morning, right? And Mitchum, I'm telling you, just last night, a large-scale ghost domain suddenly descended on the southern region of Great Xia. 3 base cities within the ghost domain's range completely lost contact. Outside the ghost domain's range, eerie incidents also broke out across a wide area. The scope was so large that it even affected our Lichuan province. Right now, the entire Lichuan province is in a state of high alert. Zhou Lingwan kept her voice very low, with a trace of excitement hidden beneath her nervousness. Lin Momo knew that Zhou Lingwan's father was a 6th-rank powerhouse from the Luoyang Spirit Energy Bureau, so her information should be reliable. My dad just called me and wanted to transfer me to Jinling Bay City, but I refused. I told him, wherever he is, that's where I'll be. I absolutely won't be a deserter. Sushi asked, Lingwan, aren't you scared? Zhou Lingwan puffed out her chest. Who do you think I am? I'm a third-rank one-star fire spirit master. Why would I be scared? In a little under half a year since the high school entrance exam, she had already successfully broken through from second rank to third rank. You're so brave. Sushi looked at her with admiration. It's nothing much. Praised by her friend, Zhou Lingwan looked very satisfied. Still, I heard our class produced 2 deserters. At this point, her face was full of disdain. They're already 4th rank, yet they still don't dare fight real eeriness. And they're supposed to be called geniuses. Lin Momo asked. Are they the 2 classmates who were already 4th rank during the high school entrance exam? Yep, those 2. Zhou Lingwan nodded. There were 3 4th ranks in the high school entrance exam. 2 were in our class, and 1 was in Key Class B. All of them ran. After the alarm went off, they left school early before even finishing the morning classes. My dad said the situation this time is very severe. A lot of the higher-ups families have chosen to evacuate early. This afternoon, they'll all be taking special flights together to retreat to Jinling. My dad spent a long time trying to persuade me because of this too. Lingwan, you're really not leaving? Of course not. My best friends are all here. How could I abandon you and run for my life alone? Besides, my dad said that although the situation is severe, it hasn't reached the point of being completely uncontrollable yet. The Erie uprising is still spreading in the south. Our Luyang is still safe for now, and the Spirit Energy General Bureau has also specially sent down a 7th rank king. I'm sure the situation will be brought under control very soon. Hopefully, Great Xia, southern region. Black fog spread out, covering a vast area. A 10-man combat squad appeared before the wall of fog. We're here. At the front was a flat-topped young man wearing combat gear. He stared at the ghost domain, his expression grave. Captain, judging by this scale, it's countless times bigger than the S-rank ghost domains we handled before, one team member said. The flat-topped young man carefully observed the ghost domain. This isn't a ghost domain in the traditional sense. It feels more like an independent miniature world. Communications officer, report the situation. Say that the Tiger Roar squad has reached the edge of the ghost domain and is about to enter it. Also report my judgment. After observing the black fog, I feel that this large-scale black fog covering the entire southern region doesn't seem like a ghost domain, but more like another world. And a ghost domain couldn't possibly have such a huge range. Even a theoretical Emperor rank ghost domain shouldn't be this outrageous. So my guess is this. This incident might not be as terrifying as we imagined. That's all. Send that report up. Yes. The communications officer immediately contacted headquarters. Right. Has Song Wuxia's Sanlong squad and Old Ghost Liao's Invincible squad already gone in? They've both already entered. They went in from a northwest side and the east side. Then we're going in too. A month had already passed since the last alarm sounded. Everything was business as usual. Even online, there wasn't the slightest bit of movement. Some people seemed to be deliberately hiding something. Lin Momo still went about her usual routine, going to school, getting out of school, and going home. Sometimes on weekends, she would follow her aunt to deal with supernatural incidents, then stroll around the supermarket or have a big meal. It seemed like nothing had changed at all. But Lin Momo faintly felt that the atmosphere of the entire city had quietly changed in some way. That day, after school, Lin Momo got on bus 956, as usual. Lingning High School got out early, and it still wasn't rush hour yet. There were quite a few passengers on the bus, and nearly half of them were students from Liang Lingning Middle School. Lin Momo sat in her seat, closing her eyes for a short rest. The bus moved forward slowly. Suddenly, Lin Momo was jolted awake by the bus's sudden brake. The moment she opened her eyes, she instinctively felt that something was wrong. Subconsciously, she looked out the window. Outside the bus window, on the dim street, there wasn't a single car or person in sight. The bus seemed to have arrived in a dead city. What happened? How did all the people and cars on the street disappear? Don't tell me we ran into some supernatural incident. Everyone panicked. Lin Momo turned to look at the girl beside her. The girl was frantically dialing her phone with a terrified expression. Lin Momo glanced at the girl's phone. No signal. Classmate, your phone has no signal, Lin Momo reminded her. The girl glanced at Lin Momo, her voice trembling with tears. I think we ran into a ghost. What do we do? What do we do? Classmate, what exactly happened? At first, everything was normal. When the bus turned onto Fanrong Street, it felt like a black curtain flashed around us. And then the bus came here. The girl spoke in broken bits, but she finally managed to explain the situation clearly. We've entered a ghost domain, Lin Momo judged. But she still had doubts in her heart. This was Liang's urban district, the core area within the defense perimeter of Liang Bay City. Ever since the defense perimeter of Liang Bay City was established, supernatural incidents like ghost domain descent, which could only be triggered by horrors above the 5th tier, had no longer occurred here. Within the defense perimeter, infiltration by horrors above the 5th tier was absolutely prevented. Her aunt's supernatural cleanup studio had been established for nearly 10 years and had never encountered a supernatural incident above the 4th tier. A horror above the 5th tier actually appeared in Liang City. Lin Momo felt that this was no simple matter. Half the passengers on the bus were students from Liang Lingning Middle School, and there were also quite a few second-year and third-year students. After the initial panic, they quickly calmed down. A boy stepped forward. Everyone, classmates, driver, and all passengers, don't panic. If my guess is right, we've encountered a supernatural incident. Our bus has entered a ghost domain. Since a ghost domain has descended inside Liang City, the Lingning Bureau has probably already taken action. As long as we unite and cooperate, we can definitely survive this ghost domain. The boy's words restored order to the noisy bus. You gang, what do you think we should do? Another boy asked. Clearly, he knew the boy who had spoken earlier. Yu Gang thought for a moment. If there's a ghost domain, that means there's at least one horror at the 5th tier or above. That's not something we can deal with. It may already be hiding in the dark, watching us. Hearing Yu Gang's words, everyone felt as if a cold wind had blown past them, and their hearts tightened involuntarily. Some of the girls even started sobbing quietly. Yu Gang continued. This is the urban district. Rescue could arrive at any moment. The horror hiding in the dark might not wait long before launching an attack on us. I suggest everyone get off the bus, find a relatively open area, set up a defense, and wait for rescue. Okay, everyone agreed and got off the bus one after another. Lin Momo followed the main group off the bus and gathered in the middle of the street, not far ahead of it. The horror still hadn't shown itself, so she had no intention of standing out just yet. If there was a ghost domain, that meant there was at least a 5th tier horror. If it was only 5th tier, that was still manageable. It would be hard to deal with, but she could barely protect herself. What she feared was that the hidden horror was 6th tier. 6th tier, don't be fooled by it being only 1 tier above 5th tier. The gap in combat power between them could be described as heaven and earth. To put it this way, Liang Middle School had 13 5th tier instructors, but not a single 6th tier instructor. Teacher Morong Wu had once said that as long as her ghost spirit Tong Tong advanced to the 6th tier, she could take on all the instructors in the entire school by herself. That was the gap between the 6th tier and the 5th tier. The group formed a circle in the street. Let's count how many people we have. Okay. Including the driver, there were 19 people in total. Among them were 13 students, all from Liang Lingming Middle School. Suddenly, one student shouted, Wang Jian, where are you? Wang Jian, come out. Don't scare me. What happened? Yu Gang asked. That student spoke with a trembling voice. My classmate, Wang Jian. We rode the bus together. He was sitting right beside me. He even got off the bus with me just now, but in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. This is bad. The horror has already made its move. Classmate, from just now until now, have you noticed anything unusual? No, the student shook his head. We were all nervous just now, so we didn't talk, but I'm sure Wang Jian was walking right beside me. Then in the blink of an eye, he was gone. Nothing unusual at all? Did anyone here see any trace of a horror? Everyone shook their heads in unison. Just then, the driver suddenly shouted, Another person is gone. There were 5 adult passengers just now, but now only 4 are left. Everyone instinctively swept their gaze over the crowd, and sure enough, another person was missing. For a moment, everyone felt a chill run down their backs. Everyone, form a circle face to face. Yu Gang immediately shouted, Okay. Everyone did as told. Everyone stare at the person opposite you, and at the same time watch behind them. The group formed a circle. There were now 18 people, 13 students and 5 adults. Standing opposite Lin Momo was a short girl. At that moment, a sudden furious shout rang out. Found you. They saw a tall boy suddenly charge forward. At some point, a battle saber had appeared in his hand. The battle saber slashed toward behind the girl opposite him. The blade light was fierce, whipping up a gust of wind. A 2nd tier saber user. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction the blade was pointing, and sure enough, they saw a black hole suddenly appear behind the girl. A dried up hand with long, sharp nails was reaching out from the black hole, grabbing toward the girl. A ghost. Everyone cried out in alarm. Several students moved at once. Different skills smashed toward that black hole. Boom, boom, boom. The black hole suffered a series of attacks and instantly exploded apart. A withered, vicious ghost tumbled out from the black hole. Kill. The students surrounded it. There were 1st tier, 2nd tier, and also 3rd tier ones. The first to step forward, Yu Gang, was a 3rd tier boxer. All the attacks came crashing down onto that withered ghost at once. The withered ghost could not withstand such an assault, and in an instant it was beaten until its soul scattered. We won. We won. Some of them could hardly believe it. Everything seemed a little too smooth. It's not over yet, Yu Gang suddenly said. The ghost domain still hasn't dispersed. The real vicious ghost still hasn't appeared. And a 5th tier ghost creature can't possibly be this weak. Everyone came to their senses and immediately became alert. The good news was that the 2 people who had disappeared earlier seemed to have been caused by the ghost that was just killed. Now that ghost was dead, no one disappeared anymore. After a while, human voices suddenly came from the distance. At the street corner, a group of 5 people came running over in a panic. Stop. Are you humans or ghosts? Yu Gang shouted. A pot-bellied middle-aged man on the other side immediately yelled, Humans, of course we're humans. Little brother, we heard fighting from your side, so we ran over. What's going on? There are other people too. We're not a special case. Uncle Fatty, how did you get into the ghost domain? Are there others? Everyone started talking at once. There are others, and there are ghosts too. Uncle Fatty wiped the sweat from his forehead. There's haunting going on over at Inlang KTV. Quite a few people have already died. We escaped in the chaos. Inlang KTV. Although many people had never been there, regular passengers on this bus route basically all knew it was just over 200 meters past the corner ahead. Should we go take a look? We'd better not. Yeah. If we really run into a fifth-tier ghost creature, we won't be able to beat it. But while everyone was still discussing it, another group of people ran out from the street corner. Help! There are ghosts! Behind that group, several ferocious-looking vicious ghosts were chasing after them with bared fangs. Move and save them. Several boys decisively rushed over. Seeing this, Lin Momo stopped hiding as well. She controlled 2 short swords and shot them toward the vicious ghosts. The short swords were extremely fast. They almost arrived in an instant and pierced into the ghost bodies. LO, the ghosts hit by the short swords immediately let out miserable howls. It wasn't over yet. After piercing through one ghost body, the short swords immediately shot toward the next, then instantly pierced through that one too. In this way, almost within the span of a breath before the boys had even reached the battlefield, nearly 10 vicious ghosts had already been pierced through by Lin Momo's short swords, turning into green smoke and vanishing into the air. Hiss, so strong. Everyone looked at Lin Momo. What a powerful telekinetic. At this moment, a girl cried out in surprise, "Ah, I know you. You're Lin Momo from first year. This year's top scorer on the high school entrance exam." "Oh, it's her. No wonder she's so strong. Isn't she a thunder controller? How is she also a telekinetic?" Yu Gang walked over. "You're Junior Lin Momo? You're very strong." Lin Momo nodded. "Hello, Senior. You're very impressive too. You flatter me." Yu Gang shook his head. Of course he knew Lin Momo was just being polite. A boxer at the early third-tier stage of the martial path was considered pretty good among high school students, but there was simply no comparison with a Heaven's favorite. To put it this way, he was still striving to get into a key spiritual energy university in next year's college entrance exam, while a Heaven's favorite like Lin Momo had practically already secured admission qualifications to the 4 famous schools. Junior, the center of this ghost domain, may be over by the KTV. Should we go take a look? Lin Momo thought for a moment. I think it would be better for us to stay here and wait for rescue. The master of this ghost domain is definitely a ghost above the 5th tier. If we face it, we may not even be able to protect ourselves. If it were just a 5th tier ghost, that would still be manageable. Even if she could not defeat it, she could still barely protect herself. What she feared was that the ghost domain master was not 5th tier, but 6th tier. Lin Momo assessed herself. Even if she used all her trump cards, she was afraid it would still be difficult to escape alive from a 6th tier ghost. As for 7th tier, that was probably unlikely. If it really were a 7th tier ghost king, it would have killed them all long ago. Why would it keep dragging things out for so long? Alright, we'll listen to Junior. Yu Gang agreed. Everyone decided to stay where they were. Faintly, they could even hear cries for help coming from several hundred meters away. Even without seeing it with their own eyes, everyone could imagine the miserable scene inside the KTV. Hopefully that ghost leaves quickly after killing enough people. It better not come looking for us. One student muttered. Unfortunately, things did not go as they wished. As the crying and screams in the distance gradually died down, a gust of sinister wind suddenly swept through the street. Careful, that ghost is probably coming. At that moment, the streetlights suddenly began flickering on and off. Faintly, a sound like weeping and laughter drifted into everyone's ears. Just hearing that sound caused endless fear to rise in their hearts. The weaker ones had even completely collapsed onto the ground. Clatter, clatter. The sound of some kind of metal chain dragging along the ground, mixed with footsteps, came from the street corner. A headless ghost body dressed in ancient-style white robes walked out from the corner step by step, dragging chains in its left hand and carrying a long-haired female head in its right. Behind the headless female, Ghost followed hundreds of hideous-faced ghosts packed so densely they formed a mass. "They're the people from the KTV," Uncle Fatty screamed. That ghost turned them all into ghosts. Along with Uncle Fatty's scream, the head being carried in the headless female ghost's hand suddenly turned and looked at the gathered crowd, letting out a cold sound that seemed half crying, half laughing. "Mother of, run!" Someone shouted. A crowd immediately scattered in all directions. But quite a few students did not run. They slowly gathered around Lin Momo and Yu Gang, preparing to fight these ghosts to the death. "The time to risk our lives has come," Lin Momo murmured. With a thought, the pink hairpin and the little chase light shoes were already on her body. And in her hand, there was also an extra teddy bear plushie. "Let me see just how strong a 5th tier really is." The 3 spirit artifacts and ghost artifacts from the spirit realm gave Lin Momo a lot more confidence. "Classmates, I'll deal with the headless female ghost. You hold back the other horrors." Yu Gang was stunned. "By yourself? Junior, are you sure? That's a 5th rank, maybe even 6th rank horror." "Well, no, once I try." As she spoke, Lin Momo gave a light shout and charged forward. Seeing this, Yu Gang immediately followed. "Classmates, let's go." "Yes." Lin Momo charged at the headless female ghost. At the same time, she threw out the teddy bear doll in her hand. Boom! What landed was actually a giant black bear doll over 10 meters tall. Roar! The black bear rose onto its hind legs and pounced at the female ghost. With a shrill scream, the female ghost shot out chains from her left hand and long hair from her right, like two sharp swords, attacking the black bear at the same time. The black bear swung its fist. Boom, boom, boom. The bear paw and the chains collided, exploding with deafening roars. At the same time, the hair had already wrapped around the black bear's body. Then the black bear let out an angry roar. With a yank of its bare claws, it forcefully tore apart the long hair, then lunged forward and charged in for the kill. So strong. Lin Momo widened her eyes. This was her first time using the teddy bear doll in battle. It was even stronger than she had imagined. At the same time, she could now confirm that the headless female ghost in front of her was a fifth-rank horror. In the back, the students were dumbfounded too. What is that thing? It's so fierce. That's way too strong. It seems to be Lin Momo's ghost artifact. It's that teddy bear doll Lin Momo had just now. I never thought it'd be this strong. That's a fifth-rank horror, but why does it look like it's getting beaten down by that big black bear? Up ahead, the black bear's claws kept falling. The headless female ghost couldn't withstand it at all and could only keep dodging. For a moment, sand and stones flew through the street, and the entire ground shook. What an amazing black bear. A fifth-rank battle really is terrifying. The students felt that they couldn't even withstand the aftershocks of the battle. As for the several hundred horrors transformed from humans on the battlefield, they were even less able to endure the aftermath. Under the wild bombardment, some died, some were injured, turning into wisps of green smoke and scattering in body and soul. It seems I don't even need to act. The teddy bear doll can handle this horror on its own. Lin Momo muttered to herself, but she still made a move. She wanted to test whether she could injure a fifth-rank horror. Driven by telekinesis, two sharp swords shot toward the female ghost. Under the black bear's suppression, the female ghost had no way to dodge at all. However, clang, clang. The two short swords struck the ghost body and let out crisp metallic sounds of collision. They couldn't pierce the female ghost body at all. It actually can't break her defense. Lin Momo frowned. Although it was within her expectations, it was still a little hard to accept. Let's try thunder magic. Spiritual energy skill, Sea of Thunder Judgment. Boom, boom, boom. Endless violent thunder descended, drowning the entire street. In the rear, the students silently swallowed. Was this really an attack a high school student could unleash? Standing within the sea of thunder, Lin Momo could see the headless female ghost condition clearly. The lightning striking its body could indeed cause damage, but that damage seemed almost negligible. A fourth-rank spiritual energy skill looked like it was only one rank away from the fifth rank, but that one rank was a world of difference. If my realm could enter the fourth rank, maybe my destructive power could rise to another level. Because she was now focusing on cultivating the soul-type profession, her lightning-type spiritual energy profession was still stuck at third rank, 9-star, and hadn't progressed for nearly half a year. Of course, the thought only flashed through her mind. Right now, she still had to focus wholeheartedly on raising her soul power. The stronger her soul power was, the greater the success rate of the contract would be. Before completing the contract ritual, she would not entertain other thoughts. Up ahead, the battle was already nearing its end. The teddy bear doll was far stronger than Lin Momo had imagined. Even though it was only a fifth-rank ghost artifact, it still forced the fifth-rank female ghost down and beat it viciously. Punch after punch, it blew apart the ghost's head and smashed apart its body. And the ghost domain instantly dissipated. Although it was already dark out, the sky had cleared, and the street was once again brightly lit. By her ears came the familiar noise of the city. However, there were no cars or pedestrians nearby. It seemed traffic control had been imposed. Where the headless female ghost had disappeared, some soul coins and a metal chain were left behind. Did it drop equipment? Lin Momo picked up the soul coins and the chain. Before she could examine them closely, she saw someone rapidly stepping through the air toward her. The man had an ordinary appearance and looked to be around 30 years old. Only his pair of eyes, sharp as blades, left a deep impression. He came before Lin Momo, sensing the lingering aura left after the horror vanished. This classmate, did you kill the horror? He looked around. In the area that had once been covered by the ghost domain, aside from more than 20 survivors here, there were no other living people left. Captain, she killed it. Before Lin Momo could speak, one of the students shouted. The man nodded and looked at Lin Momo. Hello, classmate. My name is Yin Xiong, from the Liang Spiritual Energy Bureau. He handed over his ID. Can you tell me in detail what happened here? Okay. Lin Momo nodded. At that moment, a girl called out, Captain, I recorded a video. It turned out that when she saw Lin Momo make her move and realized there was nothing left for anyone else to do, she relaxed and secretly started recording. If there's video, that's even better. Still, I'll have to ask everyone to come to the Spiritual Energy Bureau, make a statement, and get checked to confirm you haven't been possessed by a horror. Okay, Captain. Captain, can I call home? Of course. The statements went very smoothly. That female student's phone had recorded the battle process clearly from beginning to end. Combined with the student's accounts, it didn't take long to piece together everything that had happened inside the ghost domain. But when the Spiritual Energy Bureau staff watched the battle between Lin Momo and the headless female ghost, every one of them was left staring in shock. Especially the teddy bear doll. A ghost artifact had actually beaten a 5th-rank horror to pieces with brute force. That completely exceeded their understanding. The video even alarmed the current chief captain of the Spiritual Energy Bureau's combat division. Chief Captain Jiang, who was a middle-aged man who rarely smiled. But when he saw Lin Momo's appearance in the video, he froze for a moment and immediately asked about her background. Very quickly, he got Lin Momo's file. A smile immediately appeared on his stern face. Time really flies. Lin Yin and Chu Zhang's daughter is already this grown. Chief Captain, you know this girl's parents? Yes. We were once the closest of comrades. Sadly, they both died. Thinking back now on those days when we fought side by side really is nostalgic. Lin Yin and Chu Zhang gave birth to a good daughter. This matter can be closed. Also, stop investigating the origin of Lin Momo's ghost artifact. Most likely, it's a treasure they left behind. Back then, they hid quite a few treasures. Ahem, change that line above. Just say it has already been verified to be a relic left by Lin Yin. Yes, Chief Captain. And one more thing. The city is going to become more and more unsettled for a while. Patrols must be strengthened. Yes, Chief Captain. When Shu came to pick up Lin Momo, Captain Jiang, who even specially came out to greet them. Only after learning that the two of them weren't having any difficulties in life did he feel at ease enough to say goodbye. After returning home, Lin Momo immediately described everything that had happened in the ghost domain to Chuyu. Not bad at all. Chuyu praised her. Before we knew it, our Momo is already able to handle things on her own now. To celebrate your progress, how about we go out and grab a meal? The truth was, Chuyu had gotten so worked up from being stomped in a game that she forgot to cook dinner. Of course, there was no way she was going to tell Lin Momo the truth. Lin Momo looked at her aunt suspiciously. Let's go. Chuyu grabbed Lin Momo and headed straight outside, not giving her any time to react at all. Lin Momo didn't mind eating at a restaurant at all, because her aunt's cooking skills really weren't something people dare to praise. The two of them went to a home-style restaurant downstairs that they often ate at. They ordered Lin Momo's favorite Kung Pao chicken and clay pot eggplant, and of course also Chuyu's favorites, extra spicy boiled fish and stir-fried shredded potatoes with vinegar, plus a serving of tomato and egg soup. 4 dishes and 1 soup. It was quite a feast. Annie, how could a 5th-rank Eerie appear in our city district? This was something that left Lin Momo very confused. Because of the existence of the city's defensive perimeter, Liang City had not had a single Eerie incident above the 5th rank for at least 10 years. At the mention of this, Chu Yu's expression turned serious. This matter isn't simple. These past 2 days, I've been checking the situation in the southern region of Great Xia online. Even though posts get deleted very quickly, since I was deliberately digging into it, I still saw some horrifying news. It's already been more than a month since the Eerie incident in the southern region of Great Xia broke out. Not only has it not been resolved, it even seems to be spreading northward. It may already be approaching, or even entering, the territory of Lichuan province. Under this influence, Eerie incidents in our Liang have been breaking out more and more frequently lately. Even my studio's order volume has gone up by 2 to 3 times. Lin Momo's little mouth opened slightly. So, does that mean our Lichuan province has already become the front line of the Eerie invasion? Most likely yes. Chu, you look grave. This morning, I specifically went to ask about flights leaving Liang. But all outbound flights have already been suspended. Supposedly, the danger levels of all routes have far exceeded the standard line, so takeoff is impossible. Because the distance between one base city and another was extremely far, and all kinds of dangerous Eerie pollution zones lay in between. So transportation between them had always only been by air. There were no land routes or waterways. In other words, our Liang has already become an isolated city. Lin Momo widened her eyes in shock. She hadn't expected the situation to have already become this severe. Relax. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Chuyu ate heartlessly in big bites. The extra spicy boiled fish was so hot that she kept hissing for breath. At the same time, a certain command center in Liang Bay City. That's the situation. Very bad. The Black Fog world has already swallowed Chuanan Bay City and is moving toward Liang. As for the Eerie tide around the outer perimeter of the Black Fog world, it has already completely covered all of Lichuan province. Even Lidu Bay City can't hold it back. Lidu is the same as Liang. It has now become an isolated city too. Has the 3rd request for aid already been sent out? What did the higher-ups say? A reply has already come back. 4 S-rank combat squads, led by 7th-rank powerhouses, as well as 2 Spirit Energy Legions, have already been urgently dispatched as reinforcements. In addition, Headquarters recommends that Liang is no longer defensible and advises evacuating north with the civilians. North? Do they not know that the northern side of Liang has long since been cut off by the S-rank Eerie pollution zone, known as Burial Soul Ridge? What Headquarters means is that rather than staying trapped here, watching helplessly as the Bay City is swallowed by the unknown Black Fog world, it's better to make a desperate gamble, abandon the city, and break through. That way, there may still be a sliver of hope. Has the situation already reached this point? If we charge straight into Burial Soul Ridge, how many people will die? Commander-in-Chief, please make a decision soon. 5 million people. Is there really no other way? For now, this is already the best plan. If we hold our ground, we're very likely to be completely wiped out. If we break through, perhaps a small portion of the civilians will survive. Then, give the order. Yes, sir. The underworld, the realm of the dead. Lin Yin, who was in secluded cultivation, suddenly sensed some kind of high-level summoning. Yama. It was a kind of instinctive realization. Even though he had never seen one before, he instantly knew that the summoner was a Yama. Following the direction of his perception, his consciousness arrived in an unknown void with no matter and no direction. Yama, why have you summoned us? A spiritual transmission came over. Lin Yin saw the will of another ghost emperor descend here. Then more and more ghost emperor wills descended. Lin Yin even saw several figures he had once only met in passing before. Yama, I'm in seclusion. Why call for me? Is this an old friends gathering? If you got something to say, say it. If you got shit to fart, fart it. This emperor is currently enjoying a feast in the human world. Everyone's here. A pair of pitch-black eyes opened in the void. Since I've summoned you, naturally it is because an edict from the underworld court must be announced. An edict from the underworld court? Hurry up and say it. The underworld court really sticks its hands everywhere. No benefits, just a whole pile of rotten trouble. The big shots of the underworld court still remember a tiny place like Qing province. Say it, what's the matter? Yama slowly spoke. An edict has come from the underworld court. Recently, the Chaos Camp suddenly launched an attack on this reincarnation world of ours, causing 1,200 human worlds to be affected. By order of the underworld court, all ghost emperors of the realm of the dead are to cease all private actions in the human world. Any who disobey will be held accountable afterward. The Chaos Camp? Has the apocalypse come knocking? Good. When it reaches Qing province, I'll be the first to defect over. How boring. The apocalypse has been raging for so long. So how come it still hasn't reached Qing province? So much thunder, so little rain. If the human world is being invaded by the apocalypse, what does that have to do with us in the underworld? Right. Once all living beings in the human world die out, I'll even gain quite a few more ghost soldiers and ghost generals under my command. Why don't we go cheer on the Chaos Camp instead? Everyone, if the human world really is destroyed by the apocalypse, then you won't be able to feed on pure human world souls anymore. Right. Whoever dares defect to the Chaos Camp, this emperor will be the first to destroy him. With all the ghost emperors talking at once, Lin Yin did manage to understand the situation. There should be some camp opposing this reincarnation world, and it was called the Chaos Camp. The Chaos Camp also seemed to be called the Apocalypse. Or perhaps the Apocalypse was some kind of attack method used by the Chaos Camp. The Chaos Camp's assault had affected more than 1,000 human worlds. The word Yama had used really was, but when it came to any single world, it was likely already a scene of utter devastation, with the entire world in danger of destruction. I wonder whether the Great Xia world has been affected by this catastrophe. Lin Yin felt a bit worried. As far as he knew, this reincarnation world encompassed millions upon millions of human worlds of all sizes. Out of millions of worlds, only 1,000 had been affected. By probability, that was only 1 in 1,000. But Lin Yin didn't dare conclude that the Great Xia world would definitely be fine. Yama clearly didn't want to listen to the Ghost Emperor's idle chatter and said sternly, I have already announced the Underworld Court's order. Whether you obey it or not is up to you. Don't think that just because the sky is high and the Emperor is far away, the Underworld Court lacks ways to deal with you. After a pause, his tone eased a little. Ghost Emperors, the human world is already in enough chaos. Endure it for now and stop adding to the mess. In our reincarnation world, the underworld and the human world have always been one body. If the human world is damaged, it does none of us any good. Yama's words dispelled Lin Yan's thoughts of going to the Great Xia Dream World to take a look. Right now, there was nothing he could do. Going there would only add to Great Xia's troubles. If the Great Xia world really had been affected, then its domain guardian was probably already overwhelmed. The order for the full evacuation of Liang City was issued the next morning. When Lin Momo entered school, as usual, she was immediately given a notice for emergency evacuation. Because Liang City had a huge population, the evacuation had to be carried out in batches. Liang Spirit Energy High School, where Lin Momo studied, was placed in the first batch of evacuees. They would leave the Bay City right behind the Vanguard Army, clearing the way. Their destination was to keep heading north, passing through several large and small bizarre contamination zones until they left the territory of Lichuan province. Among them, the biggest obstacle was the S-rank bizarre contamination zone stretching across the northern provincial border of Lichuan province. Soul Burial Ridge, 300 kilometers wide and 2,000 kilometers long. At the same time they received the evacuation notice, the students were told they only had 10 minutes to prepare. In 10 minutes, aside from making a phone call, there was basically nothing else they could do. Lin Momo hurriedly called her aunt and explained the situation here. Her aunt, Chuyu, gave a very simple reply, saying she understood and telling Lin Momo to be careful in everything. 10 minutes later, the preparation time was up. Lin Momo was assigned to board a bus. Her desk mate, Sue, she was going with her as well. There were 20 students on the bus in total. Aside from Su, Lin Momo did not know any of the others. But Lin Momo could tell that the students traveling with her were all spirit energy professionals with fairly high realms. Not long after, a rough-looking middle-aged man got on. Lin Momo knew this person. He was Wang Bin, the instructor of Key Class A in the Law Academy. After teacher Wang Bin got on the bus, the driver immediately started the vehicle and headed out of the Bay City. Wang Bin walked to the middle section of the bus and said, "Students, let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Bin. You can call me Teacher Wang. Now I'll explain the situation to everyone." With his explanation, the students finally understood the whole story. The large-scale bizarre incident that broke out in the southern region of Great Xia had already spread north and affected the entirety of Lichuan province. The command center of Liang Bay City had already ordered the evacuation of the whole city. Liang Spirit Energy High School, along with exceptionally talented students from some of Liang's middle schools and elementary schools, made up the first batch of evacuees. Because many bizarre contamination zones would trigger different levels of bizarre disasters depending on the number of people entering them, the higher-ups decided that this evacuation would proceed in teams. More than 20,000 students from Liang High School were divided into 1,000 teams. The team Lin Momo was consisted of everyone on this bus except the driver. Teacher Wang Bin was the leader of this team, and Lin Momo could tell that the quality of this team was among the very best, even within Liang High School. Not even mentioning her and Su, the other students were basically all third-rank spirit energy users. There was even a fourth-rank senior student. That senior was named Wu Ming, and Teacher Wang Bin appointed him vice captain. A backpack and a battle saber had been prepared in the bus for each student. Inside the backpacks were 5 days' worth of rations. In the time ahead, under Teacher Wang Bin's leadership, the team would attempt to cross a journey of over 1,000 kilometers until they broke through Soul Burial Ridge, left Lichuan, and entered the Jinling region. Students, the road ahead is full of hardships, but we have no other choice. Let us work together and break through the encirclement. Yes, teacher. The bus arrived at the gate of the Bay City and dropped the team off. Let's go. The vanguard has already cleared the route. We'll catch up immediately. Yes, teacher. The moment they left the city, the students immediately felt a different kind of atmosphere. A cold air with a faint smell of blood surrounded them. So this is the world outside the city? Many of the students, including Lin Momo, were leaving the city for the first time. Wang Bin reminded them, "Students, the world in the wilderness is nothing like inside the city. You may be attacked by bizarre creatures at any time. Even sleeping is not safe. Everyone, stay alert and keep close to me." Yes. The team advanced at a light jog. Because the road ahead had just been cleared by the vanguard, they had not encountered any bizarre creatures yet. But they did not dare let their guard down. Because ahead of them was the bizarre contamination zone closest to Liang, the Scarlet Wilderness. Wang Bin led the team and, with almost no pause, charged straight into the Scarlet Wilderness. Students, every bizarre contamination zone has its source of contamination. What we need to do is avoid that source. Wang Bin explained as he led the team forward. Their speed had already slowed down. At some point, thick dark clouds began to appear in the sky, blocking out the sunlight. The entire wilderness was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Suddenly, a gust of sinister wind blew past, carrying a strong smell of blood. Wang Bin stopped in place. "Attention! The bizarre creatures are here. Prepare for battle." The moment his words fell, they saw that in a depression not far away, a large number of slick monsters with human faces and deformed limbs suddenly crawled out of the shadows. They moved on all fours, their motions bizarre, yet their crawling speed was astonishingly fast. In no time, they rushed in front of the team, opened their bloody maws, and pounced at everyone. First rang ground-crawling ghosts. Wang Bin said, "Everyone attack together. Perfect for warming up." "Yes, teacher." The 20 students all displayed their own abilities. Lin Momo observed for a moment. 7 spirit energy professions, 11 martial masters. As for her and Su, they belonged to the soul type. She had not awakened a soul type profession yet, but her telekinetic sword control was already masterful, so she could be considered a telekinetic master. Su was a ghost tamer. Although she was only second rank, her little rabbit possessed true third-rank combat power. As the students attacked with full force, the more than 100 ground-crawling ghosts were quickly slaughtered clean. "Not bad." Wang Bin nodded. "As expected of the most talented students in our school. Keep moving forward. The battle has only just begun." Yes. The team continued onward. Almost every time they encountered a depression, a large number of bizarre creatures would pour out and launch attacks on the team. The team moved on and off, and time quickly reached nightfall. Darkness fell. It's dark. The real test has begun. Wang Bin's expression was grim. Sure enough, at night, the number of bizarre creatures increased drastically, and even their combat power rose sharply. The bizarre creatures at night and the bizarre creatures in the daytime were practically 2 completely different species. The team arrived beside a small lake. A strong smell of blood spread out from the lake water. Everyone looked closely and discovered that the lake water was actually blood red. Could that really be a lake full of blood? Before they could investigate further, the lake water suddenly began to surge. Then, countless bizarre creatures poured out from the lake. Ground-crawling ghosts, clawed demons, faceless monsters, and many more. Every kind of bizarre creature climbed ashore with howls. When they saw the team not far away, it was as if they had spotted the most delicious prey. Fierce light filled their eyes as they roared and charged over. First rank, second rank, and even third rank. And the numbers were so dense, they were impossible to count. My God. Some students screamed in fright. Some were so scared they froze. There were even girls who were frightened into tears on spot. Having lived all their lives within the defensive perimeter of the Bay City, they were like flowers raised in a greenhouse. How could they ever have experienced such a terrifying scene? What do we do? Help! One after another, their faces turned deathly pale from fear. What are you panicking for? A furious shout rang out from Teacher Wang Bin. Just this little scene, and you're already scared senseless. As he spoke, he stepped forward and directly faced the bizarre army numbering in the tens of thousands. Blazing fire scorches the plains. Wang Bin's voice wasn't loud. It was even somewhat gentle. But with his voice, boom, raging flames ignited in front of him and instantly swept forward. In just an instant, those blazing flames swallowed the entire eerie army. Oh whoa, the eerie army rapidly evaporated under the burning flames. Even third-tier eerie creatures couldn't struggle for long at all. The flames were still spreading, covering the entire lake's surface in the blink of an eye. More eerie creatures were still surging out from the lake. But the moment they emerged, they were burned to ashes by the fire. Very quickly, the entire wasteland returned to peace. Only the blazing fire remained, burning fiercely, so strong. The students subconsciously swallowed. Everyone knew fifth tier was strong, but only by seeing it with their own eyes could they truly understand the terrifying nature of the fifth tier. Under the glow of the flames, Wang Bin's not particularly burly figure seemed exceptionally tall. Wang Bin looked at the lake covered in flames, very satisfied with his masterpiece. He turned to look at the students. So, was your teacher's move cool or not? Cool. The students answered in unison. Though honestly speaking, based on appearance alone, the word cool really didn't match Teacher Wang at all. Wang Bin nodded in satisfaction. Then, as if remembering something, he called out to Lin Momo. Student Lin Momo, was teacher's blazing fire scorches the plains cool or not? Lin Momo twitched her lips. Cool. Wang Bin laughed loudly. Student Lin Momo, a fifth-tier lightning controller, is even cooler. Lin Momo. So this teacher Wang was still hung up on her switching to the soul path even now. The group continued onward. There was still a giant sinkhole ahead, said to be the source of the eerie contamination zone known as the blood-colored wasteland. They weren't here to clear the eerie contamination, so under Wang Bin's lead, they sensibly took a detour. After another night of travel, they finally left the blood-colored wasteland. Leaving the eerie contamination zone didn't mean they were safe. In the wild, they could run into eerie creatures anytime, anywhere. But after a full day and night of long-distance travel, all the students were showing signs of fatigue. Wang Bin clearly knew how to best plan the pace of movement. Everyone, rest where you are. Rest time is 6 hours. After 6 hours, we continue on. Yes, teacher. The students began resting, while the teacher stood watch. In the wild, daytime was safer than nighttime, so their schedule had to be reversed as well. 6 hours later, they continued on their way. Along the road, they did encounter eerie attacks. But with Wang Bin overseeing the group, naturally none of the eerie creatures they met could stir up any real trouble. By around evening, the group entered the second eerie contamination zone, the Lost Forest. The moment they stepped into the Lost Forest, everyone immediately smelled a foul, rotten stench. It wasn't the normal smell of decaying wood, but more like the stench of corpses. Ugh, some students with sensitive noses couldn't help dry heaving. Wang Bin shook his head. Most children who hadn't gone through hardship were like this. Students, pay attention. In this lost forest, there's a type of eerie creature that can disguise itself as trees. No one is to get too close to the trees. Yes, teacher. The main group advanced. Suddenly, a tree root burst out from underground and lashed toward a female student. You bold fiend. Wang Bin had already been prepared. He swung his flaming blade at that tree root. A large section of the root was chopped off. As if alive, it shrieked while dodging, then drilled back into the soil. So scary. The students were still shaken. Compared to eerie creatures that attacked head-on, this kind that hid in the dark and suddenly sprang out was even more terrifying. Suddenly, all around them, countless trees came alive. They waved their branches and attacked the group. Chem? This many. Wang Bin frowned. You're forcing me to use my ultimate move? As he spoke, he let out a loud shout. Blazing fire scorches the plains. Boom! The fire exploded outward, burning away all eerie creatures within 100 meters nearby. Keep up! Wang Bin shouted loudly and charged to the very front while swinging his flame blade. As he charged forward, he continuously slashed out blazing fire, forcibly carving open a road of flames through the forest. Seeing this, the students hurried to follow. The main group pushed forward and soon reached the depths of the forest. Suddenly, a branch like a heavenly pillar descended from the sky and viciously stabbed down toward the group. Chem? A fifth-tier tree ghost. Wang Bin abruptly stopped and hacked straight at that iron pillar-like branch head-on. Boom! Energy exploded, and the entire ground was shaking. Students fall back. Don't get caught in it. Wang Bin had no time to say more before raising his blade and charging forward. The students' movement stalled for a moment, and they all retreated. But at that moment, countless branches had already attacked from behind. Damn! They've caught up. The road ahead was blocked, and the pursuers had arrived. Students fight. Wu Ming shouted, and was the first to rush forward with sword in hand. He was a fourth-tier sword spirit master, the strongest among all the students. Amid the chaos, the students couldn't form any kind of battle formation and could only fight on their own. Lin Momo had already put on her pink hair clip and the light-chasing little leather shoes. After putting on the light-chasing little leather shoes, her speed surged dramatically, almost comparable to several students with martial professions. For the moment, she had not taken out the ghost artifact teddy bear. Ever since using the teddy bear to fight in the ghost domain last time, she had discovered that the teddy bear was not something that could be used infinitely. It was a ghost artifact, and inside it was soul power. Every time it was used, it consumed soul power. Blowing up that fifth-tier headless female, Ghost last time had probably used up about 1/3 of its soul power. From this, it could be inferred that a battle like the last one could still be carried out 2 more times. After those 2 times, once the soul power was exhausted, then this teddy bear might truly become nothing more than an ordinary doll. Lin Momo circulated her soul power and controlled 2 short swords to block the constantly incoming branches. Suddenly, Sushi's cry of alarm came from not far away. Lin Momo looked in the direction of the sound and saw that Sushi's ghost spirit rabbit had already turned into a giant rabbit and was desperately blocking the incoming branches. However, there were simply too many branches. One branch slipped past the little rabbit's defense and was heading straight for Sushi. Sushi, be careful. Lin Momo had no time to think. She immediately controlled her flying sword to slash at that branch. Bang! A large section of the branch was cut off. The remaining branch recoiled in pain, twitching as it shrank back. Momo. Sushi turned back into light. Sushi, get over here to me, quickly. Sushi moved toward Lin Momo's direction, while Lin Momo fought her way toward Sushi. The two quickly joined up. The ghost spirit little rabbit also slowly moved over under the harassment of the branches. Lin Momo looked around. The students were all fighting on their own. Some were handling it with ease, while others were in constant danger. This won't work. There are too many tree ghosts in the forest. If this drags on, it's a dead end. Lin Momo muttered to herself. Sushi, let's go to Teacher Wang's side. Momo, that's a 5th-tier battlefield. I know. Lin Momo summoned the teddy bear. We're going to help Teacher Wang out. With the little bear doll clearing the way, ordinary tree ghosts immediately stopped being a threat. Lin Momo brought Sushi to the battlefield where Wang Bin was fighting the 5th-ranked tree ghost. This place had long since been blasted by scorching flames and violent energy into a vast stretch of charred earth. At the center of the scorched land stood a gigantic tree nearly 100 meters tall, with several hundred branches growing from it. Wang Bin controlled fire and stepped through the air, his flaming blade continuously attacking the giant tree. The giant tree likewise swung its several hundred iron-like branches, launching non-stop attacks at Wang Bin. One man and one tree were locked in a fierce battle. Teacher Wang, I'm sending the little bear doll to help you. Lin Momo shouted as she directed the big black bear to charge toward the center of the battlefield. Although Wang Bin was in the middle of an intense fight, he had been keeping an eye on the surrounding situation the whole time. Hearing Lin Momo shout, he was very puzzled. But his confusion was quickly cleared up. The big black bear was extremely fast. In what was almost an instant, it had already run to the roots of the giant tree. Then it raised its bare paw. Boom! Its punch landed solidly on the thick tree trunk. Aoo! The tree ghost shook violently and let out a sharp howl. Clearly, that blow had hurt it badly. But it wasn't over. The big black bear's storm-like assault had only just begun. Ultimate move, Berserk Black Bear Fist. Boom, boom, boom. The tree body swayed violently. The area of the trunk struck by the bear's fist kept cracking open, and green sap sprayed everywhere. From underground, countless roots immediately shot out toward the big black bear. Despite its seemingly clumsy body, the big black bear was incredibly agile, dodging while throwing punches. Up in the air, Wang Bin immediately felt the pressure lessen. What an amazing ghost artifact. There was no time to marvel. He immediately seized the opening created by the slowed branch attacks and rushed forward. Kill. His battle blade carried raging flames as it kept slashing toward the giant tree. Boom, boom, boom. One from above and one from below, the two sides bombarded it wildly at the same time, leaving the giant tree completely unable to hold out. The giant tree let out a shrill screech, then swiftly drilled underground. In just a short while, the 100-meter-tall trunk had completely sunk into the earth and vanished without a trace. Hichem? It ran. Veng Ben Fronet. Weird entities like this, the kind that knew when to advance and retreat and would run if they couldn't win, were the hardest to deal with. But now was not the time to pursue it. He came before Lin Momo and gave her a thumbs up. Student Lin Momo, I never expected you to have something like this hidden up your sleeve. Before Lin Momo could respond, he had already flown toward the battlefield where the students in the rear were fighting. At this moment, the students' battlefield was in complete chaos. Some students were dead, others were injured. It could be said the losses were severe. Fortunately, by now, the lowering tree ghosts had already retreated. Wu Ming, what are the casualty numbers? Wu Ming walked over with a grave expression. Teacher Wang, 3 members of the squad are dead, and 2 are missing. As for everyone else, they've all suffered injuries to some extent. Wang Bin nodded heavily. Organize the students, bring the wounded, and withdraw immediately. Teacher, what about the missing students? No rescue is possible. In a weird pollution zone, missing is considered dead. In the bodies of the dead students, there's no time to bury them. Against weird entities, we must get used to death. As he spoke, Wang Bin had already moved to the front to clear the way. Keep up quickly. Yes, teacher. The squad continued on its way. This time, the journey ahead was smooth, and they did not encounter any more attacks from tree ghosts. After traveling through the forest for 2 hours, they finally succeeded in crossing through it. Just a B-rank weird pollution zone, and we've already suffered such heavy losses. Wang Bin's face was grim. On this trip, how many of us will actually be able to successfully cross Burial Soul Ridge? The only good news was that after passing through the Lost Forest, there would be more than 200 kilometers of low-danger territory ahead. This would be a good chance for the team to rest and recover. Sure enough, over the next day or so, the team did not encounter any major danger. At last, they arrived beneath a range of towering mountains. By the roadside stood a stone monument, and carved on it were the 3 words, Burial Soul Ridge. Students, once we pass this monument, we will be entering the territory of Burial Soul Ridge. Wang Bin spoke. Burial Soul Ridge is a comprehensive weird pollution zone with an S-rank danger level. Here, I don't know what we will encounter, but remember this well. When you face any weird entity, the first thing you must do is keep a clear head. Yes, teacher. Let's go. Once we cross Burial Soul Ridge, we'll be safe. Yes. Filled with unease, the students followed Wang Bin and stepped into Burial Soul Ridge. The moment they crossed the stone monument, the weather changed abruptly. It had been broad daylight under a blazing sun. But the instant everyone stepped past the monument, they suddenly entered a dark and gloomy world. When they looked back, the sunlight behind them remained as before. It was as if an invisible barrier had split one world into 2 halves. Some of the students had already started thinking of retreat. But once the arrow was loosed, there was no turning back. With all of Lichuan province on the verge of falling, crossing Burial Soul Ridge was their only path to survival. Move. Wang Bin barked in a low voice and took the lead in clearing the way. As they advanced, a strange cold wind suddenly blew past. Be careful. Wang Bin was on alert. Suddenly, a scream rang out from within the group. A male student suddenly widened his eyes in terror. Xueqing, what did you see? However, there was no reply. The boy named Xueqing suddenly fell over stiffly and died. What? The students were horrified. Wang Bin's expression turned grave. A mental-type weird entity. Mental-type weird entities were formless and intangible, specializing in attacking a person's mind. They were the hardest to deal with. Everyone, guard your minds. Wang Bin warned. This is a mental-type weird entity. As long as your inner heart is strong and your will is firm, everyone can withstand a mental-type weird entity's attack. The key is to protect your mind and not let the weird entity amplify the fear in your heart. Compared to magic-type and soul-type students, Wang Bin was more worried about the martial path students. Under the same level of willpower, students with stronger soul power were obviously more likely to resist mental attacks. Suddenly, another gust of cold wind swept over them. It's here. Everyone tensed up. At that moment, Su Shi, beside Lin Momo, suddenly started trembling all over. Su Shi, what's wrong with you? Lin Momo cried out anxiously. Wang Bin's booming voice rang out. Su Shi, guard your mind. You can find a trace of the weird entity in your sea of soul. Circulate your soul power to protect your sea of soul and resist its attack. His voice carried a certain kind of spiritual power and shot straight into Su Shi's sea of soul. Fear flashed through Su Shi's eyes at first, but then clarity quickly returned. Suddenly, a black shadow shot out from the center of her brow. Found you. Wang Bin roared, and flames instantly ignited around the black shadow, engulfing it in the blink of an eye. Within the blazing fire, everyone could vaguely see a mass of black shadow, struggling violently before it was gradually melted away, until it completely evaporated. Is it dead? It's dead. The students all felt a wave of relief. This kind of weird entity that silently attacked a person's mind was truly terrifying. Fortunately, Su Shi's soul power was strong enough to block its assault. Su Shi, are you okay? Lin Momo asked with concern. Momo, I'm fine. Su Shi patted her chest. Just now I saw a ghastly pale human face in my sea of soul. It scared me to death. It's good that you're fine. Seeing that Su Shi was unharmed, everyone continued forward. Suddenly, another cold wind blew over more. Wang Bin's eyes widened in fury. He didn't have any especially good way to deal with this kind of mental type weirdness. Unlike soul path professionals with powerful soul force, who could use their soul force to lock onto the other party in the void, he could only wait for an opportunity. Only when the weirdness failed in its attack and exposed its position could he catch its location and launch an attack to eliminate it. That put him in a very passive position. If this kind of weirdness kept appearing without end, then every student present would have to go through this trial. The only good news was that as long as someone withstood one attack, whether their will or soul force, both would be tempered and improved, making it easier to withstand a second or third attack. Just like classmate Su Shi, Wang Bin was no longer worried about her suffering this kind of mental attack again. Suddenly, within the group, a girl's body began trembling, and her expression turned twisted. Guard your mind and resist the attack. Van Binroort. However, before he could finish speaking, the girl had already collapsed. Damn it! Wang Bin immediately launched a flame attack in front of the girl, but there was no movement. The flames failed to catch any trace of the weirdness. At that moment, Wu Ming, who was beside the girl, suddenly stiffened. HM? Wu Ming. Wu Ming was the strongest among the students, and also the only fourth-rank professional. It could be said that he was the backbone of this team. If even he fell, it was hard to imagine what kind of blow that would deal to the students' confidence. Wu Ming, hold on. Wu Ming, you have to endure it. Everyone worried for him. Just then, a sharp glint suddenly flashed through Wu Ming's vacant pupils. Then, he suddenly swung his sword. Sword light flashed. In front of him, a mass of black shadow instantly dispersed. Good. Wang Bin shouted in praise. As expected of one of the most outstanding geniuses of Liyang High School, he independently blocked and killed a mental weirdness, which was a huge morale boost. Students were leaving this place immediately. In a short time, they had lost 2 team members, but there was no time to grieve. This place was probably filled with mental weirdnesses. Compared to these untouchable, invisible weirdnesses, Wang Bin would much rather take a blade and fight those physical weirdnesses head on. But whatever he feared came true. Before they had even taken 2 steps, another sinister wind swept in. This time, it wasn't one but several. In an instant, 2 students had already been hit. Then, more students were struck. Guard your minds. Wang Bin could only watch helplessly. There was nothing he could do. Lin Momo stood within the group and was likewise soon invaded by the weirdness into her soul sea. Inside the soul sea, a huge, ferocious ghost face suddenly appeared. So this is a mental weirdness? Lin Momo watched that ghost face pounce toward her divine soul. Her heart stirred, and she reacted instinctively. Eye technique, Samsara, tribulation light. Samsara tribulation light was an eye technique, and when used against enemies, it had to be activated through the gaze from her eyes. But within Lin Momo's soul sea, that condition was unnecessary. Every movement within the soul sea was under the watch of her mind's eye. Samsara tribulation light crossed the soul sea in an instant and struck the ghost face. The ghost face didn't even have time to make any response before it had already turned into pure soul force, scattering throughout Lin Momo's soul sea. Pure soul force. Lin Momo carefully felt it out. Absorbing this weirdness actually increased my soul force by at least over 1,000 points. Lin Momo was delighted. This was an unexpected gain. Samsara tribulation light was a powerful light technique, and it was precisely the bane of mental type weirdnesses. Using it in actual combat for the first time, the effect was unexpectedly good. At this moment, Lin Momo wished more mental weirdnesses would come so she could hunt them. However, this group of weirdnesses seemed able to tell who was easy to bully and who wasn't. Until this round of attacks ended, no weirdness attacked her again. This round of attacks came fast and ended fast. From beginning to end, it lasted no more than 5 minutes in total. Aside from Wang Bin, every student had experienced one weirdness attack. By the end, only 7 students were still standing. It's over. Wang Bin's expression was ugly. Although he had long been mentally prepared, suffering such heavy casualties right after entering Burial Soul Ridge was still hard for him to accept. Move! There was no time to grieve and no time to bury the students' bodies. He needed to get the students out of this dangerous place as quickly as possible. Wang Bin led the way, and everyone followed in silence. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. The danger of Burial Soul Ridge had far exceeded imagination, and a shadow had fallen over everyone's heart. The group crossed over a hill, and ahead was a broad valley. Suddenly, in the dim valley, human figures flickered. Then, more and more figures appeared, densely packed throughout the valley. Judging from their attire, they looked like an ancient army. This is the legendary ghost soldiers passing through. Wang Bin's face turned pale. How is that possible? How could Burial Soul Ridge have something like this? Wang Bin signaled for silence, and everyone lay low in the weeds, not daring to make the slightest sound. Below them, the ghost soldiers passed through. The entire space was filled with an aura of weirdness and killing intent. Everyone could feel that any random ghost soldier was exceptionally powerful, far beyond what they could fight right now. What was more, these powerful ghost soldiers were actually arranged in formation as an army, marching in formation under the leadership of ghost generals. They were densely packed, covering the entire valley. Fortunately, the ghost soldiers' target was not the group. They advanced in formation, their military banners snapping in the wind. Very soon, they passed through the valley and disappeared into the distant void. Only after all the ghost soldiers had completely vanished did everyone let out a long breath of relief. So terrifying. Someone sighed. If an army of ghost soldiers like this went to storm cities and seize strongholds, probably no world could withstand it. There's a saying that when ghost soldiers pass through, even gods and demons retreat. Wang Bin recalled certain legends. Maybe the valley is the safest place right now. Everyone, follow me and cross the valley. Yes, now that they had reached this point, there was no absolutely safe place anymore. They could only keep their heads down and move forward, crossing this place as quickly as possible. Wang Bin's judgment was very accurate. While crossing the valley, they indeed did not encounter another weirdness attack. It was as if all the weirdnesses had already gone dormant. However, the calm did not last long. Not long after crossing the valley, the team encountered weirdness again. A spider over 2 meters tall, covered in multicolored patterns, with an ugly human face. What kind of weirdness is this? Ugly as hell. Wang Bin complained. But the battle blade in his hand did not slow in the slightest. Boom! The blade, wrapped in flames, slashed out a fiery arc. With a single strike, it split the human-faced spider's body into 2 halves. It's a 4th-rank weirdness. Wang Bin said. His expression was somewhat grave. Judging from the huge amount of white spider silk faintly visible among the nearby mountain forest trees, this human-faced spider was clearly not alone. A 4th-rank weirdness was not hard to kill. But if it was a large group of 4th-rank weirdnesses, even he would have to deal with them carefully. Sure enough, as the human-faced spider fell, hissing sounds suddenly came from the nearby forest. Then, the woods began to shake. Vaguely, countless colorful figures were moving rapidly, rushing down the mountain. Fuck! We kicked the hornet's nest. Wang Bin's face changed drastically. Run. Everyone fled for their lives. The 7 students ran in front, with Wang Bin covering the rear. At a time like this, direction no longer meant anything. If they slowed down, even a little, the spider horde behind them would drown them. They ran wildly for more than an hour, until their limbs went numb, yet they still dared not stop. Then, all of a sudden, a sharp screech came from the mountain peak ahead. The sound was ear-piercing, almost enough to rupture everyone's eardrums. As another strange being. Everyone was horrified. The spiders behind them were clinging like ghosts. And now, there was an unknown strange being blocking the road ahead. Keep moving forward. Wang Bin made the call. At this point, there was only one option left. Fight with their lives on the line. Everyone rushed into the forest and ran toward the unknown depths of the mountain. Behind them, the spider swarm seemed to fear something. It stopped chasing once it reached the edge of the mountain, as if there was something in the deep mountains that terrified it. Teacher, the spiders stopped chasing us. Wang Bin nodded, his expression grim. There may be a terrifying, strange being in this mountain. He did not want to stay in this mountain for even a moment. But behind them, the spider swarm had not dispersed. It was still gathered together, hissing in their direction. Everyone, be careful. The group moved forward cautiously. At that moment, blood-colored mist suddenly spread from the mountaintop ahead and rapidly swept downward. What is that? Here. Everyone's hair stood on end. As the blood mist drew closer, they saw that in its center was a humanoid creature shrouded in a black robe with blood-red wings. Every time it flapped its wings, endless blood mist spread outward. Wherever the blood mist spread, flowers, grass, and trees all withered rapidly. As strong, Wang Bin gripped his battle blade, his fighting spirit blazing. Fall back. As he spoke, he had already charged forward. The blood-winged strange being was extremely dangerous. It seemed capable of devouring the life essence of the surrounding area, and Wang Bin could not let it get near the students. He stepped into the air, his flaming battle blade slashing forward. With one slash, flaming blade energy stretched for several hundred meters. Boom! The blade energy hacked into the blood mist, causing it to boil violently. But the blood-winged strange being looked completely unharmed. Wang Bin could hardly believe it. He slashed out again. Blazing flame blade, blazing fire dragon. A fire dragon burst out from his blade. At that moment, the blood-winged strange being also moved. It flapped its blood wings, and countless strands of blood mist condensed into a giant shield in front of it. Boom! The fire dragon slammed into the giant shield and exploded into an enormous fireball, completely engulfing the blood-winged strange being. However, when the flames dispersed, the strange being was still completely uninjured. A 6th-rank strange being, Wang Bin finally confirmed the blood-winged strange being's rank. 6th rank, an entire rank above him. He had never tried fighting above his rank before, but now, the time to risk his life had come. With a furious roar, he charged at the blood-winged strange being. 6th rank. The students below all heard Wang Bin's words, and their faces turned deathly pale. 6th rank. This was an existence they did not even dare imagine. Lin Momo looked at the battlefield high in the sky and knew that at this point, she could no longer hold back. She took out the teddy bear doll and used up its final awakening chance. Big Black Bear, go help Teacher Wong. Following her order, the big black bear pounced toward the battlefield in the sky. Seeing this, everyone looked at Lin Momo in shock. They had not expected her to have a ghost artifact capable of participating in battles above the 5th rank. The big black bear's arrival slightly eased Wong Bin's pressure. One man, one bear, and one strange being fell into a bitter battle. Senior Wu Ming, do you think Teacher Wong can win? The students looked at the battlefield anxiously. Wu Ming pondered for a long while before speaking in a low voice. 5th rank against 6th rank. Even 2 against 1. There's almost no chance of winning. From 5th rank to 6th rank, it might look like only a 1 rank difference, but the gap in combat power was more than tenfold. Aside from the legendary once in 10,000 peerless geniuses, no one had ever been able to easily fight above their rank. Then what do we do? One of the girls was already on the verge of tears. They had come this far through so many dangers and hardships. They had finally reached the depths of Burial Soul Ridge and were only 1 step away from success. But Burial Soul Ridge had dealt them the heaviest blow of all. A 6th rank strange being, an existence so overwhelming it nearly drove people to despair, had blocked their path. All we can do now is trust the teacher. Wu Ming gritted his teeth and tightly gripped the sword in his hand. Right now, they were not even qualified to join the battle. High in the sky, blazing flame blade, blazing flame hell. Wong Bin was covered in wounds and looked almost insane. His battle blade cleaved toward the blood-winged strange being, as if it had truly slashed out a piece of hell. Roar. The strange being was struck, and crimson blood splattered. It was injured. Wong Bin coughed up blood. His injuries were even worse. A 6th rank? That's all. His heroic aura surged to the heavens as his battle blade came down like a raging storm. Blazing flame blade, blazing fire dragon. Blazing flame blade, blazing flame hell. Blazing flame blade, slaughter all demons under heaven. He completely abandoned defense and chose to exchange his life for the strange beings. Boom, boom, boom. Countless flashes of blade light landed on the blood-winged strange being. At the same time, the blood-winged strange being's sharp claws pierced through Wong Bin's body again and again. Though it was an exchange of injuries, 6th rank against 5th rank was not just a crushing difference in attack power, but also in defense and vitality. The teddy bear doll was also attacking with all its strength, but its soul power was about to run out. Its attacks could only serve as a distraction. The final outcome of the battle depended on Wong Bin. After a round of frenzied attacks, Wong Bin retreated slightly and gasped violently for breath. Blood gushed from wounds of all sizes across his body. On his abdomen, a hole the size of a fist had pierced completely through him. The blood-winged strange being across from him was also in miserable shape, covered from head to toe in blade wounds of all sizes. Even one of its signature blood wings had been chopped off. The teddy bear doll was still tangling with it, smashing its berserk black bear fists into its body like raindrops and giving it no chance to breathe. But even so, its condition was still far better than Wong Bin's. At the very least, it did not appear to have any fatal injuries. Cough, cough. Wong Bin swallowed a mouthful of blood. Looks like I have no choice but to go all out. As he spoke, he pulled a bottle of fire-red liquid from his clothes. It looked like molten lava. Below, Wu Ming recognized the liquid in his hand. Hellfire. The students were confused. Hellfire is the blood of some kind of taboo, strange being. If a fire element spiritual power user drinks it, it will trigger endless flame power. But, he paused, his voice heavy. After drinking it, he will also transform into a strange being. Transform into a strange being. The students froze for a moment, then understood what drinking it truly meant. Teacher, don't drink it. Everyone cried out in grief. High in the sky, Wong Bin heard the students shouting. He looked down at them and bared his teeth. He had wanted to smile, but it tugged at his wounds and made him grimace in pain instead. Why are you crying? Your teacher isn't dead yet. With that, he did not hesitate and downed the hellfire in one gulp. If any of you can leave this place alive, help me pass a message to Li Yu from Class B. Wong Bin, destroyed a 6th rank with one hand. That Li Yu is still far behind. As he spoke, the blood flowing from Wong Bin's wounds turned into lava and poured outward. Then his skin split open, and streams of lava burst out from inside his body, flowing across him. Wong Bin howled as if enduring endless agony. Everyone listen. Leave this place immediately. Run now. The farther, the better. Wong Bin roared out those last words. Then his eyes turned into 2 fireballs. His entire body was completely covered in flames. He was almost about to lose all reason. Clinging to the last thread of belief he had left, he charged toward the blood-winged strange being high in the sky. Wu Ming gritted his teeth and took the lead, sprinting deeper into the mountain. Everyone nodded. Endless sorrow filled their hearts. But now is not the time for tears. Lin Momo took one last look at the battlefield. High in the sky, Teacher Wong, now transformed into a flaming man, was locked in battle with the blood-winged strange being once more. The situation had completely reversed. Now, it was a one-sided crushing by the flaming man against the strange being. The teddy bear doll was still helping with all its might from the side, about to expend the last trace of its soul power. Killing the strange being was only a matter of time. But Teacher Wong would never come back again. Lin Momo held back her tears and followed the group as they ran forward. In a mountain forest, a 10-person squad was making its way through. They climbed to the top of a small hill and looked out at the towering peak opposite them. Young Master Yi, that mountain ahead is Tianyun Peak, the highest peak in Soul Burial Ridge. Once we pass Tianyun Peak and cross 2 more small hills, we'll be within Jinling's territory. The young man who spoke had a trace of fawning flattery on his face. The one called Young Master Yi was a boy of about 16 or 17. He wore a custom-made combat suit and held an unsheathed treasured sword in his arms. It's still that far? Young Master Yi frowned, then looked at the man clearing the path not far ahead. Zheng Feng, why hasn't the rescue team arrived yet? Zheng Feng pointed at the communicator hanging from his waist. Young Master, I just made contact. The rescue warship has already entered Jinling's territory. I believe it should arrive very soon. Also, I've already confirmed that Captain Wang is personally leading this rescue. Is Brother Wang Hui leading the team? Young Master Yi immediately beamed with joy. Then why are we still walking? Let's just wait here for Brother Wang Hui. Yes, as you command, young master. Zheng Feng, are your injuries okay? Zheng Feng smiled. It's nothing, just minor wounds. Young Master Yi nodded. That's good. You're the only 5th rank expert in the team. Before Brother Wang Hui arrives, nothing can happen to you. Please rest assured, young master. I will definitely do everything in my power to protect your safety. As he spoke, Zheng Feng suddenly twitched his ears and pointed ahead. Young master, there's fighting up ahead. Fighting? Could there be other survivors? Young Master Yi grew interested. Let's go take a look. The group walked down the hill, passed through a stretch of forest, and quickly saw the battle scene. A 5-person squad was in the middle of combat, working together to kill a 4th rank aberration. There were 3 boys and 2 girls, and they all looked very young like high school students. Though young, they were quite strong. Even against a 4th rank aberration, they fought with ease. Especially that sword spirit master, who was a 4th rank expert. And that girl who was controlling a sword with telekinesis, while also using lightning spells, had equally terrifying combat power. When young Master Yi got a clear look at the girl's face, his eyes went straight. He swore that in all his years, he had never seen a girl this beautiful. The 5 fighting were Lin Momo and her group. After escaping from the Bloodwing aberration's territory, they had crossed mountains and ridges, endured countless hardships, and finally made it here. Along the way, 2 more team members had died. Now only Lin Momo, Su Shi, Wu Ming, and 2 other 3rd rank boys remained in the team. The 2 boys were named Shui Peng and Pan Li Qiang, spirit energy users of the wind and fire elements respectively. The people in battle also noticed the group watching from the side, and they secretly became vigilant. Working together seamlessly, they quickly killed the 4th rank aberration. After the battle ended, Wu Ming led the others toward young Master Ye's group. Hello, we're a team from Liang High School. May I ask who you are? A young man stepped forward. So you're the breakout team from Liang. We're the breakout team from Lidu. He pointed at the boy beside him, looking rather arrogant. This is young Master Yi, from the Yi family of Kyoto. Everyone followed the direction of his finger, only to see that young Master Yi from Kyoto was staring fixedly at Lin Momo. Lin Momo frowned. That look made her very uncomfortable. Hello, classmate. My name is Yi Lin, from the Yi family of the capital. Young Master Yi, namely Yi Lin, stretched out his hand and greeted Lin Momo in what he thought was a gentlemanly manner. Hello. Lin Momo directly ignored the right hand he had extended and responded coldly. Yi Lin's expression stiffened slightly, and a trace of displeasure flashed through his eyes. He awkwardly withdrew his right hand and forced a fake smile onto his face. Classmate, Soul Burial Ridge is full of danger. Since you managed to make it this far, it must not have been easy. Why not join my team? I can take you out of here. No need. Lin Momo rejected him cleanly. As she spoke, she turned to her teammates. The commotion from the battle will quickly attract aberrations. Let's leave here as soon as possible. Then she took the lead and walked down the mountain. Okay. The others hurried to follow. HM? Ignoring me? The anger in Yi Lin's heart was no longer possible to hide. Ever since he was young, wherever he went, he had always been the object of people's flattery. When had he ever suffered this kind of humiliation? Stop, he screeched. Lin Momo and the others stopped. Young Master Yi, do you have any other advice? Yi Lin shouted arrogantly. Did I say you could leave? And yet you're leaving? The group became alert. What do you want? Yi Lin pointed at Lin Momo and laughed lewdly. The others can leave, but this beauty has to stay behind and keep me company. You've gone too far. Everyone was furious. After everything they had gone through together on this journey, they had forged deep friendship. How could they possibly endure seeing a teammate insulted like this? Especially Lin Momo, who had long since won over her teammates through restraint. The boys all drew their weapons, ready at any moment to rush over and fight the other side to the death. Oh my, you even dare to draw weapons? Looks like there's no room for negotiation. Yi Lin clapped his hands and mocked them while shaking his head. Then his face suddenly darkened. Zheng Feng, do it. Kill all the men, capture the women alive. Yes, young master. All right, be gentle. Don't hurt the two little beauties. Yi Lin laughed obscenely. Understood, young master. I won't damage their delicate skin. Zheng Feng also laughed lewdly, revealing an expression that said, I understand. Then he rose into the air and walked through the sky, passing over Lin Momo's group and blocking their path. Fifth rank, everyone was shocked, and their expressions turned grave. Walking through the air was the mark of the fifth rank. These past few days, they had been with Teacher Wang day and night, and they had also witnessed a fifth rank battle with their own eyes. How could they not understand how strong the fifth rank was? With their strength, against a fifth rank expert, they had absolutely no chance of winning. But even knowing they would die, they were absolutely unwilling to watch their teammate be humiliated. So the few of them charged at Zheng Feng without the slightest hesitation. Overestimating yourselves. Zheng Feng raised his hand, about to erase these ants who dared launch an attack against him. At that very instant, behind him, space rippled. A jade-like hand suddenly pierced out from the void. The dagger in that hand gleamed with silver light as it stabbed toward Zheng Feng's heart. Zheng Feng instinctively sensed danger and almost subconsciously turned to dodge. His reaction could not be called slow. But that slender jade hand was even faster. The dagger was firmly locked onto his heart and suddenly thrust forward, moving so fast that even space twisted. Puffed! The dagger stabbed in through Zheng Feng's back and pierced out through his chest, driving straight through his heart without the slightest deviation. A space manipulator? Zheng Feng lowered his head and looked at the fair jade-like hand, white as congealed cream, that had pierced through his body. His face was full of disbelief. Who is it? He turned his head back with difficulty. Before completely losing consciousness, he vaguely saw an incomparably graceful figure. Auntie! Lin Momo cried out in surprise. That's right. The person who had come was Chuyu. It turned out that ever since Lin Momo left Liang, Chuyu had been hiding in the shadows, secretly following her. From the blood-colored wasteland to the lost forest, then to soul-burying ridge. Along the way, she had silently watched Lin Momo adventure with her teammates and grow together with them. That included when the squad encountered a sixth-tier weird creature. She had been watching from not far away as well. But she also had no confidence in dealing with that sixth-tier Bloodwing weird. Even if she joined forces with Wang Bin, it would still be the same. So she had remained hidden nearby the whole time, planning to step in and rescue Lin Momo at any moment. But later, an unexpected change occurred. Wang Bin actually drank the flames of hell, using the price of turning himself into a weird creature to cover the student's escape. So she did not expose herself and continued following in silence. Only at this very moment, when the squad was facing a fifth-tier expert head-on, did she finally make her move in secret. As a fifth-tier space controller, sneak attacks were exactly what she was best at. Catching him off guard, she killed Zheng Feng, who was also fifth-tier, in a single strike. She's Lin Momo's Annie? Wu Ming and the others looked stunned. Looking at this powerful and stunningly beautiful woman, they grew even more curious about Lin Momo's background. Chuyu gave him a slight nod. We can catch up later. First, I need to deal with a few pieces of trash. She looked toward Yi Lin and the others, who were scattering in all directions as they fled. The moment she struck and killed Zheng Feng, Yi Lin's group had already sensed things were going bad and scattered like startled birds and beasts, diving into the mountains and forest. Since a blood feud had already been formed, with Chu Yu's personality, she naturally intended to kill them all and be done with it. Although if these people ended up alone inside Soul-Bearing Ridge, they most likely wouldn't be able to leave alive anyway. It was still more reassuring to kill them personally. With a flash, Chu Yu vanished. When she appeared again, she was already dozens of meters away, right in front of a man who was fleeing in panic. Then, under his terrified gaze, her hand rose and fell, and with one dagger slash, she cut off his head. Then she repeated the same method, constantly teleporting, constantly harvesting lives. For a time, screams rang out all through the forest, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Before long, only one person remained alive. That person was Yi Lin, the mastermind behind this whole incident. It wasn't that Chu Yu didn't want to kill him. Rather, when she attacked him the first time, a golden protective barrier had suddenly appeared around him and blocked her dagger. The only thing that could block an attack from a fifth-tier expert was a defensive spirit artifact of sixth tier or above. The Yi family of the capital really did have some substance. But Chu Yu wasn't in a hurry either. Defensive spirit artifacts required soul power or spiritual energy to activate, and each time they blocked an attack, their energy decreased a little. To break through the defense, all she had to do was keep attacking without stopping. Anyway, there was plenty of time right now. Chu Yu swung her dagger at the protective barrier around Yi Lin, and the barrier immediately glowed with golden light, blocking Chu Yu's attack. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. I'm the third young master of the Yi family in the capital. My father is the seventh-tier King Yi Zhong. If you kill me, your whole family will be buried with you. Yi Lin hid inside the protective barrier, shouting fiercely. A seventh-tier king? Chu Yu remained unmoved and continued attacking. As long as she killed this brat, no one would ever know what happened here. In Soul-Bearing Ridge, death was the most common thing. If anything, Letting this brat return alive would be a disaster instead. When Yilin saw that Chuyu was still attacking the protective barrier, he panicked even more. The rescue team my family sent is about to arrive. A 6th-tier expert is leading it. Stop attacking right now, and I absolutely won't pursue this matter anymore. Otherwise, once Brother Wanghui gets here, he'll definitely make you all pay. A rescue team? Chui Ue Fdawen looks like she had to speed things up. She increased the frequency of her attacks. The protective barrier visibly began to loosen. Yilin panicked even more and started kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. I'm begging you, don't kill me. My family has money, has resources. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Chuyu remained unmoved. Right at that moment, from the distant horizon, a warship suddenly sped over. Chui Ue Fdawen. The warship was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already above everyone's heads. The hatch opened, and a bald young man in a black combat suit jumped down from it. Brother Wanghui, save me. The moment he saw who had come, Yilin shouted in delight. Chem, the rescue has arrived. Chuyu looked at the young man. The hidden but unspoken pressure around him was alarming. Wanghui swept his gaze across the scene, then let it land on Yilin and said, Young Master Yi, are you all right? Brother Wanghui, you finally came. Yilin was practically on the verge of crying. Then the arrogance returned to his face, even carrying a trace of madness. Pointing at Chuyu, he shouted, Brother Wanghui, kill her, kill this bitch. Wanghui gave Chuyu a calm glance. 5th tier. Then he nodded. As you wish. As he spoke, he casually threw a punch. At the tip of his fist, an invisible shockwave carrying terrifying energy shot toward Chuyu. 6th tier. Chuyu's expression turned grave, and with a flash, she vanished into the air. Oh, spatial fluctuations? Wanghui said in surprise. A space controller? A 5th tier space controller. That really is rare interesting. As if he had discovered some amusing prey, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Then he reached out and made a grasping motion, directly grabbing Yilin and tossing him onto the warship. Young Master Yi, get on the warship first. I'll have some fun with this woman. Okay. Yilin didn't dare defy him and obediently stayed on the warship. Although Brother Wanghui listened to his father's orders, his personality was arrogant and unruly. Even Yilin himself was not someone Wanghui took seriously. Below, Wanghui stood in the center of the battlefield, calming his breathing and focusing his mind, carefully sensing everything around him. He knew that woman had to be hiding nearby, ready to launch an attack at any moment. A space controller really is an enviable class. As long as you stay completely hidden, even a 6th tier can't do anything to you. Wanghui spoke toward the empty air. But don't forget, I still have hostages in my hands. Or have you already abandoned them? Wanghui began walking step by step toward Lin Momo and the others. He looked casual, but in reality, he was paying close attention to every little disturbance in the surrounding space at all times. As for Lin Momo and the others, who were only 3rd tier and 4th tier, he didn't care whether they lived or died. But they could help him draw out the space controller hiding in the dark. That alone was enough. Wanghui slowly closed in on them. Just then, from behind him, a faint spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared. Got you. Wanghui let out a furious shout and turned to the hook punch. Bang! His fist struck the dagger, producing a dull metallic crash. As a 6th-tier boxer, his fists were his strongest weapons. After failing in one strike, Chuyu vanished into the air once more. Wanghui withdrew his fist and praised. Very strong. You're the strongest 5th-tier professional I've ever seen. But before absolute power, all techniques are nothing but clouds. His words were filled with absolute confidence. Still, it's been a long time since I met such an interesting class. I'm willing to play with you slowly. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Before I kill this group of little brats. Wanghui walked step by step toward Lin Momo and the others. He was forcing Chuyu to show herself. 1 step, 2 steps. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation came. Left. Wanghui roared and swung his right fist toward the left. And at that exact instant, a dagger pierced out from the void on the left. The dagger flashed with silver light, dazzling to the eye. Boom! This collision was even more intense than the last one. Wanghui felt a sharp pain shoot from the tip of his fist. A spiritual ability? Spatial spiritual abilities were very rare. He never expected this woman to actually have such a skill. In that clash, just now, he felt like his fist had almost been pierced through. That feeling did not come from the dagger itself, but from the space that was on the verge of tearing apart. His fist was the most heavily defended part of his entire body. And yet his fist actually gave him the illusion that it could not withstand the tearing of space. This woman's attack is actually this strong. His heart was filled with shock. If that strike just now had not hit his fist, but instead stabbed any other part of his body, it probably would have pierced through his defense already. Wanghui finally began to take the enemy before him seriously. If he was even a little careless, he might really die. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. But his expression remained calm. He praised aloud, not bad attack, but after taking one of my direct hits, you're not feeling too good either, are you? What answered him was an even fiercer attack. This time, it came from the right. Boom! Wanghui blocked the dagger with one punch. This time he used his full strength. The violent force of his punch traveled through the dagger and blasted into Chu Yu's body. Puffed. Her internal organs suffered a heavy blow, and Chu Yu suddenly spat out a cloud of blood. Her body flew backward and disappeared into the void. A 6th rank against a 5th rank. Absolute power suppression made all her techniques impossible to display. Annie, seeing Chu Yu badly wounded, Lin Momo could not help growing extremely anxious. No, I have to do something. Run? As long as he could not use her as a threat, that Wang Hui would not be able to do anything to Annie at all. But in the next instant, Lin Momo shook her head and rejected the idea. The only reason the few of them were still alive was purely because Wang Hui did not want to kill them for the time being. If he made a move with the power of 6th rank, killing her would take only a light punch. What to do? What to do? Lin Momo was frantic with anxiety. At that moment, she thought of her final trump card. I technique, Samsara Tribulation Light. And I technique, Nightmare Realm. When I had just learned these two major I techniques, I only had 1st rank soul power, yet I could already make them unleash 4th rank power. Now, my soul power has already reached 3rd rank. These two major I techniques might already have the power to contend against a 6th rank. Thinking of this, Lin Momo's gaze turned firm. At this very moment, both she and Annie had already fallen into a hopeless situation. Only by risking everything in one desperate gamble might there still be a sliver of hope. Lin Momo fixed her gaze on Wang Hui. I technique, Nightmare Realm. A mysterious pattern flashed through her right eye. An invisible illusory world appeared at the focal point of Lin Momo's gaze. In that instant, some mysterious force tugged at Wang Hui, trying to pull his body and his soul into the illusion space. Wang Hui's will resisted instinctively. He fell into a daze. The instant of daze was very short, not even 1/10 of a second. But when experts exchanged blows, victory was decided within the smallest margin. That brief instant was enough for Chu Yu to launch an attack. She suddenly appeared behind Wang Hui's back and launched a thrust. Ah! The intense pain instantly cleared Wang Hui's mind. He had no time to think, and immediately turned and threw a punch. But that punch hit empty air. Chu Yu had long since vanished into the void, leaving behind a bloody hole the size of a fist in his back. What was that thing just now? Wang Hui roared. Some mysterious force had actually been able to take away his control over his body for a short time. That was too terrifying. However, before he could figure it out, that familiar feeling descended once more. Lin Momo activated Nightmare Realm again. SHNK. A flash of cold light swept by, and the dagger stabbed into Wang Hui's body once more. This time it was his head. Just now, after the first strike succeeded, Chu Yu instantly understood the chain of cause and effect. She had personally experienced the power of the eye technique, Nightmare Realm, before. At that time, Lin Momo had only had 1st rank soul power, and now, with the enhancement of 3rd rank soul power, the power of Nightmare Realm had risen again and could actually affect a 6th rank powerhouse for a brief moment. Chu Yu was shaken inside, but now was not the time for sighing. She hid in the void, made her preparations, and waited for the next attack. Very soon, Lin Momo's 2nd eye technique arrived right on schedule, and Wang Hui once again fell into a daze. It was still only a brief instant, but for Chu Yu, who had made ample preparations, it was enough. This time, she circulated spatial power and unleashed a spiritual ability, driving the dagger straight into the back of Wang Hui's head. Ah! Wang Hui let out a hoarse roar. He howled in pain, but he did not fall. The vitality of 6th rank powerhouse was even stronger than imagined. Kill! 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 His eyes were red, and he looked completely mad. He swung his fist, about to blast it toward Lin Momo and the others. After taking consecutive heavy blows, he no longer cared about anything else and only wanted savage revenge. Since he could not catch Chu Yu's figure, then he would use Lin Momo and the others as targets. He swung his fist at Lin Momo, and in that instant, Lin Momo's eye technique activated once more. It was you. By pure accident, Wang Hui saw the change in Lin Momo's right eye and felt that familiar power. In his disbelief, he fell into a daze once again. Chu Yu's figure appeared at the perfect time. This time, she appeared in front of him. The dagger stabbed straight at his heart. Again, it was a completely unobstructed strike. The dagger pierced through Wang Hui's heart, and blood gushed out. After that strike, she did not retreat into the void, because at that moment, Wang Hui's fist was aimed directly at Lin Momo. If he managed to throw that punch, the consequences would be unthinkable. Wang Hui woke from his daze, and Chu Yu's follow-up attack arrived as well. The dagger aimed at his throat. Wang Hui had gone mad with killing intent, completely disregarding the danger of having his throat slit as he threw a punch at Chu Yu. That punch contained all of his rage and killing intent. The dagger smoothly slit open Wang Hui's throat, and his fist also landed fiercely on Chu Yu's body. Boom! Endless force sent Chu Yu flying. And at this moment, Wang Hui still had not died. I'll kill you. I'm going to kill you. He roared at Lin Momo, every last bit of his life potential pushed out. He knew that he was already beyond saving. His head, heart, and throat being pierced through in any one of those places would be fatal, and he had been pierced through in all three. Before dying, he had only one thought in his heart. Kill that girl whose right I held terrifying power. Kill her. He had to kill her. Insane, killing intent supported him as he raised his fist. Just then, he suddenly saw the girl's lips move slightly, and a phrase came from her mouth. I technique, samsara, tribulation light. He saw a mysterious pattern flash through the girl's left eye. A blinding radiance, carrying terrifying power, swallowed his body and his will. The terrifying power of reincarnation contained within the light of reincarnation tribulation finally swallowed up the very last trace of Wang Hui's life force. Even in death, he failed to throw that final punch filled with endless killing intent. Just like that, a sixth-rank powerhouse fell. S dead. I killed him. Lin Momo still couldn't believe it. She knew the two-eye techniques were powerful, but she had never imagined they could be this powerful. That was a sixth-rank powerhouse. Sixth rank already stood at the very peak of combat power in Great Xia's spiritual ability world. Above that, there were only the legendary seventh-rank kings seated high upon their thrones. And yet those two-eye techniques could actually affect and even injure a sixth-rank expert. Lin Momo thought of the Blackwood illusion realm, spirit realm, and the ghost teacher inside it who had taught her those two-eye techniques. There were many spirit realms within Great Xia, but she had never heard of anyone learning spiritual ability skills this powerful inside one. Why exactly did the Blackwood illusion realm and that ghost teacher want to teach me such two powerful eye techniques? Could it really be like Aunt said, that the master of the spirit realm is a relative of mine? Lin Momo always felt like a layer of fog was clouding her, keeping her from seeing the truth clearly. All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind. At that moment, Chu Yu's figure emerged from the void. Her face was pale, and there were still traces of blood at the corner of her mouth that she had not wiped clean. Clearly, Wang Hui's desperate final strike before death had seriously injured her. Aunt, are you okay? I'm fine. Chu Yu waved her hand, acting calm and unconcerned. She lifted her head and glanced into the sky. The warship had long since vanished beyond the horizon with flames spraying from its tail. That brat is a menace. Chu Yu felt a faint sense of worry, but now was not the time to think about that. The injuries inside her body were far more serious than she appeared to show. But right now, she could not let Lin Momo notice. She beckoned, signaling for Lin Momo's teammates to all come over. Hello, Aunt. The few boys and Sushi all greeted her with slight restraint, although the former looked only a few years older than them. Re all pretty good. Chu Yu praised them. She had seen everything they had done along the way, especially just now, when they had even dared to fight a fifth-rank expert for Lin Momo's sake. When you get to Jinling, please help me look after Momo. Wu Ming nodded solemnly. Aunt Momo, you're too polite. Momo is very strong, and her talent is absolutely outstanding. It probably won't be long before her strength surpasses mine. But don't worry, no matter when, Momo, I, and everyone else are comrades who share life and death. I'll definitely take good care of everyone. Shui Peng and the others also nodded. Us too. But Lin Momo caught the hidden meaning in Chu Yu's words. Aunt, aren't you coming to Jinling with us? Chu Yu with Mike and Li. Of course I am. But Aunt has suffered pretty serious internal injuries right now. So, I'm afraid I can't safely take you all through Soul Burial Ridge. So I've decided to use a spatial secret art to send you over first. I see. Although Lin Momo still had doubts, she also knew that the few of them really were a burden to Chu Yu. If Chu Yu first used a spatial secret art to send them through Soul Burial Ridge, then after that, as a space controller, it should not be difficult for her to cross Soul Burial Ridge alone. Alright, if there's anything else to say, we'll talk after we get to Jinling. Now, from a circle, hold hands and close your eyes. I'll use a secret art to send you through Soul Burial Ridge. The few of them did as instructed. Chu Yu moved both hands, and dense spatial energy swirled around them. Then, secret art, spatial teleportation. White light flared, and the five figures vanished into space. Only then could Chu Yu's body no longer hold on. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed into a seated position on the ground. Sixth-rank power really is terrifying. That final punch nearly shattered all my internal organs. No, I need to find a place to heal first. A flash of white light passed. The figures of Lin Momo and the other four appeared on a stretch of wasteland. Behind them lay the towering Soul Burial Ridge mountain range. Re-out, VE reached Jinling territory. Everyone was excited. Now that they had reached Jinling territory, although they were still in the wild, it was hard to say how much safer it was compared to Lichuan province. Even the eerie aura in the air was much thinner. Now isn't the time to celebrate yet, Wu Ming reminded them. We're still out in the wild, and there's still quite a long way to Jinling. Only when we reach Jinling can we be considered safe. After determining the direction, the five of them headed toward Jinling Bay City. They had walked for less than an hour when they suddenly saw a warship approaching from the distant horizon. Not long after, the warship was already flying above them. A loud voice came through a speaker. People below, are you refugees from Lichuan province? Do you need assistance? Everyone waved and shouted. Understood. We'll land immediately. The rescue ship landed, and a young officer with the rank of captain stepped down with a combat squad. This is Jinling's Spiritual Ability Bureau Skyhawk 15 rescue ship. Everyone, please identify yourselves. Of course, it's best if you have identification documents. Lin Momo and the others immediately took out their student IDs. Officer, we're students from Liang Spiritual Ability High School. Students. The captain took the student IDs and checked them. Where's the teacher leading your group? Teacher Wang died in the line of duty. The captain nodded. My condolences. Then he said, students, come aboard the warship with me. You're safe now. After boarding the warship, it started up and flew toward Jinling Base City. Tianjing. Inside a luxurious manor somewhere. What? You're saying Wang Hui is dead? Yi Zhong sat in the seat of honor, his body leaning slightly forward as his icy gaze fell on Yi Lin, who was crying and speaking through tears. Compared to this useless son of his, he valued Wang Hui, his sixth-rank subordinate, much more. He ran into the Seoul Burial Ridge pollution source. Yi Lin shook his head. A fifth-rank space controller killed brother Wang Hui. Fifth rank? Impossible. Yi Zhong stood up and walked in front of Yi Lin. Open your mind and let me see exactly what happened. As he spoke, his divine soul had already invaded Yi Lin's soul sea. Yi Zhong examined Yi Lin's memories and quickly understood the whole sequence of events. He kicked Yi Lin to the ground. Thinking with your crotch and stirring up trouble. Because of you, I lost a great general for no clear reason at all. He was furious beyond measure. So angry he wanted nothing more than to slap this worthless son to death. Get out. Yes, father. Yi Lin scrambled away on hands and feet and fled as if escaping for his life. After Yi Lin left, Yi Zhong's expression darkened. My techniques. Using third-rank soul power to unleash sixth-rank killing power. Could it be the power of laws? Interesting. Interesting. If I can obtain it, maybe it can help me glimpse the mysteries of the eighth rank. His gaze turned southward. What a pity. Jinling is too far away. My hand can't reach that far. The battleship landed on the tarmac. Jinling had arrived. Just after they got off the battleship, a girl wearing an armband came over to greet them. Re the refugees from Liang Psychic Energy High School, right? Yes, hello, senior. Come on, I'll take you to get settled in. Thank you, senior. The girl's name was Su Lu, and she was from Jinling Psychic Energy University. She had an outgoing personality and warmly introduced everything to the group. By the time the group reached Jinling Psychic Energy University, they already had a basic understanding of Jinling Base City and the city's follow-up arrangements for them. Jinling Base City was one of Daxia's 5 super-large base cities. It had a population of over 30 million, about 6 times that of Liang. Jinling had 5 psychic energy high schools, as well as 1 psychic energy university. According to Su Lu, psychic energy students like them from Liang High School would be arranged to study at Jinling Second Psychic Energy High School. Of course, they would need to take the corresponding entrance test when enrolling. Because educational resources were tight, psychic energy students with poor results might be eliminated. As for that, Lin Momo and the others had nothing to worry about. With their strength, not only would getting into the school be easy, even entering the key class would be more than manageable. For students who successfully enrolled, tuition would be fully waived, and they would also receive a monthly living allowance. These living allowances would continue until the students took the Psychic Energy College entrance exam. Before the entrance test, the refugee students would temporarily settle down at Jinling Psychic Energy University. That was also why there were university volunteers coming to pick people up. The entrance test is scheduled for 1 week from now. Before that, you can look around Jinling Psychic Energy University and get an early feel for the atmosphere of a top-tier psychic energy university, Su Lu said. Everyone nodded. Jinling Psychic Energy University was one of Daxia's 4 top psychic energy universities. They had already known that. Because Jinling was close to Lichuan, Jinling Psychic Energy University had always been the school most desired by Lichuan psychic energy students. Of course, getting into our Jinling Psychic Energy University isn't easy. At the very least, you need to be at the high stage of Tier 3. Alright, who among you is taking this year's college entrance exam? Wu Ming raised his hand. Senior, I'm in my 3rd year of high school this year. Junior, I see you're carrying a sword. Are you a sword spirit master? What about your realm? Tier 4, 6-star. Su Lu let out a soft sound of surprise. Not bad, Junior. Your realm is enough to get into one of the 4 famous schools. How's your combat strength? Do you have any real combat experience against the uncanny? Alright, you just escaped from Liang, and you passed through several uncanny polluted zones. I imagine you must have had quite a few battles with the uncanny. Look at my memory. Su Lu smiled and patted Wu Ming on the shoulder. Looks like in the second half of the year, we'll really be senior and junior schoolmates. By the way, you're not planning to apply to some other school, are you? Wu Ming quickly shook his head. Of course not. Jinling Psychic Energy University has been my dream since childhood. That's good. Senior, roughly where would my realm rank among the freshmen at Jinling Psychic Energy University? Wu Ming asked. He was still fairly confident in his own strength. Ever since he was young, he had always been one of the best among people his age. Even at Liang High School, he had ranked near the top. Tier 4, 6-star. Su Lu thought for a moment. Among the freshmen, you should belong to the first or second tier below the seed students. At Jinling's Psychic Energy University, the seed students are the strongest. They're the true heavens favored, and they're basically already at tier 5 when they enroll. If they progress quickly, there are even monstrous geniuses who can advance to tier 6 while still in school. Seed students either have unbelievably strong talent or astonishing backgrounds. No matter which one it is, ordinary geniuses can't compare. Below the seed students, the freshman ceiling is the high stage of tier 4, which means tier 4 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star. Junior Wu Ming is currently at tier 4, 6-star. If you work hard, you might reach tier 4, 7-star, or even 8-star or 9-star by the time of the college entrance exam and become one of the ceiling level figures among the freshmen. Then there's the middle stage of tier 4. Freshmen who can reach that realm are all pretty good too. Maybe not ceiling level, but at least above average. Then there's the initial stage of tier 4. That realm is still decent. At the very least, among Jinling's Psychic Energy University's freshmen, it counts as upper middle level. Lastly, there's the high stage of tier 3. That's the threshold for the 4 famous schools. Very few examinees can get into the 4 famous schools at the middle stage of tier 3 or even lower. After Su Lu finished explaining, everyone gained a basic understanding of the admission standards for top psychic energy universities. Other than Wu Ming, the other 2 boys were currently in their second year of high school, and their realms were at the middle stage of tier 3. If they wanted to get into one of the 4 famous schools by the time of the college entrance exam, they would still need to work hard over the next year. Then there was Lin Momo. She had 2 realms, Soul Power Realm and Psychic Energy Realm. The spiritual profession had been her main focus before the high school entrance exam, and her realm was tier 3, 9-star, which was about enough to meet the standard for the 4 famous schools. In other words, she had actually already possessed the strength to enter one of the 4 famous schools back when she took the high school entrance exam. That was the strength of a top-tier heavens favored prodigy ranked near the top across all of Daxia. But now, Lin Momo's main focus had already shifted to the soul path, and her progress was rapid. Originally, her soul power reserves had been very low, only at the middle stage of tier 1. However, that last trip into the spirit realm had let her obtain 10 top-grade soul fruits. Over the past few months, while absorbing the top-grade soul fruits and cultivating soul power, her soul power value had already reached a little over 60,000, which was equivalent to a soul power realm of tier 3, 1-star. And once she finished absorbing all 10 top-grade soul fruits, her soul power value would exceed 100,000 or even reach 150,000, which meant tier 3, 2-star, or even tier 3, 3-star. However, she still had not participated in the ghost taming contract ceremony. Strictly speaking, she still could not be considered a soul master, only half a telekinetic. Sushi had the lowest realm. At the start of the school term, she had just reached tier 2, 1-star. After nearly 1 semester of cultivation, she had now reached tier 2, 6-star. Of course, Lin Momo and Sushi were younger. They were both only first-year high school students, so having lower realms was normal. Juniors at a psychic energy university, whether it's the teaching or the resources, neither is anything like what you had in high school. LL understand that once you get into university. Of course, over the next few days, you can also walk around and explore. Other than some special cultivation areas, all the other places are open to outsiders. Everyone nodded. They were all very curious about Jinling's Psychic Energy University as well. Su Lu led the 5 of them through the long campus avenue and arrived in front of a newly built student dormitory. The dorms were just renovated, so please bear with it. Psychic Energy students from Lichuan province will all be arranged together in this dorm building. The first 3 floors are boys' dorms, and the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors are girls' dorms. Wu Ming, Xue Peng, and Pan Liqiang, your dorm is in room 305. Lin Momo and Su Shi, your dorm is room 508. Boys are forbidden from entering the girls' dorms, and the same goes for girls. Alright, these are temporary meal cards. 1 for each person. And if anything comes up, you can ask the dorm supervisor Annie on each floor, or contact me directly. After Su Lu finished explaining the basic matters, she left to continue receiving the next group of refugees. Over the next few days, quite a few psychic energy students fleeing from Lichuan would be arriving. Over the next few days, the temporary dorm building gradually became lively, just as expected. There were familiar faces from Liang Middle School and unfamiliar ones from other cities. But Lin Momo still never saw any sign of her aunt, Chuyu. She couldn't even reach her by phone, which made her anxious. On the 3rd day, Murong Wu successfully broke through with her team and arrived in Jinling. The first thing she did was find Lin Momo and Su Shi. Momo and Su Shi, thank goodness, you both made out safely. Teacher Murong. Su Shi immediately threw herself into Murong Wu's arms. From the unease when leaving Liang, to the danger of crossing the wilderness, to the sorrow when Wang Bin turned into a strange being, and then to the helplessness of entering Jinling's spiritual university and depending on each other with Lin Momo in an unfamiliar place. All those emotions rushed into her heart at once. At that moment, she could no longer suppress the grievance in her heart, and she began to sob. Teacher Murong, Teacher Wang He. Murong Wu patted her back. I already know about Wang Bin. He was a good teacher. If I get the chance, I'll go visit him at Burial Soul Ridge. Sushi cried in Murong Wu's arms for quite a while before she finally calmed down. The Ghost Tamer class mentor at Jinling No. 2 High School is an acquaintance of mine. I've already contacted him. You can enter his class directly without taking the test. As for Momo, Murong Wu looked at Lin Momo. Your application for the contract ceremony has already passed review. There's now less than 2 months left before the contract ceremony. For this period of time, Momo, don't go to Jinling No. 2 High School for now. Stay here at Jinling Spiritual University, and I'll teach you privately. Yes, teacher. And one more thing. Murong hesitated for a moment before speaking. Because the contract ceremony is uncontrollable, and the failure rate is very high. So, I've already made a plan for you. If the contract fails, don't switch to the Mind Power class. I'll help contact a mentor from the key class of the Law Academy at Jinling No. 2 High School and have you enter his class to retrain in the lightning element path. Your foundation is good. Even if half a year is delayed, you'll still be among the most gifted students of the mage path. If you train hard for another 2.5 years by the time of the college entrance exam, you might still reach the 5th tier and become a seed-level student of one of the 4 major schools. If the contract succeeds, then when the time comes, you'll enter the Ghost Tamer class at Jinling No. 2 High School and continue on the path of a Ghost Tamer. Yes, teacher. Lin Momo had no objections to Murong Wu's arrangements. But in her heart, she still firmly believed that she would definitely succeed in the contract. Because this was the guidance her father had given her in a dream. With Murong Wu's arrangements and personal guidance, Lin Momo's studies once again got back on track. The only thing worrying Lin Momo was that a whole week had passed, and she still had not received any news from her aunt. On this day, Murong Wu suddenly brought back some news. All of Lichuan province had fallen. Now the entire Lichuan province, like the southern region of Great Xia, was shrouded in unknown black fog. Communications were cut off, and it was possible only to enter, not leave. In other words, the great evacuation of Liang and even all of Lichuan, which had lasted 15 days, had completely come to an end. In 15 days, fewer than 200,000 civilians had successfully broken out from Liang. The breakout rate was not even 5%. Even the 5,000 elite vanguard troops of the Spiritual Energy Bureau, who had opened the path for the breakout teams, had lost their final chance to escape in order to surround the source of contamination at Burial Soul Ridge. It was precisely because the vanguard troops, fearless of death and sacrifice, kept launching attacks toward the contamination source at Burial Soul Ridge that the 7th tier strange being had no time to rampage, giving the other evacuation squads a chance to cross that S-rank strange contamination zone. The fall of Lichuan was undoubtedly terrible news for Lin Momo. It meant that even if Aunt Chu Yu was still alive, she could no longer come out. Because of this, Lin Momo felt a deep sense of helplessness. She was too weak. Other than worrying, there was nothing she could do. The only piece of news that wasn't entirely bad was that the black fog showed no signs of spreading toward Jinling. For now, Jinling was temporarily safe. On this day, Murong Wu taught Lin Momo as usual. Class ended. That's all for today. Today, I'm taking you somewhere good. Murong Wu said. Somewhere good? Seeing Lin Momo's curiosity, Murong Wu stopped keeping her in suspense. The Soul Power Room of Jinling Spiritual University. The Soul Power Room normally can only be used by enrolled university students with credits. Luckily, your teacher has connections. After a lot of persuasion, they finally agreed to open it and let you go in to cultivate once. The Soul Power Room is filled with rich, pure soul power. When cultivating a soul power technique inside the Soul Power Room, efficiency can reach 10 times that of the outside world. 10 times. Lin Momo was astonished. Right now, without absorbing soul fruits, her cultivation efficiency let her increase by about 200 points per day. Over a month, that added up to about 6,000 points. And if her efficiency increased tenfold, wouldn't that mean 2,000 points per day and 60,000 points in a month? One had to know that after the 3rd tier, each small breakthrough only required 50,000 points of soul power. In other words, if she could keep cultivating in the Soul Power Room, Lin Momo would only need 9 months to raise her soul power reserve to the 4th tier. How is that any different from riding a rocket? Don't be surprised. At Jinling Spiritual Energy University, entering various cultivation rooms to train is just normal for students. Otherwise, why do you think the students of Spiritual Energy Universities raise their realms so quickly? Murong Wu said lightly, come on, let me show you what it feels like to cultivate in a soul power room. Yes, Murong Wu brought Lin Momo to a large building that looked similar to a gymnasium. The Soul Power Room at Jinling Spiritual University really is huge. Murong Wu sighed. In fact, this was also her first time here, but she had already figured out the internal layout and design. The first floor lobby is just the registration and rest area. All the Soul Power Rooms are underground. This time, we were granted access to a beginner-level Soul Power Room. There are also intermediate and advanced Soul Power Rooms, and supposedly their cultivation efficiency is even higher. As Murong Wu explained, she brought Lin Momo to register. After giving their names, they successfully opened a beginner-level Soul Power Room. A staff member handed over a room card. Ms. Moron-Wu, your soul power room has been activated. Basement level 1, room 115. You're specially permitted to bring one person into the soul power room to cultivate. The access time is 24 hours. Please come out within 24 hours. Okay, thank you. Moron-Wu took the room card and brought Lin Momo to soul power room 115. After swiping the card and entering, they found the furnishings inside extremely simple. A meditation cushion and a wooden plank bed for resting. The moment she entered the room, Lin Momo immediately felt rich soul power wrapping around her. Even without cultivating, her soul, was unconsciously absorbing the wandering soul power. What rich soul power! Lin Momo exclaimed in delight. All right, start cultivating now and test the effect. Yes, teacher. Lin Momo did not delay any longer. She sat down cross-legged and began circulating the soul power technique taught by the school, soul power guidance art. In an instant, countless strands of soul power energy were guided by the technique and poured into her soul sea. Cultivating soul power here really was astonishingly effective. Lin Momo immediately entered a state of complete immersion in cultivation. Only after 24 hours had passed was she awakened by Moron-Wu. At that moment, her stomach was already growling, but her mental state was astonishingly good. How does it feel? Moron-Wu asked. Very good. Lin Momo sensed the soul power in her soul sea. This cultivation session increased my soul power by almost 6,000 points. One session of cultivation was already equal to a whole month of hard training under normal circumstances. This efficiency had already reached 30 times. But after thinking it over, Lin Momo instantly understood the key. Normally, although she also cultivated diligently, she still had to go to school, eat, and sleep. The time she could truly spend cultivating soul power each day would not exceed 8 hours. How could it compare to now, when she cultivated straight for 24 hours? Combined with the soul power room's tenfold efficiency, didn't that make it 30 times the efficiency? If only I could come cultivate in the soul power room every day. Lin Momo could not help sighing. In your dreams. Moron-Wu rolled her eyes. These cultivation rooms are only open to enrolled students of Jinling Spiritual University. Other people aren't allowed to use them at all. This one time only happened because the teacher found someone she knew and begged for a long time. One session in the soul power room could not bring a qualitative leap to Lin Momo's soul power. But that was not Moron-Wu's goal either. She wanted Lin Momo to experience the superior cultivation environment of a top spiritual energy university and advance through this opportunity. To make her yearn for a top spiritual energy university, so that she would have more motivation and work even harder to improve herself. Now, it seemed her goal had been achieved. Lin Momo followed Moron-Wu and reluctantly left the soul power room. When they arrived at the hall and saw the Jinling Spiritual University students lining up in a long queue to register for entry into the soul power room, her face could not help but fill with envy. Teacher, is there a way to enter a spiritual energy university early? Lin Momo suddenly asked. Early? Moron-Wu looked at Lin Momo in surprise. As expected of a genius, her way of thinking really was different from ordinary people's. She had only been in high school for half a year, yet she was already thinking about going to college. Come to think of it, your learning ability is very strong. You've basically mastered the high school curriculum already. Going to university early doesn't seem that unreasonable. Moron-Wu fell into thought. The reason high school courses were arranged over 3 years was because ordinary students really did need 3 years to skillfully master the knowledge they needed to learn. But geniuses were obviously not included in that category. Still, breaking through the rules was not that easy. Moron-Wu said, Student Momo, with your current strength, you have no chance of being specially recruited by the 4 top schools. Lin Momo's eyes lit up. Special recruitment? So that means there is a path. Yes. For example, if someone cultivates especially fast and reaches the 6th rank while still in high school, the top schools will fight to recruit them. There was such a monster 7 years ago, and now he's already Great Xia's youngest 7th rank king. Of course, in the entire history of spiritual energy cultivation, there's only been this one precedent, so it is basically no reference value. For another example, someone who solves an S-rank paranormal incident by their own power would also be specially recruited. Being able to solve an S-rank paranormal incident proves they have considerable strength, powerful insight, and deductive ability, as well as heaven-defying luck. You have to know, paranormal incidents sometimes make no sense at all. Even a 7th rank king wouldn't dare say they could solve one with 100% certainty. They might even fall in the process. Being able to solve an S-rank paranormal incident means that person's luck is absurdly strong. People like that are generally very hard to kill, and that is exactly what this world needs. So even if their realm is a bit lower, they would still be specially recruited. In the history of spiritual energy, there have been 3 high school students who independently solved S-rank paranormal incidents. Of those 3, one is already a 7th rank king, while the other 2 are also 6th rank overlord level powerhouses. Even now, they can still often be seen appearing in major paranormal incidents. Lin Momo listened carefully. This point did not fit her either. Up to now, The highest level paranormal incident she had solved by herself was only B rank. That was the headless female ghost incident she encountered a few months ago. As for S rank, she had never even run into one, much less solve one. Teacher, are there any others? There is one more, and it's the easiest to achieve. What method is it? Lin Momo hurriedly asked. The Great Xia High School Student Spiritual Energy Competition. Spiritual Energy Competition? Lin Momo vaguely felt like she had heard of it before. It seemed to be a pretty large-scale competition. Wu nodded. The Great Xia High School Student Spiritual Energy Competition is held once every year, with the purpose of testing the strength of the current generation of high school students. For contestants who perform outstandingly in the spiritual energy competition, the 4 top schools will recruit them in advance. Perform outstandingly? There's no fixed standard for that. Roughly speaking, it means being far beyond your peers. Wu explained. For example, in the last competition, there were more than 10,000 participating students. More than 30 of them had reached the 5th rank in Realm, but in the end, only 6 were specially recruited by the 4 top schools. It is said that specially recruited students all have special recruitment clauses. The conditions and resources they receive are much more generous than even the seed students of the major schools. Because of that, the 4 top schools keep an extremely tight grip on their special recruitment quotas and usually recruit no more than 3 each year. More than 35th ranks, and only 6 were specially recruited? Lin Momo murmured. Right now, she was still far from that level. Just in terms of realm alone, whether soul path or magic path, she was still a long way off from the 5th rank. Not to mention that even among 5th ranks, the special recruitment rate was less than 1/5. Unless she could become a ghost tamer in a short time and break through into the 4th rank, this path was temporarily impossible as well. Teacher, are there any other paths? The last option is to take the Spiritual Energy College entrance exam early, but the prerequisite is becoming 5th rank. Only 5th rank cultivators are qualified to take the college entrance exam early. Alright, no need to think about that path for now either. It seemed that the current her still needed to keep her feet on the ground, study knowledge, improve her soul power, and take things one step at a time. Lin Momo stopped aiming too high. After that, every day, aside from studying and reinforcing the knowledge necessary for a ghost tamer, she worked even harder to improve her soul power. During that time, she still never received any news from Chuyu. In the blink of an eye, more than a month passed. On this day, Lin Momo got up very early. She felt a little nervous and a little excited, because the ghost tamer contract ceremony was about to begin. At 8 in the morning, Chuyu brought Lin Momo onto the flight to Tianjin Bay City right on time. Great Xia's ghost tamer contract ceremony was held once a year in Tianjin. Because ghost tamers were a profession with an extremely high threshold, there were not many students in each city's ghost tamer class, so naturally there would not be many students participating in the ghost tamer contract ceremony either. For example, there had originally been more than 20 students in Liyang High School's first-year ghost tamer class. After the disaster of Li Chuan's fall, only 4 successfully broke through and reached Jinling. Among those 4, Sushi was already a ghost tamer. Of the other 2 classmates, one did not quite have enough soul power and planned to wait another year before participating, while the other was directly eliminated by Jinling High School during the entrance test and could no longer continue studying in the ghost tamer class. So in the entire former Liyang High School first-year ghost tamer class, only Lin Momo remained to participate in the contract ceremony. Of course, cities that had not suffered major disasters would have more participating students. For example, in Jinling Bay City, the 5 spiritual energy high schools together managed to gather more than 100 students to participate in this ghost tamer contract ceremony. And when the scope expanded to the whole of Great Xia, the number of participants in the ceremony became much larger. This year's number was hard to say, but last year, there were more than 6,000 students who participated in the ceremony. After half a day of flight, the passenger warship landed inside Tianjin Bay City. The hotel had already been booked, not far from the Tianjin Ghost Tamer Association. The contract ceremony would begin in 3 days. Chuyu brought Lin Momo to sign in and register at the Ghost Tamer Association. Then they checked into the hotel. For the next 3 days, Lin Momo's main task was to rest and conserve her energy, refine her soul power, and strive to face the upcoming contract ceremony in her best condition. Tianjin Bay City, the Yi family manor. In a courtyard beneath a large tree, Yizhong sat cross-legged, his eyes closed as he rested. Suddenly, a flock of bats flew down from the sky. They landed not far in front of him, gathered together, and transformed into a man in a black robe. Black Bat, you're here. Yizhong opened his eyes. Black Bat dropped to one knee. Patriarch, you came in person. Did you see something? Yizhong asked. Black Bat was his eyes and ears, helping him monitor the movements within Tianjin Bay City. Patriarch, 2 months ago, you showed me a portrait of a girl and instructed me to monitor everyone entering the capital, and to report immediately if I found any trace of that girl. That girl. Yizhong instantly recalled the scene he had seen in Yilin's memories. He could not help but stand up and ask, You found her? Black Bat lowered his head. Your subordinate cannot be certain, but I already took a photo of that girl. Let me see. Black Bat handed over his phone. Yizhong looked at the photo on the screen. Because it had been secretly taken from a distance, the image was not very clear, but Yizhong still recognized Lin Momo at a glance. It's her. Go. Find out her identity. Patriarch, I've already confirmed it. That girl is from Jinling, an ordinary high school student. She came to the capital this time to participate in the Ghost Tamer contract ceremony. The Ghost Tamer contract ceremony? Good, I understand. Go and keep watch on her every move. Yes, Patriarch. Black Bat turned into a swarm of bats and flew away. Yizhong clasped his hand behind his back and began pacing back and forth. That girl has come to the capital, a heaven-sent opportunity. I must find a way to obtain that miraculous eye technique of hers. I can't act directly, or you Emperor might seize on it as leverage. Perhaps. I should find someone to cooperate with. I've got it. I'll go to him. He rose into the air, late at night. In the hotel, Lin Momo was still cultivating. Murong-Wu was staying next door. In the middle of cultivation, Lin Momo suddenly faintly heard a strange crying sound. It sounded a lot like a baby crying, but sharper than a baby's cry, carrying some kind of effect that disturbed the mind. Lin Momo was startled awake from her cultivation by that sound. A strange entity? She frowned, and the first thing she thought of was a strange entity. But this was the bustling Tianjing. The hotel she was staying in, while not in the busiest district, was not far from the Ghost Tamer Association. How could a strange incident possibly break out here? Lin Momo was not entirely sure. However, she quickly stopped dwelling on it, because she saw a big-headed baby suddenly poke its head in through the window, staring at her with pitch-black pupils. It really is a strange entity. Lin Momo was startled. Go find Teacher Murong. That was her first reaction. It was not because she was afraid of this ghost infant. Rather, the appearance of this strange entity was far too suspicious, and though it looked small, it contained tremendous ghost power. Lin Momo turned and retreated, opening the door and stepping out in one smooth motion. However, at the instant she walked out, she found herself back in the original room. Ghost wall? Lin Momo understood at once. A ghost wall was a high-level ghost technique used by strange entities to attack the mind. So, I'm already inside a ghost domain. Lin Momo quietly equipped her gear. Since she could not avoid it, then she would fight. At this moment, the ghost infant had already passed through the glass and crawled into the room. It sounded as if it were both crying and laughing, releasing a piercing noise. Thunder. Lin Momo struck first. Boom! Thunder blasted into the ghost infant's body. Its figure paused slightly, but did not seem to have suffered much damage. As expected, its 5th rank. Lin Momo's expression turned grave. Facing a 5th rank strange entity alone, she did not have much confidence. I have to create a huge disturbance so the teachers outside the ghost domain can sense it. Lin Momo muttered to herself. Then, sea of thunder judgment. Boom, boom, boom. Endless thunder flooded the entire room. Even beyond the room, everything within the ghost domain was covered by thunder. The thunder sea lasted for a full minute. 1 minute later, when the thunder finally dispersed, the ghost figure was sprawled on the ground, green smoke rising from its body. Clearly, that barrage from the thunder sea had made it feel very bad. But then, it slowly crawled back up again. A bloodthirsty red glow shone from its pitch-black pupils. Then it moved. Its body shot forward at high speed, both hands turning into sharp claws as it lunged at Lin Momo. Lin Momo dodged, while simultaneously controlling 2 short swords, sending them shooting toward the ghost infant. Clang! Clang! The short sword struck the ghost infant's body, but failed to pierce it. Instead, they were knocked away. Between 3rd rank and 5th rank lay a gap that was almost impossible to cross. The current Lin Momo, whether using thunder techniques or telekinetic sword control, could not inflict any substantial damage on the ghost infant. The ghost infant darted rapidly around Lin Momo, its ghost claws attacking without pause. Lin Momo defended with her flying swords while doing her utmost to evade. For a time, the situation was extremely perilous. This won't work. If I keep defending, I'll eventually fail. Teacher is right next door, so why can't she sense the ghost domain here? I've caused such a huge commotion inside the ghost domain. Logically, there's no way the outside world wouldn't notice anything at all. Could it be this is an attack specifically targeting us? Maybe Teacher is also trapped in a hard battle right now. At that thought, anxiety rose in Lin Momo's heart. She had only just arrived in the capital, yet something like this had already happened. I can't drag this out any longer. Lin Momo made her decision in an instant. Looks like I can only use that move. Her gaze locked onto the ghost infant. Ever since her battle against a 6th rank enemy at Soul Burial Ridge, Lin Momo had already understood the power of her 2 great eye techniques. Back when her soul power was only at 3rd rank, 1st star, the power of those 2 eye techniques had already reached the high stage of 5th rank, and had even gained the power to affect and even injure 6th rank beings. And now, after 2 months of cultivation, her soul power had risen dramatically again, reaching 3rd rank, 2nd star. It might look like there was only a 1-star difference between 2nd star and 1st star, but the difference in soul power had doubled. Now, if she used those 2 great eye techniques, their power would be even greater. Lin Momo stared at the ghost infant, and the instant it was about to rush in front of her. Eye technique, Samsara, tribulation light. A dazzling white light shot from her left eye and instantly struck the ghost infant. Endless power of samsara engulfed it. The ghost infant let out a scream of pain, then dissolved within the white light, until it completely evaporated. And at that moment, the ghost domain also shattered. Lin Momo immediately rushed out of her room, charged into the room next door, and slammed open Moron Wu's door, just in time to see a female ghost with disheveled hair leaping out the window and disappearing. Momo, why are you here? Moron Wu was first startled, then immediately understood. You were attacked too? Yes. Lin Momo nodded. Teacher, what happened on your side? As you can see just now, while I was sleeping, a 5th-rank female ghost suddenly broke into my room and deployed a ghost domain. I immediately summoned Tong Tong to fight it. That female ghost was very strong. Even though it was only 5th rank, it had strength close to 6th rank. Tong Tong, and I couldn't take it down for the moment. And then, you arrived. After Moron Wu finished speaking, Lin Momo fell into deep thought. These two attacks had come suddenly and strangely, leaving people completely unable to make sense of them. Moron Wu asked, Momo, what happened on your side? Teacher, I was attacked too. It was a 5th-tier ghost infant. After fighting it, I killed it. Killed it. Moron Wu looked at Lin Momo in surprise. She knew Lin Momo's strength better than anyone. If it was dealing with a 4th-tier Eerie, she might still have had some chance, but eliminating a 5th-tier Eerie was simply impossible. How did you kill that 5th-tier Eerie? Moron Wu quickly asked. This, Lin Momo hesitated a little. According to her aunt, the two pupil techniques had immeasurable value. Even a 7th-tier king would be tempted after learning of them, and might even want to take them for himself. So her aunt had warned her before that she absolutely must not tell anyone. But after more than half a year of getting along, Lin Momo absolutely trusted Moron Wu. After thinking for a moment, she decided to tell her the truth about the pupil techniques. At that moment, Moron Wu suddenly raised a hand and cut off Lin Momo's words. Momo, you don't need to tell your teacher about your trump card. Just treat it like I never asked. But inwardly, she understood at once. Right? Momo must have an unimaginable trump card. The fewer people who knew about this kind of trump card, the better. Teacher, Lin Momo felt a little ashamed. Moron Wu smiled. Everyone has their own secrets. You don't need to confess everything to your teacher. And not just this time. In the future too, don't casually reveal your secrets to other people. Remember, for every one less person who knows a secret, that's one less bit of risk of it leaking out. Alright, let's stop this topic here. Let's talk instead about what you think of this attack. Lin Momo nodded. Teacher, I think this was a premeditated attack. But I can't figure out the enemy's motive, so you think so too. Moron Wu frowned. It seems there's something far from simple hidden behind this. Just as the two were discussing it, a group of uniformed personnel suddenly appeared at the door. Hello, we're from the Kyoto Spiritual Energy Bureau Public Security Team. Someone reported that an eerie incident occurred here. The crew cut man in the lead stepped forward and handed over his identification. Hello. An eerie attack did indeed happen here. After checking the man's identification, Moron Wu explained the basic situation to him. Of course, she concealed the details of Lin Momo killing the ghost infant, only saying that a mother and child pair of Eerie's had attacked them, but she killed one while the other escaped. No casualties, right? The public security captain asked. No, that's good. Ladies, we regret that such a vicious Eerie incident occurred in our jurisdiction. We will dispatch combat personnel and do everything we can to hunt down the escaped 5th-tier Eerie. If there's nothing else, then we'll temporarily withdraw. The public security captain was still speaking. Suddenly, one of the team members put down his phone, then leaned over and quietly said something to him. After the team member finished, the public security captain looked at Moron Wu with a complicated expression. Ladies, we've received a report that someone's pet ghost was stolen. It just so happens to be a child mother ghost. At present, we suspect you may be related to this theft case. Please cooperate with the investigation. Moron Wu became alert. What do you mean? Ma'am, you may need to come with us. Wait. Moron Wu grew anxious. I'm Moron Wu, formerly an instructor of the ghost taming class at Liang Spiritual Energy Middle School, and I'm now affiliated with Jinling 2nd Spiritual Energy Middle School. My records are on file with the education department. She pointed at Lin Momo. She is my student, last year's top scorer in the Liang Bay City High School entrance exam. Her name is Lin Momo. We came to the capital this time to participate in the ghost tamer contract ceremony. Please get this straight. We know nothing about raising Eerie's, and we have even less motive to steal one. We're the victims. Don't twist black and white. Moron Wu's words put the public security team members in a difficult position. A 5th-tier ghost taming teacher, plus a young prodigy. If they mishandle people with identities like these, it could lead to a huge pile of trouble. After discussing it, the public security captain walked over to Moron Wu and cupped his fists. Teacher Moron, I offended you just now. After discussing it with the other team members, we all believe you are the victims. We've decided not to arrest you, but we also ask that you cooperate with our work. Until this matter is fully investigated, please do not leave Tianjin Bay City. Moron Wu asked, how will you investigate it? Also, we still have work and studies. We can't possibly stay stranded in Kyoto the whole time. The public security captain said, please rest assured, We will handle this fairly and never wrong a good person. It also won't drag on too long, and it won't delay your work or studies. After saying that, he left with his team. Moronwu silently watched them leave. She vaguely felt that some kind of conspiracy seemed to be closing in around them. Meanwhile, in a dark secret room somewhere. What's wrong with you? Didn't I already say that girl might have 5th tier combat strength? And you still look down on her like this? Yizhong, are you blaming me? Do you think raising pet ghosts is easy? Do you think everyone has a 6th tier pet ghost? And why didn't you say that the teacher by that girl's side was a 5th tier ghost tamer? Her combat strength is almost close to the 6th tier. Your deliberate concealment led to my child ghost being lost there. And those two women aren't just from the education system. They're both ghost tamers too. Yizhong, don't you know the Ghost Tamer Association is full of lunatics? If those lunatics start making a scene, who can withstand it? You pulled me into this mess without making things clear in advance, and now you're blaming me for handling it poorly? Enough. What's done is done. There's no point saying more. What do you plan to do next? The first move can still be brushed off as a pet ghost going out of control. We absolutely cannot make a second move, or if we stir up those old monsters in the education department and the Ghost Tamer Association, there definitely won't be any good outcome. So what exactly are you going to do? And what was that report just now supposed to mean? Haha, then you really don't understand. I saw that girl's pupil technique. It really is extraordinarily powerful. As a soul master, I can tell. The level of that pupil technique has already surpassed all spiritual energy techniques known in Great Xia. So forget just you and me. Even across all of Great Xia, there's no one who wouldn't be tempted. Next, I plan to blow this matter up and let more people see that pupil technique. What do you mean? If this gets bigger, won't we be creating a lot more competitors for nothing? Yizhong, think about why you want that pupil technique in the first place. Obviously, because I want to comprehend the power that seems to be the power of laws hidden within that pupil technique. Then as long as we can comprehend it, what does it matter if a few more people share it? That's true. I'm the same. I'm a soul master. I want to peer into the secrets of that pupil technique, and I also don't care if others learn it. Since outright seizing it won't work, then force that girl to hand over the pupil technique. As long as enough people see that pupil technique, more people will want to obtain it, and the pressure to force her will naturally grow greater. Then when we add fuel to the flames, I refuse to believe that girl won't hand over the pupil technique. That seems to make some sense. Just wait and watch. The next day, everything was normal as usual. It wasn't until evening that the former security captain came to the hotel again. He looked at the two of them with a complicated expression. Let me properly introduce myself. My name is Chun Yang, a 5th tier gunsmith and captain of the Luoxia District Security Unit under the Tianjin Spiritual Energy Bureau. Hello, Captain Chun. Moronwu glanced at him instinctively. Gunsmith was a very rare profession. They combined spiritual energy and technology, and with the support of firearms, they could even kill enemies above their own tier. Has yesterday's matter been fully investigated? Yes. Qinyang took our report. Everything has been clarified. It was a ghost pet raised by the Soul Master Association that escaped and accidentally attacked you. It counts as an accidental incident. The Soul Master Association does not intend to pursue responsibility for you killing the child ghost, and they're willing to offer you some emotional compensation. Moronwu waved her hand. There's no need for compensation. As long as the matter has been investigated clearly, that's enough. Right now, the most important thing was the contract ceremony the day after tomorrow. Moronwu had no intention of stirring up extra trouble. However, Chen Yang hesitated. Captain Chun, just say what you need to say. Teacher Moron, please watch a video first. Chen Yang took out his phone. This contains footage from last night of your battle with the mother and child ghost. You may not know this, but the mother and child ghost has a special ability. The child ghost and the mother ghost share their 5 senses. Now that the mother ghost has been found, it has already recorded the entire battle process from last night. As Qinyang explained, he opened the video. There were 2 clips in the video. One showed Moronwu fighting the mother ghost, and the other showed Lin Momo fighting the child ghost. Qinyang directly skipped Moronwu's battle and started playing Lin Momo's fight. At first, the battle was fairly normal. Lin Momo went all out using lightning element spiritual energy techniques and telekinetic sword control. Her combat strength stayed between peak 3rd tier and early 4th tier. But against the 5th tier child ghost, her strength was clearly far behind. Even though she fought with everything she had, she was still constantly in danger. Just as Moronwu was watching with her heart in her throat, the whole style of the scene suddenly changed. A white beam of light suddenly shot out from Lin Momo's eyes. The white light struck the child ghost and erupted with terrifying power. In just an instant, it completely vaporized the child ghost. This, Moronwu finally understood how Lin Momo had managed to eliminate a 5th tier anomaly. But what exactly was that white light? Qinyang had clearly noticed Moronwu's confusion. He gave Lin Momo a complicated look. The president of the Soul Master Association said that was an eye technique, a kind of soul art. An eye technique? Although Moronwu was a ghost tamer of the soul path, she had never really studied soul arts, so she was naturally unfamiliar with eye techniques as well. Using one's gaze to activate a soul art. The name does fit. Wait, the president of the Soul Master Association? Captain Chun, did outsiders also see this video? Murong-Wu quickly realized something serious. Lin Momo had mastered an incredible skill, and now this secret had already been exposed. Like a child carrying gold through a busy market, it would be hard not to attract greed. Qin Yang explained, Old Master Ling, the president of the Soul Master Association, is the one who raised the mother and child ghost, and he was also the one who reported the ghost pet theft case. After our security team caught the mother ghost, we immediately notified him to come identify it. At the time, their Soul Master Association seemed to be holding some kind of gathering, so more than 10 Soul Masters came at once. For the purpose of handling the case, we asked Old Master Ling to command the mother ghost to replay what happened at the time of the incident. So at the time, all the Soul Masters present, along with the case personnel, saw that scene, and many of them even recorded the video on their phones. Teacher Murong and student Lin Momo, besides delivering the case closure notice, I also came here to inform you of this matter. Murong-Wu thanked him solemnly. Many thanks to Captain Chun for specially coming to tell us. As the saying went, a man is innocent, but the treasure he carries is not. Although Chen Yang hadn't said it directly, Murong-Wu knew a storm was about to come. All right, everything has been explained clearly, so I'll be taking my leave. Chen Yang said goodbye and left. Murong-Wu looked at Lin Momo, her gaze complicated. My student is even more outstanding than I imagined. But now is not the time for emotion. Murong-Wu grabbed Lin Momo's hand. Come on, we're leaving the hotel immediately. Teacher, where are we going? The Ghost Tamer Association. We need to find backing. The hotel was not far from the Ghost Tamer Association, just diagonally across the street. In less than 5 minutes, Murong-Wu brought Lin Momo to the Ghost Tamer Association. The Ghost Tamer Association's base was a large, old-style wooden residence. It covered a vast area and looked somewhat out of place in this bustling city. Murong-Wu brought Lin Momo to the front desk. Today's receptionist was a female ghost in ancient dress, with looks that could score an 8 out of 10. Lin Momo found it rather novel. Using a female ghost as the receptionist was probably something only the Ghost Tamer Association in all of Great Xia could pull off. Are you two here to register for the Ghost Tamer contract ceremony? The receptionist ghost wore a professional smile. I'm looking for someone. Murong Changfeng. You're looking for Elder Murong? May I ask if you have an appointment? No. Tell him Murong-Wu is here to see him. Yes. The receptionist ghost made a call. After a brief conversation, the smile on her face grew warmer. Ms. Murong and this student, please come with me. She led the two through the front hall, weaving through the old residence, until they arrived at a small garden in one of the courtyards. In the pavilion inside the garden, 2 elderly men in long robes were playing chess. Xiao Wu, you've come. The rounder old man, seeing the two approach, tossed down his chess piece and started to stand up. The game's not over. Trying to run again? The skinny old man grabbed the fat old man. Or are you going to resign by dropping your piece first? Admit defeat? Old man Peng, which I of you saw me lose. Let me tell you, I just have something urgent to do. Otherwise I'd beat you until you're crying for your father and mother. Oh really? Come on then, let's see you beat me. Murong Changfeng, if your chess skill were even half as good as your mouth, I wouldn't have crushed you 3 rounds in a row. That's because I was going easy on you since you're old. Come on then, don't go easy on me this round. Let me see what you've got. While the two argued, Murong-Wu had already brought Lin Momo to the front of the pavilion. Second uncle, old Peng, long time no see. Xiao Wu, it's true, we haven't seen each other for 2 or 3 years. So, how have you been in Lichuan? Have you found someone yet? Murong-Wu. Murong Changfeng spoke up. Old man Peng, what kind of memory do you have? Lichuan has already fallen. Alright, Lichuan has fallen. Murong Changfeng looked at Murong-Wu, then at Lin Momo. This time you're in the capital because you brought this little girl to participate in the contract ceremony, right? Your mother was complaining to me just yesterday, saying you're getting more and more outrageous. You came to the capital and still didn't go home for a visit. She told me that if I saw you, I had to lecture you a bit. Second uncle, we could talk about going home later. I came to find you this time because I need your help. Seeing Murong-Wu's serious expression, Murong Changfeng couldn't help but become serious too. We're family. What do you mean asking for? Just say it. Yes. Murong-Wu told them everything that had happened yesterday and today, as well as all of her worries. Those maggots from the Soul Master Association are really getting worse with age. They can't even figure out their own soul arts. And now they're eyeing other people's too. Old Peng slapped the stone table and jumped to his feet. Murong Changfeng was also glaring furiously, beard bristling. Xiao Wu, don't worry. Our Ghost Tamer Association will back this little girl. I'd like to see exactly which shameless bastards are even coveting a little girl's soul art. With your words, I'm relieved. Murong-Wu had brought Lin Momo to the Ghost Tamer Association precisely to find backing. Now that the 2 elders of the Ghost Tamer Association had made their stance clear, she and Lin Momo could finally be considered to have support in this capital. After finishing the serious matter, Murong Changfeng directly arranged for the 2 of them to stay at the Ghost Tamer Association. The contract ceremony was about to begin, and quite a few staff members from the Ghost Tamer Association had already gone outside the city to set up the venue, leaving many extra rooms, which worked out perfectly for Murong Wu and Lin Momo. After moving into the Ghost Tamer Association, the night passed without incident. Early the next morning, however, 3 uninvited guests arrived. They specifically came looking for Murong Wu and Lin Momo. What's coming will come eventually. Murong Wu brought Lin Momo to meet the visitors. There were 3 of them, 2 men and 1 woman. The oldest was a gaunt old man with a thin face and deeply sunken eye sockets. He looked like someone who had been malnourished for a long time, and his whole body gave off a gloomy aura. If someone ran into him in the wild, they would definitely mistake him for some kind of eerie being. After introductions, Murong Wu and Lin Momo learned that this withered old man was the president of the Soul Master Association. His surname was Ling, and everyone called him Old Ling. The other man was a middle-aged man. He was not tall, but very solidly built, dressed in a black combat suit, and looked quite imposing. His name was Luo Hao, director of the Tianjin Spiritual Energy Bureau. The last was a woman around 40 years old, wearing a qipao and glasses. Her name was Song Rong. She claimed to be from the Spiritual Energy Research Center and said she was non-combat personnel. I wonder what business you all have with us? Murong Wu asked flatly. Song Rong smiled and spoke. This must be student Lin Momo. As expected, you're truly outstanding and radiant. Hello. Lin Momo had already guessed why they had come, so she did not give them a pleasant expression either and only responded coolly. Song Rong was not annoyed by their attitude and continued. Here's the situation. Due to a certain coincidence, our Spiritual Energy Research Center saw a video of student Lin Momo using an eye technique to kill a 5th-rank Eerie. Soul arts have always been a weak point in Great Xia's spiritual energy world, and research into eye techniques is even rarer. So after seeing student Lin Momo's eye technique, I came here personally hoping to see that miraculous eye technique with my own eyes. I wonder if student Lin Momo can use it once more. Here it comes. Lin Momo understood their hidden intentions as clearly as a mirror, but she did not expose them, and instead said tactfully, sorry, my technique has a very long cooldown time, so I can't use it again for now. Cooldown time? How long? 1 year. Hearing Lin Momo's answer, Song Rong's expression stiffened for a moment, but she quickly smiled again. No matter. Since you can't use it, then please describe in detail the soul art structure of your eye technique, the method of using it, and how it integrates with the eyes. Lin Momo widened her eyes. Why should I? It was her first time seeing someone this shameless, trying to pry into someone else's secrets without the slightest trace of guilt. Why should you? Song Rong stared at Lin Momo with a heartbroken expression. Little girl, do you think I want to take your eye technique for myself? Our Spiritual Energy Research Center studies spiritual energy and researches spiritual energy techniques so that the spiritual energy users of Great Xia can better grasp spiritual energy and use spiritual energy. Your eye technique is exactly the blind spot in our research. With this eye technique, we might be able to develop even more powerful eye techniques. Little girl, as a member of Great Xia, enjoying Great Xia's protection, don't you have even the slightest bit of gratitude? Contributing your eye technique won't harm you in the slightest, yet it would be a tremendous help to our research. Little girl, are you really so selfish that you're unwilling to make even this tiny sacrifice? Lin Momo was dumbfounded. This person was trying to steal someone else's secret, yet could make it sound so righteous and high-minded. At this moment, Murong Wu spoke up. Handing over the eye technique is naturally not a problem, but our eye technique is a god-tier soul skill, so we definitely can't just give away for free. My demand isn't high. Just trade Emperor Yu's 9 Cauldrons spirit nurturing art, and you Emperor Fist for it. A god tier for an Emperor tier. We'd still be the ones taking the loss. But for the greater cause of Great Xia, we'll accept a small loss. Just like you said, for the bigger picture of Great Xia, Emperor Yu would surely be willing to hand over these 2 Emperor tier techniques, right? Song Rong opened her mouth, but was choked speechless. Who was Emperor Yu? He was Great Xia's only Emperor rank powerhouse, Great Xia's guardian god. How can Emperor Yu's secret inheritance be handed over just because you say so? Murong Wu, don't you think your condition is ridiculous? Song Rong, don't you think your double standard is even more absurd? Emperor Yu's secret inheritance can't be casually given away, but ours must be offered up? What kind of rule is that? You're twisting words and forcing logic. In the middle of the argument, loud laughter suddenly rang out from the distance. Well said. Murong Changfeng and Old Peng walked over together. Song Rong, you old witch, Ling the maggot, stealing a junior's secret art. Have you no shame? And you too, Luo Hao. Your Spiritual Energy Bureau came to join this circus as well. Old Ling immediately flew into a rage, glaring with his deeply sunken eyeballs. Murong Changfeng, Peng Su, you 2 old lunatics, what does this have to do with you? Murong Changfeng shouted. Ling the maggot, open your bug eyes and look where you are. Bullying juniors in the Ghost Tamer Association. How is that none of my business? Old Ling refused to back down. Murong Changfeng, Peng Su, listen carefully. We didn't come here today just on our own behalf. We also represent the will of several kings. He said viciously, that technique must be handed over today. If you cooperate, then if several kings are in a good mood, they might even toss this little girl some small reward. But if you don't cooperate, you'll be in for it. Oh hell no. Negotiation failed. So now you're going to rob us in broad daylight? Murong Chongfeng and Old Peng rolled up their sleeves. Come on, use whatever tricks you've got. I'd like to see what kind of waves you think you can make here in the Ghost Tamer Association. Just as the argument was escalating without end, a staff member suddenly came running over in a panic. The Yi family head and the dean of the Spiritual Energy Research Institute have arrived. Yi Zhong, head of the Yi family. Ling Zun, dean of the Spiritual Energy Research Institute. Two 7th-rank kings had arrived together. Hearing the names of the visitors, Murong Wu and the others all felt their hearts skip a beat. They knew Lin Momo's technique carried great weight and might attract the greed of 7th-rank kings. But they had never expected that 7th-rank kings would actually disregard their dignity and come in person. And not just one, 2 of them had come at once. That made their hearts sink, and the pressure they felt instantly doubled. Murong Changjian shot Elder Peng a look. Elder Peng immediately understood and ran out to call for reinforcements. The 2 kings saw this, but neither tried to stop him. So you're Lin Momo? Yi Zhong's gaze was deep, and an invisible spiritual pressure instantly enveloped Lin Momo. Lin Momo only felt her vision go dark and her ears ring. Her soul suffered a heavy blow, like a lone boat in a raging storm, ready to capsize at any moment. Patriarchia, what are you doing? Murong Chongfeng roared and flashed in front of Lin Momo, blocking that vast spiritual pressure. In that instant, the pressure on Lin Momo's body suddenly lightened. A metallic tang rose in her throat, and she spat out a cloud of blood. A 7th-rank king's strength was simply too terrifying. Just that brief instant of spiritual pressure had actually caused her fairly serious internal injuries. Momo, are you okay? Murong Wu immediately rushed over, shielding Lin Momo as she glared angrily at Yi Zhong. Teacher, I'm fine. Lin Momo wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked coldly at Yi Zhong. In that moment, she had already realized another layer of his identity. The head of the Yi family in Kyoto, wasn't he Yi Lin's father, the one she had encountered earlier at Seoul Burial Ridge? It seemed this man already knew that she and her aunt had joined forces to kill his subordinate Wang Hui. Many of Lin Momo's doubts were completely resolved at this moment. This Yi Zhong had probably wanted to make a move on her for a long time. The mother and child ghost attack the night before last had definitely not been an accident either, but a long-planned scheme. Patriarchy, there's no need for this. Ling Zun spoke. Yi Zhong withdrew his oppressive aura. Ling Zun walked up to Lin Momo and said with a smile, "You must be Lin Momo, right?" He did not look very old, only seeming to be in his 30s. His appearance was ordinary, but there was a peaceful aura around him. He looked approachable, as if he wore a mask on his face, but Lin Momo instinctively disliked him. Lin Momo greeted him cautiously. Ling Zun kept smiling. Lin Momo, I've seen your technique. It's powerful and exquisite. Such a powerful ability would be too much of a waste if only you alone possessed it. Hand it over to us, and let us help it shine. Lin Momo finally understood why she felt so repulsed by this person. This man was false from head to toe. What if I say I'm unwilling? Lin Momo asked, TB in such a hurry to refuse. Ling Zun was still smiling. Listen to my terms first. As long as you're willing to hand over your technique. In exchange, our Psychic Energy Research Institute will give you 5 psychic techniques, each at least 5th rank. In addition, we'll give you cultivation resources worth no less than 10 million. Lin Momo curled her lips. They had made such a grand show of force, only to offer 5 5th rank psychic techniques and 10 million, not to mention 10 million. Even if it were 100 million, she would not spare a glance, because she knew her technique was worth far more than that. But right now, she did not dare to refuse rashly. She knew Ling Zun seemed to be discussing it with her, but in truth, there was no room for discussion at all. And as for Yi Zhong, he looked like he wanted nothing more than to directly force an answer out of her. 2 7th rank kings were not something she and Teacher Murong could contend with right now. Student Lin Momo, you'd better think carefully before answering. Though it sounded like negotiation, Lin Momo heard a thick note of threat in his words. She seriously doubted whether, if she kept refusing to cooperate, she and Teacher Murong would still be able to leave Tianjing safely. Just as she hesitated, a booming voice suddenly rang out. Who is it that's acting wild in my Ghost Tamer Association? Gui Laosan, 3rd Master. Ling Zun's expression stiffened, but he immediately put on a smile and went up to greet him. Yi Zhong, meanwhile, frowned as he looked at the newcomer. Gui Laosan, president of the Ghost Tamer Association, was a 6th rank, 9-star Ghost Tamer. Don't be fooled by the fact that he was only 6th rank. His ghost spirit was a terrifying 7th rank, 9-star existence. All kings knew that once Gui Laosan broke through into the 7th rank, his ghost spirit would grow into a ghost emperor, and he, Gui Laosan, would become Great Xia's 2nd expert with emperor rank power. So even though he was not yet in the king realm, all kings were deeply wary of him. Gue Laosan was a burly man with a full beard. The moment he entered, he shouted at the top of his lungs, Ling Zun, and Yi Zhong too. I heard you're threatening someone from my Ghost Tamer Association. Ling Zun smiled and said, Third Master, you must be joking. I was just discussing something with this young friend. Oomph. Don't think I don't know. You're after my disciple granddaughter's eye technique. Let me tell you, not a chance. Go back to wherever you came from. Gue Laosan was clearly hot-tempered and did not leave the two any room for negotiation. Yi Zhong's brow twitched, and he said coldly, Gue Laosan, if you're going to wade into this muddy water? What? You got a problem with that? Yi Zhong, don't think I'm afraid of you, just because you're 7th rank. Let me tell you, if you want me, Gue Laosan, to bow my head, you're still not qualified. What if it's me then? A voice came from outside the door. A square-faced man in military uniform strode in with imposing steps. The Spiritual Energy General Bureau's Sword King, Gu Bulyuo. Everyone turned to look. Sword King Gu Bulyuo, 7th rank, 9-star. He was known as the strongest person below the 8th rank. One of the few people in Great Xia with the greatest authority and the most top-tier strength. Gue Laosan's face turned ashen. Sword King, even you're going to bully a junior? Gu Bulyuo shook his head helplessly. Bullying is too strong a word, but I really did come to ask this young lady to hand over her eye technique. Gue Laosan, you know that in Great Xia's spiritual energy world, the main system has always been psychic arts, with the soul system as support. But as a ghost tamer, you should know that the soul system is no weaker than the psychic art system. What's weak is only our development of soul-type professions. Now, in this young lady Lin Momo's eye technique, I see an entirely new expression of soul power. There may even be the power of laws hidden within it. It may be a key to pry open a transformation in our soul system cultivation framework. This eye technique is very important to Great Xia. I have no choice but to throw away my pride and pressure this young lady. Sword King Gu, before today, I actually respected you quite a bit. But looking at things now, I was wrong about you. Gue Laosan pointed at Gu Bulyuo. I don't understand any grand principles, but I do know this. No one has the right to force someone else to hand over their unique art. If you want young lady Lin Momo's unique art, fine, but you must have her consent. If anyone dares to commit robbery by force, then don't blame me, Gue Laosan, for being rude. Gu Bulyuo looked at the stubborn Gue Laosan and frowned slightly. Gue Laosan, strictly speaking, this young lady doesn't really have much to do with you, does she? Aren't you interfering a little too broadly? Take a look around. Ghost Tamer Association. Gue Laosan pointed at Lin Momo. That's one of my Ghost Tamer Association people. How is that unrelated to me? Gu Bulyuo shook his head. As far as I know, this young lady is not a ghost tamer. After tomorrow, she will be. And you're so certain this young lady can successfully contract a ghost spirit? Gu Bulyuo looked at Gue Laosan's resolute attitude and let out a cold snort. Fine. Then we'll talk again after tomorrow. The ghost tamer contract ceremony was not delayed because of yesterday's little incident. Early in the morning, Lin Momo boarded the Ghost Tamer Association's battleship together with the many students participating in this contract ceremony and flew toward the ceremony site. Momo, relax. You can definitely do it. Moromu noticed the serious expression on Lin Momo's face. Lin Momo nodded heavily. Her feelings were complicated. It was not just nervousness, but even more excitement, along with a trace of unease. She was excited because after so many years, she finally had a chance to see her father in reality. Her father had been gone for nearly 12 years. Back then, she had still been a little girl who understood nothing, and the image of her father in her memory had long since become blurry. But the more they were separated by life and death, the more she missed him. Until last time, when her father told her in a dream that he would wait for her contract in the world of the dead. From that moment on, Lin Momo devoted herself wholeheartedly to ghost tamer cultivation, all for the sake of successfully forming a contract with her father. Now that the contract ceremony was right in front of her, she felt a little uneasy again. She worried that her soul power was not strong enough and feared something might go wrong during the contract ceremony. Lin Momo, come on. You can definitely do it. Lin Momo secretly clenched her fist to cheer herself on. The battleship flew out of Tianjing Bay City and kept heading north for more than 1,000 kilometers before descending onto a mountaintop platform in a vast mountain range. The moment they got off the battleship, everyone saw a massive magic array standing in the center of the platform. Outside the array, thousands of combat personnel were stationed. Countless staff members were also moving in and out of the array, making the final preparations. About an hour later, a staff member came before the students. The auspicious time has arrived. Students, please line up and enter the contract grand array in order. The students followed the instructions and entered in line. Lin Momo entered the grand array along with the others. The moment she stepped in, she immediately felt as if she had arrived in an unknown space filled with mist. The figures around her had already disappeared without a trace. It started. Lin Momo understood at once. She immediately sat down cross-legged and activated the contract art. As the contract art activated, Lin Momo felt that the grand array around her seemed to be resonating with her soul. The Grand Array unleashed some kind of strange mighty power, and, carrying that resonance, crossed the barriers between worlds and sent out a summons toward an unknown world. At the same time, in the underworld, the world of the dead, Lin had already been sitting still for many days. If I count the time, it should be today. He quietly waited for the summons from the world of the living. Suddenly, a familiar and intimate soul fluctuation crossed time, space, and dimensions, sounding in the depths of his heart. It's here. Lin Yan opened his eyes, his heart full of joy. There's no mistake. It's Momo's soul fluctuation. The host has received a soul contract request. Applicant, Lin Momo. Identity, host daughter, soul power realm. Third rank, second star. Soul compatibility, 100%. Due to the excessive gap in strength between the two parties of the contract, a contract cannot be completed through normal procedures. This system has made changes to the contract. Contracting parties, Ghost Spirit. Lin Yan, father, 8th rank, 2nd star. Ghost Tamer. Lin Momo, female, 3rd rank, 2nd star. Contract terms. The two parties sign an equal soul contract. The Ghost Tamer may summon the Ghost Spirit into her world. Accept. Yes. Lin Yan did not hesitate. At the same time, a similar dialogue box also appeared in Lin Momo's mind. She was puzzled, but she did not hesitate. She saw her father's name and chose yes, almost without thinking. In an instant, Lin Momo felt a familiar soul connection appear within her soul sea. It's Dad's aura. It was a mysterious and indescribable experience. From this moment on, her soul and her father's soul had established a close connection. Summoned. She could not wait to see her father. The world of the dead. Lin Yan sensed the soul seed that had suddenly appeared in his soul sea. Within his vast soul sea, Lin Momo's soul seed was like a bright lamp on an endless ocean. Though tiny, it shone brilliantly. Through that one soul seed, Lin Momo's experiences over the past 10-odd years in the Great Xiao world were displayed one by one. In kindergarten, Lin Momo was mocked by other children for having no father and no mother. She always fought back without hesitation with her fists, but afterward she would hide alone in a corner and secretly wipe away her tears. In elementary school, Lin Momo watched other classmates enjoy happy family moments together. She would always say with disdain, "I have my aunt," yet in the dead of night, she would secretly look at photos of her parents and cry. By middle school, Lin Momo had already learned to be strong and never showed her weak side in front of others. That was how she grew up, like wild grass, tenaciously and sturdily. "Momo, these years you've suffered." Lin Yan only felt his nose sting, and he could not help but shed tears. He also saw every little thing Chu had done to take care of Lin Momo. He saw how she had fallen into danger in order to save Lin Momo. Chu, that little girl, has grown up too. Lin Yan sighed with emotion. The little girl who used to cling to him and call him brother-in-law had, without anyone noticing, already become the towering tree sheltering Lin Momo. In the end, Lin Yan also saw a group of King Realm experts forcing Lin Momo to hand over the two great eye techniques. Courting death. How dare they bully my daughter? Lin Yan's eyes went wide with rage. At that moment, he suddenly felt a summons coming from the depths of his soul. The power of the contract had already passed through layer after layer of worlds, building a passage to the Great Xiao world for him. So, this is contract summoning. Lin Yan understood and stepped into the passage. Someone succeeded in contracting. It's a second-rank ghost spirit. Someone else succeeded, a first-rank ghost spirit. As long as they can successfully contract, they're all good seedlings. A crowd of ghost tamers stood outside the Grand Array, craning their necks to watch. There were also quite a few powerful experts who had personally come to the scene. The once-a-year contract ceremony had always been a major focus of attention. Look, that kid from Modu contracted a 4th-rank ghost spirit. He awakened as a 3rd-rank ghost tamer right away and even contracted a 4th-rank ghost spirit. This kid's future is limitless. As one student after another successfully formed contracts, exclamations of amazement kept rising from the crowd. Right at that moment, a terrifying pressure that made hearts tremble suddenly came from the void. What is that? Look, what's that? In the void not far above the contract Grand Array, a crack was suddenly torn open by an unknown force. Then, a massive figure seemed to be trying to squeeze into the space-time through that tear. Endless world power manifested at this moment. Countless chains of laws, strengthened by the power of the world, wrapped toward that figure as if trying to block its entry. What exactly is that thing? I can feel a horrifying power far beyond the king realm. A king roared. It seems to be a contracted ghost spirit. This is bad. Could something have gone wrong with the contract ceremony? All personnel, stay alert. Be ready to engage at any moment. Everyone faced a great enemy. Just as everyone was panicking, that figure suddenly vanished in a strange way, and the torn space-time passage gradually healed until it returned to normal. As if nothing had happened. What just happened? What exactly was that just now? Everyone was completely confused, successfully summoned, and descended into the world of the living. You have completed your resistance against the power of the world. You have greatly increased your freedom when descending into the world of the living and correspondingly reduced the Ghost Tamer's soul power consumption. Ghost Tamer summons will no longer limit your strength. Every time you are summoned, you will descend in your complete form. Your current strength is 8th rank, 2nd star. Lin Yan appeared in front of Lin Momo, Dad. Lin Momo threw herself into Lin Yan's arms. The grievance, bitterness, and endless longing she had built up over the past 12 years all erupted at this moment. Tears fell from her eyes like pearls from a snapped string, and she cried so hard she could barely make sound. Lin Yan gently patted Lin Momo's back, savoring this warm moment he had dreamed of for many years. Lin Momo cried for quite a while before finally calming down. A little embarrassed, she slowly pulled herself out of Lin Yan's embrace and secretly studied his familiar yet unfamiliar face. Momo, from today on, Dad is your contracted ghost spirit. From now on, Dad will protect you and never let anyone bully you again. MHM. Lin Momo nodded. For all these years, she had never been as happy as she was at this moment. As for her father's strength, she had not doubted it for even a second. Lin Yan looked at the system. Contract successful. Mission contract completed. Because you already know the secret of the path to godhood, the reward has been changed. Reward 1. A large strand of yang power. Note, this large strand of yang power is enough for you to break through 3 minor realm bottlenecks in a row. Reward 2. Emperor Tier Dual Soul and Spell Cultivation Technique. Thunder Ghost Emperor Scripture. Note, an Emperor Tier technique from the Great Thousand Reincarnation World. This technique can help Lin Momo cultivate both soul power and thunder-type spiritual energy at the same time, achieving dual soul and spell cultivation. The original mission has been completed. A new mission is being generated. New mission cultivation has been triggered. Mission cultivation. Nurture your daughter Lin Momo and help her grow quickly. Description. The more your daughter's strength increases, the stronger your power will become. Reward. Every time your daughter experiences a major breakthrough in strength, you will receive a certain reward. Completing the contract mission had not only given him a huge number of rewards, but had also triggered a new mission. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. He had no worries at all about the system's rewards. And based on his experience, the vaguer the reward for this kind of mission was, the more generous the reward would be after completion. He looked at Lin Momo. Momo, relax your mind. Dad is going to pass a cultivation technique to you. MHM. Lin Momo immediately relaxed her mind. An obscure cultivation technique was transmitted into her mind. The Thunder Ghost Emperor Scripture. Emperor Tier. Dual Soul and Spell Cultivation. Feeling the information flowing into her mind, Lin Momo was so shocked her mouth hung open. From now on, this is what you'll cultivate, Lin Yan said. Your thunder talent is very strong. It can't be wasted like this. MHM. Lin Momo nodded hard. Before this, she had been forced to give up continuing her cultivation in the thunder type class because she had no other choice. Now that she had the opportunity, she was naturally willing to pick it up again and cultivate it alongside her Ghost Tamer class. In the future, once she had grown stronger, she would be able to fight side by side with her father instead of always hiding behind him and receiving his protection. Lin Momo had already started looking forward to the day when she could fight alongside her father. At the same time, outside, Momo succeeded. Morong Wu excitedly clenched her fist. As Lin Momo's mentor, ever since Lin Momo gave up thunder specialization to focus on becoming a Ghost Tamer, a huge amount of pressure had been on her shoulders. She had been very afraid that Lin Momo would fail the contract. If she failed, it would not only mean that nearly half a year of Lin Momo's effort had gone to waste, but also represent her own dereliction of duty. Fortunately, now, she had finally succeeded. At the side, Morong Changfeng clapped and laughed. I told you Lin Momo, this little girl, is exceptionally gifted. Contracting a ghost spirit is a piece of cake for her. Exactly. Elder Peng stroked his beard. These big shots from the Ghost Tamer Association had not been this happy over a junior's successful contract in a very long time. At this moment, Ghost Third suddenly frowned. Something's wrong. Take a careful look at the contracted ghost spirit's realm. What's wrong? Let me see. Everyone immediately began to investigate. Chem? I can't detect it. What's going on? Wait, wasn't little Lin Momo only a 3rd tier, 2nd star soul power? Logically, the highest ghost spirit she should be able to contract is 4th tier, 2nd star. This isn't right. Could something have gone wrong? Why isn't the little girl coming out yet? Don't tell me she got hit by backlash from the ghost spirit. Everyone started talking at once, and worry rose again. Meanwhile, Lin Momo was telling her father about her experiences over the past few years, and had no idea what was happening outside. Lin Yan had already roughly learned about Lin Momo's experiences, but he was still more than happy to listen to his daughter tell him everything slowly. There were some differences between what his daughter told him and what Lin Yan had seen in her soul mark. She always shared the good news and not the bad, telling Lin Yan about her joys while brushing past the grievances she had suffered before. Only when she spoke about her Aunt Shu, could she not stop herself from worrying. Momo, don't worry. After we return to Jinling, Dad will take you to find your aunt. Through fragments of Lin Momo's memories, Lin Yan already knew what the black fog shrouding the southern region of Great Xia and Lichuan province was. It was precisely a world fragment mixed with the power of the underworld. As for why a fragment carrying the power of the underworld had descended upon the Great Xia world, Lin Yan immediately thought of what Qingzhou Yama had said. The Chaos Camp launched an attack on this reincarnation world, and nearly 1,000 Yang worlds were affected. Clearly, the Great Xia world was also one of the affected worlds. When it came to the rules of the underworld, Lin Yan was the most familiar with them. Bringing one person out from there was not a difficult matter. MHM. Lin Momo nodded. From the moment the contract was signed, she had felt the endless mighty power hidden within her father's soul. She believed that in this world, there was nothing that could trouble her father. All right, let's go out. Your teacher and the people who care about you are all worried about you. MHM. Lin Momo stood up and stepped forward. With just one step, she walked out of the great formation. Momo, you're out. Seeing Lin Momo come out, Moron Wu hurriedly rushed in front of her, shielding her while staring at Lin Yan, who had come out with her, with a face full of vigilance. The ghost spirit before her gave her an oppressive feeling she could not possibly resist. It was as if, with just a crook of his finger, she would be crushed in an instant. At this time, Ghost Third, Murong Changfeng, and Elder Peng, who had hurried over right after, also summoned their own ghost spirits and stared at Lin Yan with full vigilance. They all had the same feeling as Murong Wu. Teacher, what are you doing? Lin Momo looked at them in surprise. Momo, what exactly happened with your contract? Did you succeed or not? Of course I succeeded. Lin Momo broke free from Murong Wu's hands, walked to Lin Yan's side, and took his hand. Teacher, let me introduce my ghost spirit to you. He is my ghost spirit, and also my father. Her face was full of pride. Father? Everyone was a little stunned. Lin Yan spoke. Greetings, everyone. My name is Lin Yan. I am Momo's father, and now, also her contracted ghost spirit. Momo's father? Murong Wu recalled Lin Momo's records. The name of her deceased father was indeed Lin Yan. Really her father? Everyone was astonished. A father and daughter signing a ghost spirit contract together. This was truly something they had never seen before. After a round of conversation, everyone finally accepted the fact that Lin Yan had become Lin Momo's contracted ghost spirit. At this time, the other people's contract ceremonies had also basically ended. The successful ones were overjoyed, while the failed ones hung their heads in dejection. Everyone began boarding the warship, preparing for the return trip. Momo, we won't be taking this warship. Lin Yan suddenly said. Mr. Lin Yan, what are you planning to do? Murong Wu asked in confusion. Lin Yan took Lin Momo's hand. Some people once bullied my daughter. They must pay the price they deserve. I can't wait any longer. As he spoke, Lin Yan's aura began to rise without end. Everyone felt an endless mighty power awakening from Lin Yan's body. It was like an ancient god that had lain dormant was reviving. The terrifying power was so great that even this world itself seemed unable to bear it. Everyone felt an urge to submit, rising from the depths of their hearts. Teacher Murong, everyone, do you want to come along? Their minds went completely blank, and they almost nodded on instinct. Let's go. Lin Yan held Lin Momo's hand and rose into the air. Behind them, Murong Wu and the others also felt their bodies lose control as they flew forward together. When Gue Lao-san came back to his senses, he looked into his contract space, only to discover that the Ghost King, with 7th rank, 9-star strength, was curled up in the corner, trembling. Gue Lao-san's pupils shook violently. He could finally confirm that Lin Yan was the legendary Ghost Emperor. With several people in tow, Lin Yan arrived above Tianjing Bay City in an instant. Standing high in the sky, Lin Yan swept the area with his spiritual sense. Found one. As he spoke, he pointed downward with one hand. Boom! A gigantic finger whistled as it pressed down toward the ground. What is that? The person below instantly sensed the endless pressure descending from the sky above. He looked up, only to see a finger like a heavenly pillar descending from beyond the heavens, wrapped in blazing flames as it came roaring down. He instinctively tried to flee, but he discovered that his body had already been bound by an invisible force, unable to move at all. Boom! The finger crushed down onto the ground, smashing the person below together with the house he was in. President Ling of the Soul Master Association did not even know what had happened until his soul was scattered. Who goes there? A furious shout came from the base city below. Appearing along with the voice was a sturdy man with a giant bronze cauldron above his head. You Emperor! Murong Changfeng and the others cried out in shock. Lin Yan's action had actually drawn out Great Xia's guardian deity, the only Emperor Realm expert. You Emperor, in person. Su. Reincarnation Ghost Emperor. Xia, you recognized Lin Yan. You dare invade my Great Xia. As he spoke, he swung up the giant cauldron, ready to launch an attack at any moment. You Emperor? Not a bad name. Lin Yan looked at Xiaoyu. Are you sure you want to fight me here? Xiaoyu looked at Tianjing Base City beneath his feet, his expression growing grave. A battle between emperors could destroy heaven and earth. If they really started fighting, the base city below would inevitably be reduced to ruins. Even the world of Great Xia itself might be crippled. Reincarnation Ghost Emperor. Why exactly have you invaded Great Xia? Invaded? Lin Yan grinned and raised the hand holding Lin Momo's. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Yan. Right now, I am my daughter Lin Momo's contracted ghost spirit. So let me correct you. I did not invade or sneak across. I entered the world of the living through proper channels. If you and I fight again, this time the power of Great Xia's world won't favor you. Contracted ghost spirit? Xiaoyu felt like his brain was having trouble processing it. Reincarnation Ghost Emperor. You've been contracted? And your contractor is your daughter, a citizen of my Great Xia. He shook his head, as if trying to clear it up a little. Is it that hard to understand? Lin Yan realized that this Great Xia's only Emperor Realm expert did not seem very bright. Xiaoyu thought for a moment. So by that logic, you can now be counted as one of Great Xia's people. Lin Yan nodded. You can understand it that way. Xiaoyu asked again, then what was the meaning of your sudden attack on Tianjing Bay City just now? I merely casually killed one person. What's there to make such a fuss about? If I were really attacking the Bay City, do you think you'd still be seeing Tianjing Bay City in one piece? That makes sense. Wait, why did you kill someone? Why? Lin Yan's expression turned cold. Anyone who bullies my daughter deserves death. As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed through the air. Below, two people were lifted up while struggling, as though invisible hands had seized them by the throat. Who? Who is it? Yi Zhong clawed wildly at the air with both hands, screaming in terror. Ling Zun was the same, struggling with all his might, yet unable to break free from the invisible restraint no matter what he did. The two kings who had once lorded over a region were now like baby chicks, lifted high into the sky by an invisible giant hand. Yi Zhong and Ling Zun. Xiaoyu frowned. He naturally recognized both kings of the capital. He just did not know how these two had managed to bully the daughter of the fiend before him. After confirming the identities of those who had been captured, Gue Laosan and the others were so shocked they could not speak. Seventh-rank kings. Major figures standing at the top of Great Xia's cultivation world were actually as tiny as ants in Lin Yan's hands, unable to offer even the slightest struggle or resistance. Was the gap between the 8th rank and the 7th rank really this huge? Or was it simply that Lin Yan alone was terrifyingly strong? You Emperor, save me. You Emperor, save me. When the two saw Xiaoyu, it was as if they had grabbed hold of their last life-saving straw. You two, before calling for help, shouldn't you first think about who wants to kill you? Lin Yan's voice was like it came from the deepest nether prison, cold and sharp. Who are you? We don't even know you. Why are you targeting us? Feeling the abyss-like, terrifying power from Lin Yan, the two instantly realized who was attacking them. Do you know me? A trace of brutality flashed across Lin Yan's face. When you were forcing my daughter, you should have thought that this day would come. Daughter. Only then did the two notice Lin Momo, whose hand Lin Yan was holding. Su. Their pupils shrank slightly, and they finally understood how they had provoked the person before them. A little girl like Lin Momo, who looked harmless to humans and animals alike, actually had a father like this, a peerless fiend. Who could possibly have guessed that? The two suddenly felt deeply wronged. Wait, my lord, and classmate Lin Momo, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. After understanding the cause and effect, Ling Zun immediately began begging for mercy. Seeing Ling Zun do this, Yi Zhong followed suit. He curled his legs up, making a kneeling posture. My lord, spare me. Classmate Lin Momo, spare me. I'm willing to compensate. Crack. Before they could finish speaking, both their necks had already been twisted off. At the same time, Lin Yan also erased their souls. Clearly, Lin Yan did not have much patience to listen to their excuses. You Emperor, I killed them. You don't have any objections, do you? After killing them, Lin Yan asked. Xiaoyu's eyebrows twitched. They're already dead, so what's the point of asking? No objections. He could only answer in a deep voice. Since they once bullied your daughter, they can be considered to have deserved death. Lin Yan added. The Yi family is full of scum too. I plan to wipe them out. You don't have any objections, right? Xiaoyu opened his mouth, then compromised. Fine. But this matter ends here. It cannot implicate any more people. Naturally, I'm not some bloodthirsty person. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Not bloodthirsty? Xiaoyu had no energy to complain. Oh, right. Lin Yan continued. The Spiritual Energy Research Association and the Spiritual Energy Bureau also took part in oppressing my daughter. They may escape death, but they won't escape punishment. But I'm broad-minded and don't plan to pursue it too harshly. Of course, compensation cannot be lacking. I'll trouble you, you Emperor, to personally supervise it. Xiaoyu nodded, his face dark. Fine. Whatever you say. After wiping out the Yi family, Lin Yan sensed Lin Momo's soul power become unstable for a moment. This was a sign of severe soul power consumption. Lin Yan was now Lin Momo's contracted ghost spirit. Every move he made here would consume her soul power. Momo is still too weak right now. If I go all out in combat, the burden on her soul power is too great. Lin Yan muttered to himself. After entrusting Lin Momo to Murong Wu and saying his goodbyes, Lin Yan finally left with great reluctance. He finally left. Watching Lin Yan slowly disappear into the contract passage, Xiaoyu let out a long breath. No matter how he looked at this god of slaughter, he found him unpleasant. But he just couldn't do anything to the other party. When he looked at Lin Momo again, his gaze became even more complicated. Thankfully, this little girl, named Lin Momo, seemed to have a fairly gentle personality. She hadn't inherited her father's habit of killing the moment someone disagreed with him. He absolutely had to tell her teacher to guide her well and make sure she didn't go down the wrong path. Xiaoyu silently made up his mind. He walked up to Murong Wu and Lin Momo, forcing a kind smile onto his face as much as possible. Hello, classmate Lin Momo. My name is Xiaoyu. Hello, Emperor Yu. Lin Momo quickly greeted him. The great name of Emperor Yu was probably known by everyone in Great Xia. No need to be so polite. No need to be so polite. Xiaoyu quickly waved his hand. Come to think of it, your father and I can be considered old acquaintances. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Xia. Milímetro, no discorde, no concorde. Xiaoyu added silently in his heart. Hello, Uncle Xia. Lin Momo tactfully greeted him. Good, good, good. Xiaoyu laughed cheerfully. This little girl was much more pleasing to the eye than her father. Come on, Uncle Xia will take you to the Spiritual Energy Bureau and the Spiritual Energy Research Institute to demand compensation. He had to coax this little girl properly. Otherwise, if she complained to her father, it might end in rivers of blood all over again. Xiaoyu brought Lin Momo and the members of the Ghost Tamer Association to the Spiritual Energy Bureau and the Spiritual Energy Research Institute to demand compensation. With Emperor Yu personally stepping in, the matter of compensation was naturally easy to settle. Rather than compensation, it was more like using resources to curry favor with Lin Momo. In any case, they gave happily, and Lin Momo accepted treasures until her hands were practically numb. After all the commotion, it was not until evening that Lin Momo, Murong Wu, and the Ghost Tamer Association group finally returned loaded down with rewards. When Murong Wu recalled how Emperor Yu had grabbed her hand before parting and earnestly instructed her that she absolutely had to educate Lin Momo well, because Great Xia could not afford another star of slaughter, she couldn't help but find it funny inside. She knew Momo's personality best. She was definitely the most well-behaved, kind, and sensible girl Murong Wu had ever seen. Still, there was one thing Emperor Yu hadn't said wrong. They absolutely had to protect Momo's safety and not let her suffer even the slightest harm. Otherwise, if her star of slaughter father went mad, Great Xia would probably once again be drowned in bloody storms and rolling heads. Everyone returned to the Ghost Tamer Association. The few old men finally snapped out of their dazed state. The experiences of this day had been too surreal. A little girl had actually contracted a ghost emperor. A ghost emperor. The second emperor-level existence in the entire world of Great Xia. Besides, Emperor Yu had appeared before their eyes just like that. Now, who would still dare say ghost tamers were weak? They stared at Lin Momo as if they were staring at a peerless treasure. Ahem, I've decided. Starting today, classmate Lin Momo will be the president of our Ghost Tamer Association. Gue Lao San made the decision with a face full of fanaticism. Once the Ghost Emperor appears, who can contend with him? Murong Changfeng and Elder Peng immediately nodded in agreement. Lin Momo was speechless for a moment. Wait, are you people serious? You're asking me, a third-rank ghost tamer who's 15 years old, to be president. Do you think that's appropriate? Looking at the fanatical group, Lin Momo didn't know how to respond for a moment. Momo, ignore them. Murong Wu was also speechless. Once these few finish their bout of madness, they'll naturally go back to normal. Girl from the Murong family. What do you mean by that? Gue Laosin blew his beard and glared. I'm very serious. Murong Wu smacked her forehead. President Gue, do you think the position of president of your Ghost Tamer Association is that desirable? It doesn't have any real power, but there's a huge pile of rotten business. Every year you have to organize contract ceremonies, and you also have to constantly handle all kinds of ghost spirit backlash incidents. You're trying to make Momo take over your mess so you can go out and enjoy yourself, aren't you? When Gue Laosan heard that, he realized that really was the case, and he couldn't help feeling some disgust toward the position of president of the Ghost Tamer Association himself. No, that's not what I meant. Momo is still young, and her realm is still low. She has plenty of room for growth, so she can't be delayed by these trivial matters. Murong Wu said, President Gue, if you truly mean well, you can let Momo hold some honorary position in the Ghost Tamer Association. Of course, the benefits can't be lacking. Ghost artifacts, soul fruits, soul coins, whatever should be given must be given. Huh, that actually seems possible. Gue Laosan's eyes lit up. Classmate Lin Momo, how about taking an honorary position as vice president in our Ghost Tamer Association? The Ghost Tamer Association might not have much else, but it really did have plenty of soul coins. If Lin Momo was listed under its name, that would also mean the Ghost Emperor was stationed here in name. Let's see who would still dare show off in front of us in the future. Gue Lao San thought smugly. The few of them hit it off immediately and settled the matter just like that. For Lin Momo, taking a post in the Ghost Tamer Association had no downside. And earlier, these few had stood up for her against several King Realm experts. Lin Momo had always remembered that in her heart, so she was also willing to return the favor. After soothing the several old men, Lin Momo and Murong Wu finally had time to sort through the day's gains. The resources they had obtained from the Spiritual Energy Bureau and the Spiritual Energy Research Institute were quite abundant. They could roughly be divided into three major categories: spiritual energy resources, spiritual energy skills, and spirit artifacts. For Lin Momo, the most useful were naturally the spiritual energy resources, including all kinds of spiritual liquids, spiritual fruits, and so on. A large amount of spiritual energy resources could help her spiritual energy profession break through to the 4th rank in a short time, and might even let her launch an assault toward the 5th rank. As for spiritual energy skills, they were naturally all quite good as well, but mastering new spiritual energy skills required study and a great deal of practice. Besides, there was a saying, better not to be greedy for too much. As for spiritual energy skills, having enough to use was fine. There were also spirit artifacts, and they were all quite good, but compared to the 3 spirit artifacts in Lin Momo's hands, they were still a bit inferior. When Murong-Wu heard that Lin Momo wanted to cultivate soul and law together, she was quite surprised. But after learning that it was Lin Yan's suggestion, she said no more. In her words, as a ghost emperor, Lin Yan must be extremely knowledgeable. His insight may very well be unmatched by anyone in all of Great Xia. So his suggestion is naturally not wrong. Afterward, Lin Momo brought up wanting to return to Jinling as soon as possible, because her father had already promised that after returning to Jinling, he would take her to save her little aunt, Chu Yu. Murong-Wu naturally had no objections to this point, and their goal in coming to the capital had already been accomplished, so they could return to Jinling at any time. After discussing it, the two decided to take a flight back to Jinling early tomorrow morning. After that, Murong-Wu left. As for Lin Momo, she ate a soul fruit and began recovering her soul power. Her soul power consumption today had been great. She needed to recover as soon as possible, and then summon father again as soon as possible. Early the next morning, Murong-Wu, along with Lin Momo, politely declined the repeated attempts by everyone from the Ghost Master Association to make them stay, and set off on their return to Jinling. During this time, Lin Momo had been fully focused on recovering her soul power. It was not until 3 days later that her soul power was finally completely restored. Not only that, after this contract, her soul power had increased dramatically. Her soul power value shot up from the original 120,000 to 400,000. In other words, her realm had risen by 6 minor levels in a row, reaching 3rd rank, 8 stars. After recovering her soul power, Lin Momo immediately sent out a summon to her father, Lin Yan. The moment the summon was sent, Lin Yan instantly appeared in front of Lin Momo. Momo, your soul power has recovered? Yes, Dad. Not only has my soul power recovered, it's also increased by a huge amount. Lin Yan nodded. This was caused by the convergence of soul power brought by the contract. My soul power is abundant. Even a slight spillover can greatly increase your soul power. But this kind of increase only happens once. After this, you'll still have to rely on your own cultivation and improve it slowly. This sudden surge in realm over such a short time was already an unexpected blessing, so Lin Momo did not dare hope for too much more. Momo, you summoned me this time because you want to ask about your little aunt, right? Yes, Dad. Little aunt has already been missing for almost 2 months. Lin Momo's face was full of worry. Don't worry. Lin Yin comforted her. Dad will take you to find your little aunt right now. MHM. However, before we set out, we need to make some preparations. Lin Yin began planning. When Ghost Master summoned ghost spirits to fight, it consumes soul power. The more intense the battle, the more severe the soul power consumption becomes. So if Lin Yin were to fight in every battle, then after only a few fights, Lin Momo's soul power would be exhausted. Especially when Lin Yin entered his full combat power release state. The burden on Lin Momo would be even greater. With Lin Momo's current soul power reserves, she could support him for at most half a day, and it would take several days for her soul power to recover afterward. So for this trip to Lichuan, they had to find some protectors to escort them. As for Lin Yin, he would only act at critical moments. I've got it. Lin Yin thought of someone. Momo, wait for Dad a moment. As he spoke, Lin Yin activated the law of dreams, left the real world, and entered the ruins world. Because he had entered the ruins world from the Great Xia world this time, the moment Lin Yin came in, he arrived in the Great Xia dream world. Familiar with the way, he made his way to the passage leading out of the dream world, then casually threw a few punches to create some commotion. Sure enough, before long, Xiaoyu came hurrying over. It's you. Xiaoyu rolled his eyes. What do you want this time? Lin Yin did not stand on ceremony and got straight to the point. Brother Yu, I'm here to ask you for a few bodyguards. Bodyguards? What bodyguards? Bodyguards to protect my daughter, naturally. Then Lin Yin briefly explained that he wanted to take his daughter to the Fallen Zone in the southern region of Great Xia to find someone. They're going to the Fallen Zone? Xiaoyu was very surprised. Ever since the fragment of the unknown world descended upon the southern region of Great Xia, several months had already passed. During this time, they had sent in many combat squads as well as 2 regular armies. But everyone had vanished without a trace, like stones thrown into the sea. Even several Peak Kings had gone and never returned. No one knew what exactly had happened in the Fallen Zone. If Great Xia did not still have vast territories that needed protection, Xiaoyu would have wanted nothing more than to personally go take a look at that unknown world. Unexpectedly, this time, Lin Yin was actually going to personally take his daughter and to find someone. Since Lin Yin wanted to go, Xiaoyu naturally supported it with both hands. A ghost emperor. Even if he could not resolve the crisis in the Fallen Zone, he should at least be able to bring information back out. But the fact that he had come asking for bodyguards put Xiaoyu in a difficult position. Judging from the current situation, entering the Fallen Zone meant there was no return. It was almost no different from going to one's death. No one would be willing to go throw away their life. What? You're unwilling to send people. Seeing Xiaoyu hesitate, Lin Yin could not help but sneer. I'm personally going deep into the Fallen Zone to help your Great Xia, and you're unwilling to cooperate? Have you already given up on the billions of people in Great Xia's southern region? How could that be? Xiaoyu glared. Lin Yin, give me one day. Before this time tomorrow, I'll gather an elite team for you. Good. I'll wait for your good news. After getting Xiaoyu's reply, Lin Yin withdrew from the dream world. Momo, make preparations for one day. We leave tomorrow. MHM, I need to tell teacher about this decision. Come on, we'll go together. Lin Yin entered Lin Momo's contract space. After a ghost master contracts a ghost spirit, an exclusive contract space is formed within the Sea of Souls. When there is no battle, the ghost spirit can enter the contract space, and this way will basically not consume the ghost master's soul power. Lin Momo brought Lin Yin to find Muron Wu and explain why they had come. The moment Muron Wu heard that Lin Momo was going with Lin Yin into the Fallen Zone, she immediately stated that she wanted to go too. According to her, one more person meant one more bit of strength. Although Lin Momo would be protected by an elite squad then, Muron Wu was still not at ease. Seeing how insistent Muron Wu was, Lin Yin nodded in agreement. Just as she said, one more person meant one more bit of strength. A 5th rank Ghost Master with combat power comparable to the 6th rank was indeed a force that could not be underestimated. Muron Wu and Lin Momo made some simple preparations, then quietly waited for Xiaoyu's combat squad to arrive. By the next day, a combat team did indeed come looking for them. It was a 5-man combat squad. 1 6th rank, 4 5th rank. They were, respectively, Blade Wielder Qin Song, the 6th rank, 3-star strength type body enhancer, skilled in close combat, with formidable blade techniques. Yin Jun, a 5th rank, 8-star fire controller, who had mastered multiple large-scale, high-damage fire-type spiritual energy techniques, practically a mobile artillery platform. Qin Yang, a 5th rank, 9-star firearm specialist, with 2 spiritual energy pistols strapped at his waist and an S-type spiritual energy cannon sniper rifle on his shoulder. He not only possessed considerable group combat ability, but also extremely strong single-target killing power. He had once sniped and killed a high-stage 6th rank anomaly. Wu Ying, a 5th rank, 8-star dark-type shadow controller. His spiritual energy profession was very special. He could manipulate shadows to fight and could also turn into a shadow and hide in the darkness. He was an assassin who killed without form. The last one by a 5th rank, 7-star light-type healer. As the name suggests, she was a healer. At the same time, light-type spiritual energy techniques also had considerable killing power when used against anomalies. In addition, Bai Xin was the only female spiritual energy user in this 5-man squad. All 5 came from the Spiritual Energy Bureau. Among them, Chun Yang was the captain of the Spiritual Energy Bureau security team, whom they had previously met in Kyoto, and could be considered an acquaintance of both Muron Wu and Lin Momo. For a 5-man squad, this lineup was already considered top tier below king-level squads. Lin Yin was fairly satisfied with this, though he would have preferred it if Xiaoyu had sent over a 7th rank King Realm expert. But clearly, Great Xia did not have many King Realm powerhouses, and each one was probably very attached to their life. Naturally, they were unwilling to go deep into danger just to serve as bodyguards. After a brief round of introductions and mutual understanding, the group of 7 wasted no time. They immediately set out, boarded a warship, and headed toward the Fallen Zone. The battleship landed at the border between Jinling and Lichuan. Here, there was a wall of black fog separating the two places. Captain Qin, let's go in. Muron Wu walked at the very front. The ones who initiated this exploration were the father and daughter Lin Yin and Lin Momo. But at this moment, Lin Yin was staying inside Lin Momo's contract space, and Lin Momo was not very good at dealing with people. So the communication between both sides was handled by Muron Wu and Qin Song. The latter was the captain of this 5-man squad. Qin Song took a deep breath. Let's go in. The 7 of them stepped forward and entered the black fog. Visibility in the black fog was extremely poor. Even with their eyesight, they could not see farther than 2 meters. Everyone stayed close together, slowed down, and moved forward carefully. After walking for a little over an hour, they did not encounter any danger. Not until the view ahead suddenly opened up. They had successfully left the black fog zone. No danger. Everyone looked around. In front of them was a vast plain. Behind them was also a plain. The towering black fog wall from before had already vanished without a trace. The black fog is gone. Our way back is gone too. Qin Song said in a deep voice, although they had all mentally prepared themselves before entering the Fallen Zone. When their retreat route truly disappeared, their hearts still couldn't help but skip a beat. Xinyang nodded with a grave expression. According to the geographic coordinates, after crossing the border area between Lichuan and Jinling, we should have entered the Buried Soul Ridge region. But there are no mountains here, only plains. This clearly isn't the Lichuan border anymore. Maybe we've already entered an unknown space. Everyone subconsciously looked at Lin Momo. They knew that inside Lin Momo's contract space, there was a true powerhouse hidden away. At this moment, Lin Momo was talking to Lin Yen in her heart. Dad, are we still within Great Xia's territory? We are, and yet we aren't. After sensing the surrounding spatial fluctuations, Lin Yen said, this is still Great Xia, but it has fused with a brand new world fragment. The new world fragment changed Great Xia's terrain, so this is no longer the Great Xia you're familiar with. I see. Lin Momo relayed Lin Yan's words to everyone. Everyone nodded thoughtfully. Then we keep exploring. This time, the five-man squad had ventured deep into the Fallen Zone, not only to protect and assist Lin Momo in searching for her Aunt Chuyu, but also to gather as much information about the Fallen Zone as possible and find a way to bring it back out. Just as they were about to continue forward, suddenly, a mechanical voice rang out abruptly in everyone's mind's frowny face. You have entered the war zone. Would you like to bind the chaos spark? At the same time, another sharper voice sounded frowny face. You have entered the war zone. Please choose a faction, order, chaos, or neutral. If you choose the order faction, please bind the Doomsday Ascension system. Faced with these two sudden choices, everyone was a little baffled. Lin Yin cast his gaze into the depths of his consciousness. System, what's going on? The system's voice sounded immediately frowny face. Host has entered the war zone. Database update complete. The following is background information. Since ancient times, the myriad heavens and worlds have always had two great factions, chaos and order. They stand opposed to each other and fight one another. And now, the final battle is finally drawing near. The host comes from a reincarnation world and naturally belongs to the order faction. At present, chaos holds the upper hand, and the host's reincarnation world has suffered invasion. Upon entering the war zone, the host is facing an opportunity to choose a faction. Chaos faction. Keyword: this faction worships destruction. Its goal is to destroy all the myriad heavens and worlds and return the entire universe to chaos, thereby giving birth to the one and only supreme ruler, the Lord of Chaos. Order faction. Keyword: this faction was born to resist chaos. Its purpose is to save the myriad heavens and worlds and rely on the power of all living beings to fight destruction. Neutral faction. Chooses neither chaos nor order, temporarily retaining the right to choose a faction later. So that's how it is. It seemed that the group had been dragged into a conflict spanning countless worlds. System, do you have any suggestions regarding the faction choice? If you choose chaos, you will bind the chaos spark and gain the power of chaos. But at the same time, for your reincarnation world, such a choice means betrayal. Once the chaos army withdraws, you will be despised by the entire reincarnation world. If you choose order, you will receive the assistance of the Doomsday Ascension system. But making that choice means openly taking a side. On this battlefield, you will become the direct target of the entire chaos faction, and every step you take will be difficult. As for neutral, not making a choice is already a choice. The neutral faction is seen by both chaos and order as, and will be jointly rejected or even targeted by both major factions. Well then, no matter what he picked, it was wrong. After thinking it over, Lin Yin still decided to choose neutral for the time being. First, chaos was not an option. The Great Xiao world had only been caught up in this, not completely fallen, and the chaos army might withdraw at any time. As for order, although it was the natural faction of the beings in this reincarnation world, if he openly took a side here, wouldn't that be blatantly drawing aggro? If it were just Lin Yin alone, he naturally would not be afraid. But didn't he still have his daughter, Lin Momo? Through Lin Momo, Lin Yin told everyone the basic situation of the two major factions, as well as the opportunities after choosing and the difficulties they would face in the future. Chaos? Order. Everyone felt like they were hearing some heavenly book. Small people like them had actually become involved in such a massive factional struggle. No one could quite make up their minds. They looked at Lin Momo. Lin Momo spoke up and stated her position. For now, I choose neutral. This is also my father's choice. Neutral. Everyone looked thoughtful. Muronwu also immediately said, I choose neutral too. The other five looked at each other, then gathered together to discuss it. After a while, they exchanged looks again and nodded heavily. We already made our choice. Qin Song said, Chunyang, by Xin, and I will remain neutral. As for the other two, Yin Jun will choose the Chaos faction, and Wu Ying will choose the Order faction. When Lin Momo and Murong Wu heard Qin Song's statement about the squad members' faction choices, confusion appeared on both their faces. Qin Song explained, the three of us, based on our primary mission in entering the Fallen Zone this time, will choose to stay in the same faction as you in order to better protect classmate Lin Momo and join the neutral faction. Yin Jun and Wu Ying, for the sake of gathering intelligence, will respectively join the Chaos and Order factions, entering the game personally to gather intelligence. Murong Wu and Lin Momo were both stunned, and they couldn't help but feel deep respect for the two of them. especially Yin Jun. He would be joining the Chaos faction. Lin Yin had just said that once someone joined Chaos, if the Chaos army withdrew, that person would be despised by the entire world. Yin Jun's expression was very relaxed. Captain, watch the situation later. If I lose control, you must act decisively and kill me. Qin Song nodded heavily. I will. Wu Ying also smiled. Captain, keep an eye on me too. Even though the Order faction sounds pretty righteous, we still can't let our guard down. Qin Song said, if you lose control, I'll kill you immediately too. Then I'm relieved. Begin. Yin Jun swept his gaze over the crowd, then turned his attention inward, into his own mind. Do you wish to bind the seed of chaos? Yes. Congratulations. You have bound the seed of chaos and become one of chaos. The moment he made his choice, Yin Jun suddenly felt an unknown power being born from the void, seeping into his body, seeping into his soul. The surging energy battered his mind, making him unable to stop himself from crying out. Yin Jun, how are you? Everyone tensed up. Yin Jun felt like his consciousness had become hazy, as if some unknown existence were invading him. He wanted to speak, but no matter what, he could not get the words out. After a long while, that feeling of losing control finally faded. Captain, I'm fine. Yin Jun spoke up, but judging from the way he looked, he didn't seem fine at all. Tell me how you feel. Qin Song remained on guard. Captain, I seem to have gotten stronger. Yin Jun subconsciously threw a fireball at the empty space ahead. Boom! The fireball exploded, energy spilling everywhere. 6th rank. Everyone was shocked. Yin Jun himself stared at his own hands in disbelief. I'm 6th rank now. The threshold from 5th rank to 6th rank had been broken through this easily, and at the start, he hadn't even been at the peak of 5th rank. He had only been 5th rank, 8 stars. Your strength increased, Qin Song summarized. Anything else? There's also, Yin Jun carefully sensed his condition. My heart seems to have become more irritable, like, I have an urge to kill. An urge to kill? Qin Song frowned. Can you control it? Yes. Yin Jun answered confidently. So-called impulse is just an offshoot of desire. It can't shake my will at all. That's good. Qin Song looked at Wu Ying. Your turn. Wu Ying nodded, then closed his eyes. After a while, he opened them again. Captain, I've made my choice. Any abnormalities? I bound the god Ascension in the Apocalypse system. It even gave me a mission. Wu Ying pointed at Yen Yunya. The system says that if I kill a beginner chaos follower, I'll get a reward of 1,000 Apocalypse points. Apocalypse points? A kind of built-in currency in the system. Understood. Qin Song nodded. Yin Jun is this so-called chaos follower. At that moment, Yin Jun also shouted, I've got a prompt here too. If I kill a beginner Order Guardian, I'll devour his life origin. As he spoke, he pointed at Wu Ying, indicating that he was the beginner Order Guardian mentioned by the system. It looks like these are the two camps, Chaos and Order. They can clearly identify each other's identities, and they stand in opposition to each other, with killing the other side as the goal. Qin Song summed up. You two, can you still act normally and rationally? No problem. Good. Then let's get moving. We still don't know what kind of danger is waiting for us ahead. Yes, Captain. The squad moved forward. Yin Jun and Wu Ying had joined the Chaos and Order camps respectively. But from the looks of it, joining a camp did not seem to have much effect on their free will. As they advanced, a large number of crawling aberrations suddenly appeared ahead. Everyone, stay alert. We got action. Qin Song drew his blade and stood at the very front. Captain, the system has a prompt. They're the lowest tier chaos vermin, Wu Ying reported. The lowest tier. Qin Song looked at the large swarm of aberrations in front of them. It was certain that the weakest among them were all 4th rank, and some of the bigger ones even already had 5th rank combat strength. Fight. Wipe them out. Yes. The entire squad charged in, each showing their own abilities. There was no need at all for Muron Wu and Lin Momo to take action. They wiped out all the incoming crawling aberrations by themselves. Captain, cleanup complete. A total of 165 4th rank aberrations and 8 5th rank aberrations. Qin Song nodded. With the combat strength of their squad, as long as they did not run into aberrations that were too numerous or of too high a rank, then generally speaking a few hundred of them, so long as they did not exceed 5th rank, could basically be taken down without injury. Captain, just now, after I killed those chaos crawlers, my strength seemed to increase. Yin Jun said, same here. Every time I kill a chaos crawler, the system gives me 1 apocalypse point as a reward. Wu Ying added. It seems Mr. Lin was right. Choosing a camp makes it easier to improve your strength. Qin Song nodded as he analyzed the situation. The group continued onward, constantly running into all kinds of aberrations. Fortunately, Qin Song and the others were strong enough that there was no need for Muron Wu and Lin Momo to take action at all. Naturally, Lin Yin was happy to enjoy the leisure. As they advanced, the distant rumble of battle faintly carried over. Someone's fighting? Let's go take a look. The group exchanged glances and headed toward the direction of the battle. Very soon, they arrived at the edge of the battlefield. On both sides of the fight, there were humans and aberrations alike, with around 20 on each side. Strangely, some people were fighting other people, some were fighting aberrations, and some aberrations were even fighting other aberrations. It seemed to be a chaotic melee. What's going on? Qin Song did not understand. I know. Wu Ying emerged from the shadows. The system says the Chaos Camp and the Order Camp are fighting up ahead, and it gave me a mission to assist the Order Camp against the Chaos Camp. What about Yinjun? Qin Song looked at Yinjun. I've got a prompt too, Yinjun said. The Seed of Chaos tells me that when I kill members of the Chaos Camp, I can devour a small amount of life origin, but if I kill enemies of the Order Camp, I can devour a large amount of life origin. Captain, what should we do? Qin Song thought for a moment. Yinjun, don't join the battle. Stay here and protect Lin Momo and Muronwu. Everyone else, come with me and assist the Order Camp. Yes. Qin Song and his group charged toward the battlefield. The people on the battlefield immediately noticed this group of uninvited guests. Who are they? They're from the neutral camp. He's helping us. Great. With Qin Song and the others joining in, the originally evenly matched battle gradually started to tilt completely to one side. Very soon, the people and aberrations of the Chaos Camp were either killed or sent fleeing. When the battle ended, Qin Song returned with more than a dozen comrades from the Order Camp. Interestingly, among these people were the figures of 4 aberrations. All 4 aberrations belonged to the Undead Ghost Clan. Their appearance was similar to that of humans, but their essence was made of soul bodies. Through Lin Momo's eyes, Lin Yin saw the appearance of those Undead Ghost Clan members and immediately judged that they were all undead from the underworld. Qin Song introduced the newcomers. Most of them are warriors from Great Xia, though some are from other worlds, and some are undead who got dragged into the war. Then he pointed at Yinjun. He's a member of my squad. Although he joined the Chaos Camp, he's on our side. Everyone nodded to show they understood. But when they looked at Yinjun, there was still some wariness in their eyes. After the introductions, Qin Song looked at everyone. You've all been stranded in this world for some time. Can you tell us about the situation here? Of course. A middle-aged man from the Order Camp stepped forward. This is a battlefield. The man said, to be exact, where we are now is the rear of the battlefield. At the front line, the armies of chaos and order are fighting each other. We're all small fry who got innocently dragged into this battlefield. Even though we joined camps, we're only barely surviving on the outer edges. From time to time, we also have to face the encirclement of chaos monsters and pursuit from the Chaos Camp. The man's words were full of weariness and helplessness. It was obvious that he and the others had long had enough of this life of hiding everywhere and never being able to sleep or eat in peace. Qin Song could do nothing about that. He recalled the primary purpose of coming here this time. I want to ask you about someone. As he spoke, he took out the photo of Chuyu he had prepared in advance. Everyone took the photo and looked at it, then all said they had never seen her. There's an order or gathering place up ahead. The leader there came down from the battlefield. He might have seen the woman you're looking for. An order or gathering place? Please lead the way. All right. The group headed toward the order or gathering place. Along the way, they ran into several more attacks from chaotic battle monsters. After walking for about half a day, they finally arrived at the gathering place. This was a flat area at the foot of a mountain, right beside a tall peak. On the flat ground stood hundreds of temporary tents of various sizes. The gathering place looked fairly large, with about more than 1,000 people. Leader, we're back. We brought back some survivors. Survivors. The leader of the gathering place was a muscular giant over 2 meters tall, with a great hammer on his back. HM? Neutral camp. When a leader saw them, his expression immediately turned unfriendly. And there's even a bastard from the Chaos Camp. When he saw Yinjun, his eyes grew even fiercer. It's a misunderstanding, the man hurriedly said. Leader, although they aren't from the Order Camp, they're all good people. They helped us drive back an attack from the Chaos Camp. Good people, the leader sneered. Who knows if they deliberately approached us with evil intentions? His eyes swept over Lin Momo. And there's even a little kid? Do you really think this place is a shelter where any random cat or dog can come in? The contempt in his eyes was completely undisguised. You. Qin Song forcefully suppressed his anger. Leader, we came to ask about someone. We'll leave after we ask. Ask about someone? Don't know. Without even glancing at Chuyu's photo, the leader waved them away. You. Chen Yang and the others stepped up beside Qin Song and glared angrily at the leader. Especially Yen Yunya. Perhaps due to the influence of his camp, he could barely suppress the flames rising from his body. What? You want to fight? A group of orderers in the distance slowly surrounded them. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Let's go. Qin Song said in a deep voice. It seemed the Order Camp's attitude toward the neutral camp was even more unfriendly than they had imagined. Under the hostile stares of a group of powerful Order Camp members, the few of them slowly withdrew from the camp. Captain, where do we go next? Let's go take a look at the edge of the battlefield. Yes. The group had just walked out of the Order Camp and had not gone very far. Suddenly, the sky changed drastically. They looked up and saw a gigantic figure appear in the sky above. It was a weird entity. Its head resembled a lizard. Its body was bloated and thick, and it had 4 enormous scaled claws. Just as they looked up, one of those scaled claws had already stretched down from high in the sky, reaching toward the earth. Its target was the Orderer camp, not far away. My God! Blood Claw Troll! Someone in the Orderer camp screamed in terror. The scaled claw suddenly grabbed a handful of orderers, and amid their terrified cries, stuffed them into the blood-filled, gaping mouth in the sky, and swallowed them whole. Then it switched to another scaled claw and reached down again. Run! The orderers scattered in all directions. Yet although the blood claw troll looked bloated, it was not slow at all. It could even be called swift. With one claw, it grabbed another 70 or 80 people and stuffed them into its mouth. Blood claw troll. The orderer leader roared and swung his heavy hammer as he flew toward the sky. However, what met him head-on was a blood-colored scaled claw. Boom! The leader's body looked tiny before the blood claw troll's giant claw. Like swatting a mosquito, it sent him flying with ease. The leader was smashed viciously into the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood. So strong. Watching from the side, Chin Song and the others subconsciously swallowed. They knew that leader had peak 6th rank strength, yet in front of this blood claw troll, he didn't even have the qualifications to resist. Could it be 7th rank? They were puzzled. In Great Xia, they had only seen 7th rank ghost kings before. They never expected there would be a 7th rank weird entity in monster form, and judging by its appearance, it seemed even more imposing than a 7th rank ghost king. At this moment, the blood claw troll had already grabbed a third handful of food and was stuffing it into its mouth. Because the orderers had scattered, it only caught a dozen or so people this time. After swallowing this bite, its gaze suddenly shifted toward where Lin Momo and the others were. Oh no, it's looking over here. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. At that moment, the giant claw had already come down. Enemy attack. With a furious shout, Chin Song grabbed his battle blade and flew upward. At the same time, bang! Chen Yang raised his sniper cannon and pulled the trigger. A spiritual energy bullet powerful enough to kill a 6th rank weird entity shot toward the creature in the sky. Kill. Yin Jun let out an angry roar, and a fire dragon rose into the air, charging toward the blood claw troll. However, their attacks had not even come close to the blood claw troll before they were scattered by its endless pressure. The blood-colored scaled claw carried terrifying power as it came down from above, reaching for them. The air was compressed, whipping up endless whirlwinds. Within the whirlwinds was a dense bloody stench that pressed down on them. Instinctively, they wanted to flee, but when that blood claw drew near, it blotted out the sky and covered the earth. There was nowhere to escape. It's over. Everyone felt a wave of despair. Just then, suddenly, a streak of sword light shot out from the center of Lin Momo's brow. In an instant, the sword light crossed several hundred meters of space and shot toward the blood-colored scaled claw. Compared to the giant scaled claw that descended like black clouds pressing down on a city, the sword light was as tiny as a thin needle. Yet at the very moment the sword light touched the scaled claw, the giant claw exploded without any warning, turning into a cloud of blood mist. It wasn't over yet. The sword light passed through the scaled claw without the slightest obstruction. In an instant, it shot into the heavens and sank into the bloated body of the blood claw troll high above. Oh, as if struck heavily, the blood claw troll let out a pained howl. Its abdomen suddenly exploded. Then the explosion spread, instantly extending across its entire body. Its whole body, including its head, exploded into a cloud of blood mist in the space of a brief moment. The massive blood mist spread through the sky, dyeing the entire dome of heaven red. This is what happened. It died. It was that sword light. It killed the blood claw troll with one sword strike. So strong. Everyone stood frozen on the spot. Everyone was so shocked they couldn't say a word. Their gazes unconsciously fell on that girl who even looked somewhat harmless. Chin Song and the others knew a bit more. They knew that sword light had been released by Lin Yen, who was inside Lin Momo's contract space. Before setting out, Emperor Yu had solemnly warned them that reincarnation Ghost Emperor Lin Yen was a god of slaughter whose strength was beyond imagination. He had repeatedly told them they absolutely had to remain respectful and must never anger him. At first, although they remained in awe, they only had a vague idea of the strength of the god of slaughter Emperor Yu spoke of. They had no clear understanding. But only now, when they saw Lin Yen make a move, did they realize that Emperor Yu's words had not been exaggerated in the slightest. Just one casual sword strike, and he hadn't even shown his true body. Yet he had easily instantly killed a 7th rank bizarre fiend beast. He killed it so easily, so effortlessly, as if crushing an ant to death with a flick of his hand. This level of strength had already completely surpassed their understanding. Murong Wu was slightly better off. She had seen Lin Yen make a move before. Last time in Kyoto, Lin Yen had crushed Elder Ling of the Soul Master Association with a single finger, then casually pinched Yi Zhong and Ling Zun, two 7th rank kings, to death. But at the time, those two kings had been pinched to death by Lin Yen without putting up any resistance at all, making Murong Wu think that 7th rank kings were only SOSO. But only after seeing and feeling the terrifying pressure of a 7th rank fiend beast here did she realize just how powerful the 7th rank truly was. And yet under Lin Yan's hand, it was still so weak. This once again refreshed Murong Wu's understanding. Everyone looked at Lin Momo, their eyes filled with awe. At this moment, The leader of the Order Keepers came running over while coughing blood. He respectfully bowed to Lin Momo. This youngster failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended you, my lord. Please forgive my offense. In his eyes, how could Lin Momo be some little girl? She was clearly a peerless fiend, god hiding her strength. Seeing his attitude, Lin Momo knew he had misunderstood. But she didn't expose it and only nodded casually. I heard you came down from the frontline battlefield. Lin Momo took out Chuyu's photo. Then have you seen the person in this photo on the battlefield or anywhere else? The leader of the Order Keepers took the photo and examined it carefully. After seriously thinking back, he finally shook his head. The woman in the photo is very beautiful. If I'd seen her, I definitely would have remembered. He confirmed again. No. Lin Momo frowned, then asked again. Then do you know which direction Liang Bay City is in? Liang Bay City? A city from your great Xia world. The leader thought for a moment and said, on the edge of the frontline battlefield, there is a base city from the great Xia world, but I don't know whether that's the Liang Bay City you're talking about. The frontline battlefield? Which direction? The leader pointed south. South. That city is a little over 3,000 kilometers from here. What is the battlefield like? Lin Momo asked again. The battlefield. A trace of fear appeared on the leader's face. The armies of the chaotic camp and the orderly camp are fighting there. The number of troops on both sides is measured in the hundreds of millions. On the battlefield, the 5th rank can only be cannon fodder. The 6th rank barely counts as the main force. Only the 7th rank counts as elite troops. There are even 8th rank emperor-level powerhouses overseeing the field. In the zones with the fiercest fighting, the laws are in chaos, space-time is shattered, and even quite a few worlds have been destroyed. As the leader explained, everyone's expressions turn grave. Of course, if it's only the battlefield outskirts, or even the edge of the front line, it's still mainly 5th rank and 6th rank warriors moving around, so it's not that terrifying. The leader added. Lin Momo nodded and looked at Qin Song. Captain Qin, I want to go take a look at the edge of the battlefield. Naturally, Qin Song and the others had no objections. In their understanding, following Lin Momo and Lin Yin made no difference no matter where they went. The group set off again. Although more than 3,000 kilometers was quite far, they were all strong experts, so their speed while traveling at full power naturally wasn't slow. Even Lin Momo, although she was only a 3rd-rank soul-type and magic-type spiritual energy user, could barely keep up in speed after putting on the little light chaser shoes. The group of 7 encountered bizarre creatures along the way, but basically avoided battle whenever they could. If they couldn't avoid it, they ended things quickly. After traveling like this for 2 days, they arrived in a region of towering mountains. Murongwu looked around. This place is kind of like Seoul Burial Ridge. She had once led a team straight through Seoul Burial Ridge, so she was very familiar with that area. But it's also a little different. Qin Song guessed, maybe this is Seoul Burial Ridge. It's just that the world fusion changed the terrain here. As everyone moved through the mountain forest, they could clearly feel that there were more bizarre beings here than outside. Suddenly, huge sounds of battle came from a distant valley. The group followed the sound over. They saw that in the valley, a man in a camouflage battle robe was fighting a bizarre being whose whole body was burning with blazing flames. Huh, that figure looks kind of familiar. Qin Song said in confusion. Chen Yang raised his sniper cannon and observed through the scope. Captain, we ran into someone we know. As Captain Song Wuxia. Song Wuxia. He's still alive. A trace of excitement appeared on Qin Song's face. Song Wuxia, captain of the Azure Dragon Squad, a king-level combat team under the Spiritual Energy Bureau, was a high-stage, 7th-rank Ice-type spiritual energy master. He was one of the earliest King Realm powerhouses to go deep into the Fallen Zone after Great Xia's southern region fell. They had never expected to run into him here. A 7th-rank battle. We'd better stay far away so we don't get caught in it. After Captain Song's battle ends, we'll go up and recognize each other. Everyone agreed. Although Lin Momo and Murong Wu didn't know who Song Wuxia was, from the others' exchange, they could guess that he was a powerful King Realm expert. The group hid together on the high mountain, watching the battle in the valley from afar. In the valley, 2 figures were moving and colliding at high speed. The energies of ice and fire were raging through the entire valley. Boom! Another head-on collision. Endless energy erupted in an instant, and the entire valley shook violently. The 2 figures remained entangled in battle as they fought their way from the valley into the sky. Not good! They're coming this way. Qinyang cried out. In a 7th-rank battle, even the shockwaves spreading out during the gaps and fighting were not something a few 5th-rank spiritual energy users could endure. But very soon, they no longer had to worry. A wave of invisible energy spread out from Lin Momo's body, expanding into an energy barrier with a radius of about 3 meters, protecting the group. Lin Yin had made his move. The fierce battle was taking place in the sky, not far away. The invisible energy barrier easily blocked all the flames, ice blades, and battle shockwaves. At this moment, everyone finally saw the appearances of both sides clearly. Song Wuxia was a handsome young man holding ice blades in both hands, while countless ice blades also swirled in front of him. The ice blades kept firing out, pouring toward the flame bazaar like a rainstorm. The Flame Bazaar was a humanoid creature whose entire body burned with blazing fire. It held a flaming battle saber in its hand, and with every slash, it released a wave of blazing flames. 7th rank combat, so strong. At this moment, the battle up ahead had already reached its fiercest point, and everyone held their breath. It was clear that Song Wuxia, who wielded ice-type spiritual power, held the advantage. He was suppressing the flaming aberration and pressing the attack. Both sides in the battle had already noticed the onlookers as well. But they were fighting too intensely right now and had no time to care about anything else. Power of Ice. Ice Lawn dances across the sky. With Song Wuxia's angry roar, a gigantic ice lawn bird flew out from before him. The flaming aberration slashed its blade straight at the lawn bird. A fire dragon shot out from the blade and smashed viciously into the ice lawn bird. Boom! After one clash, they were evenly matched. This is below. Lin Momo's pupils contracted slightly. She felt that fire dragon looked strangely familiar. After failing with one strike, Song Wuxia immediately launched another attack. He stood in the void with both hands spread open. Freeze 1,000 miles. Endless freezing energy blanketed the entire world and swept toward the flaming aberration. Roar. The flaming aberration let out an angry howl. Then it swung its battle blade, slashing out a sea of fire that looked like a flaming hell. Blazing flame blade. Blazing flame hell. Lin Momo cried out in shock. She finally knew where she had seen this technique before. Blazing flame blade. Blazing Fire Long Dragon, Blazing Flame Blade, Blazing Flame Hell. These were all teacher Wang Bin's ultimate moves. Could it be? She stared at the flaming man wrapped in blazing fire, unable to believe it. At this moment, Song Wuxia had already used another move. A giant ice sword condensed above his head. Endless freezing energy radiated from it, as if the entire space was about to be frozen solid. Kill. The sword shot out, and wherever it passed, everything was frozen. Roar. The flaming aberration slashed out with its battle blade again. The flaming battle blade lit up with dazzling brilliance, and the scorching energy seemed as though it would melt heaven and earth. Blazing flame blade. Slaughter all demons under heaven. Lin Momo cried out in alarm. She could almost confirm now that the flaming man before her was her teacher, Wang Bin. Boom! The flaming man was sent flying by the giant ice sword, and the fire on his body weakened by a huge margin. Clearly, in this clash, the power of ice had the upper hand. He roared, and the flames on his body surged upward once more. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Teacher Wang, is that you? The flaming man's body paused, and he turned his head slightly. Teacher Wang, I'm Lin Momo. Do you still remember me? The flaming man tilted his head and stood there blankly, looking as if he were thinking. He's Wang Bin? Morong Wu spoke in surprise. She had heard before that Wang Bin had swallowed the flames of hell and turned into an aberration to cover the students' retreat. She had never expected there would actually be a chance to meet him again. Roar. The flaming man suddenly clutched his head and let out a pained howl. Song Wuxia frowned. What's going on? His consciousness is awakening. He did not continue attacking. Aberrations generally came in two types. One type was ruled by desire and instinct. The other type was ruled by reason. Most aberrations were the first type. Only a small number of highly intelligent or high-rank aberrations could use reason to control their actions. The flaming man before them had originally been the first type. But now, with the girl's call, he seemed to be showing signs of transforming into the second type of aberration. That made Song Wuxia feel intrigued. Aberrations that regained their reason could be communicated with. In certain situations, they could even become comrades fighting side by side. After a long while, the flaming man finally stopped struggling in pain. He turned to look at Lin Momo, then suddenly spun around and flew toward the depths of the mountains and forest. So was he awakened or not? Song Wuxia rubbed his chin and chose not to pursue. He came over to Lin Momo's group. Huh? Uncle, you look kind of familiar. Song Wuxia said to Qin Song. Uncle? Qin Song's face darkened a little, and he forced out a stiff smile. Captain Song, I'm Qin Song, a subordinate of Sword King Gu Bulyo from the Spiritual Energy General Bureau. We've met before. Oh, I remember. Song Wuxia gave a perfunctory reply, but there was confusion on his face. Clearly, he had not remembered Qin Song at all. Sword King Gu came too? Where is he? Captain Song, Sword King Gu didn't come. Under Emperor Yu's orders, I led a team to escort student Lin Momo in here to find someone. Qin Song briefly explained the situation to Song Wuxia. Find someone? Let me see. Song Wuxia took Chu Yu's photo from Lin Momo and looked at it. Never seen her. Then after thinking for a moment, he added, not necessarily. I'm a little face blind, so I can't remember people. With a base city full of several 100,000 people, maybe I've seen this beauty before, maybe not. Base city. Liang Base City. It's right by the embankment now. Liang Base City. The embankment. Talking about it won't make it clear. I'll take you there and you'll understand. As he spoke, he stepped onto an ice sword and flew toward the outside of the mountains. Keep up. Yes, the group followed Song Wuxia, flying out of the mountain forest and continuing on for quite a while before finally arriving at a great modern city full of steel and concrete. It was Liang Base City. Liang Bay City had long since lost its former prosperity. There were no dazzling lights and no streams of traffic. Tall buildings stood everywhere, but most were shattered and ruined. Clearly, this place had once gone through a brutal war. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar city, Lin Momo felt dazed for a moment. Now that she had returned here again, all she hoped was to find her aunt as soon as possible. Liang currently has 800,000 soldiers stationed here. Song Wuxia introduced things as he flew. Of those 800,000 soldiers, the vast majority are spiritual power professionals from Great Xia, while a small portion are undead from the underworld and warriors from other shattered worlds. They're all members of the Order faction. The soldiers are clearing out the chaos and aberrations inside the base city. Then together, they guard the embankment and resist the battlefield's encroachment. The embankment? Song Wuxia brought up the embankment again. Everyone felt puzzled. Right now, there are 3 7th-ranking realm experts in Liang Bay City. Aside from me, there's also a ghost king and a king from another world. They all withdrew from the battlefield and came here to help us stop the spread of the tide. As Song Wuxia explained, everyone listened in utter confusion. Finally, they arrive at the city wall on the south side of the base city. Look, the tide is constantly spreading. Song Wuxia stood atop the city wall and pointed forward. Everyone followed the direction of his finger and looked into the distance. They saw that at the far end of the land, an ocean had appeared abruptly. That ocean was boundlessly vast, connecting heaven and earth and stretching all the way into endless void. Waves surged and rolled, and the faint sound of a tsunami could be heard. The sea? How could there be an ocean here? Everyone was confused. At that moment, Chen Yang suddenly shouted, "Something's wrong. That's not a sea." Song Wuxia nodded. Good eyesight. That really isn't a sea. He pointed toward the horizon. Every drop of water is an aberration. An endless army of aberrations has formed this vast aberration ocean that sweeps across countless worlds. That ocean was actually made up of the bizarre army. Everyone was stunned. Do you see that world floating deep within the bizarre sea, shrouded in a halo of light? Song Wuxia pointed at the sky. Everyone nodded. That is the main battlefield. The main forces of the Alliance of Order and the Army of Chaos are fighting there. Song Wuxia explained. Everyone felt like they were listening to some incomprehensible heavenly scripture. Lin Yin was inside Lin Momo's contract space, watching that vast battlefield through Lin Momo's vision. There he sensed several Emperor-level powers, an Emperor-level battlefield, he muttered softly. Ever since advancing to Ghost Emperor, he had only fought Xia Yu once, and that had merely been a spar, not a life-and-death battle. He really wanted to know what it would be like if his current self faced other emperors. If there's a chance, I can go take a look. Unfortunately, now is not a good time. Song Wuxia pointed at the city below their feet. If we hold this place, we hold the embankment. If we hold the embankment, we block the apocalypse's erosion. If it falls, who knows how much more of Great Xia's territory will be lost. He explained the current situation. The battle on the main battlefield seemed to have reached a stalemate. The tide of the bizarre sea had also stopped spreading. But every day, countless bizarre beings still climbed up the embankment and charged toward the base city. Endless battle was the main theme here. As he spoke, something could vaguely be seen flying out from above the bizarre sea in the distance. It was extremely fast and swiftly swept over the base city. Everyone saw clearly that it was a strange object shaped like a sheet of white paper, with a pair of little wings. It's a messenger. A new battle report is here. Song Wuxia explained, whenever major news appears on the battlefield, it flies out from there and delivers the latest information to the outside world. At that moment, everyone saw a sheet of white paper appear before their eyes. On it, a line of words slowly emerged. Frowny face, great victory at the front line. The enemy army is retreating. A great victory at the front line. The enemy is retreating. Song Wuxia bared his teeth in a grin. Looks like good news. Cheers also rose from below the city wall. Victory! Victory! Great victory at the front line. It seemed everyone had received the good report. For the next few days, the pressure on the embankment should ease up quite a bit. Song Wuxia said with a smile. Come on, I'll take you to meet everyone. Okay. The group followed Song Wuxia into the city. What had once been a major metropolis of 5 million people now had only 800,000 left. The whole city felt extremely empty. But in the central plaza, quite a few warriors were still gathered, resting, and chatting. Since Lin Momo's group had been brought by Song Wuxia, everyone was very polite and warmly greeted them and got acquainted. Suddenly, strange music began to play. Everyone heard it. It seemed to come from a distant horizon, yet also seemed to ring inside people's hearts. The music was very retro, but also explosive, a bit like old-school disco for the elderly. What's that sound? You heard it too? Yeah, very retro music, but it's pretty catchy. Everyone started discussing it. The music had appeared in an eerie way, but no one was too alarmed. They were all battle-hardened warriors. What kind of bizarre things had they not experienced before? The music continued. Boom-cha, 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 boom-cha. The explosive music was full of rhythm, making people unable to resist swaying along with it. At that moment, a vast stage suddenly appeared high in the sky. Everyone subconsciously looked up. The stage lights turned on, revealing 4 words. Life playing clown. A clown with bloody tears streaming from his eyes and a crazed smile on his face tap danced to the explosive music as he came to the center of the stage. He picked up a microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. People looked at the clown. The stage seemed to be at a far-off horizon, yet also seemed close enough to touch. Some inexplicable method perfectly displayed the stage before everyone's eyes. The music stopped. With a sharp and shrill giggle, life-playing clown shouted, "Welcome to the King's Arena. Next, let's invite the protagonist to the stage." As his words fell, countless beams of white light suddenly lit up on the stage. Then, one figure after another appeared on the stage. As the number of people kept increasing, the stage expanded with them, until the giant stage was packed full with a dense crowd. Everyone wore bewildered expressions. Life-playing clown picked up the microphone. The guardians of order are brave and fearless, while the followers of chaos are falling apart. Before leaving, let me, life-playing clown, direct one last carnival for this world. He laughed madly. The King's Arena has randomly selected 1 million participants. There are men, women, old people, children, professionals, ordinary people, humans, and even bizarre beings. Everyone will perform the final act upon this stage. This performance will continue until only one person remains on the stage. That final person will receive the title of Ultimate King. Also, no matter which camp that person belonged to before, he will be bestowed with the flame of chaos. He will become the brightest new star of the world of chaos. And now, I hand the stage over to all of you. After life-playing clown finished speaking, his body turned into smoke and vanished. On the stage, only the people who looked at each other in confusion remained. What happened? How did I end up on the stage? Where's the clown? What are we supposed to do next? What kind of performance do I need to put on? No one knew what they were doing. Some people began chatting with those around them. At that moment, in the crowd, a bloodthirsty demon suddenly bared its claws at the person beside it. With one claw, it pierced the body of the man next to it, tore out his heart, and stuffed it into its mouth to chew. Delicious. The bloodthirsty demon ate the heart with great relish. At that moment, a beam of white light suddenly shone down on it. At the same time, life-playing clown's sharp and shrill voice rang out. The first warrior has been born and has received the title of First Blood. Reward. Rank increased by 1 stage. As the white light descended, endless energy poured into the bloodthirsty demon's body. Its size swelled at a visible rate, and its aura rose drastically as well. Everyone saw that scene. Someone immediately connected it with life-playing clown's words. This performance will continue until only one person remains on the stage. This was a slaughter stage. Someone instantly realized it. Only one person could leave alive. Everyone else had to die. A young man reacted at once, drew his battle blade, and slashed at the old man beside him. Another warrior is born. Let us see what reward he will receive. Passive attribute. All abilities increased by 100% until the stage ends. At that moment, everyone knew what they were supposed to do on the stage. In an instant, the entire stage fell into madness. 1 million people were slaughtering each other like mad on the stage. The entire stage was filled with blood and chaos. Help! Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender. Hurry and let me out. Ha ha. Kill, kill, kill. This is awesome. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Sorry, I have no choice. Such delicious flesh and blood. Someone save me. Some were crazily killing, while even more fled in panic with their heads in their hands. But the stage seemed to exist in an independent space, and no one could leave it. At Lyon Plaza, everyone looked up at the bloody scene on the stage, so shocked they couldn't speak. One of the people in that slaughterhouse had come from this very plaza. 1 second ago, he had still been chatting and joking with everyone in the plaza. The next second, he was already wrapped in white light, ascending the stage and falling into the frenzied slaughter. Very soon, he died, killed by a single slap from a high-ranked spiritual energy user. In just 1 minute, the number of people on the stage had already dropped by 90%. Suddenly, the dazzling lights stopped flashing. As if someone had pressed pause on a movie, everything froze. Everyone's movements were locked in place. The crying, laughing clown's voice rang out, sounding as if it was both weeping and laughing. The number of eliminated participants has reached 90%. The first phase is over. Congratulations to the remaining 100,000 actors on the stage. You will advance to the second phase of the elimination round. As a reward, all of you will receive a full recovery. At the same time, everyone will receive a reward. All abilities increased by 50%. Next, the performance continues. As the crying, laughing clown spoke, everyone on the stage regained the ability to move. Their conditions had all been restored to their peak. The instant they could move, they all attacked the people near them without prior agreement. The slaughter continued. After 90% had been eliminated, the strength of those remaining was much closer. Almost all of them were spiritual energy class users. Among them were quite a few 5th rank and even 6th rank powerhouses. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone had gone red-eyed from killing. La la la. What a wonderful performance. The crying, laughing clown's voice appeared again, and the stage froze once more. This time, It had taken 10 minutes. The number of eliminated participants has reached 99%. Those still alive will enter the third phase. Everyone will be fully restored and rewarded with a weapon. The eliminated had reached 99%. In other words, in a mere 11 minutes, 990,000 people had already died on the stage. Everyone had realized just how bloody and cruel this game was. As soon as the crying laughing clown finished speaking, the slaughter resumed. A weapon appeared out of thin air in front of each person. Sabers, swords, staffs, hammers, halberds. The weapon each person received seemed random, yet was astonishingly suited to them. None of the weapons were ordinary. Some are spirit weapons, and some are ghost weapons. Their ranks were also equal to those of their wielders. With a boost from weapons, the battle became even more brutal. Next came the third round, the fourth round, the fifth round. Each round eliminated 90% of those who had survived the previous one. The number of performers on the stage was dropping at a terrifying rate. And in every round, those who advanced would receive certain rewards. There were stat and realm increases, as well as weapon and equipment rewards. With each round passed, the survivor's strength would rise to some extent. After the fifth round ended, only 9 people remained on the field. How are there 9 people? There should be 10, logically speaking. Someone was puzzled, but the crying laughing clown clearly had no intention of explaining. La 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 la. The crying laughing clown made a flashy appearance with the lights. The most thrilling moment is about to arrive. Which warrior will become the final king? Let us wait and see. Before the final round begins, everyone will receive one last reward. What will this reward be? The crying laughing clown played coy for a moment, then pulled out a small purplish-red fruit shaped like a cherry from his chest like he was presenting a treasure. Ta-da-da-da. The reward is the purple water chestnut fruit. Purple water chestnut fruit. Never heard of it. What does it do? The audience below the stage immediately burst into discussion. The 9 people on the stage also looked baffled. What? Ignorant worms. You don't even know what the purple water chestnut fruit is. The crying laughing clown screamed angrily. Then he said with a grin, no matter, the crying laughing clown will explain it to you. The purple water chestnut fruit can purify the supernatural attribute inside your body and can even directly raise the level of your supernatural power. As if afraid the audience wouldn't understand, he personally demonstrated with his hand. A ball of flame appeared before him. This is ordinary spiritual flame. Then, the flame suddenly became violent, and its color changed from red to purple. Even without feeling it firsthand, anyone could tell its temperature had risen several times over. This is spiritual blazing flame after its supernatural level has increased. This is the power after a supernatural level increase. After hearing the crying laughing clown's introduction, everyone on the stage had blazing light in their eyes. Before this, once a spiritual energy user awakened a spiritual energy class, their spiritual energy attribute would be fixed. No matter how much their realm rose or how much energy they accumulated, the essence of their spiritual energy attribute would not change. Take flame as an example again. A low-rank fire controller launched fireballs to attack. A high-rank fire controller manipulated fire dragons or flames in other forms. Though the forms changed and the energy became more compressed, the essence of the flame itself did not change. But raising the level of a supernatural power directly changed the essence of the flame, upgrading it from ordinary fire to a higher level flame. Its power would naturally increase by a huge margin. Everyone had seen a brand new path to drastically increasing their strength. Their eyes were fixed on the purple water chestnut fruit, full of desire. The crying laughing clown did not keep them hanging. With a wave of his hand, he distributed the purple water chestnut fruits to everyone. All right, the final round, which is also the most exciting and thrilling final battle, begins now. The crying laughing clown vanished, leaving the stage to them. The 9 of them eagerly swallowed the purple water chestnut fruit. Before they even had time to carefully experience the changes the miraculous fruit brought to their bodies, the melee had already begun. All 9 were 6th rank spiritual energy class users. But even among the 6th rank, there were differences in cultivation realm. The one with the highest realm was a 6th rank, 9-star thunder controller. He stood in midair, violent lightning flooding the space around him. Wherever it passed, it was as if the god of thunder had descended. After swallowing the purple water chestnut fruit, his lightning seemed to undergo slight changes. The electric light became more blinding, the thunder more violent, and at the same time, purple light faintly flashed within it, nurturing terrifying energy. He unleashed violent thunder toward a strange being not far away. Even though it was also 6th rank, the strange being was completely unable to resist the evolved lightning. It desperately spread open its ghost domain and charged toward the thunder controller. However, after being struck by 10,000 bolts of lightning, the ghost domain was forcibly blasted apart. Then, a thick bolt of lightning exploded on the strange being's body. The strange being let out a miserable scream and was instantly blasted into complete annihilation, body and soul. A thunder controller, already the natural nemesis of strange beings, had become even stronger after the lightning he controlled evolved. After killing the 6th-rank strange being, he swept his gaze around, looking for the next target. What a powerful thunder wielder. Looks like he'll be the final victor. Not necessarily. That swordsman is terrifyingly strong too. And that woman controlling flames is also very formidable. The people below the stage were all talking at once, as if they were really watching a performance. The chaotic melee on the stage was still ongoing. Some were fighting one-on-one. Some were taking advantage of the chaos to launch sneak attacks, and some had formed pairs to join forces. People kept dying. The number of people on the stage kept decreasing as well, until only the strongest 3 remained, 2 men and 1 woman. The thunder wielder, the swordsman, and the fire controller. The swordsman and the fire controller exchanged a glance, then walked together and faced the thunder wielder side by side. All 3 were at 6th rank, 9 stars. But even among the 3, there were still differences in strength. The thunder wielder's power was obvious to the naked eye. They chose to join forces. Joining forces? A crazed smile hung on the thunder wielder's face. Good. This way, the killing will be even more satisfying. The prolonged slaughter had driven him mad. He toyed with the lightning in his hand. Come on, let me see your power. Boom. The battle erupted, 2 against 1. The fight was extraordinarily brutal. At the center of the stage, where thunder and flames ran wild, all 3 had killed until their eyes were red. In a violent clash, the fire controller fell first. The thunder wielder blew her head apart with 1 punch. Next, the swordsman could no longer hold on alone. After slashing out a desperate, life-risking blade amid the nearly endless bombardment of thunder, he was finally swallowed by lightning. When the lightning faded, only a charred black corpse remained. It's over. Coughing up blood and gasping for breath, the thunder wielder fell from high in the air. There was not a single patch of intact flesh left on his body. A huge gash had been split open across his abdomen, and his intestines were almost spilling out. But he was smiling very happily. In this slaughter of 1,000,000 people, he had stood to the very end. Leaning on his blade, the thunder wielder stood at the center of the stage, waiting for the life-playing clown to descend. However, nothing happened. The life-playing clown did not appear immediately like in the previous rounds. Just as the thunder wielder and the people below the stage were filled with confusion, a ripple suddenly spread through the space behind him. Then, a flash of cold light stabbed out from the void, viciously thrusting toward the thunder wielder's back. What? After several rounds of life and death combat, the thunder wielder was already at his weakest point. He never could have imagined that someone was still lying in wait at this final moment. More precisely, the attacker had been lurking from beginning to end, lurking in the void. Faced with the sudden attack, the thunder wielder had no time to dodge at all. His back was pierced, and intense pain struck. A sharp dagger stabbed him from behind and burst out through his heart. The thunder wielder turned his head in disbelief. He could feel his life slipping away at a terrifying speed. Who are you? What met him head-on was an even fiercer attack. Boom! Directly between the eyebrows. That strike completely took the thunder wielder's life. He fell stiffly to the ground, eyes wide open, unable to rest in peace. Only then was there finally just one person left on the stage. A woman with a graceful figure and delicate features. Below the stage, everyone was stunned by this sudden reversal. They had all thought the thunder wielder would be the final victor. Who could have expected someone to come out of nowhere and snatch the fruit of ultimate victory away? Who is that? What a powerful woman. How did she come out of the void? She's a space controller, a rare spatial-type psychic. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. The crowd burst into discussion. And at this moment, Lin Momo was even more excited than anyone else. It's Annie. Dad, it's Auntie. That's right, the one standing on the stage was Chuyu. MHM. Lin Yin flew out of Lin Momo's contract space. Momo, don't worry. Dad will go bring your aunt back right now. As he spoke, he stepped forward and flew toward the sky. At this moment on the stage, high above, congratulations to this lady for becoming the final king. You will receive the title of Final King and be bound to the flame of chaos. You will become the brightest new star in the world of chaos. The life-playing clown danced and gestured wildly. A bewitching flame flew out from his palm and entered Chuyu's forehead. Chuyu's body was wrapped in the flame of chaos, as if she were undergoing some kind of transformation. At that moment, a gigantic hand suddenly appeared and grabbed toward Chuyu. Who is it? The life-playing clown let out a shriek and leaped off the stage. Who is it? Who dares ruin this greatest of performances? Shrieking, he threw a punch to meet it head-on. Boom! After the collision, Lin Yin and the life-playing clown stared at each other from afar. Emperor rank. Lin Yin frowned. This life-playing clown really was an emperor rank existence. Looks like I'll have to show some real skill. Lin Yin took out the Ghost King sword in charge of the life-playing clown. Ghost Emperor, the life-playing clown screamed. You dare ruin this performance. You're dead for sure. You're dead for sure. From his arms, he pulled out a deck of playing cards and hurled them at Lin Yin. One card after another seemed to come alive, transforming into humanoid horrors that launched attacks at Lin Yin. Strange fighting style. Lin Yin swung the Ghost King sword, An endless power of reincarnation surged forth, making heaven and earth tremble. Below, everyone stared dumbfounded at the battlefield in the sky. They saw the Ghost Emperor, mentioned by the life-playing clown, easily tear through the formation of playing cards and charge straight toward the clown. And the life-playing clown, who seemed like a god, was being forced into a state of utter disarray. He frantically threw out countless magic props, and each one seemed to come alive, turning into bizarre horrors that rushed toward the Ghost Emperor. What a terrifying battle. Look, the sky seems to be cracking. Our world isn't going to be shattered, is it? This is too terrifying. In the plaza, everyone watching the battle was deeply shocked. After all, they had personally watched Lin Yin appear in front of Lin Momo and then step into the sky toward the battlefield. A being like this had actually been hiding right beside them. Song Wuxia looked at the battlefield in the sky, then at Lin Momo beside him, whose face was full of worry. He only felt his mouth go dry, unable to say a single word. And when he looked at Lin Momo again, his eyes were already full of awe. Up in the sky, the fierce battle was still continuing. Lin Yin had already figured out the life-playing clown's true capabilities. The latter was very strong. Besides containing a high-tier divine aura, he also possessed two even more powerful forces, some unknown power of rules, and the power of chaos. His power of rules could grant life to countless magic props, and the power of chaos made that granted power even stronger. With the blessing of those three powers, the life-playing clown's combat strength became extremely formidable. Although Lin Yin wielded the higher-level rule of reincarnation and possessed a powerful reincarnation ghost body, he still could not take down the other side for the moment. Looks like I'll have to get serious. Chuyu was trapped on the stage, and her life or death was still unknown. Lin Yin decided to stop holding back. He unfolded his ghost domain and drew the divine sword. Calamity suppression. Ghost domain. The merry clown screamed. The ghost domain was a power exclusive to the ghost race. As undead, the ghost race were incomplete life forms, so their bodies were mostly frail. But every loss came with a gain. The ghost domain was an ability exclusive to ghostly beings, and most of them were extremely powerful, especially a ghost emperor's ghost domain. Even emperor-level powerhouses would not dare enter it lightly. The merry clown screamed as he took off the clown hat on his head and threw it into the sky. The clown hat rapidly expanded, turning into a domain that enveloped the merry clown and resisted the rapidly spreading ghost emperor's ghost domain. Kill. The ghost domain could not pull the merry clown inside. That was within Lin Yan's expectations. He swung his sword in a slash. Sword light blazed brilliantly. On the sword chi, the laws of reincarnation lingered. At the same time, a fierce astral wind burst out along with the sword. It was precisely the heavenly tribulation power contained within the divine sword Jinjia. The divine sword Jinjia contained endless heavenly tribulation power. When Lin Yin advanced to the 8th rank emperor realm, the first seal within Jinjia was unsealed as well. While fighting with Jinjia in hand, he could command this fierce tribulation wind. Carrying the tribulation wind, the sword light slashed onto the merry clown's body. Crack. A crisp, breaking sound came from the merry clown's body. His body seemed not to be made of flesh and blood. Ah, the merry clown screamed. That strike had injured him badly. He threw out the clown's staff and turned to flee at once. Where do you think you're going? Lin Yin gave chase. The clown's staff swelled in the wind, turning into a pillar-like rod that smashed toward Lin Yin. Lin Yin swung his sword. Boom! Sword and staff collided, and space-time trembled. Taking advantage of the moment Lin Yin was blocked by the clown's staff, the merry clown had already escaped quite a long distance. And the stage that had originally been set high in the sky was also flying away at high speed with Chuyu. The direction they were fleeing toward was exactly where the Sea of Weirdness was. Lin Yin knocked away the clown's staff and strode through the air, his speed reaching the extreme. After using Ghost Domain, with the enhancement of the Ghost Technique Shadow Monarch, his speed surged by 10 times. The merry clown was fast, but Lin Yin was faster. He quickly caught up to him. Still trying to run? Lin Yin thrust his sword straight forward, man and sword becoming one as he turned into a streak of golden light. Seeing the fierce attack coming, the merry clown screamed and tried to dodge. But Lin Yan's sword had already locked onto him. Boom! The strike landed, and the merry clown's body exploded instantly. For a moment, wood chips and mechanical gears flew everywhere. This merry clown was actually a wooden mechanical life form. HM? What race is this? Lin Yin was puzzled. After the wood chips and gears completely exploded apart, they quickly gathered again in midair and reassembled into a human shape. The merry clown twisted his limbs strangely, as if fine-tuning the positions of all the parts inside his body. He's fine. Lin Yin did not dwell on it, and continued slashing with his sword. Help! Help! The merry clown retreated while dodging. Below, the stage had already fallen into the Sea of Weirdness with Chuyu. Lin Yin frowned, knocked the merry clown away with one strike, then shot toward the Sea of Weirdness at high speed. Only then did he discover that the so-called Sea of Weirdness was also a world fragment. A world submerged by weirdness. Lin Yin flew toward that world, Suddenly, a giant hand covered in blood red first stretched out from the weird tide and slapped toward him. Boom! Lin Yin pierced through the giant red-furred hand with one sword strike. But at the same time, his path was blocked. Roar! A roar came from below. Then a red-furred monster resembling a giant ape charged up from below. An emperor-tier weird beast. Lin Yan's expression turned slightly grave. And, at some point, the merry clown had also come up behind him. He, two, against one. Ghost Emperor, let's see how arrogant you can be now. Lin Yan looked at the red-furred beast, then at the merry clown, just about to continue his offensive. Suddenly, his heart stirred, and he stopped. Without another word, he flew backward and retreated. The moment the merry clown saw Lin Yan pull back, wild joy immediately appeared on his face, and he screamed, "Run, run. This Ghost Emperor is too vicious." Then he quickly retreated into the sea of weirdness with the red-furred beast. The sea of weirdness rapidly moved away with them. The entire weird army seemed to be retreating. Looks like they've retreated. Lin Yan frowned. I wonder where they'll retreat to. The weird army's retreat was within his expectations. When the merry clown descended earlier, he had said that the king's arena was the final performance before leaving. What Lin Yan had not expected was that this matter would drag Chu Yu into it. He had no idea what world his sister-in-law would be taken to by the army of chaos. The only good news was that Chu Yu was still alive, and she had obtained the flame of chaos. She also seemed to be valued by the merry clown, so she likely was not in mortal danger. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the chaos camp in the future, Lin Yan muttered to himself. But for now, this was not the time to think about that. The reason he had suddenly stopped fighting just now was because he had sensed that Lin Momo's soul power was about to run out. As Momo's ghost spirit, every move I make after being summoned is consuming her soul power. Especially during battle, that consumption becomes even more severe. Momo's soul power reserves are too low. They can't support my high-intensity combat yet. Lin Yan returned to Lin Momo's side. Lin Momo's condition looked fairly normal, but Lin Yan could sense that she was forcing herself to hold on. Momo, your aunt was taken away by the army of chaos. I'll find a way to look for her later. Let's go back first. MHM. Lin Momo nodded, her face full of dejection. As a ghost tamer, she could clearly sense all of Lin Yan's battles. She knew it was precisely because her soul power was insufficient that she had held her father back. Otherwise, even against two emperor-tier weird beings, her father might still have been able to bring her aunt back. Don't lose heart. Lin Yan rubbed her head. You're only 15. You're already outstanding enough. When your mother and I were your age, we were still ordinary people who knew nothing. MHM. Lin Momo responded softly, still feeling down. Let's go. We'll head back first. Lin Yan gazed into the distance at the sea of weirdness, which was receding like a tide. The army of chaos has already withdrawn. This place should return to normal very soon. Hearing Lin Yan's words, the people around them could not help but feel invigorated. Mr. Lin Yan, are you saying the mist covering this place is about to disappear? We can return to Great Xia. Lin Yan nodded. That's right. The army of chaos is retreating, and the world fragments they brought will also separate from Great Xia spacetime. In less than a month, this stretch of spacetime will return to the Great Xia world. That's wonderful. We can go back. Everyone cheered. Lin Yan looked at Qin Song, Song Wuxia, and the others. Are you coming back with me now, or will you return on your own after spacetime is restored? We can go back right now. Everyone exchanged glances, then said in unison, Please, sir, take us back. Lin Yan nodded and took Lin Momo's hand. Come on, we're going back to Great Xia. Lin Yan tore through space with the group, left the isolated fragment of a world, and returned to Great Xia's territory. Out. We made it out. Everyone looked at the black fog wall behind them and felt the familiar aura in Great Xia's air. They couldn't help but cry tears of joy. Everyone, since we're already out, let's part ways here, Lin Yan said to the crowd. Then he cupped his hands toward Qin Song and his group. Thank you all for protecting us along the way. Qin Song and the others hurriedly returned the gesture, saying they didn't dare accept the thanks. After a simple farewell, Lin Yan took out the reincarnation flying shuttle, brought Lin Momo and Murong Wu aboard, and flew in the direction of Jinling. On the flying shuttle, Lin Momo's emotions were still a little downcast. Her Aunt Chu Yu had raised her since childhood. She was the person closest to her. And now, because her soul power was insufficient, her father had been unable to fight at full strength, which had led to her aunt falling into the camp of chaos. This made her feel incomparably guilty. Momo, don't worry. Daddy will definitely bring your aunt back for you. Lin Yan comforted her. Daddy. Lin Momo nodded, then said worriedly, Daddy, the camp of chaos seems really powerful. Lin Yan smiled, showing his white teeth. Don't worry. Your daddy is even stronger. Lin Momo looked at Lin Yan with her big blinking eyes. She believed Lin Yan had to be the strongest. With Lin Yan's assurance, the worry in Lin Momo's heart eased quite a bit. She looked at Lin Yan and suddenly asked, Daddy, do you usually live in the underworld? Yes, Daddy is an undead now, so naturally I live in the underworld. Then in the underworld, have you seen Momo's mom? Is Mom very pretty? Lin Momo had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but she had never had the chance to say it out loud. To her, only existed in her parents' wedding photo at home, existing in a vague concept. Hearing Lin Momo suddenly ask about her mother, Lin Yan's expression froze. It made sense. No child would fail to long for their mother. Even if she had never seen her even once, her yearning for a mother's love would likely only be even stronger. Momo, the underworld is very large. Daddy still hasn't found your mother. When Lin Yan advanced to the Ghost Emperor realm, he had also used the Book of Life and Death to investigate, but the result was still nothing. At this moment, the system in his mind suddenly lit up, detected a strong desire from the host and the host daughter for family reunion. Special mission triggered. Special mission, find Chu Jiang. When you break through to the 9th rank Yama realm, you will obtain an important clue about your wife, Chu Jiang. Lin Yan's spirits lifted. It was a mission to find his wife. Ever since becoming undead, Lin Yan had never stopped thinking about finding his wife. Unfortunately, the vastness of the underworld far exceeded his imagination. Even now, as a ghost emperor, his vision could already cover the entirety of Qingzhou, yet there was still not the slightest clue about Chu Jiang. Break through to the Yama realm? Lin Yan fell into thought. At the 9th rank Yama realm, he couldn't say he would be able to run wild through the entire underworld, but at the very least, he could walk sideways across the 3,000 ghost provinces of the middle layer world of the dead. And only upon reaching that level of power could he obtain a clue from the system about his wife. Could it be that his wife, Chu Jiang, had encountered something extraordinary in the underworld? On this, Lin Yan could only speculate. The Yama realm looks like it's only one rank above the Ghost Emperor realm, but in reality, the gap is enormous. Right now, I still need to focus on the present. Lin Yan muttered to himself. System missions were still the top priority, because the rewards for completing them were simply too generous. Lin Yan had relied on completing system missions to break through from the 2nd rank to his current 8th rank, 5-star level, in just a little over 10 years. In 12 years, he had reached a height that other undead might not be able to attain in tens of millions of years. Besides the special mission, find Chu Jiang, there was also a real-time mission. That was the mission. Nurture your daughter Lin Momo and help her grow quickly. Momo, after we get back, train hard. You can't neglect either your soul path or your magic path. Lin Yan instructed. I will. Lin Momo nodded heavily. Back in Kyoto, Xiao should have helped you get quite a lot of magic path resources, right? Yes. There are spirit energy resources, spirit skills, and all kinds of spirit artifacts. Lin Momo counted them off on her fingers like naming family treasures. Spirit energy resources could not be stored in the Soul Sea, so Moron Wu had been keeping those resources for her. Lin Yan gave her guidance. You can hold off on spirit skills for now. Unless you come across one that's especially suitable, you don't need to learn one yet. The same goes for spirit artifacts. They have to suit you. If they don't fit, it's better to sell them all for resources. The key is the spirit energy resources. You need to absorb them properly and maximize their effectiveness. Lin Momo nodded. Daddy, I already checked the various spirit energy resources I got from Kyoto last time. The most useful one for me is spirit milk liquid. The spirit milk liquid I have is enough for me to cultivate all the way to the high stage of the 4th rank. Not bad. Absorb it step by step. Don't rush for quick results. Daddy, I'll keep that in mind. As for soul path resources, Lin Yan took out a palm-sized jade marrow bottle. This is soul liquid I refined. It can help your soul power grow rapidly. There are 2,000 drops in the bottle. For now, absorb 5 drops a day. After your soul power increases in the future, you can raise the amount appropriately. When you finish it, come find Daddy. Daddy still has a lot more here. This soul liquid was a liquid rich in pure soul power that Lin Yan had specially refined from yellow spring water. Lin Yan couldn't be bothered to come up with another name, so he simply called it soul liquid. But its effects were nothing as simple as its name. If this thing made it onto the market, it would definitely be a peerless treasure that countless soul path cultivators would fight over desperately. Lin Momo took the bottle and examined it curiously. Daddy, I still have a few soul fruits I haven't finished eating. Can I absorb them together with the soul liquid? They don't conflict, Lin Yan said. Lin Yan knew about those soul fruits. He had personally exchanged for them from Granny Blackwood's treasury. It was just that their effects were relatively poor. One fruit only increased soul power by 10,000, so they were only useful to low-rank cultivators. With Lin Momo's current soul power already nearing 1 million, they were basically not that useful anymore. Of course, something was still better than nothing, and not eating them would be a waste. Lin Yan continued, about your 2 major eye techniques. Daddy, you're the one who gave me those 2 major eye techniques, right? Lin Momo had originally been very puzzled about why there would be such a strange mission as eye technique teaching inside the spirit realm. But after contracting with her father and learning how powerful he was, she had vaguely guessed that behind that Blackwood illusion realm, there should have been her father's influence. With Lin Yan's confirmation, the doubts in Lin Momo's heart were finally resolved as well. She knew it. There was no such thing as pie falling from the sky in this world. Other than the relatives closest to you, no one would give you benefits for no reason. These 2 major eye techniques aren't some rare soul arts. Lin Yan said, If Great Xia's officials urgently need them, it's not impossible to give them over. Of course, they have to trade enough resources for them. If you don't understand negotiation, then have Xiaoyu come find me. I'll talk to him. When you grow stronger in the future, Daddy will teach you even stronger soul arts. Lin Momo nodded. Having someone to rely on really felt great. The explanation was basically done, and the shuttle had also arrived in Jinling. At Jinling. It's time for me to return to the world of the dead too. Lin Yin said goodbye to the two of them. Momo, when you go back, focus on your cultivation. If anything happens, you can contact me through the soul mark I left in your soul sea, or you can summon me directly. Dad, I will. Lin Yin walked up to Murong Wu. Teacher Murong, Momo will be in your care from now on. Murong Wu smiled. Mr. Lin, please don't worry. I will definitely take good care of Momo. Sorry for the trouble. Lin Yin took out a bottle of soul fluid. Take this soul fluid. Mr. Lin, this is... Murong Wu wanted to accept it, yet didn't dare to. She could feel that this bottle of soul fluid was extremely important to her, but it was too precious. Take it. This soul fluid can help you break through and enter the 6th rank. Only if you're strong enough can you protect Momo better, and only then can I feel more at ease. Tiden, I'll accept it without ceremony. Murong Wu carefully took the soul fluid. With the help of this soul fluid, she might be able to break through into the 6th rank very soon. Alright, that's about everything. It's time for me to go. After explaining everything, Lin Yin summoned the contract passage and returned to the world of the dead. After returning to the world of the dead, Lin Yin immediately went back to the Hall of Judgment and arrived before the bronze mirror of judgment. I, Lin Yin, Hall Master of the Hall of Judgment of Haimu City, request an audience with the Yama of the Hall of Judgment of Qingzhou. He sent his spiritual message into the bronze mirror of judgment. Before long, a phantom appeared on the bronze mirror. It was the Hall Master of the Hall of Judgment of Qingzhou, the Yama who had once summoned all the Ghost Emperors to proclaim the law decree of the Underworld Court. Ghost Emperor Lin Yin, why have you summoned me? Greetings, Lord Yama. Lin Yin bowed. I came to you this time to ask about the chaotic faction. Factions? Wait a moment. Yama's figure slowly took shape before Lin Yin through the projection of the bronze mirror. He had a green face and purple pupils with regular features. Not exactly handsome, but not ugly either. He wore a green python robe and a black gauze hat, giving off quite a dignified air. My name is Suo. Yama Suo's figure slowly solidified as he stepped out from the void. Greetings, Lord Suo. Lin Yin, you're asking about factions. Are you planning to join the orderly faction? Suo Luo asked. Lord Suo, is our entire reincarnation world part of the orderly faction? Lin Yin asked. Suo said, the 3 realms and 6 paths. The divine court of the heavenly realm, the underworld nether office, and the various worlds of the living realm. All living beings are born from order and naturally belong to the orderly faction. It's just that each individual has different beliefs, so there will inevitably be some traitors. Lin Yin nodded to show he understood. Lord Suo, if I want to go to the chaotic faction to find someone, what should I do? Go to the chaotic faction to find someone? Don't tell me you're planning to betray the underworld court. Lin Yin, think this through. Traitors will be wanted by the entire reincarnation world and will certainly face the harshest punishment. No, you've misunderstood. Lin Yin quickly explained, one of my relatives in the living world is trapped in the chaotic faction. I want to go save her. Is that so? Suo Luo was half convinced. Wait a moment. I'll ask the bronze mirror of judgment whether what you just said is true. As he spoke, he turned to the bronze mirror of judgment. Bronze mirror of judgment, I am Suo, Hall Master of the Hall of Judgment of Qingzhou. Determine whether the words just spoken by Lin Yin, Hall Master of the Hall of Judgment of Haimu City, are true. A flash of light flickered across the mirror surface, and one word appeared. So that's how it is. Suo Luo nodded. Since you truly want to save someone, tell me exactly what's going on. I may be able to clear up your doubts. It concerns the attack launched by the chaotic faction recently. Lin Yin roughly explained what had happened in the fallen zone of the Great Xiao world. After listening, Suo Luo fell into thought. Only after a long while did he say, the main battlefield of this war is not in the living realm. The various worlds of the living realm were merely affected by it. As for the world's erosion encountered by the Great Xiao world, it was likely led by some god of the chaotic faction. A god, only a 9th rank existence. Suo Luo explained. A 9th rank ghost race is a Yama, a 9th rank corpse race is a corpse god, a 9th rank beast race is a beast god, and so on. Any 9th rank existence that has ignited divine fire is a god. I see. Suo Luo continued. Chaos is not a united monolith. Most of them fight on their own. Even among gods, they attack each other, wanting to devour one another and strengthen themselves. Therefore, every god develops their own forces and possesses their own territory. If you want to save someone, you need to know which god invaded the Great Xiao world and where that god's base camp is. And based on your description, your relative may receive focused nurturing from that god's faction. If you try to rescue her alone, I'm afraid you'll only go and never return. Lin Yin fell silent. If a 9th rank god was behind all this, then things really would become very troublesome. He was confident he feared no 8th rank enemy, but against a 9th rank, he had no certainty. Lord Suo, forgive my presumption, but may I ask where the gap lies between a 9th rank god and an 8th rank emperor? You still want to go? Suo was slightly surprised. Very well. I'll roughly explain the gap between the emperor realm and the god realm. The so-called god is a living being that has ignited divine fire. To successfully ignite divine fire, one must first make up for the innate deficiencies in one's life essence. For example, undead need to absorb enough yang power, or like me, rely on yin virtue to make up for the flaws in life. Second, one must push one's comprehension of the power of the rules one has mastered to the level of minor accomplishment or above. Then, gather divine fire seeds. Use the divine fire seeds as the lead and the power of rules as fuel to sublimate life and ignite divine fire. After igniting divine fire, the power within the body, whether spiritual power or soul power, will all transform into divine power. This transformation can raise combat power by at least 10 times. The body will also transform into a divine body, and the body's strength will similarly increase tenfold. Will and spirituality will also sublimate and transform into divinity. In this way, with all three as one achieves the realm of gods. Above gods are true gods, below gods are mortals. That is the difference between gods and emperors. Lin Yin, have you understood what I mean? Lin Yin nodded. In that case, the gap between the god realm and the emperor realm was indeed enormous, enough to be described as the distance between heaven and earth. But was the gap between him and a god really that great? Lin Yin compared carefully and felt that wasn't necessarily the case. First, compared to divine power, his soul power really was a level behind. Second, between the reincarnation ghost body and a divine body, which was stronger and which was weaker. Lin Yin felt his reincarnation ghost body was stronger, not just in strength and constitution, but even more so in the undying nature of the reincarnation ghost body. Then there were the rules. Lin Yin had comprehended two major rules, reincarnation and dreams. The former was his main combat power, and his comprehension had reached minor accomplishment, which already met the rule comprehension standard of gods. Moreover, the rule of reincarnation was a powerful higher-order rule, and presumably would not be weaker than the rules of the vast majority of gods. Lastly, there was will and spirituality. This point was hard to compare, because Lin Yin did not know what changes divinity had compared to mortal spirit. Taken all together, although his combat power was indeed inferior to that of a god, the gap was definitely not as great as imagined. Lord Suo, do you happen to know which god invaded the great Xia world? You still want to save her? Prepare for a rainy day. Even if I don't go now, I'll have to go someday anyway. All right, I'll help you look into it. After saying goodbye to Suo, Lin Yin entered seclusion. No matter what kind of god he might have to face in the future, his own strength was the foundation. Through the battle with the trickster clown, I can still see a lot of my own shortcomings. Lin Yin muttered to himself. His battle with the trickster clown had been fought in his identity as a ghost spirit, so he had been unable to go all out. But it still had great reference value. The others are fine, but battle techniques are my weak point. When he was alive, Lin Yin had been a sword spirit master, and even after death, he was still used to using a sword as his weapon. It was just that the sword techniques he had mastered in life had only reached the 5th tier at best. For an 8th tier emperor level battle like now, that was obviously not enough. In this battle, if he had had a powerful sword technique to rely on, it would not have been this difficult. Looks like I need to settle down properly and create an emperor tier sword technique that belongs to me alone. Lin Yin drew the calamity suppressing sword and began creating a sword technique of his own. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Lin Yin had already developed some ideas for creating a new sword technique. At that moment, the system suddenly sent a notification. Lin Momo's realm has increased. She has broken through into a 4th tier thunder controller. Mission nurture progress increased. Reward obtained. Seed of Sword Dao Law. Description. The seed of Sword Dao Law will greatly enhance your comprehension of Sword Dao laws, making it easier for you to comprehend Sword Dao laws. A seed of Sword Dao Law. The surprise came very suddenly. The seed of Sword Dao Law entered Lin Yan's soul sea. In an instant, all kinds of insights regarding the Sword Dao surfaced. Lin Yan suddenly opened his eyes and slashed out with one sword strike. He did not use energy or loss. It looked like an ordinary, unremarkable slash, yet it contained endless might. The new sword technique had finally been created. Although it was still only one strike, he had taken the crucial first step. This sword was created to protect my daughter, so I might as well name it Guardianship. As Lin Yan performed the first form of the Guardianship sword art, he continued deducing the subsequent moves. His understanding of Sword Dao laws was also deepening continuously. Presumably, it would not be long before he successfully comprehended the Sword Dao laws. Another 10 days passed. Lin Momo's realm has increased. She has broken through into a 4th tier ghost tamer. Mission nurture progress increased. Reward obtained. A wisp of yang power. Momo improved again. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Since their last parting, Only half a month had passed, yet she had broken through consecutively, with both her spell path and soul path entering the 4th tier. She must have been training very hard during this time. This wisp of yang power is enough for me to break through the realm bottleneck of 8th tier 6-star. It's just that my soul power reserves are starting to fall behind. Looks like it's time to make another trip to Huangquan. I'll do it once this seclusion ends. Jinling. Lin Momo walked out of the training room. This training room had been specially rented for Lin Momo by Muron Wu at the largest training center in Jinling. Although it was not as good as the training rooms at Jinling Spiritual University, it was still very good. During the previous trip to Kyoto, Lin Momo had obtained quite a lot of resources. Following Lin Yan's suggestion, Muron Wu sold some spirit artifacts that were not very useful to Lin Momo, earning quite a bit of money and resources. And all of that had been planned out by her and invested into Lin Momo's cultivation. Momo, how did it go? Seeing Lin Momo come out, Muron Wu went up to her. Teacher, my Ghost Tamer realm also broke through. I'm now 4th tier 1-star. Amazing. Muron Wu could not help giving a thumbs up. In less than a year, Lin Momo's soul power had broken through from the 1st tier to the 4th tier. How was that any different from riding a rocket? And this was only the beginning. After all, Lin Momo still had a large amount of soul liquid in her possession. As her realm rose, her absorption speed for soul liquid was also increasing. Maybe in another half a year, Lin Momo would be able to enter the 5th tier as a Ghost Tamer. A 5th tier Ghost Tamer not yet 16 years old. Who would believe that if it were said out loud? But when she thought about how Lin Momo's ghost spirit was actually her Ghost Emperor father, everything suddenly seemed reasonable again. Thinking back on everything that had happened over the past month, Muron Wu only felt dazed, as if she were in a dream. Lin Yan's appearance had not only completely changed Lin Momo's fate, even she herself had benefited greatly. She had already used the soul liquid Lin Yan gave her for half a month, and the effect was astonishing. She could already confirm that the remaining soul liquid in her hands was completely enough for her to charge towards 6th tier Ghost Tamer. A 6th tier Ghost Tamer would rank among the top, even in all of Great Xia. Teacher, I've already thought it through. I want to participate in the high school student spiritual energy competition, Lin Momo said. Ever since returning from the Fallen Zone, Lin Momo had been training very hard. With enough spiritual energy and soul power resources, her efficiency in absorbing energy had greatly increased. Before, Lin Momo had needed to spend more than 14 hours every day cultivating soul power. But even so, she could still feel that her body's absorption of soul power had not yet reached saturation. As for cultivating spiritual energy, it had directly stagnated. But now, with all kinds of resources, she only needed 8 hours a day to complete both soul power and spiritual energy cultivation. Every day, she only ended her training after her body's absorption of both spiritual energy and soul power had reached saturation. Moreover, as her soul power increased, her body's need for sleep had also dropped dramatically. Now, only 1 or 2 hours of sleep a day was enough for her spirit to reach its best state. The 10 hours of nighttime were more than enough for Lin Momo to complete a full day of spiritual energy and soul power cultivation while also getting good rest. And during the day, aside from following Muron Wu to learn Ghost Tamer knowledge and doing some basic combat training, she instead had little to do. That made Lin Momo somewhat anxious. It also gave rise to the idea of entering a spiritual energy university early. But as a first-year high school student, there were only 2 ways for her to enter a spiritual energy university early: taking the spiritual energy college entrance exam ahead of time, or being specially recruited. To take the college entrance exam early, there was a prerequisite. Her class level had to reach the 5th tier. Lin Momo did not meet that condition, and she also could not break through to the 5th tier before the next college entrance exam that was coming soon. There was one other path: being specially recruited. Muron Wu had once mentioned the conditions for special recruitment. 1. Break through to the 6th tier. 2. Independently resolve an S-rank supernatural incident. 3. Perform outstandingly in the high school student spiritual energy competition and thus be specially recruited by a prestigious school. Choose one out of the 3. She did not meet the first 2, but the third. To put it this way, as long as she summoned her father to assist her on the final stage, there would be no need for him to unleash his full battle power. Just his normal state would be enough to easily crush all the high school students. And it still could not be called cheating. As a ghost tamer, summoning a ghost spirit to fight was perfectly reasonable, right? Of course, Lin Momo cultivated both the soul path and spell path. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she still wanted to rely on herself in battle. High-intensity battle was the best way to temper oneself. She did not want to hide behind her father forever and become his burden. After thinking it through, Lin Momo made her decision. Participate in the spiritual energy competition to temper herself, and at the same time enter a spiritual energy university through special recruitment. Participate in the spiritual energy competition? Muron Wu froze. You want to be specially recruited early by a top spiritual energy school. With your strength, wait. She slapped her forehead. Right, how could I forget? Your ghost spirit is Mr. Lin Yan. If you go compete, won't you just crush everyone with ease? Good. Teacher will help you register right now. The Great Xia High School Spiritual Ability Competition is held once every year. It is generally held in November in the second half of the year. The competition is divided into preliminaries and the main tournament. The preliminaries use a points-based elimination system. The main tournament, meanwhile, is a 1 versus 1 advancement bracket. Contestants must register under their school as a unit. Lin Momo's student registration was under Jinling No. 2 High School, so, in theory, she was a student of Jinling No. 2 High School. So the next day, Muron Wu brought Lin Momo to Jinling No. 2 High School and found Tang Yong, the special training mentor specifically in charge of competition matters. You're only in your first year of high school, and you already want to join the competition? Tang Yong looked at Lin Momo with a probing expression. Student Lin, what realm are you at right now? A 4th rank Ghost Tamer and a 4th rank Thunder Controller, Lin Momo replied. Chem? Dual cultivation of soul and magic. Tang Yong was slightly surprised. Looks like Student Lin has pretty high ambitions. He looked at Lin Momo, then at Muron Wu. As far as I know, there have been some geniuses in history who wanted to cultivate both soul and magic. But in the end, they either chose to give up one path, or they faded into mediocrity. However, he paused. You're not my student anyway, so it's not my place to interfere. To reach the achievement of dual 4th rank professions while only being a first-year high school student, and with a rare combination of Ghost Tamer and Thunder Controller at that, your strength is indeed quite impressive. How about this? Come report to the special training class tomorrow, and let me see what's different about a genius who dares cultivate both the soul path and the magic path at the same time. Special training class? Lin Momo asked in confusion. It's a special training class jointly organized by the 5 spiritual ability high schools in Jinling Bay City, specifically to prepare for the spiritual ability competition. Tang Yong explained, then looked at Muron Wu again. Teacher Muron, I'm letting your student join the special training class for some training. You don't have any objections, right? Of course not. Muron Wu smiled. She knew about Jinling's special training class. Its teaching staff was very strong, and it had unique training methods. If Lin Momo could enter the special training class for training, that was naturally for the best. After getting Muron Wu's reply, Tang Yong continued his introduction. The special training class is divided into Class A and Class B, with 50 students in each class. All the students have been selected layer by layer from the 5 schools. I'm the mentor in charge of martial arts for Class A. Tomorrow I'll take you to report to Class A. Yes. The next day, Lin Momo arrived at school early, then followed teacher Tang Yong to Jinling No. 1 High School. The special training class was set up at Jinling No. 1 High School, not far from Jinling No. 2 High School. I'm taking you there today. After that, you'll go by yourself, Tang Yong said. The special training class has no rest days. Classes start at 7 in the morning and end at 7 in the evening every day. If you want to rest, you can request leave separately, and a mentor will approve it based on your training situation. Generally, it's no more than 4 days a month. The special training class provides 3 meals a day, and they're all high-value nutritional meals. If you choose to live at school, there's also a late-night meal provided every day, and that's a nutritional meal too. Tang Yong introduced the basic situation to Lin Momo. Right after Lin Momo signed up yesterday, he had already pulled up her file from the school database and gained a rough understanding of her situation. The record showed that Lin Momo had been the top scorer of the Liang exam district in last year's high school entrance exam, and at the time, she had only cultivated the magic path. Yet less than a year later, Lin Momo was already a 4th rank dual path soul and magic professional. That cultivation speed made it almost hard for him to believe. But he had no intention of probing into his student secrets. What he could confirm was that this Lin Momo was probably far from simple. If properly nurtured, she might become the pride of their Jinling No. 2 High School in the future. She might even shine brilliantly in the college entrance exam 2 years from now. So he had begun to pay a bit more attention to Lin Momo. Tang Yong brought Lin Momo into Jinling No. 1 High School and arrived at the training hall specially prepared for the special training class. Calling it a training hall, it was more like a large enclosed sports field, equipped with a 500-meter circular track, with the training grounds inside the track. Various testing and training devices were set up on the training grounds. There was also a battle platform specifically used for fighting. There were still 10 minutes before class started, but all 50 students of special training class had already arrived. Some were training alone with various equipment, while others had gathered together chatting. Morning, Teacher Tang. Quite a few students greeted Tang Yong as soon as they saw him coming. Ahem. Tang Yong cleared his throat. Since everyone's here, let's start class a little early today. I'll also take this chance to introduce a new student to you. A new student? The students gradually gathered over and lined up, curiously sizing up Lin Momo. Her name is Lin Momo. She's still a first-year high school student, and from now on, she'll be training together with all of you. Tang Yong gave a simple introduction. What a pretty little junior. The boys' eyes all lit up the moment they saw Lin Momo. In the special training class, there were far more boys than girls, and the vast majority of the girls didn't look like much. The only one who was somewhat good-looking was fierce as hell. Some of the boys didn't dare provoke. So when they saw a sweet-looking little junior like Lin Momo arrive, they were so excited they almost started howling. Of course, There were also those who were unhappy. Why? A sharp voice rang out. Teacher, the students in our special training class were all selected through layer upon layer screening. We are elites among elites. Why does this student get to come in through the back door? Lin Momo looked toward the voice. It was a girl with freckles all over her face. Student Zheng Xiaoyan. It seems you're not very welcoming toward the new student. It's not that I'm unwelcoming, Zheng Xiaoyan explained. It's just that a transfer student who got in through connections probably won't be able to keep up with everyone's training pace. If she ends up dragging us down, wouldn't that just give the students in class be something to laugh at? Tang Yong asked with interest. Are you questioning student Lin Momo's strength? Yes. Zheng Xiaoyan raised her chin and met Tang Yong's gaze without backing down at all. Tang Yong looked at Lin Momo. Student Lin Momo, what do you say? Lin Momo stepped forward. Since the student doubts my strength, then let's fight. Good. I permit the two of you to fight. But there's one thing you need to note. You are forbidden from striking lethal blows at the other party's vital points. Tang Yong did not forbid private fights between students. On the contrary, he strongly supported them. In his view, this kind of private conflict and competition between students not only had no real downside, but would also stir up their blood and drive, pushing them to grow faster. Moreover, Jinling High School was equipped with a top-tier infirmary and healing-type spiritual ability professionals. As long as the students fighting here didn't engage in a truly vicious death match that caused someone to die on the spot, it would not lead to overly serious consequences. Besides, he was also extremely curious about Lin Momo's true combat strength. Wow, Little Junior is so cool. Go, Little Junior. I support student Lin Momo. Zheng Xiaoyan really is... Isn't Zheng Xiaoyan just bullying someone younger? Where's the fairness in that? Student Zheng Xiaoyan, don't hurt the Little Junior. Almost all the boys were standing on Lin Momo's side. Zheng Xiaoyan's face turned green from listening to it. Student Lin, please. She drew her battle blade and was the first to step into the center of the training grounds. A blade user? Lin Momo understood, then entered the field and faced Zheng Xiaoyan from afar. Are you ready? Tang Yong asked. After receiving confirmation for both of them, he gave the order. Begin. At the command, Zheng Xiaoyan immediately charged forward with her blade in hand. She didn't know Lin Momo's background, so she decided to first close the distance. Boom. A bolt of lightning fell from the air. Zheng Xiaoyan hurriedly dodged and barely avoided it. A thunder controller? Her pupils shrank slightly, and she quickened her advance. At this moment, boom, boom, boom. Endless lightning completely drowned the area dozens of meters around where she stood.